My name is Lin Hoy. I woke up to a nightmare. Instead of my bedroom, I was in the driver's seat of a basic RV on an endless highway under an inky, suffocating sky. A cold voice in my head explained the rules. This is the National Highway survival game. Everyone starts with one vehicle and one life. Behind us, a deadly gray mist is chasing everyone at 30 kilometers per hour. If it catches you, you die. I checked my system panel and felt a surge of panic. My fuel was at 2%, enough for only 10 kilometers. In the regional chat, people were losing their minds, stuck on tricycles, scooters, or in vans with no gas. We were all forced into a desperate choice: stop to find supply boxes and risk being swallowed by the mist, or drive until we stall. Suddenly, a different voice spoke in my mind, binding a golden attribute to my soul. I drew a legendary card called Infinity. Without wasting a second, I applied it to my fuel tank. The gauge slammed from empty to full. I now have an infinite energy reactor. My fuel will never run out, my engine won't wear out, and I have constant electricity. While others are throwing away their mattresses to save weight or driving slowly to save gas, I don't have to worry. I am driving a perpetual fortress. I slammed my foot on the gas, and my RV roared to life with double the power, hitting 100 kilometers per hour instantly. I blasted past other survivors, leaving them in the dust. I spent the first few hours using my speed advantage to collect over 100 supply boxes. I found fuel, food, water, and even a lamb hot pot set. When a cold wave hit, dropping the temperature to minus 10 degrees Celsius, I simply turned my heater to the max. I sat in a t-shirt, eating hot lamb soup while others froze to death in the dark. I've survived the first day, but the road is dangerous. My tires are wearing out, and monsters are out there. I even had to use my RV to crush a zombie that tried to rip my door open. To keep living like this, I need to find materials to upgrade my RV. On this road, my vehicle is my only true ally. Driving at 100 kilometers per hour, I watch the wasteland blur past my window. While other players crawl along at a snail's pace to save their precious drops of gas, I press the pedal to the floor. My fuel gauge stays at full, thanks to my infinite reactor. I feel a deep sense of safety knowing that as long as my tires hold out, the deadly gray mist can't touch me. I use my speed to hunt for supply crates. I managed to grab over 100 of them because I can reach them faster than anyone else. Inside, I find universal fuel. I don't need it for myself, but I know it is more valuable than gold in this world. Other players are already begging for help in the chat, realizing they are trapped in a death sentence. As night falls, the temperature crashes to 10 degrees below zero. A cold wave warning hits the system, and the regional chat turns into a place of pure despair. People are freezing because they are afraid to turn on their heaters and waste fuel. I see that 3 million people have already died in just a few hours. I don't have that problem. I park my RV and turn the heater to the maximum. Within minutes, it is a cozy 26 degrees inside. I down to a t-shirt and look at my mountain of supplies: water, biscuits, chips, and even appliances like an induction cooker. My infinite engine provides all the electricity I need. I decided to trade some of my extra fuel. The chat explodes when I post my offer. I refuse to give anything away for free, but I quickly trade 10 units of fuel for essential food, water, and even a hatchet gun for protection. To celebrate my first night of survival, I prepare a lamb hot pot set I found. As the water boils and the smell of soup fills the cabin, I look out at the dark, frozen world outside. While others are starving and freezing in their metal coffins, I am warm and full. I know this is only the beginning, and I need to make this RV even stronger to keep this heaven on wheels safe from the outside. I sat comfortably inside my RV, using an induction cooker to boil a pot of water. This would be impossible for anyone else, but my unlimited fuel converts into a steady stream of electricity. While other survivors on the regional channel cried out in despair, starving and freezing until their hands turned black, I enjoyed a luxury feast of lamb hot pot. The hot meat and soup restored my sanity and warmth. Inside my car was a heaven that contrasted sharply with the frozen outside. Suddenly, a terrifying sound interrupted my meal: sharp claws scraping against the metal door. Through the window, I saw a pale, grayish creature with empty eyes and a mouth filled with dark fluid. The system identified it as a level 1 strength-type zombie. Its strength was far beyond a professional boxer's. When it roared and slammed its fist into the door, the metal dented deeply. I knew that if the door gave way, I stood no chance in a direct fight. I reached for my hatchet gun, but hesitated. Lowering the window to shoot was too risky. Instead, I decided to play to my strengths, the RV itself. I slammed the vehicle into gear and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, and I charged toward a steel highway guardrail. The zombie clung to the door with iron-like claws, but as I hit 100 kilometers per hour, I swerved. I crushed the monster between my 3-ton RV and the solid steel barrier. The impact was massive, splattering the windows with dark fluid and leaving the zombie destroyed. The victory was worth it. I looted a vehicle upgrade blueprint, more fuel, and a soda. After checking the damage to my dented door and cleaning off the remains, I studied the blueprint. To reach level 2, I need 50 units of steel and 10 units of rubber. Once upgraded, my defense will double, making the car a true fortress. More importantly, reaching level 2 will grant me my second golden trait. I am determined to keep making this car stronger, as it is the only thing keeping me alive in this wasteland. I gripped the upgrade blueprint tightly, my heart racing with the thought of reaching level 2. My first trait, Infinity, saved me from the mist. I can only imagine what the second golden trait will be. While I was planning my next move, a red message flashed in the regional chat from a model begging for rescue. I ignored it. In this world, being too kind is a death sentence, and I've learned that people are far less reliable than machines. The first night passed in a blur of half-sleep. When I checked the system, I saw that nearly half the original survivors were gone. 2 million lives snuffed out in a single night. I washed up, ate some noodles, and set out to find the 50 units of steel and 10 units of rubber I needed for the upgrade. Luck seemed to be on my side when I spotted a crashed military helicopter in the wasteland. It was a gold mine of high-quality steel. There was an agile zombie guarding it, but I used my RV to lure the creature away, playing a game of cat and mouse until I lost it in the distance. However, when I doubled back to claim my prize, my heart sank. My dashboard screamed a warning. My tires were flat. I looked out and saw handmade road spikes glinting in the dirt. I had been lured into a trap. Moments later, a battered sports car pulled up. 2 men and a woman stepped out, pretending to be concerned survivors offering me a ride. I stayed in my seat, my hand tight on my weapon. Their acting was terrible. It was a classic robbery setup. They tried to play the "we should help each other" card, but I called them out on the spikes. The masks fell instantly. The scarred man's eyes turned murderous as he realized the game was up. They want my RV, and they think my flat tires make me easy prey. They're about to find out that even a cornered beast with no wheels is still dangerous. Hearing the scarred man's threat, Lin Hoy remained completely calm. Rule number 1 for survival. Your vehicle is your safe zone. No one can enter without your permission. So, as long as Lin Hoy stayed inside, the scar-faced man and the blonde man couldn't get in. The scar-faced man said coldly, "You think driving away will save you? Your tires won't last long. We'll catch up soon enough. Even if we can't enter your camper, we have ways to make you come out." "Is that so?" Lin Hoy replied calmly, then quickly pulled out his axe gun and aimed it at them. A gun. Seeing the weapon in Lin Hoy's hand, both men froze in fear. That kind of fear was instinctive, deep in their bones. The blonde man raised his hands and shouted, "Wait, brother, this is a misunder." Bang. Before he could finish, Lin Hoy pulled the trigger. At such close range, the blonde man had no time to react. The bullet hit him hard, throwing him to the ground. He twitched twice among the gravel, and the dry grass around him quickly turned red. He wasn't going to make it. The scar-faced man stared at his fallen companion, then at the young man inside the camper calmly resetting his weapon. A chill ran down his spine. He never expected Lin Hoy to have a gun. "Mistake. It's all a mistake," he stammered, forcing a shaky smile while slowly stepping back. "We didn't know who you were. We'll leave right now. Take my car, it's yours. And that woman too. You can keep her or use her to lure others. Please, just let me live." "Misunderstanding?" Lin Hoy sneered. "When you set those road spikes, you didn't think it was a misunderstanding. That was his idea." Bang. Lin Hoy didn't waste words. He pulled the trigger again. In this world, explanations meant nothing. Only the dead couldn't betray you. The second shot hit the scar-faced man squarely. His scream echoed across the wasteland before everything went silent. Not bad. Both shots hit, Lin Hoy said with satisfaction. The axe gun had strong recoil, but its power was just as impressive. He glanced at the two bodies on the ground, forcing himself to stay calm. It was his first time taking a life, and it didn't feel good. Still, he thought, it might get easier after a few more times. Thinking of this, Lin Hoy looked toward the young woman behind him. She had collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. Lin Hoy stretched his sore arm, pushed open the car door, and walked toward her with no expression. "Please, don't hurt me," the young woman said, shaking as he approached. "What's your name?" Lin Hoy asked coldly. Meeting his icy gaze, she instinctively answered, "My name is Li Shuang." Li Shuang? Wasn't she the one who asked for help on the channel last night? Lin Hoy asked, "Last night. Did you call for help on purpose to lure others in?" "They forced me," Li Shuang cried, her voice trembling. "They made me act as bait. I had no choice. Please, don't hurt me. I'll do anything to survive." She crawled forward a little, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "I can help you. Having someone around is better than being alone, right?" Li Shuang had always believed she could rely on her charm. In peaceful times, she had often used it to get by, and many people had admired her. She thought no man could refuse such an offer. Lin Hoy looked down at her, his eyes moving from her tear-streaked face to the axe gun in his hand. Ammo, 1/9, only one bullet left. She wasn't worth wasting it on. He sighed and said, "You'd only use up my food." A woman like her didn't interest him at all. Li Shuang's eyes widened. What she saw in his gaze wasn't desire, it was disgust. The kind of disgust one had for something worthless. "No, I can be useful." Quiet," Lin Hoy shouted sharply. Right now, he only wanted to take apart the taxi, upgrade his RV as soon as possible, and fix the tire problem. He walked up to the taxi and opened the system interface. "System, dismantle this taxi." Scanning. Vehicle owner confirmed dead. Dismantling allowed. Dismantling target. Taxi. In the next moment, a blue beam of light covered the wreckage. Ding. Dismantling complete. Materials obtained. 1. Rubber tires times 4 units. 2. Common steel times 10 units. Looking at the tires and steel in front of him, Lin Hoy felt as if he were playing a game. Except this was real, and death here meant true death. He took out the level 2 upgrade blueprint. The tires and steel turned into streams of light and merged into the blueprint. Name, Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, Requirements. 1. Vehicle LV.1, met. 2. Steel times 50 units, 10 50ths. 3. Rubber times 10 units, 11 tenths. Met. Lin Hoy put the blueprint away, ready to leave. But just then, Li Shuang rushed forward and grabbed his leg. "Take me with you." Her car was gone, and without Lin Hoy, she would surely die. Lin Hoy stayed calm and said coldly, "You can ask for help in the area channel. Maybe someone will come to save you." "No," the woman shouted. "You took apart my car, so you have to take responsibility." Lin Hoy narrowed his eyes and quietly tightened his grip on the axe gun in his hand. At that moment, roar! A sharp, piercing scream came from the distance. Lin Hoy turned toward the sound and saw a gray blur rushing toward them at incredible speed. It was the agile-type zombie. Earlier, Lin Hoy had lured it 2 kilometers away to dismantle a helicopter safely. But the gunfire and smell of blood had drawn it back. Seeing this, Lin Hoy's adrenaline surged. He quickly pushed the woman aside with force. Then, without any hesitation, he stepped back, jumped onto the RV's step, and slammed the deformed door shut with a loud bang. He left the woman alone on the empty highway. "No. Open the door. Please, open the door." The woman rushed toward the RV like someone who had lost her mind, pounding on the door with all her strength. But the next second, a gray blur appeared. There was no suspense. The agile zombie pounced on Li Shuang like a hunting leopard. Her scream lasted only 2 seconds before turning into a horrible gurgling sound. Inside the RV, Lin Hoy watched the terrifying scene, his heart pounding fast. So fast. If he had been a moment slower, he might have ended up the same way. Lin Hoy took a deep breath and released the handbrake. While the zombie was distracted, he stepped on the gas and sped away. He was heading for the crashed military helicopter. He had to upgrade the RV. Outside the window, Li Shuang's screams had faded almost completely. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, not from fear, but from intense focus. Adrenaline rushed through his veins, making every detail around him painfully clear. 5 minutes at most, he muttered. In the rearview mirror, he could still see the blur of blood and the agile zombie crouched over it, tearing wildly. It was a first-tier agile mutant, feeding at an incredible speed. Once it finished, it might return to the helicopter site. The RV's durability was only 5%, and all 4 tires were punctured. If it couldn't move, he would be the zombie's next meal. I have to finish the upgrade before it's done eating. After driving about 5 kilometers, Lin Hoy reached his destination. He pushed open the door and jumped out. The cold wind cut across his face like a knife, but he didn't feel it. Before him lay the wreckage of the crashed military helicopter. The players inside had long been dragged away by zombies. The huge rotor was broken, and the fuselage was twisted beyond recognition. But to Lin Hoy, this wasn't scrap metal. It was top-grade steel. A life-saving chance. System dismantle. Lin Hoy pressed his hand against the cold metal surface and spoke softly. Scanning. Pilot deceased. Dismantling permitted. Target, military helicopter. Warning, large target detected. Estimated dismantling time, 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Lin Hoy glanced back. The zombie hadn't appeared yet. Hurry. Faster. He stared at the slowly moving blue progress bar, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might break his ribs. At this moment, every second stretched endlessly. Finally, ding. Dismantling complete. Materials obtained. 1. Armored bulletproof steel X 60 units. 2. Rubber X 2 units. 3. Fire control chip X1, rare. 4. Precision electronic components X 20 set success. Besides the special steel and rubber, Lin Hoy had also gained a chip and precision components. Without hesitation, he stored the chip and components, then placed the steel and rubber into the LV2 upgrade blueprint before rushing back to the RV. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Hoy took out the vehicle upgrade blueprint. Looking at the materials in his inventory, he whispered, Upgrade RV. LV.2. Detected. Vehicle upgrade blueprint. LV.1 LV.2. Material check. Steel, 50 units, satisfied. Rubber, 10 units, satisfied. System notice. Higher grade steel detected. Material quality extremely high. Evolution path adjusted. Original path, reinforced iron type. Revised path, heavy type. Consume 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint. LV.1 LV.2. Begin evolution. Evolve. Boom. A blinding dark golden light engulfed the entire worn-out RV in an instant. This wasn't just a repair. It was a complete rebirth. Under Lin Hoy's gaze, the special steel plates taken from the helicopter seemed to come alive, automatically covering the fragile shell of the RV. Creak. With the sharp sound of metal locking together, the once smooth civilian RV began to take on a sharp, angular shape. The thin metal skin was torn away, replaced by a 2-centimeter thick layer of matte black armor. At the front bumper, 2 thick alloy beams extended forward, forming a fierce triangular ram with sharp edges that gleamed coldly in the light. It was the alloy spike ram, made to smash through any obstacle. At each wheel hub, several sharp rotating spikes slowly emerged, hub shredders, designed to destroy anything that got too close. Buzz. The light faded. A black steel beast, full of power and strength, crouched on the wasteland. It was no longer a fragile civilian RV, but a solid, mobile fortress. Congratulations. RV evolution complete. Vehicle panel. Vehicle. RV. Level. LV.2. Physical defense. 100, 200. Aviation steel bonus. 3 times stronger than a normal LV.2. Magic resistance. 0. Weight. 10 tons. 310. Storage space. 10 cubic meters. 810. Durability. 100%. Fully restored. Fuel. Infinity. Unlimited. External weapons. None talent activated. Drawing LV.2 golden trait. Finally, Lin Hoy held his breath, watching the golden wheel spin wildly before his eyes. This was his greatest advantage in the apocalypse. 1 golden trait for every level. The wheel slowed and stopped. A glowing golden card appeared in the air. Trait name, Never wears out. Quality, legendary gold. Type, rule, effect, can be applied to any non-living component. Its physical structure becomes fixed, immune to all forms of wear, aging, or damage. Never worn out. Lin Hoy looked at the 4 words, a wild smile spreading across his face. If unlimited fuel gave him endless power, then never worn out gave him endless endurance. On this road full of ruins, nails, and broken glass, what breaks most easily? Not the car body, the tires. Once a tire bursts, no matter how strong your defense is, you become an easy target. Apply to target all tires. With a thought, Lin Hoy activated the ability. A golden light shot into the 4 large, all-terrain tires. The once ordinary rubber surface began to glow with a strange shimmer, as if coated with an unbreakable film. Modification complete. New component. Indestructible anti-explosion tires. Gold, unique. Trait 1. Absolute physical defense. Nails can't pierce. Bullets can't. Fire can't melt. Trait 2. Perfect grip. Maintains 100% traction on any terrain. Ice, snow, or mud. Roar. Just then, a furious and hungry roar shattered Lin Hoy's excitement. He turned his head. A swift zombie was charging toward him, its mouth stained with blood, looking fierce and wild. Its cloudy eyes locked onto Lin Hoy inside the RV, body crouched low like a hunting leopard ready to strike. Had your fill? Lin Hoy's voice was cold. If you're done eating, it's time to move on. Whoosh. The zombie lunged. Its speed was terrifying, crossing more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, claws slashing straight for the driver's seat. Before, Lin Hoy would have had no choice but to run. But now, zzz. A harsh screech of metal rang out. The claws, sharp enough to tear through normal steel, struck the black armored door of the Level 2 RV. Sparks flew. When the claws slid down, they left only a faint white mark on the surface. Not even the paint was scratched. So this is what a defense level of 100 really means. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Hoy looked out the window at the furious, savage zombie and gave a faint smile. Had enough scratching? Now it's my turn. He suddenly shifted into drive and turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. Boom. With the power of unlimited energy, the engine burst out with a terrifying 10 tons of torque. The vehicle swung violently. The zombie, clinging to the door, trying to find a gap, clearly didn't expect the metal beast to spin like a top. The huge centrifugal force threw it off balance, sending it flying backward, right toward a massive rock by the roadside. Take this. Lin Hoy roared and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The row of newly installed side spikes, shaped like shark fins, carried unstoppable force as they struck the zombie and drove it hard into the rock. Bang! A deep, heavy sound echoed. Dark fluid splattered across the rock. The agile zombie didn't even have time to cry out before it was crushed between 10 tons of steel and solid stone. Ding! Eliminated Level 1 Agile Zombie. Loot 1. Universal Fuel times 1. Loot 2. Mineral water, 550 milliliters, times 1. The vehicle shook slightly, then settled. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, breathing heavily. Listening to the steady, powerful hum of the engine, he felt every cell in his body come alive with excitement. This was power. This was the key to surviving in this world. Still, the reward this time seemed a bit small. No upgrade blueprint for the vehicle. When Lin Hoy stepped out to collect the dropped items, he noticed they had already appeared inside the RV. Ding. Hidden function of Level 2 vehicle, automatic loot collection. Seeing the system message, Lin Hoy smiled. This was a great feature. He wouldn't have to risk getting out of the car to pick things up anymore. He checked the system and saw that the gray mist was still 75 kilometers away and would take about 2.5 hours to reach him. Lin Hoy decided to inspect the space inside his RV to see where the extra 2 cubic meters had been added after the upgrade. But just then, a bright red announcement suddenly appeared at the top of the regional channel. Congratulations to player Zhao Tianba. Vehicle successfully upgraded to LV. 3. Achievement reward unlocked. Auto drive module. The message hit Lin Hoy like a shockwave, instantly waking him up. LV.3? Auto drive. His pupils tightened sharply. He had thought reaching LV.2 already made him one of the top players, but someone had already reached LV.3, and the reward was Autodrive. For most players, autodrive simply meant they could rest while traveling and recover some energy. But for Lin Hoy, who had unlimited fuel, it meant something far greater. It meant perpetual motion. It meant he could drive nonstop, 24 hours a day. The man could rest, but the vehicle would never stop. With autodrive and unlimited fuel, he could move like a tireless ghost, always ahead of everyone, perhaps even ahead of death itself. I must upgrade as soon as possible. His eyes burned with determination, filled with a hunger stronger than the desire for food. To widen the gap, to truly survive in this world. I can't keep scavenging passively like this. He glanced out the window. It had been a long time since he'd seen any supply crates. They were becoming rarer. That meant the road ahead had already been cleared by Zhao Tianba or other early players. Picking up leftovers? No. Lin Hoy gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze falling on the alloy bumper stained with dark, dried blood. I'll become the hunter. If there are no more supply crates, then I'll hunt monsters instead. He slammed on the accelerator, and the massive black RV roared onto the highway. This time, he didn't avoid the zombies on the road. After driving 50 kilometers, Lin Hoy spotted 7 or 8 wandering zombies ahead. A wild grin appeared on his face. The hunt begins. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy thuds echoed along the empty highway, mixed with the sharp sound of bones breaking. A black steel monster sped into the crowd of zombies at 80 kilometers per hour, like a bowling ball crashing into a pile of pins. The zombies were as fragile as straw figures, thrown aside, torn apart, and crushed by the fierce alloy spike bumper. Dark blood splattered, and broken limbs flew through the air. Lin Hoy, sitting in the driver's seat, didn't even raise an eyebrow. This was the power of a level 2 armored RV. This was the weight of 10 tons in motion. These were tires that never wore out. No need to worry about sharp bones puncturing them. Defeated level 1 strength type zombie X1. Gained. Universal fuel X1. Swiss Army knife X1. Defeated level 1 agility type zombie X1. Gained. Universal fuel X1. Steel X1 unit. Defeated. The system notifications flashed rapidly, one after another. His RV was gradually filling up with supplies. Lin Hoy kept speeding forward, aiming straight for the densest groups of zombies. What used to be roadblocks had now become his moving treasure chests. So this is what it feels like to farm monsters? He glanced at the growing pile of resources, feeling completely satisfied. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a vehicle upgrade blueprint. LV.2 LV.3, X1 finally. He had the upgrade blueprint. After crashing through hundreds of zombies, Lin Hoy had gotten what he wanted. Suddenly, 3 rows of sharp metal spikes appeared on the road ahead. Another player had set a trap. Before, Lin Hoy would have slammed on the brakes. But now, run them over. No slowing down. No dodging. The RV rolled straight over the spikes. The sharp sound of metal snapping filled the air. Those spikes, strong enough to pierce a truck's tires, were useless against his indestructible tires. Lin Hoy's tires? Not even a scratch. Perfect. He couldn't help but slap the steering wheel. This feeling, ignoring every trap and charging straight ahead, was the true thrill of survival on the road. What careful caution. What clinging to life. In the face of absolute power, all the rules on this road of survival will be set by me. The third day, a black steel motorhome drove along a road full of ruins. This world was vast. According to the system's description, this area was called the zombie wasteland. To Lin Hoy, it felt like the uninhabited regions of Tibet, cold, dry, and desolate. The wasteland stretched endlessly. Along the way, he had seen many upgraded vehicles, taxis, vans, buses, and even a helicopter flying overhead. Anyone still alive on the third day must have a decent vehicle. Those with bicycles, scooters, or wheelchairs couldn't survive here unless they joined other players. Region C, 996 player survivors. 3,001,314. Only 2 days had passed, yet 70% of the people were already gone. The gray mist was still advancing behind them. It meant no one could stop moving. Everyone had to keep going forward. Lin Hoy glanced at the system interface. Time until gray mist arrival. 14 hours, 35 minutes, and 20 seconds. Gray mist speed. 30 kilometers per hour, current speed. 80 kilometers per hour, sitting in the driver's seat. Lin Hoy held the steering wheel with one hand and a chilled bottle of cola in the other, taking a relaxed sip. With never-wearing tires and an infinite fuel engine, he ignored the road conditions completely. Broken glass or spikes, he simply drove over them. The vehicle only shook slightly, while the obstacles were crushed into dust. But this still isn't enough. The motorhome needed more upgrades. Some players had already reached level 3, which made him feel a sense of pressure. Exhaling slowly, Lin Hoy opened his personal panel. Name: Lin Hoy. Race: human. Status: healthy. Sanity: 100 out of 100. Note: sanity below May 30th cause suicidal thoughts. Below May 20th cause hallucinations. Below May 10th lead to madness. Spirit: 5. Average for normal adults. The higher the spirit, the better the resistance to losing sanity and the faster it recovers. Physique: 5. Overall strength, speed, and defense. Yesterday, Lin Hoy spent the whole day hunting zombies, killing about 200. Zombies drop items when defeated, with universal fuel having the highest drop rate, followed by food and medicine items being the rarest. Medicines are very valuable. Currently, Lin Hoy has 3 items: 2 bottles of antibiotics, 1 bottle of fever medicine, and 1 bottle of stomach medicine. Looking at the full house of supplies, he sighed. He felt reluctant to keep killing zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Hoy took out a level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint. The system offered 2 upgrade options. Option A: standard, uses 70 units of regular steel and 10 electronic precision components. Effect: unlocks a basic vehicle-mounted machine gun, caliber 7.62 mm, increases vehicle space by 20%, and improves vehicle body defense by 10%. Option B: perfect, uses 100 units of armored bulletproof steel, 10 precision components, and 1 fire control chip. Effect: unlocks a heavy chain gun, caliber 25 mm, increases vehicle volume to 20 cubic meters, vehicle defense to 200, vehicle tonnage to 20 tons. Without hesitation, Lin Hoy immediately chose option B. A 7.62 mm machine gun is okay against normal players, but against zombies, it takes many shots. It's better to just ram them with the vehicle. Plus, stronger monsters will appear in the future. But a 25 mm chain gun, that's a weapon powerful enough to zombie heads into pieces or pierce armored vehicles with just 2 shots. He already has electronic precision components and a fire control chip, obtained from the military helicopter. However, he still lacks 90 units of armored bulletproof steel. Lin Hoy frowned slightly. Such high-grade steel can only be obtained by dismantling military vehicles, armored trucks, or aircraft. Most players' vehicles cannot produce this advanced material. Fortunately, with a large player base, someone will eventually find or obtain this special steel. Go check the regional channel. After a few days of exploring, Lin Hoy has figured out the rules for posting on the regional channel. One person can post up to 10 messages a day. To post extra messages, each one costs 1 unit of universal fuel. If there's an urgent matter or if you want to attract other players' attention, you can post bold and colored messages using 20 units of universal fuel with special effects. A full-screen pinned message costs 50 units of universal fuel. After 2 days and nights of activity, the once chaotic channel now shows clear signs of hierarchy. The pinned messages are no longer pleas for help, but bold, red recruitment notices. Beixiang Alliance, leader, Zhao Tianba, looking for members for the top guild in the server. I've reached level 3 and unlocked auto-driving. We invite players with heavy trucks, tanks, helicopters, or rockets to join. Joining gives you fuel and beautiful slaves. Our goal is to build the first mobile city. Only elites welcome. Trash. Get lost. Rose Society. Our guild only accepts female players. Sisters, men can't be trusted. We need to arm ourselves. This is the only safe place in the wasteland. Iron blood heavy industry. We buy all vehicle blueprints and special parts at high prices. Our guild has the best mechanics and gun experts in the server. Join us, and your vehicle will never break down. Wild Wolf Guild. Hee hee. Only the weak huddle together for warmth. The strong are predators. We recruit outlaws, killers, and looters. Want to join? Also, provide the coordinates of fat sheep players. If the coordinates are valid, we will reward the provider generously. The four major guilds are beginning to take shape. Lin Hoy looks at these recruitment notices, feeling a slight stir in his heart. Zhao Tianba. This is the first player in C996 to reach level 3 with a vehicle. Lin Hoy isn't surprised by the emergence of these guilds. In the wasteland, humans are social animals. Gathering is natural. And more people mean more power. If he didn't have the leveling gold skill item, he might consider joining a guild. But with his special ability, there's no need. As for founding his own guild, Lin Hoy isn't interested. Managing an organization is too troublesome. Just hiring a few staff members is enough. According to the system's survival code, Article 2. Inside the vehicle, you are the absolute ruler. Other players cannot harm you while you're in the car. Items inside the vehicle cannot be stolen unless the player dies. Hiring staff is completely safe. Lin Hoy silently thought, then looked back at the area channel, posting the same message 7 or 8 times in a row. Looking to buy, armor-piercing steel. Note, item trading available, prices private message. An hour passed, and he only managed to buy 20 units. He also spent 7 units of universal fuel. It wasn't until a player selling armor-piercing steel reminded him that Lin Hoy realized. Guilds like Iron Blood Heavy Industry and Dominant Sky Alliance posted sky-high purchase orders, heavily buying high-end materials like aerospace special steel and fire control chips. Because of this, getting aerospace special steel will take more time. The appearance of guilds has indeed caused a big problem. Good items in ordinary players' hands are quickly taken by these large organizations. They will gradually monopolize top-tier materials, gaining a significant advantage in strength. This is also why level 3 vehicles appeared so quickly. Many people working together. First, concentrate resources to upgrade the strongest member, then lead the weaker ones to grow stronger over time. Other players wanting to upgrade must join them. Lin Hoy's eyes darkened. He hadn't been paying attention to the area channel and missed many pieces of information. Forget it. Since I can't buy steel, I'll buy some bullets for self-defense first. Lin Hoy's axe gun only had 1 bullet left, making him feel very insecure. He posted another message, looking to buy axe gun-specific bullets, permanently purchasing. Note, item trading available, prices private message. Within 10 seconds, a female player contacted Lin Hoy privately. Su Qingqian, do you have antibiotics? If yes, I'll trade 9 axe gun-specific bullets for them. Seeing the message, Lin Hoy thought for a moment and replied, yes, I do, but 9 bullets aren't enough. Antibiotics are rare supplies. In the apocalypse, not everyone has a relatively safe RV like him. If injured and wounds get infected, antibiotics are necessary. Without antibiotics and unable to withstand the illness, I can only slowly die. Su Qingqian, 15 pills, that's my limit. Lin Hoy, no. After some struggle, Lin Hoy used 1 bottle of antibiotics to exchange for 30 rounds of axe gun bullets. Looking at the bullets in his hand, Lin Hoy wondered where the other person got so many axe gun bullets from. So he sent a message. Lin Hoy, can I ask a question? Where did you get the axe gun bullets? I'll pay for the answer. After about 10 minutes, the other person replied. Su Qingqian, I do know where to get them. If you still have antibiotics, I can tell you. Lin Hoy, I only have this 1 bottle. Although he didn't need antibiotics now, he was just an ordinary person. What if he accidentally got infected in the future? He should keep at least 1 bottle for himself. Who knows if he'll find antibiotics again later. Lin Hoy, but I can trade 1 unit of universal fuel for this information. Su Qingqian, 10 units. Lin Hoy, at most 1 unit. No more. How do I know if your information is true? Su Qingqian, you're a scammer. Su Qingqian, I told you beforehand, that place is very dangerous. If you don't get the info, or if you die, don't blame me. Lin Hoy, don't worry. Su Qingqian, I found it at an abandoned munitions factory, coordinates C996 area -87.9, 28.2. An abandoned munitions factory? Such a place exists? Lin Hoy's heart skipped a beat. Why didn't the other person claim it for themselves? What kind of danger was there? After giving 1 unit of universal fuel to Su Qingqian and asking some more questions, he learned that the place was a zombie nest. It was occupied by a level 2 zombie and over 100 level 1 zombies. As for how Su Qingqian managed to escape from such a place, she didn't say. Lin Hoy closed the private chat window with Su Qingqian and fell into thought. First, this information might be false. If it's true, he would have to face a level 2 zombie. He didn't know the attributes of a level 2 zombie, nor whether his RV could handle it. Second, he didn't know if Su Qingxian had sold this information to other players. If there are any, it means there are competitors. The worst case is facing top guilds directly. Finally, that place might also be a trap. In the apocalypse, monsters are dangerous, but they don't use tricks. Players, on the other hand, are more cunning and unpredictable. After 5 minutes, Lin Hoy made his decision. The target is over 300 kilometers away. He plans to head there first and decide what to do based on the situation. After all, special steel for aircraft is hard to find now. If he doesn't try hard, upgrading the RV to level 3 might take a long time. The abandoned weapons factory probably has a lot of armor and bulletproof steel to loot. With this plan in mind, Lin Hoy opened the regional chat and posted a message looking to buy grenades, landmines, and other weapons. He can trade with universal fuel, food, and medicine. He needs weapons to improve his fighting power. He turned off the system and stepped on the gas. The target is the abandoned weapons factory. After driving over 200 kilometers, Lin Hoy gradually saw some abandoned buildings. The view was no longer endless wilderness. About 50 kilometers from the weapons factory, there was an abandoned gas station. The fuel pump had been pried open, and it was empty inside. Even the underground fuel tank cover had been lifted. Sizzle, Lin Hoy slowly parked the RV under the shelter of the gas station. Although he wasn't low on fuel, driving at high speed for a long time made him tense. He needed to get out, breathe some fresh air, and clean the blood and bone fragments hanging on the front bumper. Along the way, Lin Hoy had hit quite a few zombies. If the zombie flesh kept hanging, the rotten smell would drift into the air conditioning intake, affecting his sanity. Ugh, washing the car is more trouble than killing zombies. Lin Hoy carried a bucket of water and a brush, jumped out of the vehicle, and started cleaning the fierce-looking alloy spike bumper. Dark red blood flowed into the drain. Just then, the sound of a sputtering engine broke the silence. A rusty, smoke-belching Wuling Hongguang van drove in unevenly. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a bald head stepped out. He was wearing a dirty gray jacket, thin and gaunt, with deep-set eyes, clearly a clever, scheming small-town person. When he saw Lin Hoy's powerful black armored RV, his eyes lit up like he had seen his own father. "Wow, boss, it's really you." The balding man hurried over, rubbing his hands, with a flattering smile that could almost catch flies. "This vehicle, wow, so impressive. It must weigh several tons, right? If zombies hit it, they'd turn into meat paste." Lin Hoy didn't stop what he was doing. He just gave him a cold glance and kept scrubbing the rotten meat on the spikes. Seeing that Lin Hoy ignored him, the man didn't feel awkward. Instead, he moved closer, even reaching out to touch the shiny black armor. "Don't move." Lin Hoy's voice was quiet, but carried a chilling coldness. The man's hand froze in midair, and he awkwardly pulled it back. "Haha, little brother, don't get me wrong. I just really admire your vehicle. Boss, do you need some help?" He pointed to himself, sincerely trying to sell himself. "My name is Wang Go. I've worked as a cook for a few years. I make really good food. I also know a bit about fixing cars, oil changes, tire repairs. I can do all that. You drive alone all the time. It must be tiring. Take me along. I don't eat much, work hard, and as long as you can give me a meal, I'll sleep on the floor." Wang Go spoke while secretly glancing at the half-open door of the RV. Inside, the comfortable temperature and the faint smell of air freshener made him very excited. Thinking about his own car, a leaky, unheated Wuling Hongguang that was as hard as stone, he longed to ride in this big vehicle. Just clinging to this opportunity meant a better life. Lin Hoy stopped what he was doing. He turned around and looked down at the smiling middle-aged man. If he were an ordinary player, he might have been moved. But Lin Hoy, who had been through a lot in society, knew better. This kind of person, slick and dishonest. "Can you fix cars?" Lin Hoy asked with a half-smile, pointing at his tire. "Do you even know what kind of tire this is?" Wang Go hesitated, looking at the 4 dark gold shining tires, and stammered, These are high-grade anti-explosion tires, right?" "Huh." Lin Hoy sneered and spat the dirty water onto the ground. "You are of no value to me. Get lost." One word, simple and direct, with no mercy. Wang Go's smile instantly froze. He didn't expect this young man to be so cold-hearted, not even giving a chance. Little brother, don't be like this. More friends, more options. Lin Hoy pulled out the axe gun from his waist. I don't need friends. I only need targets. Do you want to try? Wang Go shivered all over, a look of hatred flashing in his eyes. Fine, fine. You're awesome. I won't bother you anymore. He gritted his teeth, hurriedly got into his Wuling Hongguang, stepped on the gas, and drove away from the gas station, leaving black smoke behind. Watching the broken car disappear into the distance, Lin Hoy put away his gun and didn't pay much attention. Such incidents happen often on the road. But what he didn't know was that 2 kilometers away, Wang Go stopped his car behind a hidden dirt hill. Bah, what's this? Just got lucky to get a camper van, and now acting all proud. Wang Go angrily punched the steering wheel. His previous smile and flattery were gone, replaced by a fierce hatred. No way I'll let him have it all. If he wants to keep it for himself, I'll make him spit it out. He narrowed his eyes, opened the world channel, and privately messaged a member of the Evil Wolf Guild. Wang Go, I want a report. I found a big fat sheep. A few seconds later, there was a reply. Guiyong, what kind of person? Wang Go, a black heavy-duty camper van. Probably level 3. Only one person owns it. There are many supplies on it. I saw them, all piled up. Wang Go, coordinates C996 area -87.3, 28.9, near the gas station. There was silence on the other end. Guiyong, one person? Heavy-duty camper van. Are you sure? Wang Go, absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. That vehicle is incredibly tough. Even the tires glow. If you take him out, just give me a little soup, and I'll be happy. I want 5. No, 10 units of universal fuel. Guiyong, deal. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him run away. If it's real, I'll reward you with 10 units of universal fuel. Looking at the reply on the screen, Wang Go showed a cruel and satisfied smile. Kid, you look down on me. Now I'll send you to meet the king of. Half an hour later, Lin Hoy drove the RV and finally reached the edge of the abandoned armory. This place is very remote. He picked up a civilian telescope dropped by a zombie and started observing. Most of the buildings there have collapsed. Only a few large factory halls still stand barely. The outer wall of the armory is a tall red brick wall, covered with dead vines, and at the top, rusty electric wires are tangled. Inside the factory, rotting figures wander aimlessly. Sure enough, there are zombies. And many, but it seems like I haven't seen any second-stage zombies. Should I go deeper into the factory? Just as Lin Hoy hesitated, suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the rearview mirror. Rumble. Intense engine sounds erupted. Lin Hoy's eyes sharpened, and he quickly looked into the rearview mirror. He saw 8 modified off-road motorcycles emerging behind a gray heavy-duty pickup truck, surrounding him like a pack of wild dogs in a fan shape. Soon, the motorcycle team blocked all of Lin Hoy's escape routes. They all held machetes, chains, or road nails. 2 men skillfully threw road nails in front of the RV, sealing the road ahead. Lin Hoy sat quietly in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the heavy-duty pickup. The truck's exterior was welded with rough steel plates, a 7.62mm machine gun mounted on the roof, and a blood-red wolf head emblem painted on the body. Level 3 vehicle? Only level 3 vehicles can mount weapons. Lin Hoy quickly analyzed. The heavy-duty pickup roared forward to the front line, lowered its window, revealing a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. Guiyong, the leader of the Evil Wolf Guild. In the original world, he was a professional who was imprisoned for intentionally injuring someone. After the Global Road Escape game started, he was fortunate enough to avoid jail. At this moment, Guiyong held a loudspeaker, wearing a teasing expression like a cat playing with a mouse. Listen up, everyone in front. You've been surrounded by the Evil Wolf Guild. Your car is nice. I want it. Be smart. Get down, hand over the keys, and leave the supplies. If you're lucky, I might let you go alive and let you leave on your own. The motorcycle riders around him sneered, as if the RV was already theirs. They weren't good people in their old world either. Seeing this, Lin Hoy didn't panic but instead sneered silently. Evil Wolf Guild, I was just wondering how to deal with the zombies in the factory, and now I get to be the cannon fodder. Lin Hoy calmly said outside. What if I refuse? Guiyong was stunned, then burst into loud laughter. as if he heard the funniest joke. Haha. No. Looks like you still don't understand the situation. Brothers, show your weapons. Players on off-road motorcycles raised their weapons. Some even ignited Molotov cocktails. Lin Hoy looked at the weapons pointed at him, but instead of fear, he smiled even more happily. Trying to pop my tires, do you think you can? Just when everyone thought this fat sheep would surrender or beg for mercy like others before him. Boom. The black RV, which had been still, suddenly roared loudly. It didn't do as Guiyong expected and stopped to beg for mercy. Instead, Lin Hoy shifted into drive and sped straight toward an off-road motorcycle ahead. What? Is he crazy? Really dares to run over? The player on the off-road motorcycle looked like he was about to pop out of his seat, but it was too late to dodge. Bang! A sharp tearing metal sound rang out. The massive black RV crushed the spike strips, ran over the vehicle and the player from the Evil Wolf Guild, and headed toward the abandoned factory. Guiyong looked at the muddy puddle on the ground and shouted angrily. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Clearly, he underestimated Lin Hoy's RV. Lin Hoy stepped on the gas pedal, quickly reaching 80 kilometers per hour. If he hadn't been waiting for the heavy pickup behind him, he could have gone even faster. Behind them, Guiyong, sitting in the heavy pickup, looked very serious. He patted the machine gunner in the truck bed and said, See that tire? Shoot out that glowing tire. I want him to know what it means to be unable to escape. Yes. The machine gunner responded and aimed at the RV's tire. He pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shot out rapidly. Dust and smoke filled the air, but the RV was unharmed, and its speed hardly slowed down. Lin Hoy had already reached the abandoned weapons factory. The large iron door, strong enough to block a zombie horde, was smashed like a fragile cookie by Lin Hoy's collision, twisting and breaking apart instantly. What the heck kind of vehicle is this? Guiyong swallowed hard, his eyes greedier than before. This defense, this power, it has to be mine. Brothers, let's go. He can't escape. The Wolf Guild's convoy, like sharks smelling blood, followed closely behind the RV. When they burst into the weapons factory, they saw a terrifying scene. Inside, there were over a dozen zombies. Hearing the noise, they all turned to look. The Wolf Guild players on their off-road motorcycles cursed. They had been speeding to chase Lin Hoy's RV, not paying attention to the abandoned factory. Whoosh! Zombies lunged at them. Brother Yong, save me! A piercing scream echoed. But under the attack of agile zombies, he didn't even get a chance to fire his gun and was quickly overwhelmed by the zombies. Got tricked. Guiyong's face darkened. In just a moment, he could no longer see the RV. He and his men were surrounded by zombies. Humph. Guiyong snorted coldly. Just a level 1 zombie. How could it stop his level 3 heavy truck? It was just inexperienced. Roar. A roar, like it came from the depths of, echoed from the abandoned weapons factory workshop. Then came a second roar, and a third. It was a group of hungry zombies, excitedly howling after smelling fresh meat. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps made the ground tremble slightly. Guiyong suddenly turned his head toward the sound. In the next moment, his blood ran cold. Dozens of ordinary zombies were flooding out like a tide. At the front of the horde was a huge creature nearly 3 meters tall. Its muscles bulged like rocks, and its skin had a metallic blue-gray color. It was holding a broken steel bar in its hand. Target, Strength-type zombie, level 2, Strength, 80, Defense, very high, Agility, 15, Comment, its fists can crush a taxi, level 2. Guiyong's voice changed pitch as he shouted at the driver beside him. Retreat. Get out quickly, but it was already too late. The large door that had been smashed open was now blocked by the first wave of level 1 zombies. Open fire. Shoot. Shoot. Guiyong looked desperate. Bang. 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 The machine gun spat out flames, and bullets hit the giant level 2 zombie, only splashing a few blood splatters. Instead, it completely enraged the creature. Roar. The giant level 2 zombie roared loudly, and with a throw like a javelin, it hurled the steel bar fiercely. Whoosh boom. A dirt bike trying to turn around was smashed into a pile of flesh and blood, along with its rider. Screams, gunfire, and the monster's snarls echoed through the quiet factory. Not far away, on a high platform, Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, holding a can of cola. Through the bulletproof glass, he coldly watched the slaughter unfold. It was like watching a free show. Want my RV? Lin Hoy took a sip of cola and chuckled. Next time, do your homework first. The battle inside the factory didn't last long. The motorcycle riders were quickly overwhelmed by the horde of zombies and became their new food. The heavy pickup truck was still resisting, with machine guns firing wildly, but it could not seriously damage the second-level powerful zombie. Instead, it angered it. No, I won't give up. Gua Yong shouted desperately, watching helplessly as the second-level powerful zombie charged toward the front of the vehicle. Bang! Its huge fist slammed down the hood. The entire front of the pickup was instantly dented, and the engine emitted thick black smoke. Then, the giant zombie grabbed the deformed car door, tearing it off like a potato chip bag, and pulled out the terrified Guiyong. Help! Help! Snap! The sound suddenly stopped. Seeing Guiyong turn into a blur of blood and flesh, Lin Hoy put down his soda. Now it's my turn to clean up. He started the engine. The black steel beast let out a deep roar, with four, never-worn-out tires gripping the ground tightly. The zombie horde ahead was still eating the remains of the players. That giant second-level powerful zombie was gnawing on Guiyong's thigh. Its legs had been slightly injured by the machine gun fire earlier, making its movements a bit slow. This was the chance. Lin Hoy suddenly released the brake and floored the accelerator. Boom! The RV, using the of the platform, shot forward like a falling black meteorite, carrying destructive force straight at the giant second-level zombie. Lin Hoy had already scanned the zombie's data through the system. It was no match for him. Roar? The giant zombie lifted its head, its cloudy eyes showing a hint of confusion. In the next second, the fierce, alloy-spiked bumper was already in front of him. No fancy tricks. Just pure, violent, unreasonable physical crushing. Bang! A sound 10 times louder than before slammed the door. The massive body of the second-level powerful zombie was knocked into the air, crashing heavily into the factory wall behind it, smashing half of the red brick wall. Before it could get up again, Lin Hoy performed a perfect tail slide and reversed. The 4 rear tires, equipped with meat-grinding spikes, ruthlessly ran over its injured legs. Click! The sound of bones breaking is clear and pleasant. Roar! A second-stage zombie lets out a painful scream and tries to fight back with a steel beam. Yell? Let's see how many times you can scream. Lin Hoy looks expressionless, shifts gears, and charges again. Bang! The second hit. The giant zombie's chest visibly caves in. Reverse, and hit again. Bang! The third strike. Its head finally explodes like a rotten watermelon. The world falls silent. Ding! Successfully killed a second-stage zombie. Loot. 1. Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, LV3-LV4. 2. Basic Gene Enhancement Potion X1 Rare. Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, LV3-LV4. Basic Gene Enhancement Potion. Lin Hoy's face shows a hint of surprise as he looks at the rewards. But he doesn't check them immediately. Instead, he prepares to clear all the zombies in the factory. Lin Hoy takes a deep breath, does not accelerate again, and crushes the approaching zombies. First-stage zombies have no intelligence, only the instinct to eat. So, as long as Lin Hoy is alive, they will keep coming in endless numbers. Half an hour later, the world is quiet again. All the zombies inside the abandoned factory are cleared. Lin Hoy opens the car door, stepping over the blood and flesh, feeling a bit sick. Ding, sanity -3. They even reduced his SAM value. Lin Hoy sighs, covers his nose, and quickly rushes into the factory. That is his main goal today. After searching several empty workshops, Lin Hoy finally finds the armory. When he sees the rows of supplies on the shelves, his breath catches for a moment. Made a fortune. Even with mental preparation, the sight still makes his heart race. A box after box of unopened military ammunition, neatly stacked in the corner. Obtained, 30 boxes of specialized bullets for axe guns, 3,000 rounds. Obtained, 10 boxes of anti-tank landmines, 500 pieces. Obtained, 10 boxes of grenades, 1,000 pieces. What excited Lin Hoy the most was in the deepest part of the armory, on the shelf marked raw materials area. Rows of cold, silver-glinting metal ingots lay quietly there. Obtained, 500 units of armored bulletproof steel. Quality, Ultra-high strength alloy steel, the best material for making armored vehicles. 500 units. Lin Hoy gently touched the cold metal, his fingers trembling slightly. He originally just came to try his luck, hoping to gather 90 units of special steel. Unexpectedly, this weapons factory gave him a huge bonus. 500 units of armored bulletproof steel. 3,000 rounds of specialized bullets for axe guns. 500 anti-tank landmines. 1,000 grenades. Lin Hoy looked at the mountain of supplies and then glanced at his fully packed RV. Level 2 heavy armor RV, with an internal space of 12 cubic meters, but that's just for living. Inside the vehicle, besides the narrow aisle, everything else was filled with leftover instant noodles, water, and various clutter. Not to mention the 500 units of steel, even the dozens of boxes of bullets and grenades could barely fit under the bed. Once he uses the vehicle upgrade blueprint, the blueprint will disappear, and he will lose the ability to store, upgrade materials. Outside, the broken heavy pickup truck from the Wolfpack Guild could be dismantled for many materials. Cannot take it with me. Absolutely cannot take it. Lin Hoy painfully rubbed his forehead. It was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, staring at the full rice storage, but realizing his stomach was only so big. Since I can't take it with me, Lin Hoy's eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked at his black RV. Then I must upgrade it first. Advanced RV Upgrade Plan, LV.2 LV.3, Current Plan, Plan B, Perfect Version, Material Check, Armor Bulletproof Steel, 100 units, satisfied. Precision Electronic Components, 10 sets, satisfied. Fire Control Chip, 1 piece, satisfied. Begin Evolution, Lin Hoy spoke without hesitation. Boom! The familiar dark gold light shone again. But this time, it carried a hint of chilling blood red. That was the color of a war machine. The top-grade alloy steel ingots in the warehouse seemed to be summoned, transforming into flowing metal streams that crazily poured into the vehicle. Creak! Accompanied by the painful sound of metal growth, the RV's shape changed dramatically again. The body was lengthened and widened, with a more stable chassis, like a moving small fortress. The already thick armor was further reinforced, and a reactive armor layer, similar to what tanks have, appeared on the surface. The biggest change was on the roof. The empty weapon turret began to operate wildly. Mechanical arms extended and retracted, armor plates locked into place. Finally, a black barrel, 2 meters long with a terrifying 25 millimeters caliber, slowly rose. This is the heavy chain machine gun. It was no longer a manual machine gun requiring a person to stick out and operate, but an automatic killing machine with fire control radar, controlled from inside the vehicle. 10 minutes later, the light faded. A massive, cold-looking beast stopped in the center of the warehouse. Ding! RV evolution successful. Vehicle, RV, LV.3, level, LV.3, physical defense, 200, 100, a qualitative change. Even common RPGs find it hard to break through. Magic resistance, 0, weight, 20 tons, 100, space, 20 cubic meters, 100, durability, 100%, fuel, infinity, unlimited, external weapon, M330 venomous B chain machine gun, 25 millimeters caliber, rate of fire, 200 rounds/min, effective range, 2,500 meters. 20 tons. Lin Hoy looked at the huge object in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. With this size, even in a horde of zombies, it could charge forward easily. But the most exciting part was just about to begin. Talent activated. Extracting level 3 golden attribute. Here it comes. Lin Hoy held his breath. The golden wheel spun wildly, with mysterious symbols flashing before his eyes. Ding! The wheel stopped. Congratulations. You have obtained a golden attribute, space folding. Quality, golden legend. Type, rule-based attribute. Grants the vehicle's storage compartment the Sumeru seed feature. Effects, 1. Infinite expansion. The storage space inside increases 10,000 times. Current, 100,000 cubic meters. 2. Absolute freshness. Items stored inside remain unchanged over time, never spoiling. 3. Permission lock. Only the owner can open or remove items. 4. Smart collection. automatically gathers resources. Wow. Seeing these properties, Lin Hoy swore loudly. 10,000 times. What does 100,000 cubic meters even mean? A standard container is only 30 cubic meters. 10,000 cubic meters is like over 3,000 containers. Or, it's like fitting the cargo hold of a medium-sized cargo ship into a mobile storage box. This isn't a storage cabinet. It's like carrying a logistics center everywhere. Lin Hoy was so excited his hands trembled. With this attribute, what worries does he have about not being able to carry supplies? Forget about the 500 units of steel. Even if he packed all the equipment from the weapons factory and the abandoned tank wrecks outside, it would only take up a corner. Assign target, vehicle storage cabinet. A golden light entered the seemingly ordinary storage cabinet beside the bed in the vehicle. At first glance, nothing changed. But when Lin Hoy opened the lid, it was no longer a narrow black hole, but a boundless, otherworldly space emitting a faint white glow. This is amazing. Lin Hoy took a deep breath, turned, and looked at the mountain of supplies, his eyes shining with green light. Start collecting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavy steel, bullets, and bombs that once gave Lin Hoy a headache now seemed to be into a vacuum cleaner, disappearing in large amounts into another dimension. Collected. Armor bulletproof steel x 400 units. Collected. Axe and gun bullets x 3,000 rounds. Collected. Grenades x 1,000. Collected. Landmines x 500 in just a few minutes. The warehouse of the armory, once full of supplies, became as clean as Lin Hoy's face. He even took away the shelves, since they were made of metal and could be melted down. But that wasn't enough. Lin Hoy stepped out of the warehouse and looked at the mess outside. There was Guiyang's wrecked heavy pickup truck and 7 or 8 destroyed off-road motorcycles. Disassemble the heavy pickup. Disassemble the off-road motorcycles. Disassembly yields. Steel x 90 units. Disassembly yields. Rubber x 15 units. Disassembly yields. Electronic components x 10 sets. There were also supplies dropped by zombies scattered on the ground. Gather everything. All of it. Lin Hoy waved his hand. All those supplies instantly disappeared. Gained, bottled water, wuchang rice, soy sauce, peanut oil, lard, Dragon Clan books, volumes 1 to 3. Complete set of the Mortal's Cultivation Journey books, tomatoes, cucumbers. 10 minutes later, the once chaotic factory yard was now empty and quiet. Lin Hoy looked at the supplies inside the storage space of the vehicle, satisfied, and patted the sturdy body of the RV. It's time to leave. There's nothing here worth staying for anymore. Boom. The level 3 armored RV let out a deep roar, rolling over the last piece of rubble, and slowly drove out of the factory gate. The setting sun cast a long shadow of the black beast. Inside its storage box, there was enough weaponry to arm a reinforced company and a space for building a small city. Outside the factory, an old Wuling Hongguang minivan was parked behind a hidden dirt hill. Wango was slumped over the steering wheel, clutching a walkie-talkie that no longer had any signal, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Why is there still no news? Guiyang can't be reached either. Guiyang and the others have been inside for almost an hour. The gunfire and screams just stopped a long time ago. Could it be? Something went wrong. Wango swallowed hard, feeling anxious and uneasy. He had planned to wait until Guiyang took down that reckless fool, then sneak in to get some food. After all, he had provided the coordinates, and Guiyang had promised him 10 units of universal fuel. If Guiyang didn't give him the fuel, he would expose the wolf pack scam in the group chat. He also provided the coordinates, but was told there would be no reward. Now, the deadly silence made him feel an inexplicable fear. Maybe I should go in and check. Just as he hesitated, boom, boom, a deep, powerful engine roar came from the broken gate of the armory. Wango quickly grabbed his binoculars. In the next moment, the binoculars slipped from his hands and fell to the ground with a clatter. Under the sunset's glow, a larger, more menacing black steel beast slowly emerged. It was longer, taller, covered in armor that looked like dragon scales. The most terrifying part was the rotating turret on top, with a thick barrel gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Behind this vehicle, there was no Guiyang's pickup truck, no wolf pack motorcycle team, nothing at all. It's over. Wango's legs went weak instantly. Anyone with a brain could guess what had happened. Guiyong and the others had all been wiped out. Run. We have to run. Shivering, Wongo started the smoke-belching van, trying to turn around and escape. But just then, the black beast in motion suddenly turned its turret. Without any extra movement, the dark, hollow barrel, like the eye of death, locked onto his broken-down vehicle from hundreds of meters away with perfect precision. Inside the vehicle, Lin Hoy sat in the high-tech driver's seat, with a holographic screen in front of him. A red crosshair was aimed at a small vehicle. Fire control radar locked onto target. Wuling Hongguang, light vehicle. Distance, 1450 meters. Hit probability, 100%. Huh, it's really you. Honestly, I don't know how I ended up being targeted by the Evil Wolf Guild. Lin Hoy looked coldly at the small van, trying to escape on the screen. Perfect, time to test the new turret's power on you. His finger gently rested on the red firing button. Single shot. Aim at the fuel tank. Without hesitation or mercy, he pressed the button. Bang. A dull, loud explosion. The vehicle only slightly shook. A 25mm armor-piercing round, with a sharp whistling sound, sliced through the air instantly. Over 1,000 meters away, Wongo was frantically pressing the accelerator, muttering, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Next second, boom. A huge fireball exploded in his view. That was the last scene he saw in this world. The entire Wuling Hongguang was blown into countless pieces, burning wreckage scattering everywhere, like a deadly flower blooming in the wasteland. Sanity 3. Lin Hoy watched the burning fireball on the screen, a slight smile curling at his lips. Feeling satisfied, he had just regained some sanity after seeing the bloody, dismembered zombies. A shot to the soul. This power, this accuracy, all those materials were worth it. He didn't stop the vehicle, not even slowing down. He drove the RV over the still-burning wreckage and headed down the road. Inside, the temperature was steady at 26 degrees Celsius, with relaxing jazz music playing. Lin Hoy opened a can of cold cola, then checked the regional channel on his system panel. The world channel was still full of desperate cries. "Help! I'm out of water. Can anyone spare some? My car was hit by a white mutant beast, and the tire was shot out. I'm stranded on the road, and that creature is getting closer. Someone save me. People upstairs, don't even think about stopping now. Who dares to stop?" I also saw it. Just now, a strange creature with a long tail appeared, very similar to the long white spike in Battle of Tomorrow. Luckily, I ran fast. Is there a doctor? I have a fever, probably from a scratch infection. I don't have medicine. Are there any natural remedies to reduce the fever? Looking at this information, Lin Hoy shook his head. This is the normal state of the end of the world. Hunger, cold, illness, monsters. Most people are still struggling to survive, while he is sitting inside an armored fortress, thinking about how to spend the mountain of supplies. Suddenly, a few top-pin bounty notices caught his attention. Baton Alliance bounty. High-priced purchase of all gene serums. If you can provide it, I will make you Vice Alliance leader. Rose Society bounty. Recruiting players with specialization awakening. If you awaken a specialization ability, whether strength or reconnaissance. Only for women. Welcome to join us. Food is plentiful. Mystery buyer. Buying 30 units of universal fuel for basic gene serums. Private message if you have any. Gene serums? Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow. It seems that top-tier players have already accessed the supernatural side of this world. Relying only on vehicles is not enough. Human fragility remains the biggest weakness. That's why those big shots are desperately buying gene serums. I have one right now. Lin Hoy took out a bottle from his pocket. The basic gene serum that exploded from a second-stage zombie. The blue liquid flowed slowly in the glass tube, emitting a captivating glow. Name, basic gene serum. Type, extraordinary item. Quality, rare. Effect, fully enhances physical qualities, improves physique, 10 to physique. Side effect, the injection process causes severe pain. Pain? Lin Hoy smiled. Compared to the pain of being eaten by zombies, what is this pain? He didn't hesitate and directly inserted the needle into his vein. Inject. A cold liquid instantly flooded into his blood vessels. Then the cold turned into a fiery heat like magma. Hiss. Lin Hoy clenched his teeth tightly, and a blue vein bulged on his forehead. Pain. a pain that cut deep into his bones. It felt as if every cell in his body was being torn apart and rebuilt. The agony lasted for a full 5 minutes. When the pain finally faded like a receding tide, it was replaced by an incredible sense of lightness and strength. Lin Hoy suddenly opened his eyes. His once slightly thin body hadn't turned into that of a bulky bodybuilder, but every muscle line was now smooth, firm, and full of explosive power. Physique, 15,515. Combat evaluation. Physical ability equal to a well-trained soldier. This feeling. Lin Hoy took a deep breath and murmured, I feel like I could take on 5 adults by myself. Maybe I still can't fight a zombie one-on-one, but if I inject a few more doses of the gene serum, I definitely can. With that thought, Lin Hoy went to the regional chat channel to buy more gene serum. He offered 40 units of universal fuel or medicine in trade, 10 more than the mysterious player had offered before. Just then, the vehicle radar gave a sharp alarm. It wasn't a zombie or another player. It was a huge signal, red, almost black. Lin Hoy immediately looked ahead. Through his binoculars, he saw a shocking scene on the horizon. A few kilometers away, on the barren plain, a camouflaged main battle tank, real military heavy equipment, was parked by the roadside, its turret smoking. Around the tank, 2 long white bone spikes were deeply embedded in its armor, some even piercing through the tracks. At the source of those spikes crouched a strange creature, slender, covered in white bone plates, and shaped like something from another world. It watched the tank coldly from atop a large rock. Warning: mutant creature detected. Name: White Spike, Tier 3. Notice: no data available for Tier 3 or higher creatures. Players must discover their abilities on their own. No data available? Lin Hoy's pupils narrowed slightly. He glanced at his level 3 RV with its thick armor and 200 defense points, then at the newly installed 25mm autocannon on the roof. He made up his mind. Study this white spike creature and try to defeat it. It's a level 3 monster, so the rewards will definitely be rich. Lin Hoy suddenly the steering wheel. The black armored fortress veered off the main road and slowly headed toward the strange species called White Spike. It finally stopped at a distance where the machine gun could shoot. When they were 2 kilometers away from the White Spike, Lin Hoy pressed the brake. Through the scope screen, he could clearly see the creature's full shape. It looked like an enhanced version of an alien creature from Battle of Tomorrow, covered in white bone-like armor, with long, sharp limbs and a long tail behind. Right now, it was like a cat teasing a mouse, occasionally shooting a bone spike from its tail to hit the tank that was hiding, making a loud, clang sound. The tank's turret was completely jammed, probably damaged by the attack. The track was broken, leaving it as a sitting target. Level 3 alien species. Lin Hoy gently stroked the fire control joystick, his eyes showing a calm but intense focus. No attribute panel? No problem. As long as it has health and is a carbon-based creature, there's no problem that a 25mm machine gun can't solve. If not, then just fire a few armor-piercing rounds. His external weapon, the M330, Big Poison Bee, chain gun, has 200 armor-piercing rounds. Last time, he used one during testing, so now he has 199 left. Killing this level 3 creature should be enough. Let's test it first. Lin Hoy took a deep breath. Instead of firing automatically, he switched to single-shot mode. The crosshair locked onto the white spike's head. Bang! A 25mm armor-piercing round was fired. 2 kilometers isn't much for such a high-velocity gun. There's no need to worry about bullet drop. But the white spike's reaction was incredibly fast. Just as the bullet was about to hit, it seemed to have eyes behind its back. Its long body suddenly twisted, narrowly avoiding the head. Boom! The armor-piercing round exploded on its back, green blood splashing everywhere. Next, Lin Hoy's pupils shrank slightly. He saw the wound area's tissue rapidly healing, visibly at a speed that could be seen with the eye. In less than 2 seconds, not even a scar was left. Super fast regeneration? Lin Hoy frowned. This mechanism is even more disgusting than zombies that can only be killed by headshots. If that's the case, he needs to shoot it several times to kill it or destroy its core instantly. Based on his gaming experience, monsters all have weaknesses. Roar, the white spike, caught off guard, let out a sharp, piercing scream. It suddenly turned its head, revealing a face with no features except a wide, cracked mouth, staring fiercely at the black RV in the distance. It was enraged. Whoosh! The white spike abandoned its tank form, landed on all fours, and instantly transformed into a streak of white lightning, rushing wildly toward Lin Hoy. Its speed was extremely fast, even twice as fast as that level 1 agile zombie. Within 2,000 meters, it seemed to shrink the distance as if the ground itself was folding. Good timing. Lin Hoy was not nervous. As long as it dares to run straight, it's the best target. Just as the white spike entered 800 meters range, it suddenly paused, and its long tail, covered with bone spines, swung sharply. Whoosh! A half-meter-long white bone spike, with a piercing sound tearing through the air, shot out like a missile. Bang! One bone spike hit the front reactive armor of the RV, sparks flying, producing a loud clang of metal on metal. Although it didn't pierce the several centimeter-thick special steel, it left 2 deep dents on the armor surface, and the surrounding metal even started to smoke white, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Warning: armor damaged. Defense value: -2%. Detected strong corrosive toxins. Such strong. And corrosion too. Lin Hoy's alarm bells rang loudly. If this thing gets close, using its sharp claws and tail to attack continuously, even a level 3 RV wouldn't last long. It must not be allowed to get near. Activate fire control radar for automatic scanning. Command confirmed. On the holographic screen, the fast-moving white figure was covered with a red scanning grid. As the white thorn kept changing direction and jumping, Lin Hoy keenly noticed a detail. No matter how it moved, its body always instinctively tilted to the side, as if protecting a spot on its right side with its hardback shell. There was a slightly lighter-colored shell there. Found you. Lin Hoy smirked coldly. At this moment, the white thorn had already rushed 500 meters ahead. It seemed to realize that the black car wasn't moving much, thinking the other side was scared by its spines. It let out a proud cry and sped up again, ready to leap onto the roof and tear the car apart. Now's the time. Lin Hoy suddenly switched to full automatic mode and pressed the firing button. Die, you little pest. Boom, 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 boom. The chain gun on the roof roared like thunder. With a rate of 200 rounds per minute, it quickly created a dense, deadly net of bullets. This time, it wasn't just single shots, but a continuous barrage. In just 5 seconds, 17 armor-piercing rounds shot out. The white thorn froze in midair. It wanted to dodge, but the road ahead and to the sides were blocked by the barrage. This is the power of heavy firepower. No tricks, just a metal storm overwhelming you. Puff, puff, puff. Several shells hit its legs and shoulders, exploding into large green blood clouds. Although it was healing, the huge force made its body stiffen painfully. In that moment, bang! A shell hit precisely on the lighter-colored shell on its right side. Sizzle! It sounded like a hot knife slicing through butter. The tough, bony shell shattered instantly. The shell was driven into its body. Then boom! Explosion! The slender body of the white thorn trembled violently, and then its waist was blown in half. A large amount of green internal organs and shattered bones sprayed out. Its body, which had been rushing forward rapidly, suddenly lost balance. It rolled on the ground for over 10 turns like a torn cloth doll, and finally crashed heavily into a rock. It was still struggling, trying to crawl up with the remaining half of its body. The flesh at the wound was still writhing wildly, trying to reconnect the broken body. Life is really resilient. Lin Hoy sighed and pressed the launch button again. Bang! This time, it was a single shot. The shot hit precisely on its right side waist. It was completely destroyed. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated a Tier 3 mutant, White Thorn. Rewards: 1. Universal Bullets x 200 rounds. 2. Basic Gene Potion x1. 3. Rare Powerful Antibiotics x1. Can treat mutant virus infections. Congratulations. Player Lin Hoy has achieved the milestone. First kill of a Tier 3 monster. Full screen announcement. Received an Intermediate Gene Potion x1. For a moment, the regional chat was buzzing. Earlier, the full screen announcement was about Zhao Tianba, because his vehicle was upgraded to level 3 first, and the other side had already formed the Overlord Alliance. Now, whether it was the 4 major guilds or small groups and teams, everyone was sending private messages to Lin Hoy, either trying to recruit him or by his intermediate gene potions. Lin Hoy immediately closed the regional chat and set it to Do Not Disturb. Then, he looked at the completely motionless white thorn remains and relaxed his slightly overheated control stick. Tier 3 monster. Definitely hard to kill. Compared to Tier 2 zombies, its strength has increased at least tenfold. What if I encounter a Tier 4 mutant? Thinking of this, Lin Hoy's sense of danger grew again. He must keep upgrading his vehicle, gather more valuable items. Only then can he survive until the end in this road survival game. Lin Hoy glanced at the front armor of the RV, which had a spike from the white thorn stuck into it. Just one spike lowered the RV's defense by 2%. He didn't get out to fix it, but drove the RV to the white thorn's corpse. Using the auto-collect function, he swept the loot into his storage. Then, his eyes fell on the abandoned main battle tank. This was a big opportunity. Although the tracks were broken and the turret was damaged, the military-grade armor steel, weighing over 10 tons, was real and valuable. If I could break it down, there would be many more special steals in the alternate space. Lin Hoy parked his car next to the tank, about to give the breakdown command. Suddenly, a loud, harsh metal screech sounded. The hatch on top of the tank slowly opened. Then, a pale hand reached out, struggling to push the hatch open. A girl, wearing a cotton coat and covered in oil stains, awkwardly crawled out from inside. She was coughing violently, clearly suffocating inside the hot tank. Cough, cough, cough. The girl looked about 18 or 19. She raised her head and made eye contact with Lin Hoy inside the RV. Is there still someone alive in the car? This surprised Lin Hoy. He thought everyone inside had already been killed or starved by that white spike. The girl looked at the imposing black armored RV parked in front, with the machine gun still hot on the roof, then at the defeated Tier 3 white spike, and her eyes flashed with shock. Did you kill that Tier 3 mutant? Are you? Lin Hoy, she saw the full-screen alert just now. She didn't expect the player shown there to be so young. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, thinking about whether to make her come out and then break down her tank. The woman supported the tank turret, struggling to stand straight, her voice hoarse. My name is Su Qingqian. Thank you for saving me. Su Qingqian. Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow. That name sounded familiar. He remembered, the player who traded him antibiotics for specialized bullets in the trading channel was probably named that. No wonder she managed to escape from the abandoned weapons factory. She was the one driving the tank. No need to thank me. Lin Hoy's tone remained cold, with no intention of getting out of the vehicle. I only wanted to kill that Tier 3 mutant, and I happen to like your tank. Since you're still alive, I won't break it down. After saying that, Lin Hoy was about to shift gears and leave. To break down a vehicle, the owner must be dead. Since Su Qingqian was still alive, he couldn't do it. Although killing her would allow him to break down the tank. But in order to gather materials, I need to kill someone. He is not able to do that yet. In this post-apocalyptic world, resources are important, but it's also crucial to keep your conscience. Otherwise, one day, you might become a mindless zombie who kills others. Seeing Lin Hoy about to leave, Su Qingqian became anxious. Wait, don't go. She forgot about her image, slid down from the tank, and staggered to the camper, opening her arms to block the way. My tank is broken. The tracks are damaged, and the drive shaft is also broken. I can't move now. Please, take me with you. I can pay you. Lin Hoy pressed the brake and looked down at her. At this moment, Su Qingqian's face was covered in oil stains, looking like a little kitten, but her eyes were bright and clear. There was no pleading or weakness, just a calm, equal negotiation stance. Hey, Lin Hoy smiled and lightly tapped the steering wheel. What do you think you can give me as payment? I don't lack food, water, or universal fuel. And if you want to exchange with your body or beauty. Lin Hoy looked her over. Sorry, I don't need a vase. Su Qingqian bit her lip and softly said, I'm not a vase. She took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. I've awakened a specialty. Specialty? Lin Hoy repeated the word softly, recalling that he saw the 4 major guilds recruiting players with awakened specialties in the regional channel. What exactly is a specialty? At this moment, Su Qingqian showed her system panel to Lin Hoy. Name, Su Qingqian, Specialty, Mechanical, Level 1. Ability Description, naturally has an extraordinary affinity for mechanical structures, a born mechanic. Significantly improves the efficiency of vehicle repair, modification, and disassembly. Mechanical specialty? Lin Hui's eyes finally showed some interest. This specialty sounds intriguing. Seeing Lin Hui interested, Su Qingqian quickly took the opportunity. She pointed to the spines on the armor at the front of the camper and said, "Your camper's defenses are damaged. I can fix it. This type of third-level alien toxin is persistent. If not treated, it will slowly seep into the armor, causing the panel to fail after 3 days." After speaking, she flickered her light and a toolbox appeared in her hand. Then, she used a wrench and a bottle of unknown spray to work on the dent. Sizzle sizzle. White smoke rose up. The dent, which was bubbling with green foam, quickly dried out. She then tapped it a few times with the wrench, and the metal regained its shine. Tip: vehicle defense has been restored to 100%. Lin Hui looked at the system prompt, feeling a bit surprised. Her skills are definitely much better than those repairmen who only in bolts. And as the monsters he encounters become stronger, the vehicle will suffer more damage. He doesn't know how to repair cars. Having a top-level mechanic as support seems pretty good too. Not bad. Lin Hui nodded, but didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he pointed at the stranded tank. That tank can also be considered a reward. Su Qingqian sighed and said, "No problem." The tank's core was broken. She could repair it, but lacked the materials. Lin Hui dismantled the tank and obtained 150 units of special steel and 30 sets of electronic components. Click. The heavy armored door of the camper finally opened. Get in. Fearing Lin Hui might change his mind, Su Qingqian hurriedly climbed onto the step. However, the moment she stepped into the cabin, she froze instantly. It was like stepping from into heaven. The door closed, blocking out the cold wind and the stench outside. A warm, gentle heat hit her face, comfortable at a constant 26 degrees. There was no disgusting blood smell like in the wasteland, only a faint lemon scent. This place wasn't cramped, stuffy, or full of oil fumes like the tank. What she saw now was a spacious, bright living area. A genuine leather sofa, clean and tidy floors, and even a hot water dispenser. On the nearby table, there was half a can of unfinished cola and a torn-open bag of potato chips. Su Qingqian looked down at her hands covered in oil and dirt, then glanced around at the environment that looked like a 5-star hotel. She felt her mind go blank. Was that really the life I used to live? Lin Hui sat in the driver's seat, watching the dazed Su Qingqian through the rearview mirror with a slight smile on his face. Stop spacing out. Go take a shower and wash off all that oil. I don't like the smell of gasoline in the car. A shower? Su Qingqian's eyes widened as she looked at the small shower stall with frosted glass in the corner. Can I really take a shower here? Lin Hui didn't answer. He simply shifted into drive and kept driving. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. After about 10 minutes, the frosted glass door of the bathroom was gently pushed open. Warm, fragrant steam filled the car cabin instantly. Lin Hui instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror, then his gaze paused slightly. The mechanic covered in oil was gone. In her place stood a pure-looking girl in a bathrobe. Since she had no clean clothes, Su Qingqian could only wrap herself in a white bathrobe Lin Hui had provided. The robe was too big for her, with the cuffs rolled up several times, revealing a small, delicate arm as white as tender lotus root. Her previously messy hair was washed smooth and shiny, wet and draped over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends. In the heat, a small, exquisite face appeared. Without the oil smudges, her features looked gentle and elegant, typical of a southern girl. Her eyes were clear and lively, with a slight downward tilt at the corners, giving her a naturally innocent look. At this moment, after being steamed by hot water, her skin looked rosy and white, like a freshly peeled lychee. You look pretty, Lin Hui silently thought to himself. With her looks, in her original world, she would definitely be the type to receive a basket of love letters from classmates. Su Qingqian seemed a bit uncomfortable in the oversized bathrobe. She clutched the collar tightly, feeling Lin Hui's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She instinctively shrank her neck. I've finished washing. My old clothes were too dirty, so I threw them into the washing machine. They haven't dried yet. Her voice was soft and a little shy. Well, it's okay now. You look like a person. Lin Hoy looked away, speaking calmly without showing any surprise. He casually picked up a blueprint from the passenger seat and tossed it over. Since it's clean now, let's get to work. You're good with machinery. Take a look at this. Su Qingqian hurriedly caught the blueprint, initially thinking it was some kind of contract. But when she looked closely, she froze instantly. It was a complex mechanical diagram. Vehicle upgrade blueprint. LV.3 LV.4. Required materials. 1. RV LV.3. Already met. 2. High-strength titanium alloy X 200 units. 3. Precision electronic components X 30 sets. Already met. High-strength titanium alloy. Su Qingqian looked up sharply at Lin Hoy, her eyes full of surprise. Reaching LV.4 needs high-strength titanium alloy? Is this RV so over the top? Lin Hoy shifted gears, and the car slightly jolted. Do you know where to find some? He asked casually, but Su Qingqian took a deep breath and spoke. Titanium alloy. It's rare in ordinary scrap cars. But this area used to be an industrial zone. I know there's an abandoned aircraft parts factory nearby. It should have some. But, she paused, looking out the window with a hint of fear. The terrain there is complicated, full of collapsed buildings and ruins, and the zombie density is high. My tank didn't dare go in before. If it gets stuck in the rubble, it's a dead end. Complicated terrain? Lin Hoy's lips curled into a wild smile, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as complicated terrain. Hold on tight. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hoy suddenly floored the accelerator. This 20-ton steel beast instantly unleashed a suffocating burst of speed. Su Qingqian shouted in surprise, her body pressed firmly against the leather sofa. Where are we going? There are ruins ahead. Looking at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, Su Qingqian tightly grasped the armrest beside the window. Less than 500 meters ahead was a continuous collapsed building site, with broken walls and debris scattered everywhere. Piles of concrete and steel bars were stacked high, and among them was a discarded, wrecked car. With such road conditions, not to mention an RV, even a tank would have to drive carefully around. But Lin Hoy, he not only didn't slow down, but actually sped up. 80 miles, 100 miles, 120 miles. Lin Hoy, the tires will out. The car might flip. Su Qingqian's face turned pale with fear. She gripped her seatbelt tightly and closed her eyes. However, the expected violent crash and destruction did not happen. Bang! Rumble! A series of dense, dull impacts sounded in her ears. The car was indeed shaking, but the sensation was more like a road roller rolling over small stones. Lin Hoy's RV was equipped with indestructible anti-explosion tires that had constant grip, allowing it to stay stable on any terrain and never tip over. Su Qingqian opened one eye. In the next second, her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. In her view, the cement wall that could have wrecked ordinary vehicles and the abandoned car blocking the road looked fragile, like they were made of foam, compared to the fierce, metal spike bumper on the RV. A SUV blocking the road was directly hit and sent flying 10 meters away, tumbling and breaking apart in midair. A half-collapsed brick wall was forcibly smashed through by the RV, bricks flying everywhere and hitting the bulletproof glass, making a crisp cracking sound. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Hoy held the steering wheel with one hand, looking calm as if he was strolling through his own backyard. Is this RV's balance too over the top? As a mechanic skilled with vehicles, Su Qingqian felt her worldview shattering. She had a tank, but even her Type 59 tank would have to be cautious in such ruins, worried about tracks breaking or getting stuck. But this man, he was driving an RV, playing bumper cars in the ruins? What are you standing around for? Just as Su Qingqian was questioning everything, the car suddenly stopped. Lin Hoy pointed to the wrecked car outside the window, which he had knocked over, exposing its chassis and parts. I'll handle clearing the debris, and you focus on dismantling. Go ahead and bring back the useful materials. Since you're specialized in equipment, you should be quick, right? Su Qingqian looked at the messy scene outside the window, and then at Lin Hoy, who looked completely confident. She couldn't help but think, is this guy a monster? My tanks wouldn't even dare to drive like that. But despite her thoughts, she knew her current role was just a worker. Got it. Su Qingqian tightened her bathrobe, grabbed her toolbox, and got out of the car. The next few hours became the most unforgettable work experience of her life. Lin Hoy drove ahead, crashing through obstacles to clear a path. Along the way, whenever they saw abandoned vehicles, Su Qingxian would get out and use her expertise with the tools system to quickly dismantle them. Disassemble that cash transport truck on the left. Check if there's any titanium alloy in the half-collapsed factory on the right. Hurry up. Zombies are coming. If a group of careless zombies approached, Lin Hoy wouldn't bother shooting. He would just swing his tail like a dragon, using the terrifying meat grinder on the rear wheels to instantly turn the zombies into a rain of blood. Su Qingxian sat in the passenger seat, watching the black RV move through the zombie horde as if it were unchallenged. Her heart was filled with awe. Words couldn't describe it. It was so violent. It was so safe. This overwhelming power, which pushed everything aside, made her, a girl who had been cautious and struggling to survive in the apocalypse for 4 days, finally understand what it meant to be a strong person. Night fell. The wind on the wasteland became even colder and sharper. But on the open ground next to the RV, warm lights glowed. Lin Hoy parked the car on a high, wind-sheltered spot, ending today's mission. There was still over 200 miles to the abandoned aircraft parts factory Su Qingxian mentioned. Driving at night was risky, so Lin Hoy decided to leave early the next day. Su Qingxian, exhausted and sore all over, carried her toolbox and climbed into the car, panting. "I'm so tired." She placed the box on the ground and looked at Lin Hoy with a hint of resentment, not at all understanding the value of kindness. Lin Hoy ignored Su Qingxian's gaze and nodded with satisfaction. Good efficiency. After saying that, he took a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian's eyes lit up. She had been thirsty all afternoon, and now her throat was burning. "Thank you." A warm feeling rose in her heart, and she thought that this boss was somewhat considerate, knowing to give employees water. She reached out to take it, but Lin Hoy's hand stopped in midair. He pointed outside the car window, at the alloy bumper covered in black and red blood stains from hitting zombies all afternoon, emitting a foul smell. "Who told you to drink?" Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow, speaking naturally. "Use this water to rinse the front of the car. It's too smelly, it ruins my mood. My SAM level is dropping." Su Qingxian's hand froze in the air. Her gratitude on her face instantly froze, and then slowly cracked. "You? What did you say?" She looked at Lin Hoy in disbelief, not expecting him to ask her to wash the car. And moreover, in the apocalypse, water is more precious than gold. Even the leaders of major guilds wouldn't dare to say they use mineral water to wash cars, right? "You want me to use drinking water to wash that pile of rotten meat?" Su Qingxian's voice trembled, both angry and shocked. "What else? Use spit to wash?" Lin Hoy shoved the water into her hand, even dismissively waving his hand. "Hurry up. If you don't wash it clean, no dinner for you." Su Qingxian held the bottle of water, standing in the cold wind, feeling her hands go numb. Evil capitalist. Wasting resources, she cursed wildly in her mind, but had to hold back tears, unscrew the cap, and carefully pour water onto a cloth to wipe the disgusting stains. Every time she poured out a little water, her heart ached. This was pure water, and it was being used to wash the car. This person was definitely crazy, or a wealthy lunatic. Half an hour later, Su Qingxian shivered as she returned to the car. The cold wind outside had made her fingers stiff. "Finished washing it," she muttered softly and pushed open the car door. However, in the next moment, a strong, spicy aroma suddenly filled her nose, like a hook grabbing her soul. Gulp. Su Qingxian's stomach unexpectedly made a loud noise. She quickly looked up. She saw that the small folding table, which was usually used for miscellaneous items, now had an electric stove on it. In the pot, red oil was boiling, and peppercorns and chili peppers danced in the bubbling broth. Next to it, there was a plate of thinly sliced, red and white premium lamb and beef rolls, along with clean lettuce, enoki mushrooms, and luncheon meat. There was even a can of cold beer with droplets of water on its surface, just opened. Lin Hoy was sitting on the sofa, holding chopsticks, picking up a piece of lamb to dip into the hot pot. Cooking evenly. It's ready." He dipped the meat in sesame sauce and put it in his mouth, looking very pleased. Su Qingxian stood at the door, completely stunned. Hot pot, lamb, cold beer? Is she dreaming? Or did she just have a hallucination from the cold? This is the end of the world. Others are eating moldy bread and drinking expired water. And this guy is having hot pot in the car? Why are you just standing there? Lin Hoy looked up at her and pointed to the seat opposite. Go take a shower. Once you're clean, come over to eat. Only after eating, well, will you have the strength to work. Su Qingxian swallowed hard, then nodded uncontrollably. After showering, she changed into her own clothes. Until she sat on the sofa, holding a pair of chopsticks that were handed to her. She was still in shock. Eat. Do you want me to feed you? Lin Hoy poured her a glass of beer. Su Qingxian snapped out of her daze, looking at the boiling red oil in front of her, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She picked up a piece of luncheon meat, ignoring whether it was hot or not, and put it in her mouth. The spicy flavor and meat aroma exploded on her tongue. In that moment, all her feelings, resentment, exhaustion, fear, surged with this warm food. Ugh! Su Qingxian chewed the meat, tears falling down her face, hitting the table. What's wrong? Too spicy? Lin Hoy frowned. No, it's not. Su Qingxian cried as she stuffed lamb into her mouth, mumbling, it's too delicious. Boo-hoo. Even at a time like this, we can still enjoy hot pot. I'm so happy. Before, I was in the tank, eating hard as stone compressed biscuits and drinking cold water. My stomach almost got upset. I want chili. Give me some more chili. I want it very spicy. Seeing this adorable girl crying like a flower and eating wildly like a starving ghost, Lin Hoy couldn't help but smile. The contrast was really quite big. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. Lin Hoy pushed the lamb in front of her. Water isn't a problem. Food isn't a problem. As long as you work hard, you'll have meat to eat every day. You like spicy food. I have plenty of chili. Many foods obtained from hunting zombies and opening resource boxes are stored in a special space. Food in this space never spoils. Su Qingxian looked up, her eyes red as she looked at Lin Hoy. Right now, this originally cold and domineering man seemed to shine with a kind of sacred light in her eyes. Every day? Have meat to eat? Chili to eat? Yes. Su Qingxian sniffed, holding back her tears, then nodded seriously. Boss? From now on, I'll call you boss. Whatever you ask me to dismantle tomorrow, I'll do it. Even if it's a Gundam, I'll go. As long as she could eat hot pot. What was working hard? The atmosphere finally eased. The two of them ate and talked. Maybe because of the food, Su Qingxian relaxed and started talking freely. I'm from Zhejiang province. Before coming here, I was a first-year student at an art college. Su Qingxian took a sip of cold beer, her face blushing. After I arrived here, I was lucky to meet a college classmate. Her name is Xiaoya, and she also awakened a special ability, scouting. Hearing this, her eyes dimmed. We used to work well together. I had a tank, and she could scout. But then, they pretended to be survivors asking for help, and Xiaoya's kind heart softened. But they had an RPG. Xiaoya protected me to cover for us, and they. Su Qingxian bit her lip, her fingers gripping the beer can tightly, her knuckles turning white. That tank was my last hope, but it was still too hard. If I hadn't met you, I might have died at the hands of that white thorn or starved inside the tank. Lin Hoy listened quietly, without interrupting or offering cheap sympathy. In this end of the world, such stories happen every day. The Evil Wolf Guild, Lin Hoy said calmly. I've fought members of the Evil Wolf Guild before. I guess I collected some interest for your friend. Su Qingxian suddenly looked up, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Thank you. This thank you was more sincere than any before. No need to thank me, Lin Hoy said softly. Since you're on my vehicle, you're now my team member. If you ever find the person who hurt you, tell me, and I will help you get justice. After spending the day together, Lin Hoy thought Su Qingxian was very useful. Not only was she pleasant to look at, but she also worked diligently. Su Qingxian nodded gently. At first, she only wanted Lin Hoy to give her a ride, waiting until she found an unclaimed vehicle to leave. But now her thoughts had changed. Suddenly, Su Qingxian remembered something. She took out a chip from her pocket and handed it over. This is an electronic map chip of the zombie wasteland. Xiaoya left it for me. Zombie wasteland map chip? Lin Hoy took it curiously and inserted it into the RV. Immediately, a map appeared on the 15-inch in-car screen, showing important buildings. The closest one was an abandoned aircraft parts factory. No wonder Su Qingxian could also provide the location of the abandoned weapons factory earlier. So this map existed. With it, he no longer had to wander aimlessly like a headless fly in the wasteland. The gray fog behind him had been left far behind. He had enough time to gather materials and supplies. Looking at Su Qingqian's pure and cute face, Lin Hoy really wanted to give her a kiss. Bringing Su Qingqian onto the vehicle was truly a wise decision. Night fell. The hot pot was finished, and the cabin was warm and cozy. But a new problem appeared for both of them. Although the camper was upgraded and bigger, there was only one bed. That large 1.5-meter bed, covered with a soft down quilt, looked so inviting that it made people want to sink into it. Su Qingqian looked at the bed, then at Lin Hoy, and her face instantly turned red. A single man and woman, sharing one room. They had just drunk some beer, feeling a little tipsy, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. He might do something. Su Qingqian's heart started beating faster. She twisted her fingers around her clothes strap, fighting a fierce inner battle. If he really wanted to, should I resist? Or, after all, he saved my life and bought me hot pot. And he's quite good-looking, with strong abilities. Just as Su Qingqian imagined a romantic story unfolding, Lin Hoy stood up. He took a blanket from the cabinet and threw it onto the thick, plush carpet on the floor. What are you thinking about? Lin Hoy's voice broke her daydream. He pointed to the carpet on the ground. You're an employee. Sleep on the floor. I'm the boss. I sleep on the bed. Su Qingqian's romantic thoughts shattered instantly. She opened her mouth, looked at the comfortable big bed, then at the carpet. Although the carpet was thick and there was underfloor heating, so it wouldn't be cold. But this was just too straightforward. Oh, Su Qingqian responded a little sadly, hugging the blanket and obediently curling up on the floor. Lin Hoy turned off the main light, leaving only a dim night light. He lay on the bed, hands behind his head. Sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. By the way, keep an eye on the regional channel. See if there are any special upgrade materials or gene potions. Got it. Su Qingqian's muffled voice came from the floor. Lin Hoy closed his eyes, listening to the howling wind outside and the breathing of the other person in the car. This was the first time there was someone else in the car. It didn't seem so bad. On the floor, Su Qingqian secretly opened her eyes, using the faint light to look at the man's side profile on the bed. Although she was sleeping on the floor, this was the most peaceful and restful sleep she had had in days. In this harsh world, being able to work as an employee near a strong person might be the greatest luck. But this boss really doesn't understand how to cherish and care for others at all. Su Qingqian bit her shiny, moist lips angrily, thinking this, but her lips unconsciously curved into a small smile, and she fell into a deep sleep. The first morning sunlight shone through the bulletproof glass onto the teak floor inside the vehicle. There were no zombie roars, nor cold winds howling. What woke Lin Hoy was the rich smell of milk and the sizzling sound of eggs in a frying pan. He opened his eyes and sat up from the soft big bed, feeling as if he had returned to a civilized society. The air was kept at a constant 24 degrees Celsius, with just the right humidity, and he woke naturally. Boss, you're awake. A clear, pleasant voice came from the kitchen area of the RV. Lin Hoy turned his head and paused slightly. Su Qingqian was busy in front of the electric stove. Perhaps because the heater inside was quite warm, she wasn't dressed very warmly, just a white shirt. The shirt was too large, with the hem barely covering her thighs, and she wore short denim shorts. As she moved, her fair, straight legs shimmered in the morning light. Her long hair, originally a bit messy, was casually with a hairband, with a few strands falling by her ears, giving her a pure look with a touch of charm. Good morning. Lin Hoy pulled back the blanket and got out of bed, stepping onto the carpet. Breakfast will be ready soon. There's hot milk, fried eggs, and freshly baked toast, Su Qingqian said skillfully as she flipped the eggs, then turned to give Lin Hoy a sweet smile. I saw some ham in the fridge, so I sliced 2 pieces. Lin Hoy nodded. He had left plenty of food in the fridge last night. 10 minutes later, the two sat at a foldable dining table. On the table were delicate porcelain plates, with fried eggs having golden, runny edges, and toast toasted to a crispy, golden brown. There were also 2 lettuce leaves and a few cherry tomatoes, and even a ritualistic placement of knives and forks. Lin Hoy cut a piece of bacon and put it in his mouth, the aroma of fat bursting in his mouth. Your cooking skills are pretty good. Su Qingxian smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. After saying that, she spread a spoonful of chili oil on her ham slice and then ate it happily. Lin Hoy smiled, enjoying the delicious food made by Su Qingxian while opening the regional channel. At this moment, the atmosphere in the channel was very tense. Current survivors in this area, 989,452/10 million. The red numbers were shocking. Once there were 10 million people, now there are less than 1 million. Lin Hoy sighed softly. I saw that too. Su Qingxian held a warm cup of milk, her smile fading a little, her eyes showing some complexity. Last night, another cold snap came. Many people's cars ran out of fuel, the heating stopped, and they never woke up again. At this moment, countless people in the channel were crying out in despair. Does anyone have food? Please, even expired bread is fine. I'd be willing to be a dog for that person. My car has a flat tire, and there's a gray fog 50 kilometers behind me. Please help. Water. Just a sip of water. Seeing these desperate messages, and then looking at the warm milk in her hand, the delicate fried eggs on her plate, and her clean, fresh clothes, Su Qingxian instinctively looked at the man across from her, who was eating his fried egg gracefully. If she hadn't met Lin Hoy, she might have become one of those 1 million cold bodies, or curled up in a corner of a tank, gnawing on hard compressed biscuits, trembling in the cold and fear. But now, she was living a more refined vacation life in the apocalypse than in peacetime. This strong contrast made her dependence on Lin Hoy reach its peak instantly. Stop looking. Lin Hoy put down his fork, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and spoke calmly. This is the selection. It's also the rule of this game. He pointed to the milk in front of Su Qingxian. Finish it. If it cools down, it will taste bad. We have important things to do today. Oh, okay. Su Qingxian quickly nodded obediently, cupping the cup with both hands, gulping it down like a little hamster, with a milk stain on the corner of her mouth. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Hoy was not in a hurry to leave. He returned to the driver's seat, adjusted the seat back, and took out 3 small bottles. One was a light blue basic gene potion. Another was a dark blue intermediate gene potion. The last was a powerful antibiotic. He had obtained these after defeating a level 3, White Thorn, creature. Basic gene potion. I used one before, which increased my physical strength from 5 to 15. Lin Hoy looked at the light blue liquid in the bottle, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. According to the instructions, the effects of the basic potion can stack until the body develops resistance. Without hesitation, he took the basic gene potion, unscrewed the needle cap, aimed at his vein, and injected. Hiss! The cool liquid entered his bloodstream. Almost instantly, a familiar burning sensation spread through his body again. But this time, Lin Hoy didn't experience the intense pain and visible veins like last time. His body, strengthened from the first enhancement, clearly tolerated this energy much better. However, he still felt it. Ugh! Su Qingxian, sitting in the passenger seat and organizing supplies, suddenly heard a low groan nearby. She turned around in surprise and saw Lin Hoy leaning back in his seat, eyes closed, muscles trembling visibly. Every muscle fiber looked tightly wound, forming a sleek, dense, streamlined shape. Su Qingxian blinked her clear eyes, feeling very curious. The basic gene potion was very rare. She had only heard about it on the regional channel. 5 minutes later, Lin Hoy suddenly opened his eyes. Are you okay? Su Qingxian asked with concern. I'm fine, Lin Hoy replied, then slowly raised his right hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and struck out. Bang! The air was instantly compressed and exploded with a crisp sound. His strength and speed had improved significantly. He opened his personal panel. Name: Lin Hoy. Race: human. Status: healthy. Sanity: Sin 100 out of 100. Note: sanity below May 30th cause suicidal thoughts. Below May 20th cause hallucinations. Below May 10th lead to madness. Spirit: 5. Average for normal adults. The higher the spirit, the better the resistance to losing sanity and the faster it recovers. Physique: 25. Improved from 15 to 25. Evaluation: your physical strength has reached the level of an elite special forces soldier. Lin Hoy clenched his fist and slightly smiled. He picked up a bottle of deep blue, intermediate gene serum. Name: intermediate gene serum. Type: extraordinary. Item quality: rare, levels, ordinary, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, myth. Special effect, fully enhances physical qualities, increases physique by 100. Side effect, injection causes intense pain. Usage requirement, physique must be at least 50, human limit. Forcing use without meeting the requirement can damage DNA, cause the gene chain to collapse, and may result in death. Still a long way to go. Lin Hoy shook his head regretfully and stored the serum back into his space. It seems he needs to keep collecting basic gene serums to break through human limits. Qingqian. Lin Hoy suddenly spoke, his voice deeper and more magnetic than before. Huh, here. Su Qingqian, who had been staring at Lin Hoy's muscles in awe, was startled and blushed. Post an order on the public channel to buy basic gene serum. Price isn't an issue. As long as they have it, try to trade for it. Su Qingqian hesitated briefly, then nodded seriously. Got it. Suddenly, a cold system notification sounded unexpectedly in the minds of all surviving players. Region announcement. Players in Zone C, 996, please pay attention. Congratulations on surviving the initial 5-day screening period. Now announcing the first phase of the mission, Fui City trip. Mission objective. All players in Zone C, 996, within 120 hours, 5 days, reach the coordinates Fui City, coordinates 324.5, 998.1, and survive inside the city for at least 24 hours. Task rewards: 1. Ticket to the next map, Misty Land. 2. Vehicle upgrade blueprint X1. 3. Universal fuel X10 units. 4. Basic gene potion X1. Warm reminder, after 120 hours, all areas outside Fuching will be instantly covered by extremely dense gray fog. Once the regional announcement was made, the entire area chat exploded. Fuching? That's a death sentence for us. I checked the coordinates. More than 3,000 kilometers away. My car's top speed is only 60, and I need fuel. I can't make it. If we don't go, the entire zombie wasteland will be covered by gray fog. They're forcing us all into that meat grinder. The highway survival game is just trying to herd us all into a cage. I won't go. I'd rather stay here and hide. Smart move, but did you see what the system said? The gray fog will wipe everything out. No bones left. Inside the RV, Su Qingqian looked at the blood-red countdown. Her face turned slightly pale, and she almost dropped her milk cup. Fuching. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hoy. Boss, we. Compared to Su Qingqian's nervousness, Lin Hoy remained very calm. He opened the electronic map of the zombie wasteland and entered the coordinates for Fuching. Distance, 3,270 kilometers. With the RV's full speed and rest breaks, it will take about 20 hours to arrive. Lin Hoy's finger traced a straight line on the map, stopping at the marked red dot. We still have nearly 100 hours to upgrade the vehicle and strengthen our bodies. That way, no matter what monsters or dangers are in Fuching, we can handle them calmly. Qingqian, hold on tight. Lin Hoy gripped the steering wheel, shifted to D, and stepped on the accelerator. Our current task is to go to the abandoned aviation electronics factory, get high-strength titanium alloy, and upgrade the RV to level 4 first. Boom. Level 3 heavily armored RV roared like an ancient beast waking up, rushing toward the horizon. At the same time, in various corners of the wasteland, top forces like the Overlord Alliance, Rose Society, Iron Blood Heavy Industry, and the Evil Wolf Guild all moved quickly. Overlord Alliance convoy. 3 armed helicopters with live ammunition flew overhead, patrolling. Alliance leader Zhao Tianba, a tall, bald man, sat on a modified land cruiser made from a tank, smiling excitedly. Fuching? That's my backyard. Anyone who tries to steal resources from the Overlord Alliance, I will crush them. Rose Society convoy. President Yang Ruoling, a beautiful woman in a strapped dress, had long, wavy, wine-red hair and a charming, slightly mischievous look at the corner of her eyes. She sat on the hood of a red modified supercar, crossing her long legs, gently swirling a highball glass. Ladies, this mission is our chance to show strength. We must not lose to those lousy men. Iron Blood Heavy Industry convoy. President, a thin young man with thick glasses, sat calmly inside a huge 3-story vehicle, analyzing. Everyone, The first road survival game mission offers a reward of basic gene serum. Such a high reward means the difficulty isn't low, but high risk means high reward. Follow my instructions, and I will make sure everyone survives to the next map. From now on, we must gather as many hot weapons as possible, especially items with extraordinary abilities. As for the Evil Wolf Guild convoy, on a fierce-looking modified tank, a young, muscular man sat in the back. He had side-swept hair, prominent brow bones, a fierce look in his eyes, and a crooked smile. Last night, he killed the first leader of the Evil Wolf Guild and took his place. Now he was full of pride. Brothers, our celebration is about to begin. Fuqing's mission is a nightmare for other players. But for the Evil Wolf Guild, it's a huge feast. All surviving players in Zone C, 996 will gather here, perfect for their hunt. Sandstorms filled the sky. 2 hours have passed since the Fuqing mission was announced. On the road, more vehicles are rushing forward desperately to survive. Most are traveling in groups of 3 or 5, some even in long convoys of over 10 vehicles. Solo drivers are rare. Along the main route to Fuqing, there is a very important strategic supply point, the abandoned aircraft parts factory. That is also the destination for Lin Hoy and Su Qingqian. They need 200 units of titanium alloy to upgrade their level 4 RV, and only that place can provide it. Boss, there's a situation ahead. Su Qingqian, sitting in the passenger seat and observing the road, suddenly said with a serious tone. Lin Hoy squinted slightly. Through the windshield, the outline of the large factory, lying on the ground like a steel beast, was clearly visible in the distance. Around the factory, a row of vehicles was parked haphazardly. There were pickup trucks with steel plates welded on, off-road vehicles with mounted machine guns, and even a modified cement mixer blocking the road as a barrier. It seems someone got there first. Lin Hoy didn't slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator a bit more. This factory isn't private property. So what if someone got here first, he thought. His confidence came from the defensive features of his RV, the tank traps in the other world, grenades, and the heavy chain gun on the roof. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes sounded. The black, heavily armored RV stopped steadily about 50 meters from the roadblock, giving off a cold, oppressive feeling. The 25mm chain gun on the roof gleamed coldly in the sunlight, pointing directly at the group blocking the road. Stop! Behind the roadblock, a group of players with various weapons shouted loudly. This place is now controlled by the New Light Mutual Aid Society. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Lin Hoy sat in the vehicle, silent, just coldly watching this unruly crowd. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a modified Hummer parked behind them. There were 3 people standing beside it. The leader was about 27 or 28, wearing a sharp, dark, gray trench coat, with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, looking refined. He pushed up his glasses with his hand, and his eyes, behind the lenses, carefully examined Lin Hoy's RV. Next to him stood a strong, dark-skinned man and a very eye-catching woman. The woman wore a black combat suit, covering her long, smooth legs. Her sharp features and red lips were striking, and she had a powerful presence. Most eye-catching was the rifle on her back and her face, cold, elegant, and distant, even in the end-of-world chaos. If Su Qingqian is the kind of pure girl people want to protect, this woman is like a thorny black rose, giving off a dangerous vibe everywhere she goes. At this moment, the man with glasses smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and signaled his subordinates to put down their guns. Then he looked up at Lin Hoy. Hello, friend. My name is Tang Chuan. I am the president of the New Light Mutual Aid Society. Tang Chuan, the man with glasses, stepped forward gracefully and called out to the RV. Friend, your vehicle is very well modified. Turning a camper into a mobile fortress shows you're a capable player. I used to be the chief surgeon at City First Hospital. Now, thanks to the trust of my brothers, I am the president of the New Light Mutual Aid Society. The person next to me is our vice president. Tang Chuan pointed to the dark-skinned man on his right. He smiled and continued, we mean no harm. There are too many monsters here, so we sealed off this area to keep everyone safe. Lin Hoy lowered the window halfway, revealing a delicate, handsome face. Oh, just one word. Tang Chuan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to his friendly, warm smile. Friend, Don't be so cold. His gaze casually swept over Su Qingxian in the passenger seat. Even through the car window glass, he could see her refined, pure face clearly. Deep inside Tang Chuan's eyes, a faint, almost unnoticeable greed and wickedness flashed. Today's luck was really good. He hadn't expected to meet Lu Shi and find another top-quality woman. And this vehicle, if I could get both this car and the woman. He pushed up his glasses, hiding the strange look in his eyes, and spoke more sincerely. Honestly, there are indeed things we need inside. But there are about a dozen whitethorns inside. I see your car is very powerful, so how about we work together? How about you take 30% of the supplies inside? A dark-skinned man nearby frowned slightly and looked at Tang Chuan with displeasure, clearly unaware of this proposal. He stepped forward, examining Lin Hoy with a sharp gaze, and spoke coldly. President, what we want is manpower, not relics. This guy doesn't seem like someone who listens to orders. Hey, Wang Bin, more people means more strength, Tang Chuan said with a smile, waving his hand. Lin Hoy sat quietly in the tall driver's seat, watching Tang Chuan's act. He saw from the other's eyes that familiar, disgusting fake smile, an expression only those who spend years in the world of fame and fortune, used to scheming and pretending, would have. Trying to use me as cannon fodder? And planning to attack my car and people? Lin Hoy sneered inwardly. But the other side saw him as a fool, and he himself was also using them as test tools. After all, he still didn't know what level the mutant creatures inside the aircraft parts factory were. If they are high-level mutants, having these people around could help share some of the firepower. Thinking of this, Lin Hoy gently tapped the steering wheel and a smile appeared on his face. 30%? That's a good proposal. Seeing Lin Hui's willingness to cooperate, Tang Chuan's face lit up. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. Brother, what should I call you? I'm Lin, Lin Hoy replied casually. Brother Lin, Tang Chuan pointed to the abandoned aerospace auto parts factory ahead. The whitethorns inside are not like zombies. Even if they are of the same level, they are a bit stronger than zombies. Then he looked at the machine gun on the roof of the RV and praised. Later, we'll need Brother Lin to do more. No problem, Lin Hoy smiled, then stepped on the accelerator. Bring your people and finish this quickly. Boom. The RV's engine roared fiercely. Impressive. Such courage. Tang Chuan took a deep breath, raised his hands, and signaled the players in the guild to get in the car, preparing to attack the aerospace auto parts factory. Brothers, get ready to attack. Following his command, more than a dozen vehicles parked in the middle of the road started up one after another. Lin Hoy didn't look at him again. He rolled up the car window, stepped on the accelerator, and the RV, with billowing dust, boldly rushed into the factory gates. Miss Lu Shi, I'll also trouble you later, Tang Chuan said with a smile, looking at the woman carrying a rifle. Don't worry, if we take the auto parts factory, I promise to give you the high-strength titanium alloy I mentioned. The woman in black, named Lu Shi, nodded and then got into her upgraded level 3 sports car, following the team. This woman is really impressive. The strong, dark-skinned man licked his lips as he watched her back. In his previous world, he was a worker carrying bottled water, often reading novels to pass the time, and longed for deep conversations with cool, beautiful women. But the gap between reality and his dreams only allowed him to fantasize at night. After entering this world, he quickly realized it was his chance, despite his fears. So, using the muscles he had built from carrying water and a fierce determination in his heart, he killed many naive players early on, grew quickly, and formed a guild with Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan glanced at the strong man, a flicker of displeasure passing through his eyes, but he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled and said, There's also someone on that RV. When the time comes, the two of us will share her. As long as you follow me well, in this apocalypse, what woman can't be yours? Haha. The strong man chuckled and then glanced at the huge black RV, asking, Tang Chuan, that vehicle's firepower looks impressive. If we take the auto parts factory, we could really get a third of the loot. Haha. Tang Chuan took off his glasses, took out a clean silk cloth from his pocket, and gently wiped his glasses. At this moment, his once gentle and refined eyes were no longer gentle at all. They were now filled with a snake-like viciousness and hatred. That vehicle is tough. If we try to seize it by force, many of us will die, Tang Chuan put his glasses back on, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. And I haven't told him what we found inside. The strong man was stunned. What did you find? Tang Chuan turned around and looked at the dark factory building. He spoke softly. I just entered inside, and there are about a dozen white stingers at levels 1 to 2, but there is also a level 3 female white stinger laying eggs. Hearing this, Tang Chuan chuckled softly, his voice sending chills down the spine. One level 3, plus a nest of white stingers at levels 1 to 2. I think Brother Lin still doesn't fully understand our strength. Once he uses up most of his ammunition and vehicle defenses, we will make our move. By then, the vehicle will be mine, and so will everything else. The strong man looked at Tang Chuan's sinister side profile, feeling a wave of fear. He nodded but said nothing. President Tang Chuan is a skilled player with a special talent, and he also has a powerful, extraordinary item. That's why, even after injecting a beginner gene serum, he is willing to stay in a subordinate role as vice president. Tang Chuan adjusted his glasses and put on a gentle smile. All right, let's go forward and take a look. The New Light Mutual Aid Society, Guild and Lin Hoy's RV slowly drove into the abandoned aircraft parts factory. The inside of the factory is surprisingly large. Sunlight streams through broken glass windows on the dome, creating beams of light in the dusty air, illuminating this steel graveyard. A huge stamping machine stands tall like a dead giant in the shadows, with rusted gears and broken pipes scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Hoy's eyebrows twitched slightly. From what he had experienced over the past 5 days, this world is very similar to the western United States in his previous life, full of wilderness and endless highways. There are no humans here. It seems civilization has disappeared for decades. The buildings he sees are very dilapidated, and everywhere are zombies and strange creatures. The writing on the buildings is different from any language on Earth. Could this have once been a planet similar to Earth? Maybe the intelligent life here turned into zombies? Or perhaps they were summoned away by the highway survival game to another planet to participate in the escape game. Thoughts flashed through Lin Hoy's mind. And what about the intelligent beings on this planet? After finishing the game, no one came back. Did everyone get defeated? Brother Lin? Suddenly, Tang Chuan's vehicle arrived beside Lin Hoy. It was a level 3 vehicle converted from an ambulance. The roof also had mounted weapons, but they were just ordinary machine guns. A young man stood at the control panel, operating it. Tang Chuan rolled down the window and handed a walkie-talkie to Lin Hoy. With this walkie-talkie, everyone can coordinate better. Lin Hoy nodded and directly handed the walkie-talkie to Su Qingqian in the front passenger seat. Qingqian, check if this walkie-talkie has any problems. It's always good to be cautious. If the other side tampered with it, that could cause trouble. Okay. Su Qingqian took it and examined it carefully. Under the specialized equipment setting, the structure of the walkie-talkie clearly appeared in her dark eyes. Boss, there's a tracking device inside, but everything else is fine. Lin Hoy stroked his chin. A tracking device isn't a big problem. Soon, the operation began. Squeak. The convoy, led by the Xinguang Mutual Aid Society, carefully rolled over piles of industrial trash. The engine's roar echoed loudly in the enclosed space, sounding very harsh. Lin Hoy drove a black level 3 heavy-duty RV, keeping a moderate distance behind them. Behind him was Tang Chuan's heavy rescue vehicle. Boss, the atmosphere here feels a bit off. Su Qingqian's clear, bright eyes scanned the dark corners cautiously. It's too quiet. Didn't they say there are dozens of white spikes here? White spikes are smart. Compared to zombies, they have some intelligence. Right now, they're like hunters, and hunters only strike when they're sure they can win. Lin Hoy held the steering wheel with one hand, speaking calmly. He naturally reached into the car's mini fridge and took out a can of cold cola, opening it with a pop. The sound of bubbles bursting filled the vehicle. Lin Hoy took a sip and sighed comfortably. Perfect. There's a free scouting stone ahead. We just need to shout 666 foot. Before he finished speaking, a sudden, grating sound came from deep inside the silent factory, making everyone's teeth ache. It's like countless sharp nails scratching on a blackboard. Be careful. On the left. A hurried shout came from the front radio. In the next second, the shadows moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen white afterimages shot out from behind the huge machines, above the beams, and even from abandoned ventilation ducts. These were alien creatures called white spikes. Although they were only level 1 and 2, there were about 15 or 16 of them. They looked like predators smelling blood, rushing instantly toward the front vehicles, especially the 3 modified pickup trucks at the very front. Open fire. Shoot now. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted instantly, flames flickering wildly inside the dim factory. But the white spikes were too fast. A few level 1 white spikes were hit, but the level 2 ones dodged the gunfire skillfully. They leapt off the ground and landed directly on the roof of a level 3 modified off-road vehicle. These vehicles were also level 3, but made from the most common steel, so their defenses were not as good as Lin Hoy's RV. The sharp claws of the level 2 white spikes sliced through the thin metal roof like cutting tofu. Ah! A piercing scream came from inside the vehicle, blood flowing out from the cracks in the window. President Tang, they're too fast. And there are obstacles everywhere here, so we can't hit them. Plus, they're working together. A team member's voice crackled through the radio, sounding very anxious. Tang Chuan, who was also at the back of the team, looked at the scene with a grim face. They had hunted level 2 white spikes before, but that was in the wilderness. He didn't expect that with obstacles around, these white spikes would be so tricky. He suddenly grabbed the radio and shouted, "Brother Lin, where's your machine gun? Fire now to suppress these white spikes." At this moment, Lin Hoy's RV was parked at a perfect shooting position. If the 25mm chain gun fired, it could instantly tear those white spikes jumping onto the roof into pieces. But the RV was completely still. Only the dark barrel of the gun, moving slowly like an old man taking a walk, turned a couple of times and then jammed. In the walkie-talkie, Lin Hoy's lazy voice came through, accompanied by the crisp sound of potato chips being chewed. Crunch. President Tang, sorry. Crunch. It seems my fire control system was jolted when we went over the speed bump earlier. Crunch. It's rebooting now. Hold on a bit longer. Reboot? Tang Chuan was so angry he almost crushed the walkie-talkie in his hand. This reboot. Though he cursed, Tang Chuan had no choice. If this kept up, his team would run out of energy. Wang Bin, get your car on top of theirs, Tang Chuan shouted into the walkie-talkie. Remember, the weak spot of the white thorn is a spot on its right side waist. This was information he paid a lot for from a top guild. The dark-skinned, muscular man Wang Bin clenched his teeth and had to steel himself. He drove the armored Hummer with steel plates onto the battlefield, firing wildly with the mounted machine gun. At that moment, a blue level 3 modified sports car stopped nearby. Lu Shi, dressed in black combat gear, leaned out of the car roof, holding a heavy rifle, aiming at a second-stage white thorn rushing toward her. Bam! Bang! Bang! 3 bullets sliced through the air, hitting the second-stage white thorn's right side shell precisely within 2 seconds. The second-stage white thorn was knocked to the ground, struggling a few times before falling still. Awesome! Tang Chuan shouted excitedly. Was it this accurate? Lin Hoy's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although he had been observing the battlefield while drifting, he saw Lu Shi shoot. She almost didn't aim, yet hit a fast-moving white thorn. Such precision, probably even the best snipers in her previous life couldn't do better. The woman in front of him must have awakened some kind of special skill. Suddenly, a slightly larger second-stage white thorn seemed to realize that Lin Hoy's vehicle wouldn't attack. It bypassed the chaos ahead, bounced off a pillar, and shot straight toward Lin Hoy's vehicle as a white streak. "Boss, it's coming!" Su Qingxian shouted in alarm. Lin Hoy didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and simply shifted into reverse gear. Buzz! The camper suddenly retreated backward. But this was not an escape, rather a precise, tactical retreat. The white-spiked creature had predicted the landing spot, but when the camper moved back, it missed completely. However, this second-level white spike quickly reacted, swinging its long white tail. Whish! A sharp bone spike sliced through the air, aiming fiercely at the camper's windshield. Bang! The bone spike hit the glass. But the spike, strong enough to pierce a third-level vehicle, was deflected and bounced off. This scene was seen by Vice President Wang Bin. He swallowed hard and gasped in surprise. He looked at his own vehicle, now covered in spikes, then at Lin Hoy's intact camper. His eyes showed a deeper greed. Meanwhile, Lin Hoy's gaze fixed on the spot hit by the bone spike. He sighed softly. Although it didn't break the high-strength bulletproof glass, it left an ugly white mark on the smooth surface. TSK. Lin Hoy frowned, as if he saw his new sneakers stepped on. Qingxian, fix that. It looks ugly. Huh. Now. Su Qingxian paused, looking at the monster on the ground, snarling and baring its teeth. It's still there. Don't worry, it can't come in, Lin Hoy said as he pressed the horn. Ding! The white spike was startled by the sudden horn sound. It was about to get angry, but suddenly felt a chill behind it. Bang! An armor-piercing bullet flew through the air, piercing the creature's right side shell. The huge recoil sent its massive body flying several meters away. Then it crashed heavily into a metal pole, green blood splattering everywhere. Just one shot. A second-level white spike was easily taken down. Seeing this, the other white spikes hesitated, snarled, then retreated, turning to attack other vehicles. Su Qingxian let out a breath of relief. She looked at the white mark on the front of the vehicle, puffed out her pink cheeks, and as a mechanic specializing in equipment, small problems like this were natural for her. She took out a toolbox and pulled out a tube-like object similar to toothpaste. Then, Su Qingxian extended her fair fingers and applied a small amount of clear, colorless liquid to the corresponding spot on the glass. Finally, she pointed at the scratch in the air. Buzz! A faint blue glow flashed. A miraculous scene happened. The white mark on the front glass seemed to heal itself as if it had a life of its own. The glass became shiny and new again, with not a trace of dust left. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. This scene was just seen by Tang Chuan, who was nearby changing his magazine. His pupils suddenly shrank. Is that a specialized skill? In this post-apocalyptic world, vehicles are life. Even the Iron Blood Heavy Industry Guild, which specializes in repairs, takes a long time to fix a car. But that woman just waved her hand and fixed it? This is almost like a divine-level helper. It's definitely a rare skill, even more so than spiritual arts. Tang Chuan's eyes burned with greed. This car has unbeatable defense, fierce firepower, and combined with that woman's incredible repairability. It's perfect. I must get it. I absolutely must have it. But the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. With the teamwork of the White Thorns, the defense line of the New Light Mutual Aid Society began to break down. Help! Save me! Another modified vehicle was overturned, and 3 players inside were dragged out by a white thorn, instantly torn apart. Blood dyed the ground red, and screams echoed. This group of players clearly underestimated the white thorn's fighting power. These strange creatures are fast, cooperative, and even use terrain to ambush. A bunch of useless fools. Tang Chuan looked at his severely injured subordinates and finally couldn't hold back. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes turned cold. Cover me. Tang Chuan's heavily armored ambulance stopped. He pressed a red button, and the bottom of the ambulance suddenly opened, revealing a hole. Seeing this, Tang Chuan went to the hole, squatted down, and slammed his right hand onto the ground. Specialty, spiritual arts, mudslide, boom. Within a 50-meter radius around Tang Chuan, the cement ground suddenly seemed to turn into flowing liquid. The hard concrete suddenly softened, turning into a dark brown, foul-smelling swamp of mud. The white thorns, originally quick and agile like the wind, suddenly felt their feet go soft, and their limbs sank into the mud. The mud seemed very sticky. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't pull their legs out and sank deeper. The once lightning-fast figure instantly became a helpless lamb. What kind of skill is this? In the distant RV, Lin Hoy put down his soda, watching this scene with interest. Quite interesting. But this kind of large area attack probably uses a lot of mental energy, right? Lin Hoy had heard Su Qingxian say that using special skills to unleash extraordinary powers consumes mental energy. Sure enough, after using this move, Tang Chuan's face turned a bit paler, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Miss Lu Shi, it's your turn now, Tang Chuan shouted loudly. Got it, a cold voice came from the walkie-talkie. Then bang. A dull but powerful gunshot sounded clearly amid the noisy battlefield. 200 meters away. A first-level white thorn trapped in the mud suddenly had its waste shell explode like a watermelon, green blood splattering everywhere. Bang! A second shot. Another white thorn, trying to ambush Lin Hoy, was hit precisely in its weak spot and died instantly. Bang! 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 The woman in black combat gear, Lu Shi, was kneeling on the roof of a blue sports car. She held a heavy rifle, with a barrel so thick it looked intimidating. Every time she pulled the trigger, the recoil made her shoulders tremble slightly, but her body remained steady as a rock. No unnecessary movements. No need to aim for long. Each shot took the life of an alien creature. Quite something. Lin Hoy squinted, watching the woman's smooth and flowing movements. Besides Lu Shi attacking, the other surviving players of the New Light Mutual Aid Society also aimed and shot. Although their accuracy wasn't perfect, they had plenty of bullets. Under Tang Chuan's control and Lu Shi's precise strikes, the situation quickly turned around. The once ferocious group of white thorns was slaughtered within minutes. Only scattered, broken bodies and pools of green blood remained. Tang Chuan let out a deep breath, and the muddy ground beneath him turned back into solid concrete. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the black RV behind him, which was completely undamaged. His eyes twitched involuntarily. In this fight, his men had lost about 15 or 16 people, and 5 vehicles were destroyed. And that man named Lin. Not a single scratch on his paint. He even vaguely saw earlier that the man was inside the car, handing chips to a pure-looking woman. Brother Lin. Tang Chuan drove up beside Lin Hoy, putting on a fake smile, but the smile looked like he was grinding his teeth. Your fire control system. Took a really long time to restart. Oh, I just fixed it. Lin Hoy rolled down the window, looking regretful as he patted the steering wheel. This broken car is too delicate. It always fails at critical moments. Luckily, President Tang's power is unmatched, and he fixed everything in one move. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Tang Chuan cursed inwardly, but he kept his composure. No need to praise. Since everything is cleaned up, let's go deeper. The core warehouse with high-strength titanium should be inside. Sounds good, sounds good. Lin Hoy responded with a smile, but inside, he was more alert than anyone. Tang Chuan's eyes looked even more sinister than before. If before was greed, now it was pure murderous intent. Boss, that man with glasses, his gaze at us is so scary, Su Qingxian whispered. She was innocent but not stupid. The way he looked at them, like a venomous snake, made her feel uncomfortable all over. Let him look. Lin Hoy took out a can of cola again, his expression calm as water. Anyway, dead people don't have eyes. The convoy started moving again. Everyone thought the biggest danger was over, and the atmosphere relaxed a little. But, just as the convoy entered the core area of the parts factory, screech, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly erupted from the depths of the factory, as if it could tear through eardrums. The sound carried a terrifying wave of vibration, shattering all the glass around. What is happening? Everyone panicked and covered their ears. Before they could react further, boom. A huge dark shadow fell from the sky. Without warning, a modified Hummer in the middle of the team, along with 4 players inside, was instantly pierced by a thick white bone spike as large as a telephone pole. It went straight through. Like skewering a skewer, the entire vehicle was firmly nailed to the concrete ground. Dust flew everywhere as a large, terrifying figure slowly stood up. A shadow covered the entire scene. This is a real monster. It stands nearly 3 meters tall, covered all over with a shiny, heavy bone armor like white jade. Its arms are long past its knees, ending not in claws, but in 2 giant bone blades like sickles. The most choking part is its tail, 5 meters long, covered with spikes, swinging with a loud in the air each time. Its face has no features, only a wide, open mouth from ear to ear, filled with several rows of sharp teeth, dripping with a strongly corrosive green saliva. Level 3, Vice President Lin Bin looked at the wrecked Hummer nailed to the ground, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He remembered what President Tang Chuan had told him before about a level 3 white spike being born inside. He didn't expect this female white spike to be so large. Just standing there, it gave him a feeling of being impossible to defeat. Lin Bin turned his head and instinctively looked at Tang Chuan, whose face was also very grim. He realized he had underestimated the strength of the level 3 white spike. After all, he had never encountered one before. But 2 days ago, on the regional channel, a player named Lin Hoy had killed a level 3 white spike. He had his specialization and a strong guild backing him. There was no reason he couldn't do it. Roar! The white spike roared, and in an instant, its figure disappeared. Too fast. Too quick. A monster of this size can burst out at speeds faster than a sports car. Retreat. Quickly get out of the warehouse, Tang Chuan shouted desperately. The obstacles inside the warehouse were too many, making it hard to hit the faster third-level female, White Thorn, directly. But there was no time. Bang! The White Thorn's figure shot into the convoy like a cannonball. A pickup truck trying to turn around was knocked over with one hand by it, flipping 3 times in the air before crashing heavily into the wall and turning into a pile of scrap metal. Next, its long, terrifying tail swung out. Sizzle, like a hot knife slicing through butter. A nearby off-road vehicle's roof was instantly shaved off, and 2 players inside, who hadn't yet gotten out, saw their upper bodies vanish in an instant, leaving only blood-spurting lower halves sitting in the seats. Instant kill. Complete slaughter. In front of this third-level White Thorn, the so-called New Light Mutual Aid Society convoy was as fragile as paper. Tang Chuan panicked. He pressed his hand to the ground again, trying to use an old trick. Specialized spirit technique. Quagmire. The ground softened once more. But this time, the White Thorn only paused briefly, then let out a disdainful hiss. It suddenly exerted force, its leg muscles bulging, and directly crushed the Quagmire's grip, using the huge recoil to leap high again. This simple control skill was less effective against a higher-level creature with greater strength and speed. Bang! Lu Shi fired her gun from a distance. A powerful shot, enough to off a third-level White Thorn's head, hit precisely on its shell at the waist. However, just then, a clear metallic clang sounded. On the White Thorn's thick chest armor, only a small white dot appeared, with no cracks at all, not breaking its defense. Lu Shi's calm face finally showed a hint of seriousness. She quickly pulled the bolt and loaded a precious armor-piercing round. But this White Thorn was clearly very intelligent. After taking a shot, its crimson eyes immediately locked onto Lu Shi at a high position. Roar! It abandoned slaughtering the ground ants and, with its limbs gripping the wall like a giant gecko, rapidly climbed up the vertical surface toward Lu Shi's high ground. Phew! Lu Shi exhaled, deciding to stop shooting. She was confident she could hit the target with this shot, but she wasn't sure if the third-level white spike in front of her would die. If the enemy managed to survive, she would be the one to die. Without hesitation, she quickly jumped into the sports car, stepped on the gas, and sped toward the warehouse door. The upgraded vehicle, a sports car, was much faster in acceleration than others. With a loud roar, the blue sports car reached the door first. Suddenly, a huge bone spike shot through the air, making a tearing sound. It pierced through the steel shell of the car with a thud, and the 2-meter-long spike deeply embedded itself inside. Lu Shi had already noticed this through the rearview mirror. She suddenly leaned down to avoid the deadly piercing, but the spike grazed her skin, causing a cut. She looked at her wound, frowning slightly, but she didn't have time to worry. She pressed the accelerator and rushed out of the warehouse. Seeing this, Tang Chuan was so scared he almost fainted. Lu Shi's car was similar to his. If the bone spike could pierce Lu Shi's vehicle, it could also pierce his. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Hurry! Open fire!" But he was actually retreating backward. The situation was completely out of control. The third-level white spike was attacking wildly. Tang Chuan had misjudged the strength of the third-level white spike. In less than 30 seconds, all members of the Xinguang Mutual Aid Society had been wiped out, except Lu Shi, who had already escaped, and only he and the vice president's car remained. Tang Chuan shifted into reverse gear and frantically backed up. "Hurry up! If he didn't escape, he would die here today." "President, that monster is already targeting us," said the young man on the turret, trembling. Tang Chuan was terrified. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the black van that had been still nearby. The van was still parked there. It neither attacked nor ran away. It looked like a silent reef. "This is your fault." Tang Chuan's eyes flashed with a crazy and sinister light. He pulled out something wrapped in black velvet from his pocket. It was a crystal ball about the size of an eye, completely transparent, with what seemed like 3 worms sealed inside, constantly jumping. Name: the Blame Eye type. Extraordinary item, spirit technique, quality, rare special effect. Transfers the biological hatred it receives to any target within a 500-meter radius. Usable once per day. Remaining uses: 3. Side effect. After using this extraordinary item for 1 hour, the user temporarily loses the ability to speak, lasting 24 hours. This is his last-ditch life-saving tool. But now, to survive, he has no choice but to use it. Brother Lin, since your defense is so high, please die once for everyone. Tang Chuan shows a fierce smile. Without hesitation, he tightly grips the Blame Eye, and a red glowing insect flies out from the crystal eye. Go! Under Tang Chuan's command, the insect shoots out and hits the front of a black RV nearby. Bang! The insect instantly shatters into tiny red lights and disappears. What was that? Lin Hoy inside the RV is stunned. In the next second, the white thorn, a tier 3 creature that was running on the wall and about to attack Tang Chuan, suddenly stops. It turns its head sharply, its crimson eyes fixed on the black RV on the ground. Roar! The white thorn lets out a deafening roar and abandons the nearby Tang Chuan. It leaps off the wall with great force, transforming into a white meteor streaking toward Lin Hoy's RV, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom. Seeing this scene, Tang Chuan can't help but laugh wildly. He signals his remaining followers to retreat and shouts toward the RV, "Brother Lin, dying for me is your honor. This is the end of the world. Only those who survive are true winners." Inside the vehicle, Su Qingxian stares at the giant white beast descending from the sky, growing larger and larger, and freezes. "Boss, it's coming at us, that Tang Chuan. He's setting us up." The white thorn is too big and too fast. This energy from falling from dozens of meters high, combined with its terrifying bone blades, would definitely create a big hole if it hit Lin Hoy's level 3 RV. Don't panic. Lin Hoy sat calmly in the driver's seat, still holding a can of soda. His expression was so calm it was frightening. He didn't run away in a panic like Tang Chuan expected, nor did he blindly shoot back. Lin Hoy's finger gently rested on a green button on the control panel. His high physique stat of 25 gave him superhuman reaction speed. 3, 2, 1. Lin Hoy watched the red dot on the holographic screen grow rapidly and silently counted down. Just as the level 3 white spike was about to hit the RV, "Get down it," Lin Hoy suddenly pressed the fully automatic firing button. Boom, 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 boom. The chain gun on the roof roared like thunder. With a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute, it quickly formed a dense, impenetrable fire net. Dozens of armor-piercing bullets hit the body of the level 3 white spike, with 3 or 4 hitting its weak spot at the same time. Roar! The unstoppable charge suddenly stopped. The huge body of the level 3 white spike stiffened in midair for a moment, then like a kite with its string cut, lost all aim. Bang! A loud explosion. Its massive body didn't crash into the RV, but heavily hit the cement ground 1 meter in front of it. Screech! Lin Hoy suddenly shifted gears and floored the accelerator. Boom! The 20-ton steel monster, driven by 4, never worn out tires, charged forward with overwhelming force, directly crushing the just-landed level 3 white spike. Not crashing. It was crushing. Creak, creak, creak. At that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Only the bone-cracking sounds echoed eerily in the empty factory. Tang Chuan, who had escaped out the door, froze with a smile on his face, like a duck being strangled, unable to make a sound. He looked at the black RV that was frantically crushing monsters. The chain-mounted machine gun on its roof was turning, then aimed at his vehicle. A deep chill ran from his feet straight to the top of his head. At the entrance of an abandoned auto parts factory, Lin Hoy's RV rumbled loudly. The 25mm machine gun on its roof slowly turned, and with a feeling of suffocating pressure, it locked onto the nearby heavy ambulance. Squeak! Almost at the moment the gun was aimed, a soft sound came from the chassis of the ambulance. Tang Chuan moved faster than a rabbit. He abandoned the driver's seat and slipped out through an escape hatch at the bottom of the chassis, then clumsily rolled into the shadows of the ruins nearby. That RV could crush even a third-level white thorn. Compared to it, his vehicle was like a soda can. Wang Bin, fire! Cover me! Hiding behind an iron pillar, Tang Chuan shouted desperately at Vice President Wang Bin, who hadn't yet gotten out of the vehicle. But inside the vehicle, everything was quiet. A few seconds later, the window rolled down. The dark-skinned, muscular man Wang Bin stuck his head out, raised his hands high, and not only turned off the vehicle, but also threw his rifle out the window. President Tang, I may not be the smartest, but I'm not an idiot. Wang Bin looked at the dark barrel of the machine gun, swallowed hard, and shouted toward Lin Hoy. Big brother Lin, I surrender. I want to live. You traitor. Tang Chuan's face twitched with anger, his refined mask of civility completely falling apart. He watched the black RV slowly approaching, feeling the deadly aura coming straight at him. The instinct to survive overwhelmed his dignity in an instant. Tang Chuan grabbed the walkie-talkie and hurriedly said, Misunderstanding. Brother Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. Just that extraordinary item went out of control. Really, you know how side effects of extraordinary items are. Lin Hoy rested one hand on the window frame, still holding half a can of cola, and looked at the clown-like performance with a playful gaze. Oh, out of control? Seeing Lin Hoy respond, Tang Chuan thought he had a chance and quickly started to sell himself like beans falling from a pot. Yes. Brother Lin, look, although the process was difficult, the result is good. Isn't that third-tier monster dead? We call this unconventional teamwork. And I was useful, really useful. I awakened a special skill called Spirit Technique, and my skill is Mud Pool. From now on, whether we're fighting monsters together or dealing with other players, I can help you. While watching Lin Hoy's expression, Tang Chuan gritted his teeth and took out a small box wrapped in black velvet from his pocket, holding it high. To show my apology, I want to give you this extraordinary item. It's a rare tool. Brother Lin, more friends mean more options. I used to be a surgeon at City First Hospital, and my medical skills are excellent. Lin Hoy looked at the black box, raising an eyebrow slightly. Extraordinary item? Is that what caused that third-tier white thorn to suddenly attack my car? Yes. It's called Blame I. If you let me go, this item is yours. From now on, I, Tang Chuan, will follow your lead. A hopeful look appeared in Tang Chuan's eyes. He believed no one could resist this temptation. In this end-of-the-world scenario, having one more specialized teammate and a life-saving tool is incredibly valuable. However, Lin Hoy just lightly shook the can of cola in his hand and took the last sip. President Tang, I don't like you. Tang Chuan's smile instantly froze. Brother Lin, what do you mean? I've given you everything. Do you think you can just dismiss me like trash? I don't think you understand. Lin Hoy's hand returned to the firing button of the machine gun, a faint smile on his lips. What I mean is, kill you, and the item is still mine. I have a cleanliness obsession. I don't want to keep someone who might betray me at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hoy didn't hesitate. His fingertips pressed down heavily. You're asking for death. The hope in Tang Chuan's eyes instantly turned into murderous rage. Under the threat of death, he unleashed an unprecedented burst of strength, stabbing his hand into the ground. His entire mental energy was drained in that moment. Specialization, Spirit Technique, Mud Pool. Boom. Centered on Tang Chuan, the cement ground within 50 meters instantly collapsed and liquefied. The once hard ground turned into a deep, swirling swamp filled with black bubbles and foul smell. This time, the swamp was much deeper and stickier than before. Such a heavy RV. Let's see you sink in. Tang Chuan laughed wildly. Physics told him that the heavier something was, the faster it would sink into the swamp. As long as I trap you, I can run, and you'll sink underground and drown. But, in the next second, his wild smile froze on his face, as if frozen by liquid nitrogen. The black steel giant vehicle entered the swamp, but instead of sinking, it moved smoothly, like driving on a flat highway. Its 4 large tires, shining with a dark black luster, rolled easily over the muddy surface. Effect activated. Never wears out. Special trait 2 triggered. Constant grip. Maintains 100% traction on any terrain, ignoring the terrain. Even if the ground was quicksand, snow, or a mountain of fire and blades. As long as I want to move, no obstacle can stop me. Virum, the engine roared deep and powerful. The RV didn't slow down. It sped through the mud, kicking up black dirt like a black warship cutting through waves, heading straight toward Tang Chuan. No, impossible. Tang Chuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the mud. His worldview shattered. What kind of crazy vehicle is this? Why can't even a mud swamp created by spiritual magic trap it? Nothing is impossible. Lin Hoy's cold voice came through a loudspeaker. Next time, remember to open your eyes a little wider. Bang! Lin Hoy didn't give him a chance to speak again. He reached out of the car window with an axe gun, aiming without even aiming carefully. A gunshot. Tang Chuan's forehead was pierced with a blood hole. His face, full of shock and fear, tilted back and fell heavily into the mud he had created, slowly sinking. Su Qingqian, sitting in the passenger seat, stared wide-eyed. She thought the RV beneath her would sink into the mud, but it ignored the terrain completely. This is too powerful. How did they do it? Even though she specialized in equipment, she couldn't figure out the reason. Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hoy with curiosity, but never asked aloud. After all, she was just an employee. Since the boss hadn't told her anything directly, she didn't dare ask. A guild needs to be fully organized, Lin Hoy said with a smile, then continued to control the turret on the roof, aiming at Vice President Wang Bin's car. On the other side, Wang Bin saw this and was terrified. Don't kill me. I'm a good person. I have strength. I can be your dog. Lin Hoy ignored him. Earlier, Wang Go had given him a lesson. For enemies and people with grudges, killing them directly could save a lot of trouble. Just as Lin Hoy was about to press the fire button, roar, a deep, powerful roar, even more intense than the female white spikes, suddenly came from the wilderness. Immediately after, a huge white shadow flashed by. Wang Bin, who was close to the wilderness, suddenly stiffened. A thick, spear-like blade pierced through his vehicle, went through his chest, and lifted him into the air. Blood dripped down the bone spike. The dust settled, revealing a male white spike nearly 4 meters tall, with a body covered in metallic-looking bone armor. Its crimson eyes didn't look at the corpse hanging from its tail, but fixed on the black van and the pile of flesh inside the warehouse, which belonged to a Tier 3 female white spike. Lin Hoy watched the massive creature slowly straighten up, his grip on the steering wheel tightening slightly. It was a male white spike. And it was a more perfectly evolved Tier 3 white spike, looking like it was close to Tier 4 in both presence and appearance. This male white spike gave off an overwhelming feeling, far beyond that of the female earlier. It stood there like a huge moving fortress, especially the armor on its right side waist, which was incredibly thick and intimidating. Boss, this one seems even more fierce. Su Qingqian, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the Tier 3 male white spike with a trembling voice. Boss, do you think our machine gun can break through its defenses? Lin Hoy tightened his grip on the steering wheel, but his eyes grew sharper. It has to be broken, even if we can't. It probably wants to avenge the female white thorn inside, just as Lin Hoy was about to shift gears and fight back. The walkie-talkie on the dashboard suddenly crackled to life. Hey, the person in the camper, a cold female voice came through. The weakness of that male white thorn isn't in the waist. Its bone armor is very well evolved, and the previous weak spot is no longer weak. Its second weak spot is in the gap of the third bone plate at the back of its neck, only the size of a coin. Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow and turned to look out the window. In the distance, behind a pile of scrap metal, a blue sports car was parked. A woman in black combat gear, Lu Shi, was aiming a heavy rifle at the front. She didn't run away? Why are you telling me this? Lin Hoy asked calmly, picking up the walkie-talkie. The woman's voice remained cold. I haven't gone far. I saw you kill that third-stage female white thorn and want to come back for a share. This male white thorn is at the peak of the third stage. Your autocannon is powerful, but not precise enough to hit that gap. Plus, if it gets close, your car, no matter how well protected, could be overturned. Let's work together. Lu Shi took a deep breath and said, You handle attracting fire and suppressing from the front, creating an opportunity for me. I have a special depleted uranium armor-piercing round. Only one shot. After it's done, I only want 200 units of high-strength alloy. And the rest is yours. She paused and added that the scale of this part's factory should have over 1,000 units of high-strength alloy. Lin Hoy glanced at the woman through the rearview mirror. She's brave, smart, and her marksmanship is really good. I can handle it alone, Lin Hoy said calmly. It's just a matter of wasting a few more shells. He still has over 300 armor-piercing rounds and believes he can take down this third-stage male white thorn. Plus, Lin Hoy is very confident in his camper's defenses. Although his camper is only level 3 with the added attributes, it has 100% grip and will never flip over. At most, the exterior might get battered and bumpy. However, with Su Qingqian, an employee skilled in equipment, it was easy to repair with just a bit more material. The walkie-talkie was silent for a moment. Then Lu Shi threw out a bet. I have a lot of information, such as details about extraordinary items and all the main types of specialization. I think you would be very interested in this. Hearing the word specialization, Lin Hui's eyes moved slightly. The strange swamp magic used by Tang Chuan really caught his attention. Understanding this system could help him a lot in the future. Also, the effect of the blame I was very strange. Without understanding how it works, he wouldn't know how he might die later. Deal. Lin Hui smiled slightly. Qingqian, get ready to work. I'll drive, and you handle the weapon system. Yes. Su Qingqian nodded firmly. Roar. A Tier 3 male white thorn roared loudly, then suddenly pushed off with its hind legs, causing the ground to open into a big hole. Boom. It was like an out-of-control truck, with overwhelming wind pressure, charging straight at Lin Hui's RV. Here it comes. Lin Hui shifted into reverse gear and quickly backed up. Meanwhile, Su Qingqian took this chance to activate overload mode on the weapon system. The machine gun on the roof instantly spat out long tongues of fire. Da-da-da-da-da. A barrage of 25mm shells rained down on the white thorn's head and chest. Most of the bullets couldn't the tough hide, but the powerful impact made it stagger and lift its head to roar. Now's the time. Lin Hui shouted loudly. Behind the ruins in the distance, Lu Shi held her breath, as if time had stopped at this moment. Bang! A deep, proud gunshot sounded. The expensive, depleted uranium armor-piercing round spun through the air and precisely shot into a tiny coin-sized gap. Puff! The white thorn froze instantly. The bullet pierced its spine and exploded inside. Its huge body trembled, then collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up clouds of dust. 4 or 5 items dropped to the ground, glowing green and floating up and down. The battle was over. Lin Hui did not get out of the car immediately, but drove it directly to the muddy swamp where Tang Chuan's body had sunk. Although the body had gone under, the box containing the blame eye was still floating on the water surface. As the RV passed by, under the automatic collection feature of space folding, the blame eye instantly appeared in Lin Hui's alternate space. Miss Lu Shi, I will clean up the battlefield first. Is that okay? Lin Hui looked toward Lu Shi in the distance. Feel free. I only need 200 units of high-strength alloy. Lu Shi nodded slightly. Lin Hui didn't hesitate. He drove around the auto parts factory, collecting all the items dropped from killing the white thorn into his alternate space. Among these items were 2 bottles of medicine, some food, drinking water, universal fuel, various daily necessities, common bullets, a game console, and even clothes. Most importantly, deep inside the abandoned aircraft parts warehouse of this factory, he found 1,500 units of high-strength alloy. Finally, Lin Hui looked at Su Qingqian. Qingqian, all the vehicles of the New Light Mutual Aid Association and the outer walls of this auto parts factory are made of good steel. Go dismantle them. Lin Hui has always been ruthless when cleaning up the battlefield. An hour later, the entire auto parts factory looked as if it had been overrun by locusts. All valuable metals, electronic components, including the wreckage of the New Light Mutual Aid Association's scrapped vehicles, were swept into Lin Hui's alternate space. Gained 1,500 units of high-strength titanium alloy. Gained 8,000 units of steel. Gained 220 units of electronic components. Gained 160 units of rubber. Gained extraordinary item, blame eye. Gained basic gene potion ×1. Gained basic mental strength potion ×1. Gained drone ×1. Gained Universal fuel times 12 portions, gained. Various supplies. Seeing the full harvest, Lin Hoy nodded with satisfaction and then drove the car in front of Lu Shi. Lu Shi got out of the blue sports car and saw that Lin Hui's RV was very tidy inside, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Where are your supplies? Have you also awakened a specialization? Is it a space type in spiritual arts? That's not important. Lin Hoy did not get out of the car, but rolled down the window slightly. Can we now talk about the information on specialization and extraordinary items? Lu Shi took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Currently, there are 8 types of specialization: general, combat, shooting, equipment, investigation, medical, spirit arts, and summoning. General and spirit arts are the most common, while the other 6 types are rarer. Lin Hoy thought for a moment and asked, "The 6 rare specializations are easy to understand from their names. You're probably a shooting specialist, right? What about the general and spirit arts categories?" "I am indeed a shooting specialist," Lu Shi replied casually, then continued. "General skills are like everyday abilities, such as cooking, driving, singing, or makeup. Spirit arts are more varied. You can think of them as skills in a game. For example, Tang Chuan's spirit art is mudslide, which can turn any terrain into a swamp. Specializations can be upgraded, but it requires upgrade blueprints and extraordinary materials, similar to upgrading vehicles. As for extraordinary items, you can think of them as objects with special powers. They often have strange abilities, but also come with side effects that are hard for the user to accept." During the following time, Lin Hoy asked some more questions. Lu Shi could answer some, but others she did not know. Lin Hoy remembered all this information deeply. In this unknown apocalyptic world, knowledge is also a kind of power. Suddenly, he wondered if his level-up golden entry might also be a specialization, perhaps belonging to the spirit arts category. No, wait. As soon as the thought arose, Lin Hoy shook his head. Level-up golden entries are cheat items. That was the voice from Gao Wei when he obtained the level-up golden entry. Moreover, Lu Shi and Su Qingqian both said that after awakening a specialization, mental strength would increase. But his mental strength has always been 5, which is just an average person's level. For example, Lu Shi and Su Qingqian are both first-level specialists, and their mental strength is 25. So, how exactly can one awaken a specialization? He asked Lu Shi, but she didn't know. Sometimes, awakening happens suddenly after sleeping, eating, or even when lost in thought. In short, it all depends on fate. Recollecting her thoughts, Lin Hoy raised her head and looked into Lu Shi's cold eyes. Curious, she asked, "By the way, how did you find out this information? This kind of intelligence isn't something one person can gather alone, and no one in the regional channel is sharing it." Lu Shi's lips parted slightly as she said calmly, "Top guilds usually exchange information. I used to be the vice president of the Rose Society, so I naturally had access to this intel." "I see," Lin Hoy nodded, suddenly understanding. Then she pointed to a pile of alloy behind her. "This information is useful. That's 200 units of high-strength titanium alloy. It's yours." Lu Shi let out a breath of relief and was about to stand up. Suddenly, a strong dizziness hit her. Her legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground. Cough, cough. She covered her mouth, and her palm was filled with black blood. "Miss Lu," Su Qingqian exclaimed, pointing at Lu Shi's left arm. "Your arm." The wound on Lu Shi's left arm was bleeding purple-black blood, the same spot she had been scratched by a white spike earlier. The virus had already spread. Lu Shi looked at her wound, a flash of despair in her eyes. She never expected her luck to be so bad. A small scratch, and it was infected with the virus. In this world where medicine and supplies are scarce, infection with this third-level alien virus is basically a death sentence. No, even in her original world, being infected by a monster virus was hard to cure. She knew well that during her time in the Rose Society, a teammate had been scratched by zombies. Despite using antibiotics, it didn't help, and in the end, she could only watch helplessly as her teammate turned into a zombie. She was unwilling. Was she really going to die here like this? "Do you want to live?" A calm voice sounded above her head. Lu Shi looked up and saw Lin Hoy looking down at her, holding a small tube emitting a faint green glow. Powerful antibiotic. Lu Shi's pupils shrank suddenly. This was her last hope. "What are your conditions?" She was smart. Such a rare medicine, and the other side wouldn't give it for free. "I I see you're a good shot, and your mind is clear. Lin Hoy waved the medicine tube. I need a. Join my RV. No way. Lucy clenched her teeth, her pride still shining in her eyes even in this desperate situation. I won't serve anyone as a subordinate again. In her previous world, she was a powerful businesswoman and CEO. Even in the apocalypse, she refused to be subordinate and wanted to build her own guild. That was also the main reason she left the Rose Society. TSK. Lin Hoy chuckled, not angry but seeming to have expected this. Let me put it another way. This is a deal. This potion is your payment for the labor until the Fui City mission ends. During this time, you are my temporary worker, providing remote fire support. When the Fui City mission is over, if you want to leave, I can even help you get a new vehicle. What do you think? You're not losing out on this deal, right? Lucy was stunned. A temporary worker? She looked at Lin Hoy's eyes, which seemed too young for his face, and then at her worsening wounds. If she didn't agree, she would die now. If she agreed, she might survive until Fui City, or even have a chance to start over. She, as a CEO, knew exactly how to count this. Deal. Lucy gritted her teeth and extended her trembling hand. Give me the potion. I am now your temporary worker. Lin Hoy smiled contentedly and threw the potion into her arms. He wasted a rare potion to save Lucy because he truly valued her ability. Lucy had experience in a major guild, was smart, and specialized in firearms. These buffs stacking together would definitely help him complete the Fui City mission. And moreover, he believed she wouldn't want to part with her RV in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Hoy's lips curled up. Welcome aboard. Qing Xian, help her into the vehicle. The sunset's light seeped softly through the thickened bulletproof glass curtains onto the bed. When Lucy woke up, her mind was momentarily blank. There was no biting cold wind, no loud engine noise, and no lingering smell of decay in the air. What replaced it was a gentle freshness and a soft, cloud-like sensation beneath her. Where am I? She instinctively wanted to turn over, but found that her previously stiff and sore spine from sleeping in the narrow sports car was now very relaxed. Lucy suddenly opened her eyes wide. Instead of the cramped car roof, she saw a spacious ceiling covered with high-quality soundproof fabric. The central air conditioning vent silently blew warm air at a steady 26 degrees, and a humidifier nearby was releasing fine white mist. Lucy was stunned for 3 seconds before her memories flooded back like a tide. Being infected by white thorns, near death, making a deal, drinking a powerful antibiotic that could cure alien virus. Am I alive? She raised her hand. Her left arm, which had been scratched and infected by bone thorns, was now healed. The sharp pain was gone, replaced by a tingling sensation during healing. You're awake? A clear, crisp voice came. Su Qingxian pushed open the bedroom partition door, holding a neat stack of clothes. Today, she wore a beige knitted sweater and jeans, looking like a girl next door, completely unkempt from surviving the end times. Since you're awake, go take a hot shower. Su Qingxian pointed to the frosted glass door in the corner. The boss said there shouldn't be any strange smells in the car. A shower? Lucy's usually cold eyes showed a rare of surprise. She looked at Su Qingxian and then at the shower that looked very high-end. Is there water? I mean, enough water to take a proper shower? Back when she was vice president of the Rose Society, she wasn't so extravagant as to shower with water. Usually, she used mineral water sparingly, wiping herself with damp wipes. A shower? And a hot one. That was an indulgence she wouldn't even dare dream of in her dreams. Don't worry, the water supply is enough. Su Qingxian placed the clothes on the bed and looked at her with a sense of superiority, as if she was experienced. Our car, aside from other things, the water and electricity, the boss never made me safe. Lucy swallowed hard. As someone with a serious cleanliness obsession, feeling sticky and covered in blood for the past few days was almost unbearable. She felt like she was dying. She almost tore off her clothes in a rush and hurried into the bathroom. Clatter, as the warm water poured down from above. Lucy's nerves, tense for 5 days, finally broke. She leaned against the tiled wall, letting the hot water wash over her body, tears mixing with the water as they flowed down. It felt so good. Really, it felt so good. The foam from the body wash washed away the grease and blood on her skin. As the steam rose, she felt as if she had returned to being a female CO. sitting in a high-rise apartment overlooking the city lights. Just a temporary worker. And the treatment is so good. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the water, and the pride inside her was quietly loosening in the continuous hot flow. No wonder that beautiful girl named Su Qingqian was so satisfied. If working here meant this kind of treatment, then this job didn't seem so bad. But this is not her final destination. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. A wave of moist steam poured out. Lin Hoy was sitting on the sofa in the RV's living room, lost in thought, making a list of what he had gained this time. Hearing the noise, he instinctively looked up. Then, his gaze slightly sharpened. She stood at the bathroom door, drying her long, wet hair with a towel. She didn't choose loose sportswear, but picked an outfit that suited her style from her collection of belongings. A well-fitted black blazer, paired with a white silk camisole underneath, and a black pencil skirt that hugged her curves. The best part was, she had even found a pair of intact black stockings. Her long, straight legs were covered in semi-transparent black stockings, giving off a restrained yet alluring shine. The shirt's hem was tucked into her skirt, outlining her slim waist. She slightly lifted her chin, adjusting her collar while walking over in a pair of low-heeled leather shoes. Even in the car, she maintained the elegance and professionalism of someone in a high position. That was a habit ingrained in her bones, and her final pride. Even when working, she aimed to be the best. Liushi walked up to Lin Hoy, slightly bowed, her long, slightly curled hair falling over her chest and giving off a pleasant fragrance. Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow and looked confidently at her legs, teasing, "Are you preparing for a multi-billion-dollar project? Just used to it." Liushi looked calm, reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, and said, "Since I work for you, managing my image is part of the job. I don't like dressing like a refugee." You have character." Lin Hoy smiled and pointed to the sofa across from them. "Sit down. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" "Coffee, no sugar. Thank you," Liushi answered instinctively. Soon after, Su Qingqian came over with a tray, holding a steaming cup of freshly brewed American coffee, its rich aroma filling the air. She glanced at Liushi's professional outfit, then looked down at her own sweater and jeans, pouting slightly. Who are you dressing so for?" Su Qingqian muttered to herself, but she still smiled as she placed the coffee in front of Liushi. "Thank you." Liushi picked up the coffee and took a small sip. The bitter yet sweet taste came from authentic Arabica beans. Under Lin Hoy's orders, Su Qingqian moved to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and headed to the next destination. As the car moved, the scenery outside the window sped past, a rugged, barren wasteland. But Liushi was surprised to see that the surface of the coffee in her cup was perfectly still, without a single ripple. This suspension system, she was secretly amazed. As a car enthusiast, she knew exactly what this meant. It indicated that the car's chassis technology had surpassed current scientific limits, possibly some kind of advanced or secret technology. And she looked around again. The climate control was on, fresh air was circulating, and appliances like the fridge, induction stove, and water heater were all running. Yet, the fuel gauge remained full, and there was no sign of the engine struggling under load. Is this fuel unlimited? Liushi put down her cup and took a deep breath. The secrets this man carried were even more than she had imagined. Oh, right. Liushi put down her coffee cup, straightened her skirt, sat up properly, and looked at Lin Hoy, who was fiddling with a drone. "Since I've already joined, even if I'm just a temporary worker, I think I should share some information with you. But before that," she paused, her eyes showing curiosity. "Boss, I don't even know your name." Lin Hoy didn't turn around. He slid his finger over the drone and casually said 2 words, "Lin Hoy." Lin Hoy. Liushi's pupils suddenly shrank. The spoon in her hand hit the cup with a ding, splashing a few drops of brown liquid onto her white hand. The Lin Hoy from the server announcement, who got the first kill of the Tier 3 White Thorn. No wonder. No wonder he dared to drive his RV recklessly. No wonder he said he could handle a Tier 3 peak male, White Thorn alone. Turns out, that's where his confidence comes from. Earlier, the leader of the Rose Society even held a meeting, asking her to find a way to contact Lin Hoy at all costs and try to bring him over. But Lin Hoy had turned off his private messages, so she couldn't reach him. Now, she was sitting in his car, and had become his employee? Liuxi's beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Hui's neat and clean face, feeling that fate was truly incredible. How? Not what you expected? Lin Hui looked up, giving her a half-smile. No, just a bit surprised. You're younger than I imagined. Liuxi took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her mood, and her eyes became more serious. As a strong woman, she also liked to communicate with powerful people. If before she was forced to submit to survival pressure, now she was genuinely interested in this man. Lin Hui put down his cola and casually asked, "Why did you leave the Rose Society?" Liuxi leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest, showing a touch of intellectual charm. The first reason I left the Rose Society is that I want to build my own guild. The second reason is that our ideas didn't match. Ideas didn't match? Lin Hui was curious. Liuxi sighed and explained, they focus too much on so-called women helping women, accepting anyone without considering the idea of being elite. In the end of the world, such thinking can quickly build a team, but it won't last long. Lin Hui nodded. In the apocalypse, helping each other blindly is not wise. It seems the Beijing Alliance does well in this regard. They only recruit elites. Lin Hui opened a bag of cucumber-flavored chips and offered it to Liuxi. No, thank you. Liuxi smiled politely and declined. Lin Hui grabbed a handful of chips, chewed them, and asked vaguely, which of the 4 major guilds is the strongest? Liuxi took a sip of coffee and answered, currently, the Beijing Alliance is the strongest. Their convoy has over 2,000 modified vehicles, and they have more than 5,000 elite players. What's even more frightening is their leader, Zhao Tianba. She lowered her voice at this point. From what I know, Zhao Tianba's vehicle might have already reached level 6. Hearing this, Su Qingshan, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but say, when I first heard of the Beijing Alliance, I thought they were pretty simple. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Not only that, Liuxi took a deep breath and continued. I heard Zhao Tianba's vehicle has a hangar module, and it carries 3 armed helicopters loaded with ammunition. At this stage, air superiority is unbeatable. Plus, Zhao Tianba's vehicle is followed by more than 10 main battle tanks. Lin Hui paused slightly. Armed helicopters? Main battle tanks? That was a bit over the top. Even if his RV had high defenses, being bombed repeatedly from the sky by a few helicopters would be a problem. The guild's strength lies in resource integration, Liuxi said with a hint of worry in her eyes. Zhao Tianba doesn't need to do everything himself. He has thousands of people helping him gather materials, top-quality steel, rare chips, the best blueprints. All delivered to him immediately. Solo efforts might give some luck early on. But in the later stages, this resource gap will only grow larger. When discussing this, Liuxi looked at Lin Hui seriously and said, Boss, your RV is very powerful, but I must warn you. If we encounter the core team of the Body Alliance and they lock onto us with their heavy firepower, it will be hard for us to win. There was a brief silence inside the vehicle. Su Qingxian looked at Lin Hui nervously. However, Lin Hui's face did not look as serious as Liuxi had expected. He simply nodded lightly and threw the last chip into his mouth. Yes, good analysis. They are indeed very strong. So, we can't stop now. Since they have tanks and planes, then I will arm this RV so no one dares to mess with us. Now, first upgrade his RV to level 4. Lin Hui took out the vehicle upgrade blueprint, level 3 level 4, from the space. Materials needed, 1. RV level 3, already met, 2. High-strength titanium alloy times 200 units, already met. Currently have 1,700 units, 3. Precision electronic components times 30 sets, already met. All materials are ready. Lin Hui looked at the upgrade blueprint in his hand and commanded in a low voice, Start the upgrade. Start upgrading. As Lin Hui's voice sounded, the vehicle upgrade blueprint, level 3 level 4, instantly merged into the RV. This time, the upgrade did not cause the intense shaking he imagined. It felt more like a microscopic reorganization. A deep black obsidian glow, like flowing water, covered the entire RV. Sitting inside, Liuxi and Su Qingxian felt as if the space around them was twisting and stretching. The already spacious living room was expanding visibly. The roof was rising, the body was thickening, and the floor was extending. It was like being inside the belly of a growing steel creature. Liuxi gripped the sofa armrest, watching the view outside the window become higher and broader. As a mechanical expert, Su Qingxian was even more stunned. She could feel that every part and of this vehicle was undergoing a qualitative leap. 10 minutes later, the glow faded away. Ding! The RV has been successfully upgraded. Vehicle, RV, Level 4, Physical Defense, 400, 2040, enhanced with high-strength titanium alloy. Even armor-piercing rounds can't break through. Magic resistance, 0, weight, 40 tons, 2040, space, 40 cubic meters, 2040. Note: the interior has been expanded into a duplex structure for living space. Durability, 100%. Fuel, infinite. External weapon upgrade. M330 Venomous B chain machine gun, 25 mm caliber. M430 Venomous B chain machine gun, 30 mm caliber. Weapon features: rate of fire 300 rounds per minute, maximum range 4,000 meters, equipped with smart fire control. Lock. Bullet type, high explosive armor piercing. Ammunition capacity, 1,200 rounds, fully loaded. Lin Hoy looked at the new attribute panel, a growing smile on his face. With a weight of 40 tons and defense of 400, this is no longer just an RV. It's a heavy tank disguised as an RV, especially the 30 mm chain machine gun. With that caliber, a few shots could easily pierce not only ordinary targets, but even tanks of the highest combat standards. Boss, look! Su Qingxian pointed excitedly at the roof. Lin Hoy turned to look. The once single-layer cabin now had a small second floor, an exclusive command room, and observation post. At the front of the vehicle, the once fierce bumper had evolved into an even more terrifying V-shaped titanium alloy obstacle-breaking plow, shimmering with a cold, sharp light, as if capable of slicing through any obstacle. Lu Shi stood by the new floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the ruins outside, and sighed. Is this what a top-tier Level 4 vehicle looks like? For most players, materials used to upgrade vehicles to Level 4 or even Level 5 are just ordinary steel. Some lucky players or high-ranking guild members might use specialized bulletproof steel. But for high-strength titanium alloy, only guild leaders and a few core members can use it. From the upgrade process just now, it's clear that Lin Hoy's vehicle used only the best materials. Even at Level 4, high-quality titanium alloy is required for upgrades. Lin Hoy didn't know what Lu Shi was thinking. His focus was elsewhere. His eyes were fixed on the golden wool spinning wildly on his retina. Reaching Level 4 means he will gain a new golden skill. Come on, let me see what it is this time. Lin Hoy held his breath. Previously, he had gained skills like Infinite, Never Wears Out, and Space Folding, each of which was a divine ability. And this time, ding, the wheel stopped spinning. A card appeared in the air, shining with bright gold and faint rainbow colors. Congratulations! You have obtained the golden skill. Infinite Synthesis, Quality, Golden Legend, Type, Rule-based, Skill Attribute, allows the fusion, purification, and upgrading of the same type of materials without loss. Effect: 1. Synthesis. Combine raw materials of the same type, like scrap iron, into higher-grade materials, like steel. Unlimited times. Ratio: 10:1. 2. Critical hit. During synthesis, there is a 20% chance to produce perfect, quality materials, double attributes. Wow. Seeing this skill, Lin Hoy, usually calm, couldn't help but gasp. In this post-apocalyptic world dominated by vehicles, what is most needed? Not food or water, but top-quality materials. Those abandoned cars and rusty steel bars might seem useless to others, but to him, they are treasures. With this skill, he doesn't need to buy rare materials. He can directly use scrap iron to make ordinary steel, then use that steel to craft armor and bulletproof steel. High-strength titanium alloy. And as long as he has enough raw materials, he can forge a legendary metal that even a nuclear bomb can't. Guild resource integration? Huh. Lin Hoy sneered. I have cheats. Target assigned. RV storage cabinet. A streak of golden light entered the seemingly ordinary storage cabinet beside the RV's big bed. A certain item inside the RV can have multiple effects. The storage cabinet was previously given the effect of space folding, and now it has been granted Infinite Synthesis. This means you can use Infinite Synthesis inside the alternate space. Let's try it in the alternate space. Lin Hoy couldn't wait to test this new ability. He thought about it, and his consciousness directly entered the alternate space warehouse, which had a volume of 100,000 cubic meters. In a corner of the warehouse, there was a pile of 8,000 units of old steel scrap taken from an auto parts factory. Combine, Lin Hoy used his ability on the rusty rebar. Buzz. A strange wave of energy flashed by. The mountain-like pile of scrap steel instantly shrank by 90%. In its place was a silver-white metal ingot, about 10% of the original size, shining like a mirror. Obtained. Armor bulletproof steel, quality, excellent. Keep going. Combine again. The volume of the bulletproof steel continued to shrink by 90%. Obtained. High-strength titanium alloy, quality, excellent. Keep combining. Buzz. The light flickered again. This time, a piece of metal with a deep blue glow appeared in his hand. Obtained. Blue titanium alloy, quality, perfect. Properties. Standard blue titanium alloy with 3 times the hardness and tensile strength of high-strength titanium alloy, but only half the weight. Perfect grade blue titanium alloy. Properties double. Hardness and tensile strength are 6 times that of high-strength titanium alloy. It's done. Lin Hoy clenched his fist excitedly. Such high-level materials. Even the top guild leaders probably don't have much of them, right? This is an extremely rare core resource, and he only used a pile of scrap steel to create it. Disassembling the abandoned aerospace parts factory yielded 8,000 units of rusted steel, which he combined into 8 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. A 10-to-1 synthesis ratio. Although it consumes some materials, this ability is undoubtedly bug-like. Lin Hoy withdrew from the alternate space, took a small piece of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy, and planned to study it. At this moment, Su Qingxian and Lu Shi also curiously came over. "Boss, what are you doing?" Su Qingxian looked at the beautiful deep blue metal in Lin Hoy's hand and brightened her eyes. "What a lovely color. What is this?" As a mechanic, she immediately recognized that this metal was extraordinary. It's blue titanium alloy. Lin Hoy casually tossed the valuable metal piece over. "You're just in time. Take it and study it." "Okay." Su Qingxian hurriedly caught it. Lin Hoy clapped his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. "Next, we go into crazy stockpiling mode. Qingxian, dismantle. Take apart all the scrap metal you see on the way. Lu Shi, fight. Turn all the monsters blocking our path into experience points." Before we reach Fusher, Lin Hoy looked at the piece of blue shining, perfect-grade blue titanium alloy that Qingxian had just assembled, a smile appearing on his face. "I'm going to arm this vehicle to the teeth. Zhao Tianba, right? Armed helicopter, right? When we get to Fusher, I'll show you what a dimensionality reduction attack looks like." The midday sun shone through thick, lead-gray clouds, and the air was filled with dry dust and a faint smell of decay. Rumble, the ground trembled. A huge, black steel beast, as dark as ink, was crushing the broken road with unstoppable force. This was the upgraded LV.4 RV, weighing 40 tons, combined with 4 large, never-worn-out tires that shimmered with a dark gold glow. The vehicle produced a deep rumbling sound as it moved. Inside the 2-story command room, Lu Shi's voice came through the vehicle's speaker. Her tone was cold and efficient, showing calmness. 1.5 kilometers ahead, a small convoy has been spotted, along with a group of zombies, about 200 in total. Among them, Lu Shi paused, her tone becoming slightly more serious. "Besides the zombies, there's also a new mutant species. It's bulky, green all over, probably the corroder mentioned by other players on the regional channel. There are also a few very fast ones, good at weaving through the ruined shadows, called plunderers. Finally, some new tricks?" Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, glancing at the convoy being attacked by zombies in the distance, then focusing on 2 new strange creatures. He held the steering wheel with one hand, his expression calm and even a little expectant. He was tired of crashing into ordinary zombies that only screamed loudly. "Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up." A slight smile appeared on Lin Hoy's face as he suddenly pressed the gas pedal with his right foot. Vroom, the engine roared fiercely, as if a sleeping giant had awakened. The black steel beast instantly accelerated, charging forward with destructive energy into the zombie crowd ahead. No slowing down, no avoiding. Just pure physical force crushing everything in its path. Roar! The zombies, clearly unfamiliar with such bold food, howled and lunged forward, trying to tear the car apart with their sharp claws. But this was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Bang! 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 It sounded like watermelons being smashed with a heavy hammer. The front two-level zombies, upon contact with the shining, cold blade of the barrier-breaking shovel, were instantly cut in half and pulled under the car. Next came the sound of bones shattering, turning into pools of black and red flesh, forming a carpet on Lin Hoy's path. The RV's speed remained unchanged, as if no one was there. Over there, behind the ruins to the front left, Lu Shi's voice rang out. A large, bloated creature with greenish skin peeked out from behind the ruins, opening its big mouth and spraying thick green acid at the RV. Ziz. The acid sizzled on the titanium alloy armor of the RV, producing white smoke. Warning. Corrosive attack detected. Outer coating damaged by 0.1%. Is that all? Lin Hoy sneered. This acid might corrode steel, or even armored steel. But his RV was made of high-strength titanium alloy, which was resistant to corrosion. This attack was like a tickle. Lu Shi, take it out. It's disgusting to look at. Got it. With a dull, proud gunshot, a shot rang out from the top of the vehicle. Amidst the ruins, the brain of the charging corroder suddenly exploded, green goo splattering everywhere. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. Each shot precisely took down a corroder. After days of combat practice, Lu Shi's shooting skills had reached a perfect harmony with her gun. She didn't need Lin Hoy to stop. Even in the bumpy ride of the RV, she could accurately calculate the lead and shoot heads. Boss on the right. Something's coming. Su Qingqian suddenly pointed to the shadow on the right and shouted. Several black figures darted like ghosts between abandoned vehicles. They were raiders, moving very fast, with sharp claws about 30 centimeters long that gleamed like metal. They tried to use their speed to bypass the front barrier and attack the tires from the side. Trying to steal the car? Did you ask me first? Lin Hoy's eyes sharpened, and he pressed the red firing button. Try the new weapon. 30mm chain gun, auto fire control locked. Above the roof, the upgraded chain gun turret suddenly spun, making a terrifying mechanical grinding sound. Thud, 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 thud. No longer the crisp rat-a-tat of guns, but a dull, drum-like roar. Each 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing shell fired was like a small grenade. The first, raider, leaping in midair, was hit directly in the waist by a shell. Boom. Its upper and lower bodies separated instantly, with the middle part vaporized into a blood mist by the massive energy and explosion. This was not just a kill, it was an eradication. The remaining raiders screamed in terror and turned to run. But how could Lin Hoy let these moving targets escape? He controlled the chain gun, sweeping across the battlefield like the whip of death. Walls collapsed, abandoned cars exploded. Any area covered by gunfire was guaranteed to have no living thing survive. In just 5 minutes, the battle was over. Or rather, this couldn't really be called a battle, but a one-sided slaughter and cleanup. The RV slowly stopped in the middle of the battered battlefield. Boss, a total of 250 zombies killed, 5 corroders, and 12 raiders. Dropped items have been automatically collected. Su Qingqian excitedly reported, Our luck is good. Besides normal supplies, we also found a beginner gene potion and a few rare blood pressure pills and antibiotics. Beginner gene potion? Nice. Lin Hoy nodded but didn't rush to leave. His gaze fixed on a distant spot. There was a small group of survivors made up of 5 old, battered pickup trucks and modified cars, hiding behind the ruins of a gas station, trembling. Most players have already died. Only one vehicle with 5 survivors remains. These 5 were clearly trapped here by the zombie horde earlier. Before Lin Hoy appeared, they were already at their limit, eyes full of despair. But when Lin Hoy's RV showed up, smashing the zombies like a mighty force and saving them. Now, those survivors stared wide-eyed, stunned by the black, giant vehicle that seemed like a divine being descending from the sky. What kind of vehicle is this? A round-faced man with a beard swallowed hard, his hands trembling with a metal pipe. A tank? An armored vehicle? No, this looks like a house. His companion gasped. Did it just? Those monsters apart with a cannon? How powerful must that caliber be? It's so strong. If I had this vehicle, I'd walk around boldly too. Envy, jealousy, shock. A mix of emotions swirled in the survivors' eyes. What happened next shattered their worldview even more. The mighty black RV stopped steadily, but unlike other looters, it didn't come down to steal their supplies or rush away. The door opened. A cute girl with a single ponytail jumped out, holding a large toolbox instead of a gun. She walked straight toward abandoned vehicles on the roadside, damaged by fire and burned down to their frames. This one's broken, but the chassis is still intact. The scrap metal can be recycled, she muttered as she pressed her hand on the scrap metal. Disassemble. Buzz. A blue light flickered. A large pile of wrecked cars suddenly disappeared, turning into neat stacks of scrap metal. What? What are they doing? Collecting scrap. The survivors looked at each other, feeling overwhelmed. Using such a powerful apocalypse vehicle, equipped with terrifying machine guns, to kill monsters and then just pick up trash? It didn't make sense. At that moment, the camper's window opened, and Lin Hoy's head appeared outside. Friends up front, don't be nervous. He pointed to a few relatively intact vehicles. I see your convoy is down to just a few of you. One vehicle should be enough for you. To lighten your load, I've taken the rest. The round-faced, bearded man gathered his courage and forced a smile. Brother, you saved us. These are for you, it's only right. Lin Hoy nodded, thinking they were smart. Just as he was about to close the window, the round-faced man's voice suddenly sounded, humble and pleading. Brother, can we follow you? The other survivors looked at Lin Hoy with hope. After seeing how strong Lin Hoy was, they all wanted to stick with him. Yes, yes. We're not afraid of hard work. We eat little, stay up late, and as long as we can follow you, you can treat us like animals. We can do anything. The round-faced man gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of basic gene medicine. This is the medicine I just got. I give it to you, just hoping you can take us along. He was thoughtful, and it was clear he didn't think Lin Hoy was a bad person. Basic gene medicine? Lin Hoy paused slightly, then said, Bring it over and let me see. The man threw the bottle to Lin Hoy. He caught it and looked at it. Sure enough, it was basic gene medicine. Such a rare item, and he was willing to give it away? That took courage. Lin Hoy looked at the man and shook his head. Sorry, I have no plans to form a guild or take little brothers. Hearing this, the man looked very disappointed. But just then, Lin Hoy changed the subject. However, considering this bottle of basic gene medicine, I might be willing to work with you. Lin Hoy's gaze swept over the few survivors, finally resting on the round-faced man with a beard. I need a large amount of scrap iron. You can go collect it and sell it to me or exchange it for something. Exchange? For what? Asked a small, thin man wearing glasses, mustering his courage. Universal fuel, clean water, can lunch meat, vegetables. Even hot weapons. Lin Hoy's voice was very tempting. 3,000 units of scrap iron for one batch of universal fuel or items of equal value. No matter how you get it or what price you paid, I will pay you this price. You can collect as much as you can sell. Instant payment, fair and honest. Hearing this, the survivors froze in place. Scrap iron for fuel. In this world, what can scrap iron be used for? Even for a level 2 vehicle, upgrade materials require refined steel. Iron alone isn't enough. There is a lot of scrap iron in ruins and abandoned, rusty vehicles on the roadside. Scrap iron is basically worthless. They stared at Lin Hoy in disbelief, wondering if he was joking. After all, who would trade life-saving supplies for trash? However, Lin Hoy sat in his car, a slight smile on his face. He knew exactly what they were thinking. Scrap iron is indeed useless, but he has the infinite synthesis skill. These scraps can be combined at a 10-to-1 ratio to produce refined steel. Then, it can be synthesized into bulletproof armor steel. Then, high-strength titanium alloy. And finally, the rare blue titanium alloy. In this world, one batch of universal fuel can get 3,000 units of scrap iron, which can ultimately be synthesized into 3 units of blue titanium alloy. This is an incredible profit, mainly because he doesn't have the energy to buy these items himself, which could reduce costs. Of course, he needs to leave some profit margin for his partners. Lost in thought, Lin Hoy calmly said, If you want to cooperate, add me as a friend. We can trade directly through the system. After a moment of silence, the round-faced man with a beard said seriously, I want to cooperate. This is a chance. If the other person isn't joking, they might have the opportunity to rise quickly. Anyway, trying won't cost us any meat. Lin Hoy smiled, asked for the other person's name and ID. At this moment, Su Qingxian also got into the car. Lin Hoy closed the window and drove the RV away. Only the round-faced man with a beard and 4 others were left standing there, looking at each other. Is he joking with us? The man with glasses muttered. I don't know, but it doesn't seem necessary, said the only woman among them, shaking her head gently. Li Xian, did that big shot add you as a friend? The round-faced, bearded man finally snapped out of his thoughts, opened his profile, and saw a friend request. Lin Hoy. Why does this name sound so familiar? The woman clapped her hands and said nervously, remember the global announcement the day before yesterday? The player who got the 3rd stage first kill is named Lin Hoy. That's him. No wonder he's so strong. Ah, what a pity he doesn't like us. Otherwise, I would have a strong backing in the apocalypse. It's not too late now. Li Xian stroked his beard, eyes shining. That big shot gave us a chance to cooperate, didn't he? Let's do our best to serve the big shot. Everyone nodded heavily. Yes. Since the big shot needs scrap metal, we'll dig up all the scrap metal in this area. Li Xian looked at the system and smiled. Big Lin sent me some supplies. Supplies? The others asked. What kind? Some food and water, 50 units of universal fuel, 10 grenades, a rifle, and 50 bullets. Li Xian reported the supplies. Wow, the big shot is so generous. Everyone said happily and in surprise. The woman looked thoughtful. These are probably the prices for that basic gene potion. This also shows that Big Lin is sincere about working with us. The night was as dark as ink, and the temperature on the wasteland suddenly dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. The cold wind howled like a knife across the car window. Outside, the world was cold and dark, with occasional zombie roars that sent chills down the spine. But inside the RV, it was a different scene, warm and spring-like. The warm air at 26 degrees gently blew, filling the air with a light, fresh scent. It was a charming mix of rose and jasmine. After a day of intense fighting and scavenging, Lin Hoy parked the vehicle in a hidden canyon. Boss, look, just after dinner, Su Qingxian, with a mysterious smile, pulled Lin Hoy to the car door. She pressed a newly installed control panel. Zzz, a faint mechanical sound came from outside the vehicle. Then, several thin nozzles extended from the armored seams of the RV, like delicate mechanical tentacles. Pop! High-pressure water mist suddenly sprayed out. But this wasn't ordinary water. It was mixed with Su Qingxian's special cleaning agent. The mist washed over the vehicle, cleaning away the zombie blood, mucus, dust, and mud from the day. There were also a few rotating soft brushes carefully cleaning the windows, radar, and the door-mounted machine gun. In less than 5 minutes, the once dirty, blood-stained RV was now spotless, shining with a cold metallic gleam under the moonlight. Tada! Su Qingxian's face was full of pride. This is my automatic high-pressure cleaning module I modified using spare materials over the past few days. Now we won't need to get out to wash the car anymore. Great job. Lin Hoy happily patted her head. This feature is very useful. Next to them, Lu she watched with admiration. As someone with a serious cleanliness obsession, seeing the dirty vehicle become spotless brought her a deep sense of comfort she couldn't describe. Qingxian's skills are truly impressive, Lu she praised sincerely. Of course, Su Qingxian raised her chin proudly, like a proud little swan. And, after successfully making and installing it, my proficiency level increased by 10%. My mental strength also went up by 1 point. What's proficiency level? Lin Hoy, who hadn't awakened any special skills, was unfamiliar with this. Su Qingxian directly showed her personal panel. Name, Su Qingxian. Race, human status, healthy, slightly hungry, sanity, 100 out of 100 spirit, 26 physique, 3, overall strength, defense, speed, specialty, equipment level, 1, proficiency 15. 5%. Su Qingxian looked at Lin Hoy and explained, to level up as a specialized player, you need not only the specific upgrade blueprint for your specialty, but also to increase your proficiency to 100%. For me, with the equipment specialty, I can improve proficiency by creating or repairing equipment. I see. Lin Hoy suddenly understood and looked at Lu Shi. So, you increase proficiency through shooting? Lu Shi nodded slightly. That's how it was at level 1. But I don't know about level 2. How much proficiency do you have now? 100%. Lu Shi sighed. As soon as I get the level 2 shooting upgrade blueprint, I can prepare to upgrade. Lin Hoy stroked his chin. It seems upgrade blueprints for specialties are rare. I haven't seen anyone with one in the public chat. Lu Shi nodded. I even doubt they exist in the zombie wasteland. Maybe I need to go to the next map, Misty Land, to find one. After the interruption, it was dinner time. Today's main dish was turkey noodles, with fried chicken and beer. Loot from monsters includes all kinds of food, even a piece of KFC original recipe chicken. Why turkey noodles? It's simple. Because the chef is Su Qingqian, who loves spicy food so much that people might think she's from Sichuan, even though she's actually from Zhejiang. Lin Hoy didn't mind. He liked turkey noodles too, but Lu Shi seemed to find them hard to eat. Lin Hoy politely took out a salad he collected a few days ago. In the other space, food stays fresh forever, so there's no need to worry about it spoiling. Lu Shi looked at Lin Hoy in surprise. Thank you. After dinner. Click. The bathroom door opened. A damp, warm mist flowed out, making the view in the living room a little blurry and dreamy. Lin Hoy was sitting on a leather sofa, holding a tablet, and seemingly planning tomorrow's route. But when a figure appeared, his gaze involuntarily shifted and honestly stayed for several seconds. Lu Shi, who had just finished her shower, had completely shed her cold, like demeanor from the day. She wasn't wearing conservative pajamas, but was wrapped in a deep red silk slip dress. The silk clung smoothly to her graceful body, shining softly under the gentle light. The dress was short, only covering her thighs, revealing long, fair legs that even seemed to have a faint pink glow from the hot water steam. She was barefoot on the shaggy carpet, her toes round and cute, painted with black nail polish. The stark contrast created a striking, tempting look. Lu Shi dried her slightly curly wet hair with a towel, moving gracefully and lazily. Phew, I made it through. She turned her head and saw Lin Hoy watching her. Instead of hiding, she smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow playfully. Boss, do I look good? That confident, mature charm was clear. She knew her strengths and didn't mind showing her allure in front of this strong man. About 15 minutes later, Su Qingqian finished her shower and came out. Compared to Lu Shi's mature charm, Su Qingqian had a different style, cute and pure. She was wearing an oversized white men's shirt, which was Lin Hoy's spare clothing. The loose shirt barely covered her thighs, with her smooth legs exposed, looking delicate and fragile. Her face was flushed from the shower, and her eyes looked moist like a little deer. She seemed a bit shy, holding the hem of her shirt, but secretly watching Lin Hoy's reaction. Boss, I've finished showering too. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a fresh scent from her bath. Lin Hoy put down his tablet, leaned back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and felt that being this boss was truly worth it. Outside, the survivors were probably huddled in cold train cars, wrapped in torn blankets, trembling, unable to drink hot water, constantly on alert for zombie attacks. Here, not only do I have a constant temperature air conditioner and soft sofas, but also two stunning women who have just finished bathing, each with a different style. This is not a place for survival in the end times. It feels more like royal luxury. Come and sit. Lin Hoy patted the seat beside him. The movie is just starting. On the big screen, a classic love film was playing. Lu Shi naturally walked over and sat on Lin Hoy's right side. The scent of roses from her body instantly filled Lin Hoy's nose. She crossed her legs, and her glowing white skin under the lights was dazzling. Su Qingqian glanced at Lu Shi, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Sister Lu Shi, so beautiful, and she has such a good figure, is so smart, and can use a rifle. During the fight earlier, she coordinated with the boss so well. Does the boss prefer someone like her? Thinking of this, Su Qingqian bit her lip, quickly jogged over, and sat down on Lin Hoy's left side, sitting closer than usual, almost touching his pants with her thigh. Boss, eat some fruit. Su Qingqian eagerly picked a cherry and offered it to Lin Hoy's mouth, her big eyes blinking brightly. It's quite sweet, Lin Hoy said with a smile as he took a bite. Lucy glanced at Su Qingqian's playful look, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She didn't say anything, just looked up at the screen with a dreamy gaze. At this moment, the carriage was quiet and warm. Only the dialogue from the movie and the soft breathing of the three could be heard. Lin Hoy enjoyed this rare moment of peace, but he didn't indulge in it. He knew that this calm was built on strength. Once they reached Fuqing, facing more powerful monsters and elite guilds, his current strength wouldn't be enough. After the movie ended, "All right, it's getting late," Lucy stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful curves. "Tonight, I will stay on watch and get familiar with the equipment upstairs," she said, pointing to the command room on the second-floor loft. There was now a military cot inside, her personal space. As a former CEO, she enjoyed her current comfort but remained cautious. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. Moreover, she needs to prove her worth, not just as a decorative figure. "Good night, boss." "Good night, Qingqian's sister." Lucy walked upstairs with long strides, leaving behind a suggestive silhouette. Good night," Su Qingqian whispered softly. Only Lin Hoy and Su Qingqian remained in the living room. "You should go to sleep too. I've already prepared the sofa." Lin Hoy patted Su Qingqian's head and pointed to the large leather sofa that could serve as a bed. "There's a lot of scrap metal to dismantle tomorrow. Don't overexert yourself, okay? Good night, boss." Su Qingqian nodded obediently, curled up under the soft down quilt on the sofa, with only her eyes visible as she watched Lin Hoy walk into the master bedroom. Lin Hoy turned off the main light, leaving only a dim yellow nightlight. He stood up and headed to the master bedroom. That was the safest and most comfortable place in the entire vehicle, and also his private space. He closed the door. The relaxed expression on Lin Hoy's face immediately disappeared, replaced by a cold, stern look. He sat down by the bed, turning his palm over. Several items appeared in his hand. One was a transparent crystal ball, about the size of an eye, seized from Tang Chuan. Inside, 2 4-segment worms were sealed, called the Blame Eye. Name, Blame Eye. Type, extraordinary item, spirit technique. Quality, rare, special effect. Transfers the biological hatred directed at the user to any target within a 500-meter radius. Usable once per day. Remaining uses, 2. Side effect. Using this extraordinary item for 1 hour causes the user to temporarily lose the ability to speak, lasting 24 hours. So that's how it worked. That's why the Tier 3 White Thorn suddenly stopped attacking Tang Chuan and turned to attack him instead. If his vehicle had been weaker at that time, he might have been secretly killed by Tang Chuan. The power of extraordinary items is so strange and unpredictable. Lin Hoy thought with some fear, and a sense of danger quietly rose again, completely overshadowing the joy he felt after upgrading his RV to level 4 today. 4 days left until the mission in Fuqing. Lin Hoy carefully stored the Blame Eye and took out 5 potions. 3 were light blue, basic gene potions. 1 was a dark blue, intermediate gene potion, and a light gold-colored basic mental power potion. These are the potions he has accumulated over the past few days through trading and fighting monsters. Looking at these potions, Lin Hoy's eyes shine brightly. His current physical strength is 25. If he injects 3 more basic genetic potions, his strength will reach 50, meeting the requirement to use intermediate genetic potions. What level will his body reach then? He is very excited. Lin Hoy takes a deep breath, picks up the basic genetic injection gun, and aims it at his arm. Sizzle! The cool liquid is injected into his body. Immediately, a hot, fiery feeling spreads inside him. 20 minutes later, Lin Hoy sits cross-legged on the bed, with 3 empty basic genetic potion test tubes on the bedside table beside him. Phew! He slowly exhales, and that breath shoots out like an arrow, creating a visible white streak in the air, even causing the curtains 2 meters away to flutter slightly. Physical strength, 50, human limit. Warning, your body has reached the threshold of enhancement from the basic genetic potion. Continuing to inject will not provide any further benefits. Finally reached. Lin Hoy clenches his fist, feeling the overflowing power inside him like a full reservoir. 50 points of physical strength. In his previous world, this level was already the peak that top soldiers or Olympic champions could not surpass. Whether it's muscle density, bone strength, or nerve reaction speed, He has reached the ceiling of the human species. But this is not enough. In this apocalypse filled with alien creatures, 50 points of physical strength is only slightly stronger than an average human. Lin Hoy's gaze falls on the glowing blue intermediate genetic potion on the bed. Intermediate genetic potion. Effect: physical strength 100. Usage condition: physical strength reaches 50 points. This is the reward I got for the first kill at Tier 3, which is more than 100 times rarer than the basic genetic potion. Lin Hoy takes a deep breath, his eyes firm. He has no hesitation. He picks up the intermediate genetic potion, inserts the needle into his arm, and presses down with his thumb. Sizzle! The blue liquid quickly flows into his veins. It was not as cool as I imagined. Instead, it felt like a terrifying burning sensation, as if molten lava was flowing inside me. Ugh! Lin Hoy groaned softly, his muscles tightening instantly, with blue veins writhing wildly under his skin. It hurt, a sharp pain that reached the bones and tore at the cells. It was as if an invisible giant hand was smashing and reshaping every bone, tearing and reweaving every muscle fiber. The loud cracking of bones echoed in the room, like popcorn popping. Lin Hoy's body was covered in dark red blood, his temperature rising rapidly, causing the surrounding air to warp with heat. This inhuman torture lasted for 10 full minutes. Finally, the burning sensation gradually faded, replaced by a feeling of unprecedented lightness and strength, as if reborn. Lin Hoy suddenly opened his eyes. A faint, chilling glow flickered in the depths of his once pitch-black pupils. He stood up, blood scabs falling from his body, revealing smooth, jade-like skin that seemed gentle but contained explosive power. His figure was not exaggerated like a bodybuilder's, but more streamlined, with every muscle perfectly shaped, like a masterpiece of nature. Ding! Body enhancement complete. Body, 150, 50150, 150 points. Lin Hoy muttered softly, casually picking up a stainless steel thermos on the table. He squeezed it gently. Creak! The sturdy military-grade stainless steel cup, known for its toughness, was crushed like paper, turning into a ball of scrap metal. He felt no resistance at all. This strength. Lin Hoy looked at his palm, a hint of shock in his eyes. This was not just an increase in power. He listened carefully. Through the thick soundproof door, he clearly heard Su Qingqian's steady breathing in the living room, the rustling of clothes as she turned over on the second floor. Even, he heard the buzzing of a mutated beetle flapping its wings 50 meters outside the car. His gaze shifted. The originally dark wilderness became clear in his eyes, like a foggy, early winter morning. Night vision with a faint glow, something only cats have, was now his. Lin Hoy's lips curved into a slight smile. If he encountered a second-tier whitethorn now, he was confident he could defeat it with just his body and a dagger, without needing a vehicle or machine gun. Calming his excited mood, Lin Hoy picked up a light gold, basic mental power potion. Since my body has broken human limits, my mental strength can't fall behind. He tilted his head and drank it. This time, the feeling was gentle, like a clear stream flowing through his mind. The nerves that had been tired from pain instantly became alert again. Ding! Mental strength enhancement complete. Mental power, 15, 515. Although there was no obvious change like a surge in physical strength, Lin Hoy could feel his thinking was clearer and his perception of the environment sharper. It looks like I need to keep collecting mental power potions. Lin Hoy stood up and went into the bathroom to wash off the dirt. Looking at himself in the mirror, tall and with deep eyes, he knew that from this moment on, he had completely left the realm of ordinary humans. The next morning, the sunlight was still pale, but it didn't affect the good mood inside the RV. Good morning, boss. Su Qingqian was preparing breakfast. When she saw Lin Hoy come out, her eyes lit up immediately. Huh? Boss, have you grown taller? She curiously leaned closer and gestured. And you look more confident too. Su Qingqian's face was flushed. Although Lin Hoy was wearing loose home clothes, the masculine aura he exuded made her heartbeat quicken. Maybe I slept well last night. Lin Hoy casually replied and sat at the table. Lucy also came down from upstairs. As a keen, she looked at Lin Hoy with even more surprise. Today, Lin Hoy seemed like a beast that had retracted its claws. The subtle pressure he emitted made her, a seasoned person, feel a little nervous. Could it be that he injected a gene serum? Lu Shi quickly pieced together all the information and guessed correctly. However, she had never seen a mid-level gene serum and didn't know how strong Lin Hui's current physique was. Mid-level gene serums are very rare. Only Lin Hui has obtained one so far, after completing a major achievement. After breakfast, Lin Hui started the RV and continued on the road. On the way, he casually opened the system panel. Current number of survivors in this area, 398,791/10 million. Seeing the sharply decreasing number, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew a bit heavy. Less than 400,000 remain. This means the remaining people are either extremely lucky, ruthless elites, or those with absolute strength. The RV sped along the highway. Suddenly, buzz, a loud, harsh engine roar came from behind. Lin Hui looked in the rearview mirror. He saw a heavily armed off-road vehicle covered with bullet holes rushing toward him like crazy. Behind it, a large convoy of 10 vehicles followed, all painted with red wolf head symbols, with machine guns on the roof, and some people standing in the truck beds holding light machine guns, submachine guns, or RPGs, shouting loudly. Howling Wolf Guild, Lin Hui frowned. The fleeing LV4 off-road vehicle clearly noticed Lin Hui's large RV. The driver was a young man dressed in black. He looked at the heavily armed black beast with a hint of excitement in his eyes. There are players nearby, and such a big one too. He suddenly turned the steering wheel, sped up, and approached Lin Hui's RV, throwing something at the roof. Then, the man in black turned on the external speakers and shouted at the pursuers behind. The item is on his vehicle. I just threw the LV5 vehicle upgrade blueprint to him. It's inside this RV. Su Qingqian, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned pale with anger. This person is crazy, right? This is a blatant act of deliberately provoking trouble. After the man in black shouted, he quickly slipped into the bushes by the roadside while the Wolf Gang's convoy slowed down to surround the RV, then drove away swiftly. Level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Lin Hui narrowed his eyes but did not chase after him. Instead, he gave a command to Lu Shi on the rooftop. Shoot out the tires of that level 4 off-road vehicle. Yes, Lu Shi had already aimed at the off-road vehicle. The moment Lin Hui gave the order, she pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang. 2 bullets shot out from the gun, flying over 800 meters and accurately hitting the left tires of the off-road vehicle. Warning, front left and rear left tires damaged. The vehicle's panel immediately displayed a warning. He was startled, looked in the rearview mirror, and saw someone aiming at him from the top of the RV. Moreover, the Wolf Gang members weren't planning to let him go. 2 more vehicles were chasing after him. The man in black, cursed softly. So persistent, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and keep running. Meanwhile, the Wolf Gang convoy had completely surrounded Lin Hui's RV, with players behind the truck aiming weapons at it. On a modified jeep leading the group, a man dressed in a leather jacket sat. He had a face full of flesh, holding a shotgun, and looked at Lin Hui inside the RV with a mischievous smile. Hey, people inside, listen up. The kid says the stuff is here with you. I don't care if it's true or not. Since we've met, it's fate. Man, come out and leave the vehicle and supplies. As for the woman, he peered through the window and vaguely saw Su Qingqian's figure. In that moment, his eyes nearly popped out, and he almost drooled. Top-notch. Truly top-notch. Ha! Leave the woman behind, and my brothers and I will have some fun. I might even consider sparing your life. The little followers around him also burst into lewd laughter. Inside the vehicle, Lin Hui's expression turned cold. He was about to make a move, but suddenly, he sensed something was wrong with Su Qingqian beside him. This normally shy and gentle girl was now staring tightly at the man in the leather jacket outside the window. Her body was trembling badly. It wasn't fear. It was hatred. She clenched the seatbelt tightly, her knuckles turning white, biting her lips until they bled, blood seeping out. Hey kid, are you coming down yet? The man in the leather jacket spat out a thick saliva. Or do you want to play hero and save the girl? His lecherous gaze crossed Lin Hui, greedily staring at Su Qingqian through the car window. This girl looks a bit familiar. I remember now. The man suddenly showed a disgusted, enlightened smile. Isn't she the college girl we met a few days ago? TSK, TSK, TSK. Too bad another girl didn't last long. She was gone after a few minutes. Perfect, you came right to us. This time, I want to have some fun. Ha! The small gang members around burst into harsh laughter again. Inside the car, Su Qingxian covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Scenes from her memories flashed wildly in her mind. Her college friend Xiaoya, who always protected her, was dragged away by this group to buy her some time to escape. When she finally found Xiaoya again, it was at an abandoned gas station. Xiaoya was barely clothed, her skin dark and strange, with no healthy flesh left, looking terribly tragic. That scene haunted Su Qingxian's nightmares every night. Her eyes instantly turned red. She even forgot she was just a fragile girl, and she wanted to push open the car door and run down. Calm down, a big hand pressed on her shoulder. Lin Hoy's deep, strong voice was like a steady anchor, calming her near breaking point. These kinds of trash aren't worth dirtying your hands. He looked at the man in the leather jacket still shouting outside the window and said calmly, "If he's an enemy, then we settle old scores and new ones together. Lu Shi, I'm here." Lu Shi, on the second floor, had already set up a rifle, her voice cold. "Don't kill the leader. The others, do as you like." Lin Hoy's expression remained unchanged. Only those dark eyes, at this moment, turned completely into a deep abyss with no warmth. "Qingxian, watch carefully. Boss is teaching you a lesson today. In this world, when dealing with animals." Lin Hoy shifted into drive and pressed the accelerator to the floor. "No need to show mercy. Just send them to." Boom. The moment the RV started, it felt like a small earthquake shook the ground. Dust and sand were swept up into the air. The black vehicle looked like a runaway small mountain, crashing straight toward the front modified Jeep blocking the way. "SHT. Is he crazy?" The man in the leather jacket was sitting in the passenger seat, smiling lewdly, expecting the beautiful woman inside the vehicle to come out and beg for mercy, just like the woman they met before. After the RV upgraded to level 4, chain machine guns were installed inside, only rising when needed. So, in the leather jacket man's view, with a dozen vehicles, RPGs, and heavy machine guns, what could a single RV do? Could it possibly turn the sky upside down? However, when that black steel mountain with overwhelming pressure rushed toward them, his lewd smile froze instantly, replaced by extreme shock. It was too big, too fast. How dare the other side? "Open fire. Fire now. Smash it to pieces." The leather jacket man shouted loudly, his voice sharp and piercing with fear. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Members of the Evil Wolf Guild, being ruthless thugs who thrive on bloodshed, reacted quickly. Over a dozen heavy machine guns mounted on the pickup truck opened fire simultaneously, flames spitting from their muzzles across the dark wasteland. The dense bullets rained down like a metal storm on the RV's armor, making a crisp, ding-ding sound. Meanwhile, the carrying the RPG grinned fiercely and pulled the trigger. "Die? Even tanks have to bow to me." A rocket with a long tail flame shot out, carrying a scream of death, accurately hitting the side armor of the RV. Boom! A bright flash of fire and a cloud of smoke instantly engulfed the vehicle. "Haha, hit it." Even a god would be shaken to death. The members of the Evil Wolf Guild cheered loudly. However, in the next second, it was as if an invisible hand tore apart the smoke screen. A black camper van, with its intact and imposing appearance, burst out from the flames. The high-strength titanium alloy armor only bore a faint white mark, with hardly any paint chipped. As for the heavy machine gun bullets, considered deadly weapons, they hit the armor without even sparking, making only a dull sound, like raindrops hitting steel sheets, completely powerless. What the heck is this level of defense? Even a main battle tank's armor isn't this tough. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out, a cold chill running from their feet straight to their heads. Before they could recover from their shock, bang! A deep, thunderous crash echoed across the wasteland. Lin Hoy drove the camper van, wielding a huge, cold, gleaming V-shaped titanium alloy obstacle remover, like a sharp knife slicing through cheese, effortlessly cutting through the side armor of the fleeing Jeep. In that instant, the Jeep's bulletproof steel was torn apart as if it were paper. Then, it was run over. Zzzzzzz. A mix of screeching metal twisting, shattering glass, and bones being crushed under the wheels filled the air. The driver inside didn't even scream. He was fused into a bloody mess, like scrap metal turned into flesh. The man in the leather jacket reacted quickly, jumping out of the car and rolling away as it collided. Though he fell badly and was covered in blood, he managed to survive. "Ah, my leg." He rolled on the ground, clutching his broken leg, eyes wide with terror, staring at the black beast still roaring, its wheels covered in blood and oil. This isn't a car. It's clearly a monster in armor. Get back. Quickly get back. Keep firing the RPG. Hit the front windshield of the camper. The man in the leather jacket gritted his teeth against the pain and kept shouting. The player holding the RPG immediately adjusted his aim, ready to fire. But then bang. A gunshot. The RPG player's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body collapsed softly into the truck bed. In the second-floor command room, Lu Shi aimed his heavy rifle through the scope at the headless corpse. His beautiful eyes showed no mercy. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. A man holding a machine gun, trying to ambush the command room, had a large hole in his chest. He was knocked back a meter by the powerful blast. Every gunshot took a life. Meanwhile, Lin Hoy was driving the RV, recklessly crashing through the convoy, hitting anyone, injuring anyone. The proud, elite team of the Wolf Guild was like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lin Hoy. In less than 3 minutes, the once arrogant and unstoppable Wolf Guild convoy had turned into a pile of scrap metal and burning wreckage. Except for the legless man in a leather jacket, everyone else was dead. The RV stopped steadily in front of the leather jacket man. A huge shadow loomed over him. Lin Hoy opened the door. His tactical boots crunched on the gravel as he stepped out. He carried a rugged-looking axe gun and slowly approached. Su Qingqian followed behind him. Though she was trembling slightly, her eyes were fixed on the enemy on the ground. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. What do you want to do?" The leather jacket man looked at the approaching man like death itself. He was so scared he wet himself and desperately pushed himself backward on the ground. Don't kill me. I'm the vice leader of the Wolf Guild. If you kill me, all the players of the Wolf Guild will come after you. Our guild leader is just ahead. His vehicle is level 5, upgraded from a main battle tank. A giant. He will tear you apart. Main battle tank? Lin Hoy paused slightly, a mocking smile on his face. Let him come. As long as he dares. He walked up to the leather jacket man, looking down at this arrogant. Earlier, you said you wanted to play what? The man in the leather jacket trembled. Seeing Lin Hoy's cold, emotionless eyes, he suddenly realized he had no way out. Big brother. Sir, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the situation. That woman. I don't want her anymore. Really. It's all a misunderstanding. He tried to argue and beg for mercy. But Lin Hoy simply coldly raised his axe and gun. Qingqian. Lin Hoy called out without turning his head. Here. Su Qingqian's voice trembled, filled with both excitement and fear. Watch carefully. Lin Hoy's voice was deep and calm, like teaching a student. Treating this trash with one shot is too easy on him. True revenge is making him feel hopeless. As he finished speaking, bang. The first shot rang out. Lin Hoy didn't aim at the head or the heart. The bullet precisely hit the left knee of the leather jacket, breaking the entire lower leg, leaving only a layer of skin. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the wasteland, making people's scalps tingle. This shot is for your classmate Xiaoya. Lin Hoy's face was expressionless as he cocked the gun and chambered a new round. Bang! The second shot. It hit the elbow joint of the right arm. Kill me. Please, just kill me. The man in the leather jacket rolled on the ground in pain, tears, and snot covering his face. This shot is for you. Lin Hoy's voice remained steady, without any emotion. Bang! The third shot. It hit the abdomen. This shot wasn't fatal, but would cause intestines to rupture and bring intense pain. Su Qingqian stood nearby, covering her mouth tightly, watching the man who once seemed like a demon now wailing on the ground, begging for mercy like a dying dog. Her fear gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. So, even villains are afraid of pain. So, as long as you're strong enough, even demons will kneel and beg. 9 shots. Lin Hoy looked at the man in the leather jacket, who was nearly unconscious from pain, and pressed the gun to his forehead. Be a good person in your next life. Or, don't let me meet you again. Bang. Blood and flesh splattered. The world fell silent. Lin Hoy put away his gun, took out a handkerchief, and slowly wiped the blood on the barrel, then casually threw it onto the body. He turned around and looked at Su Qingxian, who was crying uncontrollably. How do you feel? Su Qingxian suddenly threw herself into Lin Hoy's arms and cried loudly. Thank you, boss. Thank you. All right, don't cry anymore. Lin Hoy gently patted her back, but his eyes looked toward the distant end of the road. The person who caused the fire on us hasn't been dealt with yet, and those 2 pursuit trucks from the Wolf Gang haven't been taken care of either. On a road a few kilometers away, an off-road vehicle, emitting black smoke, was desperately fleeing. It was the young man in black who had brought the Wolf Gang to Lin Hoy's side. The young man in black was pressing the accelerator while looking in the rearview mirror, his face full of panic. Virum, 2 modified pickup trucks were chasing him at high speed, like 2 hungry wolves biting him tightly. Those were 2 vehicles sent out by the Wolf Gang to pursue him. Why are they still chasing? The young man in black was hopeless. His car was already badly damaged and couldn't outrun these perfectly intact pursuers. Screech. He was forced to stop by the roadside. 7 or 8 members of the Wolf Gang jumped out, holding submachine guns and light rifles, with fierce smiles as they surrounded him. Run? You want to run again? The leader, a man with a hoarse face, kicked the door of the off-road vehicle and dragged the black-clad man out like a dead dog. Hand over the LV-5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, or I'll cut you into pieces and feed you to the zombies. The black-clad man trembled on the ground, trembling with fear. Big brother, I really threw the blueprint into that camper. I didn't lie to you. Do you think we're fools? You wouldn't throw away something so important. The horse-faced man raised his machete, ready to cut him. At that moment, boom boom, a deep engine sound came from afar. The horse-faced man paused, looked up. At the end of the line of sight, a huge, somewhat exaggerated black camper was slowly approaching, carrying an oppressive, suffocating pressure. On the front bumper, there were even some pieces of unclean meat and cloth hanging. The members of the Wolf Gang were stunned. Of course, they recognized this vehicle. It was the one the vice leader had just brought people to surround. Where is the 7th brother? The man with the horse face was a bit confused. According to the plan, they had more than 10 cars and RPGs, and taking down this RV should have been easy. Why does this vehicle seem completely unharmed? The RV stopped about 50 meters away from them. The window slowly rolled down. It revealed Lin Hoy's young, cold face. Hey, kid. The man with the horse face was a little nervous, but still shouted bravely. Where is our 7th brother? What did you do to him? Lin Hoy rested one hand on the window frame, slightly smiled, showing a white tooth. Do you want to see him? Yes. Tell me quickly. Or I. No need to make it complicated. Lin Hoy interrupted him, his voice calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. I'm taking you to see him now. Before he finished speaking, bang, bang, bang. A burst of flames shot out from the second-floor window. That was Lu Shi holding a rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hoy's axe gun also fired simultaneously. There was no need for tactics or unnecessary talk. This was an easy harvest. Members of the Wolf Gang didn't even have time to raise their guns before being hit by a heavy rain of bullets, turning them into sieves. The man with the horse face was in disbelief, clutching his chest as blood poured out from his fingers. He reached for his walkie-talkie to call for help. Bang! A bullet precisely hit his wrist. Don't bother. Lin Hoy pushed open the car door and stepped out, kicking away the walkie-talkie beside him. Just go on your way. Your deputy hall leader is waiting downstairs to deal with you. Bang! He shot again. Everyone was wiped out. The man in black nearby was stunned. He thought he was definitely going to die, but Lin Hoy actually saved him. Big brother. Thank you for saving me. The man in black knelt on the ground, crying loudly. I knew you were a good person. I was blind. Lin Hoy looked into his eyes coldly and asked, where are the vehicle upgrade plans? The plans. Yes, I have them on me. I'll get them for you right now. The man in black hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly took out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Lin Hoy took the blueprint and looked at it. Vehicle upgrade blueprint, LV.4, LV.5. Required materials. 1. High-strength titanium alloy X 300 units. can be replaced with higher-level materials for a perfect upgrade. 2. Recon Radar Chip 1.0 x1. 3. Precision Electronic Components x50 sets. 4. Rubber x50 units. 5. Advanced Bulletproof Glass x50 units. It is indeed a LV.5 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Lin Hoy nodded with satisfaction and stored the blueprint in his space. Brother, since you've given me this, can I go now? The man in black asked cautiously. Go? Lin Hoy looked at him with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Wasn't it fun when you used me as a shield just now? I was just trying to stay alive. You can consider this blueprint as payment for my life, okay? Wanting to stay alive is understandable. Lin Hoy nodded, slowly raising his axe gun, aiming the gun at the man's forehead. But in this world, making mistakes comes with a price. I don't like being played. Even once. Be more careful next time. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The man in black's body fell straight to the ground. Lin Hoy picked up his axe gun, blew away the gunpowder smoke, and was very satisfied with his shooting skills. In the past 2 days, he had been asking Lu Shi for shooting tips. His talent was good. He could hit targets at close range almost every time. Of course, this was also related to his improved physique and better control over his muscles. Putting away the axe gun, Lin Hoy looked at Su Qingxian beside him. Qingxian, clean up the battlefield. Yes, Su Qingxian's emotions had already calmed down, and she had fully adapted to this rhythm. She efficiently disassembled the vehicle and collected the dropped supplies. When disassembling the vehicle, any items inside would fall out. After dismantling 3 vehicles, they returned to the place where they had just killed the man in the leather jacket and continued to clean up the battlefield. It must be said that the elite team of the Wolf Guild was very wealthy. During this trip, Lin Hoy not only obtained a large amount of supplies, but also acquired 43 intact firearms. These included military pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, light machine guns, and a light anti-tank rocket, RPG, along with various types of bullets. This kind of firepower, even in the original world, was not to be underestimated. In less developed countries, it could make someone a local warlord. However, in front of his RV, they had no power to resist. Just as Lin Hoy was feeling emotional, Su Qingxian ran over holding something. Boss, look at this. Lin Hoy took it and looked. It was a device similar to a phone, with a screen about 15 inches and 2 small buttons, one red, one green. What is this? Lin Hoy asked. This is the internal communication device of the Evil Wolf Guild. I've cracked their communication frequency and device password. Su Qingxian's face was full of excitement. As someone skilled in machinery, breaking such simple encrypted channels was easy for her. She handed the communicator to Lin Hoy and projected the decrypted interface onto the RV's central control screen. The screen showed a radar-like display with a distance scale, blinking with over a dozen red dots. The closest was about 50 kilometers away. Su Qingxian explained, each red dot represents a convoy of the Evil Wolf Guild. After speaking, she pressed the red button on the communicator. After a few crackling sounds, several voices came through. They weren't very clear, but recognizable. Voice A, Old 7, are you done yet? The other side is just a small convoy. Voice B, Leader, you said we must get the level 5 upgrade blueprint this time. Voice A, useless, Old 7. Won't you get killed by those weaklings? Voice C, hee. I just raided a survivor convoy. That bunch of fools tried to fight back, but I burned them all. There's plenty of supplies and 2 bottles of good wine. We'll split them when we get back. I just encountered a lone vehicle from the Rose Society team. I plan to approach and try to intercept. If I succeed, my friends will have good news tonight. Sizzle. B voice. Old 7, do you copy? B voice. Wait, something's wrong. The red dot indicating Old 7's location hasn't moved for over 10 minutes. I used the end of the world survival game system to contact him, but no response. He might be in trouble. Third, you're closer to Old 7. Go check on him. C voice, I'm on my way. B voice, be careful. Send any updates immediately through the communicator. C voice, got it. The message ends. Lin Hoy looks up at the central control screen. The red dot closest to him, which was originally 50 kilometers away, is now only in the 40s. And it's getting closer. They're coming for us, he says. Lu Shi walks over, looks at the screen, and frowned slightly. At their current speed, they should arrive in about 20 minutes. She looks at Lin Hoy. Should we avoid them? Or set an ambush here? Lin Hoy strokes his chin without answering Lu Shi directly. Instead, he looks at Su Qingxian and asks, "Can you block the location of this communicator?" Lu Shi quickly realizes what Lin Hoy is planning and also looks at Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian thinks for a moment and replies, "This communicator should have a tracker or a location program. If we remove it, we should be able to block the signal." Lin Hoy nods. "Try it now, as soon as possible. Ideally within 15 minutes. Okay." Su Qingxian takes out her repair kit and carefully disassembles the communicator. When she specializes in machinery, her mind is flooded with knowledge related to tools and devices. This makes her, a complete beginner in mechanics, suddenly a master, skilled in various fields. Su Qingxian works quickly and precisely. Although she's never seen this device before, she instantly understands how it works and its purpose. Watching her operate with such skill, Lin Hoy is amazed by her expertise. And since Su Qingxian is only at level 1, he believes that as she advances, she will bring even more surprises. Within 15 minutes, Su Qingxian had closed the communicator and said, "It has both a tracker and software location. I have already removed both. Now, other players with communicators will see that this one has been destroyed. Good job," Lin Hoy said excitedly. "Forget about the members of the Wolf Guild for now. Let's leave here quickly." If they ambushed on the spot, with Lin Hoy's strength, defeating that small team wouldn't be a problem. But he planned to make a lasting move. The Wolf Guild players were so rich that wasting time gathering supplies was unnecessary. Once they knew the Wolf Guild's convoy route, they could treat them like livestock they raised. Whenever they were hungry, they could just go and take a bite. 5 minutes after Lin Hoy's RV left, a convoy of more than 10 vehicles approached aggressively. Leading the group was a man around 30, with a buzz cut and a goatee. His cold eyes swept over the area. This place was a scorched wasteland, with all vehicles gone and the bodies of Wolf Guild members scattered everywhere. When the goateed man saw the dead man in a leather jacket, his expression turned icy. Such useless people. Can't even handle this. He first checked the communicator and saw that the red dot belonging to the leather jacket man had disappeared. Then, he pressed a green button and sent a message. "Second brother, Old 7 is dead." The stuff was probably stolen. Soon after, a deep voice responded. "That's what it looks like. That small convoy isn't a match for Old 7. He must have encountered other players. Anyone who can kill Old 7 is not simple, probably from a big guild. I'll go after them now to see if I can find the killer," the goateed man replied. The voice continued. "Don't chase too far. Report any situation immediately. Stealing from our Wolf Guild is a serious offense. Even the Baton Alliance will make them pay. Others, stay alert and watch for any suspicious convoys." "Got it." "Understood." Several more voices chimed in. "Third brother, in 3 hours, if we haven't found the target, we'll retreat. The guild leader wants us to reach the outskirts of Fui City quickly. We have a big plan, so don't delay." "I understand." The man with a goat beard put away his communicator, then looked in a certain direction and ordered the convoy to follow. Meanwhile, a large black RV sped along an endless highway. Inside the RV, Lin Hoy had just finished listening to the conversation between the goat-bearded man and another member of the Evil Wolf Guild. A big plan? He chewed on the words, trying to guess what the Evil Wolf Guild was planning. "Boss, it seems the convoy is going the wrong way and getting farther from us. Should we catch up?" Su Qingxian, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on the central control screen. Lin Hoy slightly turned his head and looked at Su Qingxian with a hint of surprise. "You've gained some courage. You're even suggesting we actively pursue the enemy." A faint blush appeared on Su Qingxian's cheeks. She lowered her head and softly said, "Well, because you're here, boss, I dare to think like that." Seeing this, a small smile appeared on Lin Hoy's face. "Of course we should chase. But not by rushing straight in. We can change our tactics." "Change tactics?" Su Qingxian blinked her beautiful eyes, curious. "Change tactics?" Su Qingxian blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. "Boss, why don't we just crush them directly?" Like before, after the previous one-sided slaughter, this once delicate school beauty seemed to have developed some mysterious confidence in this simple, rough fighting style. "Crushing them is satisfying, But that's not a long-term plan. Lin Hoy looked at the red dot on the control screen, which was gradually moving away, and patiently explained. First, we don't know if the other side has any trump cards that could threaten the RV. Our RV has incredible defenses, but what if they have something strange like the Eye of Blame? More importantly, Lin Hoy paused, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. We are hunters now. The greatest pleasure of hunters isn't fighting beasts head-on, but setting a perfect trap, then sitting back with a cup of coffee, watching the prey walk right in, struggle, and despair. Su Qingxian looked thoughtful for a moment, then stared at Lin Hui's face and couldn't help but say, "Boss, you're so mean." Hee. Lin Hui chuckled and then asked, "Qingxian, can you modify anti-tank mines?" He had obtained 10 boxes of anti-tank mines in an abandoned weapons factory, totaling 500. But these mines are pressure-triggered, quite rigid and not very flexible. If they could be converted into controlled mines, new tactics could be carried out more smoothly. Yes, Su Qingxian puffed out her chest, full of confidence. As long as I have the right parts, I can modify them. Good. Lin Hui finished speaking and took out a drone from another space, handing it to Su Qingxian. Modify this too. I want it not only to see but also to lay eggs. Lay eggs? Su Qingxian was surprised, then her eyes lit up. Boss, do you mean airdrop bombs? Smart. Lin Hui patted Su Qingxian's head and continued. Finally, I have a tough task for you. Make an electronic device that can clone voices. I need it for something important. No problem. Su Qingxian clenched her fist. Lin Hui took out various materials and the anti-tank mines from the other space and handed them to Su Qingxian. After Su Qingxian left, Lin Hui turned to look at the elegant cold lady who was cleaning her rifle. Lu Shi, yes. Lu Shi paused her cleaning and looked up at Lin Hui. Your task is to control the situation. If the enemy detects the mines early, you shoot. The first shot must take out their lead vehicle and block the road. Then, anyone who dares to get out of the car, mark their name. Understood. Lu Shi nodded gently, then looked into Lin Hui's eyes and asked hesitantly. Boss Lin, what did you do in your original world? Lin Hui blurted out. A college freshman. Military school? Lu Shi asked again. No. Lin Hui shook his head and added casually. I was thinking of applying for military school. My scores should be enough, but I probably wouldn't pass the political review. Lu Shi opened her mouth, wanting to ask, why? But the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. She felt that the young man in front of her had a story. However, years of work experience tell her that if the other person doesn't want to talk, don't ask. After a moment of silence, Lu Shi stood up and said, I'll go help Sister Qingxian. I don't understand the mechanics, but I know a lot about weapons. That's the knowledge I gained from my shooting skill. Go ahead. Lin Hui nodded gently, then suddenly turned the steering wheel. The black camper veered off the road toward the highway where the Wolf Gang's vehicle team was. While driving, he opened the system panel to check the regional chat channel for any interesting messages. But at that moment, Lin Hui noticed a private message. He clicked to open it and saw a familiar ID, Li Xian. The message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, he hadn't opened the system, so he didn't see it. Li Xian, are you still there, boss? The 5 of us worked really hard. We dismantled all the scrap metal from a ruin. We're still looking for more players to buy it in the regional chat channel. Li Xian, we collected a total of 150,000 units of scrap metal. Can we trade now? Image.jpg, image.jpg. The pictures showed stacks of neatly piled scrap metal, like small mountains. 150,000 units? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow and smiled with satisfaction. This Li Xian works quickly and efficiently. He's quite talented. Lin Hui, accepted. As agreed before, 150,000 units of scrap metal for 50 units of universal fuel. Or you can exchange it for equivalent food and ammunition. The reply came almost instantly, and Lin Hui could feel Li Xian's excitement and trembling through the screen. Li Xian, swap for universal fuel. Just universal fuel. With it, we can go farther and find more scrap metal. You're like a living Buddha, boss. We'll do this business for a lifetime. Living Buddha? Lin Hui chuckled and completed the trade casually. At the same time, he told Li Xian that he also accepted scrap glass, with the same price as scrap metal. Scrap glass can be made into high-grade bulletproof glass and is one of the materials needed to upgrade vehicles to level 5. He closed the system interface, then focused his mind and entered the alternate space. There, a pile of scrap metal as big as a small mountain was waiting. Combine, Lin Hoy whispered. The huge pile of scrap metal suddenly disintegrated, with countless impurities removed as metal atoms rearranged at a microscopic level. 150,000 units of scrap iron combined 15,000 units of refined steel, 15,000 units of refined steel combined 1,500 units of armored bulletproof steel. 1,500 units of armored bulletproof steel combined 150 units of high-strength titanium alloy. 150 units of high-strength titanium alloy combined 15 units of blue titanium alloy. Perfect level critical hit. In just a few seconds, the large pile of trash disappeared. In its place, 15 shining blue metal plates appeared. 15 units of perfect grade blue titanium alloy. High-strength titanium alloy is already very rare, and blue titanium alloy is even more so. 1 unit of high-strength titanium alloy costs 100 units of universal fuel on the market. No one has sold blue titanium alloy before, but its price is at least 10 times higher than high-strength titanium alloy. Lin Hoy only used 50 units of universal fuel to get 15 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. It was an incredible deal, but for Li Xian and others, that scrap metal was just clutter, a burden to throw away. Getting 50 units of universal fuel from it was like a gift from the sky. Both sides felt they gained something, but Lin Hoy clearly came out ahead. Lin Hoy then combined steel, armored bulletproof steel, and blue titanium alloy from the other space to make more blue titanium alloy. Now, he has a total of 270 units of blue titanium alloy, with 90 units being perfect grade. He wanted to upgrade to level 5, which only needs high-strength titanium alloy, but Lin Hoy decided to use blue titanium alloy directly. He only needs 30 more units to reach the 300 units required for the upgrade. He believed he would gather them soon. Currently, nearly 400,000 surviving players, but only about 50 vehicles have reached level 5. The main reasons are the rarity of level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprints and the materials needed, including high-strength titanium alloy, advanced bulletproof glass, and reconnaissance radar chips, version 1.0. For Lin Hoy, the first two are not a problem. He can make them using scrap iron and scrap glass. The most critical part now is the reconnaissance radar chip, 1.0. The regional chat channel is unreliable now. Hardly anyone shares good items for trade. However, Lin Hoy has a new idea: to steal. He plans to target the Hungry Wolf Guild players. Some of them must have a level 5 vehicle with reconnaissance radar. If he can take that vehicle and dismantle it, he could get the radar chip. After 3 hours, Lin Hoy made a big detour and finally reached his destination. Using the map from Zombie Wilderness and the route of the Evil Wolf Guild's convoy, he found a perfect ambush spot. It's a canyon with steep cliffs on both sides and a narrow road in the middle that fits only 3 vehicles side by side. Just then, Su Qingqian's voice came through, saying she had finished all the preparations. Zing! Lin Hoy immediately hit the brakes. According to the plan, Su Qingqian and Lu Shi would get out of the vehicle. Su Qingqian would plant the mines. Lu Shi would find a spot to hide and wait. Su Qingqian was lying on the road, holding a special mine-laying tool, moving skillfully and quickly. "Boss, it's done." 10 minutes later, she wiped sweat from her forehead and pointed to several hidden spots she had set up. "These are the main mines. I linked 3 times the usual amount of explosive, enough to up a level for heavily armored vehicle. I also made 2 remote-controlled fuses, so it's foolproof. And this," she said, pointing to a drone hovering above, carrying 2 modified high-explosive tank mines. "Just give the command, and it will become a bomber." "Great job," Lin Hoy nodded approvingly. Then he looked at Lu Shi, who was already in position behind a rocky crevice, camouflaged with a net, blending perfectly with the rocks. "Lu Shi, your position is perfect." Everything was ready. Lin Hoy drove the RV behind a large rock. He sat comfortably in the spacious driver's seat, with a split-screen display in front of him. On the left was a high-definition aerial view from the drone. On the right was a radar scan showing moving red dots. Still 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Lin Hoy was playing with a detonator in his hand, and took out a can of cold cola from the car's mini fridge, gently opening it. Fizz! The bubbles sounded especially clear in the quiet car. Meanwhile, the bearded man was sitting in a modified military vehicle of level 4, looking very angry. He had been driving with his team across the wilderness for over 3 hours, but they hadn't found anything. Where did that player who stole the level 5 vehicle upgrade plans go? The bearded man irritably scratched his beard and picked up the walkie-talkie. All cars, watch your distance. The terrain ahead is tricky. Be careful of ambushes. Although he said this, he didn't really believe there would be an ambush. After all, they were from the Wolfpack Guild. Usually, other guilds or players seeing their symbol would run away immediately. Plus, they had more than 10 heavily armed vehicles, with 20 machine guns mounted on them, along with 2 RPGs and a light mortar. With this firepower, as long as they didn't encounter the Batians, they could basically move freely in this area. Unless the enemy was really stupid or trying to commit suicide, anyone seeing this would run as far away as possible. Third brother, should we take a detour? Something feels off, the driver next to the bearded man suddenly said. He was more cautious. Drive slowly. Be careful. The bearded man shook his head. He had already wasted some time chasing the player who attacked Old 7. If they took a different road, it might delay the guild leader's important plans. The convoy slowly entered a canyon. The road here became narrow, with shadows cast over it, creating a heavy, oppressive feeling. Above, it seemed like an unnoticed bird was flying by, making a faint buzzing sound. But no one paid attention. Third brother, the road ahead looks strange, the driver in front said suddenly over the walkie-talkie. The dirt on the ground looks freshly turned. The bearded man's heart skipped a beat. His instinct, sharpened by years of danger, made his scalp tingle. Not good. Stop the vehicle. Quickly, stop! He shouted desperately into the walkie-talkie. But it was too late. Just as the lead vehicle suddenly slammed on its brakes and to a halt, Lin Hoy, sitting inside the RV drinking cola, watched the vehicle enter the red circle on the screen. He gently pressed the red button in his hand. Boom! A deafening explosion, loud enough to seem to shatter eardrums, suddenly tore through the quiet valley. That wasn't a landmine. It was a triple anti-tank mine that Su Qingshan had deliberately set off all at once. A huge fireball shot into the sky, lifting the heavily armored modified pickup truck, which weighed several tons, into the air by more than 10 meters. The vehicle disintegrated in midair, parts raining down like falling leaves, then turned into a mass of burning scrap metal that crashed heavily onto the second vehicle behind. Enemy attack. Ambush. The man with a goat beard only felt his ears buzzing. Before he could react to the terrifying explosion, a bird above suddenly dropped 2 dark objects. They landed right between 2 vehicles trying to turn around and escape. Boom. Boom. 2 more explosions followed. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Over there, on the mountain. Counterattack. Shoot down that hill. Members of the Wolf Guild, being reckless fighters, quickly responded after a brief panic. Dozens of machine guns frantically sprayed in the direction of the explosion, sparks flying on the rocky wall. But at that moment, whoosh, a bullet whistled through the smoke and dust. Bang! The gunner in the second vehicle's head exploded like a watermelon, the body falling limply into the truck bed, fingers still clutching the trigger. The machine gun continued to fire uselessly at the sky. Over there, bang, another shot. A member of the Wolf Guild, trying to get out of the vehicle for cover, was hit and thrown out. Lucy's position was too tricky, a natural blind spot for shooting, and she seemed like death itself was calling her name. Every gunshot took a life. The entire convoy was trapped in the narrow valley, unable to advance or retreat, only passively taking hits. Fear began to spread in everyone's hearts. Reverse. Hurry, reverse. The bearded man watched his brothers fall one after another. Though reluctant, he could only retreat. They didn't know where the enemies were. How could they fight? Lin Hoy sat inside the RV, watching the panicked prey on the surveillance screen. He skillfully threw the empty soda can into the trash bin. Then he pressed the remote again, triggering the buried landmines behind him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the canyon. The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared. The once neat and mighty Wolfgang convoy was now a pile of twisted scrap metal and burning wreckage. Black smoke billowed into the sky, filling the air with a strong smell of burnt material and blood. Except for the bearded man who was deliberately left alive and the driver sitting in the cockpit, almost everyone else was dead. Click, click. Lin Hoy slowly drove the RV into the battlefield. The sharp sound of the 40-ton wheels crushing metal debris and bones was the last straw breaking the survivors' mental defenses. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. The driver was already terrified. He crawled out of the overturned vehicle, kneeling on the glass-shattered ground, desperately bowing his head, blood dripping from his forehead. The bearded man, though covered in blood and with one leg blown off, still looked fierce. He leaned against a burning tire, clutching a large-caliber revolver tightly, glaring at the black RV parked in front. You want to kill me? Not so easy. The bearded man roared and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Before he could pull the trigger, a bullet precisely pierced his wrist. His pistol fell to the ground. On a distant rock, Lucy blew on the gun's muzzle smoke, showing a calm expression. Lin Hoy opened the car door. His tactical boots hit the ground with steady steps. He ignored the kneeling driver and walked straight to the bearded man. He stepped on his injured leg and pressed down hard. The man with the goat beard let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes, and he curled up like a shrimp. Your bones are pretty tough. Lin Hoy squatted down, looking at his twisted face from the pain. His voice was so calm it was chilling. The man with the goat beard endured the pain and stared at Lin Hoy fiercely. Do you know I'm from the Evil Wolf Guild? How dare you steal from us? Evil Wolf Guild. Lin Hoy chuckled. We're the ones stealing from your guild. Tell me, what is your guild's big plan? Using his communicator, Lin Hoy learned that the members of the Evil Wolf Guild were heading near Fui City to carry out a major plan. You also know about the big plan? The man with the goat beard was surprised. He said coldly, Who are you? A member of the Body Alliance? Or the Iron Blood Heavy Industry? Lin Hoy smiled and showed his big white teeth. I guess you. The man with the goat beard glared at Lin Hoy fiercely and spat blood and saliva. Bah? Wanna know? Dream on. I know exactly what kind of person you are. You won't let me go. If I fall into your hands, it's because I'm weaker. But remember, I am the deputy leader of the Evil Wolf Guild. If you kill me, the guild leader won't forgive you. He will skin you and draw your muscles and your women. Snap. Lin Hoy's face was expressionless. He reached out and grabbed his other healthy arm, gently breaking it. The sound of bones cracking was clear and pleasant. Ah! The man with the goat beard was in so much pain he nearly fainted, his eyes nearly popping out. Too much talk, Lin Hoy said calmly, with no emotion in his eyes. I gave you a chance. Since you want to act tough, I'll make it easy for you. He stood up, no longer looking at the man with the goat beard, and turned to the trembling driver. Speak. The driver had already been scared out of his mind by what he saw. He looked into Lin Hoy's cold eyes and felt more terrifying than seeing a demon. I'll tell. I've told everything. Don't torture me. Do you dare to say that? The man with the goat beard glared at the driver. Aren't you afraid of the guild leader's methods? And even if you tell, will they let us go? The driver, upon hearing this, showed a look of fear in his eyes. Lin Hoy stepped heavily on the goat-bearded man's head. The intense pain made him unable to speak anymore. Then he looked at the driver. You can speak honestly. As long as I am satisfied with what you say, I will let you go. Really? The driver looked at Lin Hoy. Lin Hoy said calmly, Of course, you can also choose not to believe me. Then I will shoot you right now. I'll tell you. The driver trembled all over and spilled everything he knew like a burst bamboo tube. The big plan is that the guild leader plans to set up checkpoints outside Fui City. The guild leader calls it raising pigs. Once the scattered players and small guilds have collected enough supplies, they will harvest everything at once. It saves effort and makes a lot of profit. Sekinkian, standing nearby, clenched her fists tightly. These people are truly crazy. Aren't you afraid that all the scattered players and small guilds will unite and destroy you? The driver glanced at Sekinkian and whispered, Honestly, besides the Beijing Alliance, we're not afraid of anyone. And the guild leader didn't say he wants to kill all the scattered players. They just need to pay tolls to enter Fui City, paying a little to avoid disaster or being chased and killed by us. Many players would probably choose the first option, right? Lin Hoy rubbed his nose. This really sounds like what the Evil Wolf Guild would do, treating players like crops to harvest. Even if the Evil Wolf Guild wants to wipe everyone out, the three major guilds and other big powers probably wouldn't agree. After all, many scattered players or small forces are needed as cannon fodder for the tasks in Fui City. Although he himself was fearless, it was a good reminder to prepare well before entering Fui City. Lin Hoy took a deep breath and then asked, "Now, tell me more about your guild. What is your organizational structure? How many people are there?" The driver looked at the still screaming third member and his voice trembled. "Our guild has 10 branches, each divided into 10 squads, with 40 to 60 people in each squad." Lin Hoy pointed at the goat-bearded man. "What is his name? Which branch do you belong to?" The driver swallowed and said, "We are from the Tsanglong Hall. His name is Hu Wei. He is the captain of the 3rd squad and also the deputy hall master. We all call him Third Brother." Lin Hoy silently took notes and then asked, "How many vehicles above level 5 does the Evil Wolf Guild currently have?" The driver thought for a moment and replied, "At least 12. The leader and vice leader have level 6 vehicles. The heads of 10 branches all have level 5 vehicles. I also heard that other branch leaders are trying to upgrade their vehicles, but I don't know if they succeeded." He then smiled flatteringly. "Today, we found a blueprint for upgrading a level 5 vehicle, but unfortunately, it was stolen. We were just chasing the thief. I can take you to find him." The driver tried to share valuable information to gain Lin Hoy's trust. Lin Hoy nodded gently. "No rush. I have one last question. What's the name of your branch leader? What vehicle was it upgraded from? Does it have a scouting radar feature?" The driver swallowed nervously. What are you going to do?" Lin Hoy coldly said. "That's not your concern. Just answer my questions." The driver took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "The branch leader is Yang and Tong. His vehicle was converted from a heavy armored troop carrier. Whether it has a scouting radar, I don't know. But I heard that his vehicle can scan all moving targets within 10 kilometers." After speaking, he looked at Lin Hoy. "That's all I know." "Good." Lin Hoy nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the man with the goat beard on the ground suddenly stopped screaming, raised his head, and showed a fierce smile. "Kid, do you still want to attack my brother? Do you know how terrifying a level 5 vehicle is? Before you even get close, you'll be blown to bits. Of course, I hope you try. Ha. That way, I can see you sooner below." "Oh, really?" Lin Hoy looked at him with a teasing smile. "Then I definitely want to meet him. But before that, I want to show you something." Lin Hoy looked at Su Qingqian. "Qingqian, bring out your little invention and give it a try." Su Qingqian immediately took out a small black device that looked like a walkie-talkie and waved it in front of the man with the goat beard. "What is this?" the man with the goat beard asked in surprise. "A voice print simulator." Su Qingqian smiled sweetly. "Just now, I recorded your screams, talking, and insulting. After analyzing and synthesizing your voice, I can perfectly imitate it." After speaking, she pressed a button and said into the microphone, "Big brother, I am in danger. Please send help." A chilling scene happened. The voice coming from the speaker was actually that of the bearded man, with a rough, slightly hoarse, and pained tone. Even the way he spoke was very realistic. You guys." The bearded man widened his eyes, looking like he saw a ghost, and started trembling violently. He suddenly understood what Lin Hoy was planning. "With this, I can use your identity to trick that hallmaster and lure him out." Lin Hoy took the voice print simulator, his eyes cold. "I don't need to find him. I can make him come to his death on his own." You devil," the bearded man shouted desperately. He realized that this young-looking guy, who seemed like a college student, was even more terrifying than the Evil Wolf Guild. The bearded man seemed to think of something and opened his system panel, trying to send a message. But when Lin Hoy saw the blue system interface appear on the bearded man's screen, he immediately understood his plan. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The axe gun in Lin Hoy's hand emitted a puff of blue smoke. The bearded man's forehead had a blood hole, and his shocked and unwilling eyes froze forever at that moment. He never expected that he would end up as an accomplice in an ambush in this way. The driver nearby saw this scene and desperately backed away, making a face more terrible than crying. "Big brother, I will keep this secret today. I won't go back to the Evil Wolf Guild. I was forced before. Now, I just want to be a good person." You said you would let me go." Lin Hoy looked at the driver calmly. "I promised you just now, I won't kill you." The driver was happy and wanted to thank him with a bow. But then Lin Hoy changed the subject, looked at Lu Shi in the distance, and shrugged. She didn't agree. The driver froze, suddenly turning to look at Lu Shi. Facing him was Lu Shi's expressionless gaze. Bang! Lu Shi didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. She had no mercy for villains who helped evil and spilled innocent blood. Her first lesson learned in the apocalypse was to eliminate the root of the problem. 10 minutes later, the supplies were collected, and the RV started moving again. Inside the vehicle, Su Qingqian decoded the communicator found on the goat-bearded man and handed it to Lin Hoy. Boss, someone is contacting Hui on the communicator. Lin Hoy pressed the red button. After a crackling sound, a deep male voice spoke. Third brother, how's it going? Found the target? Got a reply? Lin Hoy recognized the voice. Earlier, when eavesdropping, the goat-bearded man called the other person's second brother. So, he took out the voice print simulator, took a deep breath, and adjusted his breathing and posture. Then, he pressed the green message button. In the next second, the hoarse voice belonging to the goat-bearded man sounded again. Second brother, no sign of the target yet. I'm about to head towards Fusher. Soon after, the deep voice spoke again. Good. Hurry up. Don't delay the boss's plans. Seeing Lin Hoy put down the voice print simulator, Su Qingqian blinked and asked, Boss, what should we do next? Lin Hoy opened the map on the central control screen and smiled. Of course, we're finding a burial site for them. Then, the three of them studied the map carefully. Finally, they chose a target at an abandoned hospital over 500 kilometers away. After confirming the location, Lin Hoy looked at the girl beside him and said, Qingqian, keep modifying the anti-tank mines and use those grenades too. Make more. Our enemies are many this time, so the minefield needs to be larger. Also, make some more powerful airstrike bombs. Ones that can destroy level 5 vehicles. Got it. Su Qingqian nodded firmly. Lin Hoy shifted his gaze to Lu Shi, who was wiping her rifle again. Her cleanliness obsession seemed serious. Whenever she had free time, she would clean her gun. Lin Hoy showed a small smile and softly said, Miss Lu, you used to be a CEO and are good at business talks. Maybe in the future, you can take on more responsibilities, like procurement. He usually didn't pay attention to the regional chat channel, so he missed a lot of information and items. If Lu Shi could take over, he would feel relieved. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Shi straightened her back, showing her graceful figure clearly. She rolled her eyes at Lin Hoy, clearly aware of his thoughts. In her previous world, only she could give orders. No one else could control her. However, she owed Lin Hoy a life. Until her mission in Fui City was finished, she was Lin Hoy's employee. Actually, this kind of life was quite good. Her vehicle was powerful, and she wondered if she really needed to establish a guild. A sudden thought made Lu Shi startled. She realized her heart was actually wavering. She looked at Lin Hoy with complicated eyes and sighed, saying, No problem. Lin Hoy smiled and said, Then I'll trouble Miss Lu from now on. Hearing their conversation, Su Qingqian turned around and smiled gently. Miss Lu, please keep an eye out for items like gunpowder, sensors, and batteries. After this battle, Su Qingqian realized the strategic importance of drones. She planned to try making drones herself. Okay, Lu Shi took note and looked at Lin Hoy. Boss, what about you? Lin Hoy chuckled and took out a prepared list. Lu Shi looked at the list, which included gene serum, mental strength serum, extraordinary items, level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints, reconnaissance radar chips. She raised her head and asked, Don't you need high-grade bulletproof glass? She remembered that one of the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle to level 5 was high-grade bulletproof glass. No need for that. Oh. Lu Shi nodded softly, then thought of something and asked, Boss, are you not going to give me some supplies? People are trading these items in the chat channel. There are definitely many competitors. If I ask you for supplies again, I probably won't be able to beat others. That made sense. Lin Hoy nodded and then looked at Lu Shi and Su Qingqian, saying, Come with me. I'll take you to a place. Boss, where are we going? Su Qingqian asked. You'll find out when we get there. Lin Hoy blinked. The camper stopped in a hidden spot. He took Lu Shi and Su Qingqian into his bedroom. Su Qingqian glanced around the room, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. She whispered, Boss, what are you going to do? Am I with Sister Lu? That's so embarrassing. Lin Hoy looked at Su Qingqian, then quickly realized she was thinking the wrong way. He tilted his head and smiled at her. We're so close. Why are you still shy? Su Qingqian nervously twisted her fingers and mumbled. Well, you have a point. Maybe. It's not a bad idea. It seemed she had made a big decision. She suddenly looked up, but Lin Hoy was no longer beside her. She looked around and saw Lin Hoy and Lu Shi standing next to a storage cabinet. At that moment, Lin Hui's lips curled into a slight smile. Haven't you always wondered where the materials from monster kills and vehicle dismantling go? Su Qingqian looked at Lin Hui's back and then at the ordinary-looking storage cabinet. Her face lost its blush and was replaced with confusion. Huh? Not that. She felt so awkward she wanted to find a hole to hide in. So, the boss just wanted to show them the supplies? Lu Shi, standing nearby, kept her cool on the outside but had a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She had guessed before that Lin Hoy might have awakened a rare space-type spirit technique, because those mountain-like piles of materials and supplies couldn't just disappear into thin air otherwise. Are you ready? Lin Hoy placed his hand on the cabinet door handle, looked back at the two, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The next scene might slightly shake your view of the world. Click. As the cabinet door opened, a strange ripple spread out like water waves. Inside the dim cabinet, there was no end, only an entrance to a void bathed in soft white light. Lu Shi originally stood with her arms crossed, maintaining her usual elegant and composed demeanor. But at this moment, her usually calm and steady eyes widened in shock, pupils shrinking rapidly. As for Su Qingqian, she was even more exaggerated, covering her mouth with her hand. The blush on her face hadn't faded yet, and now her face turned pale with surprise. This is, Su Qingqian's voice trembled. Lin Hoy had a faint smile on his face. He took the lead and stepped into the bright light, then turned back and waved to the two women. What are you waiting for? The two women took a deep breath and carefully followed, crossing through the illusionary light gate. Boom! It was as if they had suddenly gone from a narrow alley into a grand, huge square. Their view suddenly opened up. They were now standing in a vast, pure white space. There were no lights overhead, but the lighting was soft and bright. Lu Shi mechanically turned her head and looked at the pile of supplies on her left. It was truly like a mountain, bags of mineral water stacked high, over 1,000 bottles of universal fuel arranged neatly, giving off a reassuring industrial feel. There were various meats, vegetables, fruits, snacks, daily necessities. In the distance, guns, ammunition, and steel were casually placed. Is this your warehouse? Lu Shi took a deep breath, trying to steady her trembling voice. She had thought Lin Hoy only had a slightly larger space backpack, but what she saw now, it was at least 20 or 30,000 cubic meters. This wasn't just a warehouse. It was like a small world. It's a little messy. I haven't had time to organize it. Lin Hoy casually picked up a bottle of soda, unscrewed it, and took a sip. His tone was relaxed, as if he was describing his backyard vegetable garden. Right now, it's about 200,000 cubic meters. Items stored in this space stay fresh and never spoil. After upgrading to a level 4 RV, the space expanded by another 100,000 cubic meters. In the future, each vehicle upgrade will double the space. 20,000 cubic meters? Su Qingqian felt her mind was overwhelmed. What does 200,000 cubic meters even mean? It's equivalent to the interior volume of a sports stadium. Boss, Su Qingqian swallowed hard, her eyes dreamy as she looked at Lin Hoy. Are you really not related to the end-of-the-world escape game? This isn't just a vehicle. It's a moving shelter. Compared to Su Qingqian's simple shock, Lu Shi's focus was more practical. Never corrupt? She walked over to the pile of supplies that looked like a small mountain. All the food was very fresh, as if just picked. Lu Shi was once again amazed. As a former high-ranking person, she knew exactly what this meant. This isn't just storage. It's a strategic-level resource preservation vault. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. Lu Shi noticed over 200 pieces of alloy with a mysterious blue glow. She didn't recognize these alloys, but it was clear they weren't high-strength titanium alloys. Next to the blue alloys, there were dozens of pieces of high-grade bulletproof glass. She had never seen such rare materials collected by Lin Hoy before. Moreover, Lu Shi noticed a small detail. Earlier, from the New Light Mutual Aid Society and the Evil Wolf Guild, they had dismantled tanks and armored vehicles for steel, basic bulletproof glass, and countless scrap metals from abandoned cars, as well as high-strength titanium alloys from a scrapyard for aircraft parts. All these materials were gone. Only the scrap steel from the recently destroyed goat-bearded man's convoy remained. Could it be? A wild idea suddenly appeared in her mind. Lucy pointed at the blue titanium alloy and hesitated, saying, "Boss, these." Her reaction caught Lin Hoy's attention. He smiled and casually tossed the empty cola can aside. He walked over to the small pile of steel, his slender fingers gently resting on the scrap metal. "Lu Jia, look carefully." Lin Hoy's mind moved. The legendary infinite synthesis skill, unlimited crafting, activated. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst from Lin Hoy's palm, enveloping the entire pile of scrap steel. Buzz! A strange humming sound echoed through the space. Under Lu Shi and Su Qingqian's terrified gazes, the dull gray steel seemed to melt, then twisted, compressed, and reassembled wildly. Impurities were removed, and the molecular structure was forcibly changed. The originally gray-black scrap iron mountain was shrinking visibly in size. After a few seconds, the light faded. The pile of scrap steel disappeared completely. In its place, 3 neatly arranged glowing blue titanium alloy plates lay on the ground. They were a deep, mesmerizing blue, with smooth, mirror-like surfaces that seemed to contain stars and the sea. "Is this?" Lucy trembled as she reached out to touch, but hesitated. Lin Hoy brushed dust off his hands and said calmly, "It took about 30,000 units of scrap iron to make 3 units of blue titanium alloy." Silence. The entire space fell into a deathly quiet. Lucy suddenly turned to look at Lin Hoy. She finally understood why Lin Hoy dared to be so bold in collecting scrap iron. Why his vehicle's defenses were so incredible. It turns out, he was different from ordinary players. In this wasteland, with this godlike ability, Lin Hoy was basically a god. "Oh my gosh," Su Qingqian hugged Lin Hoy's arm, eyes sparkling. "Boss, if you say the sun is square, I'll believe it. So cool. This is just too cool, turning a pile of junk into priceless top-grade alloy instantly. That's the power of a creator." Lucy took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. She looked at Lin Hoy and said, "Boss, since you have this ability, our business isn't just about buying anymore. We could even monopolize the rare materials market in the entire C-996 area." Lin Hoy looked at her appreciatively. "That's your job to handle." After leaving the space, the 3 of them felt closer than before. Su Qingqian admired Lin Hoy even more. Lucy felt a stronger sense of belonging to the RV. After seeing Lin Hoy's abilities, she had completely given up on the idea of forming her own guild. She was strong-willed, no doubt, but if there was someone more powerful and talented to lead her, she was willing to follow. But only under Lin Hoy. In the future, the RV would probably hire more staff, and she was determined to fully secure her position as the second-in-command. Lucy looked at Lin Hoy, who was returning to the driver's seat, and silently drew a red line around her own identity. The RV sped across the zombie wasteland. Over the next few hours, Lin Hoy drove toward the abandoned hospital, while casually clearing away groups of zombies and mutated creatures along the way. With the V-shaped titanium alloy barrier shovel on the front of the RV and Lucy's incredible shooting skills, Lin Hoy easily gathered a lot of supplies and materials. Night fell. The wasteland was swallowed by endless darkness. Only the occasional roars of zombies in the distance reminded everyone that this was the end of the world. Lin Hoy drove the large RV, following the map's directions, and slowly stopped in front of a deserted building complex. Their destination was about 200 meters ahead. According to the map, this hospital was called Renai Hospital. "We've arrived." Lin Hoy turned off the headlights, leaving only the faint glow of the dashboard. Through the large bulletproof windshield, the 3 of them looked at the eerie building complex in the night. The main part of the hospital was half-collapsed, like a dying giant beast lying in the darkness. He planned to set a trap here and lure the leader of the Wolf Guild to destroy him. Suddenly, Su Qingqian pointed toward the hospital entrance and lowered her voice. "Boss, look at the gate." Lin Hoy adjusted his focus. With his low-light night vision, he instantly saw what was happening there. In that moment, his brow furrowed slightly. At the overgrown hospital gate, there was an old, broken bus. It wasn't an upgraded end-of-the-world vehicle, nor was it a heavy-duty vehicle belonging to a guild boss. And it was the most basic, level 1 vehicle. In this deep, zombie, and mutant beast-filled wasteland, more than 2,000 kilometers from the starting zone, there was actually a fragile, level 1 car parked? This doesn't make sense. Lu Shi, holding her rifle, frowned. How did such a level 1 car get here? Lin Hoy slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the strange bus and looking toward the top of the hospital building. In this pitch-black silence, one of the windows on that floor was actually lit. Su Qingxian took a deep breath. This area has been abandoned for many years. The backup generator in this abandoned hospital should have been out of use long ago. There was a dilapidated level 1 vehicle. A window glowing with pale light. On this dark night, filled with zombies, such an unusual sight made the air feel creepy. It seems we are not the only players here. Lin Hoy squinted, lightly tapping the steering wheel. This was his carefully chosen burial site for the Wolf Guild. He was determined not to give up easily. No matter who was inside, they had to move out. I'm going to check that vehicle. Lu Shi tied her long hair back neatly, tightened her tactical bulletproof vest, put on infrared night vision goggles, and carried a silenced rifle, her eyes sharp. As an expert marksman, stealth was her strong suit. Be careful, Lin Hoy nodded. Keep communication open. Don't worry, Lu Shi nodded softly, then got out of the RV. The night wind carried a smell of decay. Under the cover of darkness, Lu Shi moved like a ghost toward the hospital entrance. Her movements were professional. Using bushes and abandoned stone blocks as cover, she quickly approached the old bus. Boss, something's wrong. Lu Shi's low voice came through the headset, with a hint of doubt. No one's inside the vehicle, but there are dozens of zombies. Zombies? Lin Hoy was surprised. Yes, Lu Shi pressed her face to the window to look inside, speaking softly. These zombies are strange, as if they've lost their senses, wandering inside the bus. Don't touch that vehicle. Go into the hospital lobby and check, Lin Hoy said firmly. Qingxian, send the drone for support. Got it. Su Qingxian quickly typed on her keyboard. The modified all-in-one reconnaissance drone silently took off, heading toward the lit rooftop. Through the glass window, the corridor was silent. Meanwhile, Lu Shi had slipped into the hospital lobby. The lobby is messy, with dried blood and stretchers everywhere, but no zombies. Lu Shi's voice came through. Not a single zombie. It's unnaturally quiet. I'll go upstairs to check. After speaking, she quickly climbed the stairs. Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. Everything looks normal. No signs of life, Lu Shi whispered. I've reached the top floor, now in the corridor, near that glowing room. Suddenly, a crackling noise came through the headphones. Lin Hoy felt a bad feeling in his heart. Sister Lu? Report the situation. What is that thing? Lu Shi's voice suddenly became urgent and filled with fear. What's wrong? Lin Hoy asked immediately. Crackle. Crackle. Inside the room, there was more crackling sounds. Bang. A short gunshot sounded, and the communication was cut off completely. Lu Shi. Lin Hoy stood up quickly. Boss. Drone footage, Su Qingxian suddenly shouted. At the moment Lu Shi was in trouble, she immediately used the drone's weapon to break the window and rushed into the corridor. Lin Hoy turned sharply to look at the screen. On the screen, Lu Shi's body was being dragged into the room by a blurry figure. Just then, a shadow flashed across the drone's camera. Pop! The screen instantly turned into static. The drone was destroyed. It was too fast to see what it was. Su Qingxian's face was pale. Stay in the car, lock the doors. Be ready to respond at any moment. Lin Hoy didn't hesitate. He grabbed his axe and gun, took the special item, Blame's Eye, and with a mental command, his muscles tensed instantly. His strength, rated at 150 points, fully unleashed. Boom. He pushed open the car door and jumped out, like a cannonball, rushing toward the hospital building. Lu Shi can't die, not just because she is his employee, but because she is an essential long-range firepower in his team. And the fact that Lu Shi lost contact so quickly means there is definitely something unusual involved. Lin Hoy charged into the hall, not sneaking like Lu Shi. He chose the most direct approach. Violent rush. Lin Hoy kept moving, heading straight for the stairs. There is a faint, foul smell in the air that makes people feel sick. He quickly rushed to the top floor. This is the floor with the bright light. Lin Hoy tightly held his axe gun and the blame eye, slowing his steps, breathing shallow and weak. His sharp hearing allowed him to hear a faint sound coming from deep in the corridor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That was the sound of liquid dripping. Following the sound, Lin Hoy reached the double doors at the end of the corridor. The eerie white light was shining through the cracks of these doors. He took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the door open. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a loud noise. But the scene before him sent a chilling shiver down even Lin Hoy's spine, who was used to violence. It was an extremely spacious and overly clean operating room. The shadowless lamp was turned to maximum, illuminating the room as bright as daytime. On a bed in the corner, Lucy was sleeping. She had no obvious wounds, her chest rising and falling as if she was simply asleep. In the center of the room was a large, specially made operating table. Lying on it was a monster. It was a giant zombie over 4 meters tall. Its muscles were bulging, and its skin was a dull, bluish-gray color. Its right arm had transformed into a bone hammer. Lin Hoy's pupils shrank suddenly. A level 4 zombie. This is the tyrant among zombies. But that was not the most terrifying part. The scariest thing was, this level 4 zombie tyrant was being dissected. Its chest cavity was fully opened, black blood flowing through tubes into a bucket below, making the ticking sound Lin Hoy heard outside. Next to the giant corpse of the tyrant stood a girl. She wore a pure white dress and a transparent raincoat stained with blood. Her long, silver hair was casually draped behind her, shimmering with a holy yet strange glow under the shadowless lamp. She looked about 18 or 19, slender and delicate, as if a gust of wind could her over. But in her hand, she held a delicate surgical knife. That 4th-level tyrant, which even a heavy rifle might not be able to pierce, was easily cut open and separated by her surgical knife, like soft tofu. When she heard Lin Hoy enter, the girl did not panic. Her movements remained graceful, precise, and steady. Clack! She threw a piece of gray-black mutated into a nearby plate. Then, she slowly turned around. It was a face that was stunningly beautiful. Beauty is very beautiful. But at this moment, a sense of horror also instantly filled the scene. Lin Hoy's muscles tensed to the limit. Who is she? A player? A special mutant? Or an indigenous? The white-haired girl slowly removed her blood-stained rubber glove, her gray eyes quietly fixed on Lin Hoy. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A smile that was both innocent and chilling. You're actually fine. Her voice was ethereal, yet carried a strange excitement. This scene was incredibly strange. The pale shadowless lights illuminated the operating table clearly, and the air was thick with the foul smell of blood and decay. On that specially made metal table, large enough to hold a giant, the 4th-level zombie tyrant, which should be roaming the wasteland as the top of the food chain, was lying there. Its chest cavity was completely opened, revealing a huge black-purple heart inside. And the one leading this brutal scene was a seemingly delicate silver-haired girl. Hearing her strange and excited question, "You're actually fine," Lin Hoy did not relax. Instead, he gripped his axe cannon tighter. In this apocalyptic world, the more harmless something looks, the more deadly it often is. Are you a mutant or a player? Lin Hoy's voice echoed in the empty operating room, filled with unmistakable killing intent. After all, he knew less than 1% about this world. If some high-level mutants possessed great intelligence and could disguise themselves among human players, he wouldn't be surprised. The girl in front of him, easily suppressing and dissecting a 4th-level tyrant, clearly did not seem like a normal human. The silver-haired girl did not answer. She simply tilted her head, causing her long, flowing silver hair to fall. She did not stop her actions because of Lin Hoy's questioning. Instead, she turned around and continued to rummage inside the open chest cavity of the level 4 zombie tyrant. The sound of a surgical knife cutting through bone echoed sharply in the quiet room. This nerve cluster is still active. How interesting, she muttered to herself, her surgical knife dancing like a butterfly through flowers, precisely cutting a blood vessel near the tyrant's heart. Black blood splattered, staining her transparent raincoat. Was she ignoring him? Lin Hoy's gaze grew cold. He looked at Lu Shi, who was unconscious in the corner. Without hesitation, he raised his axe gun, ready to shoot this strange girl. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a faint, foul-smelling wind suddenly came from the corridor behind him. Lin Hoy's sharp senses reacted instantly. He instinctively stepped sideways, his body taut like a drawn bow. A sharp claw, carrying a stinky smell, brushed past his ear and fiercely scratched the floor where he had just been standing. Sparks flew. The hard terrazzo floor was gouged out with a deep groove, as if it were soft tofu. Lin Hoy turned his head to look. He saw that the once empty corridor and walls now had over a dozen figures appearing out of nowhere. These creatures were completely black, with extremely long limbs, twisted joints, and they crawled along walls and ceilings like giant human-shaped spiders. They had claws about 30 centimeters long, with black patterns on their exposed skin, glowing red eyes, and drooling mouths that looked disgusting. Predators? Lin Hoy recognized this strange species. Roar! Over a dozen predators launched their attack simultaneously. They moved incredibly fast, creating afterimages in the cramped operating room, pouncing from all directions. Their claws blocked all escape routes, attacking with practiced coordination. If an ordinary player faced such a three-dimensional pincer attack, they would probably be torn apart instantly. But unfortunately, they were facing Lin Hoy. Lin Hoy's eyes turned cold, showing no sign of panic. He didn't use the shooting function of his axe gun, but instead flipped his wrist and swung it like a large melee axe. In the past, facing so many agile alien creatures attacking him, he might have found it difficult. But now, perfect, let's test the limit of 150 points of stamina. Bang! Lin Hoy didn't dodge the predator rushing straight at him, but kicked directly forward. With a loud explosion, the predator's chest caved in instantly. The creature was thrown back like a fired cannonball, crashing hard into the wall and turning into a pile of flesh. At the same time, a strong wind hit from behind. Lin Hoy didn't look back, but swung his weapon in a wide arc. The axe gun cut through the air with a sharp sound, forming a silver crescent-shaped arc. Two predators attempting to ambush him were cut in half mid-air before they could scream. Their broken spines and internal organs spilled everywhere. The remaining predators seemed stunned. Their simple brains couldn't understand why this human, without any mutation features, was stronger than their monsters. But Lin Hoy didn't give them time to think. He moved. With his stamina at full blast, his speed even surpassed that of these speed-oriented monsters. Bang! 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 The axe gun spat out flames. Close-range shotgun blasts shattered each predator's head or spine precisely. The magazine emptied. Suddenly, Lin Hoy sensed something and quickly stepped back, swinging his axe gun in a slash. Swish! A cold light flashed. The last predator trying to attack from behind was cut neatly in half before it could scream. This is the art of combat. No fancy skills, only extreme speed and strength. In less than 2 minutes, more than a dozen predators, capable of killing a standard player team, were reduced to a pile of corpses. Lin Hoy wiped the blood off his axe gun, still breathing steadily, with no noticeable increase in heart rate. The martial arts he learned before, amplified by his 150 stamina points, made him perform effortlessly in this fight. At that moment, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. A faint dizziness washed over his mind. It felt like drinking a small glass of beer, not enough to make him drunk, but the light, floating sensation was very real. Was he poisoned? No, it was something in the air. Lin Hoy suddenly remembered what the silver-haired girl had said earlier. You're fine. So that's it. There must be a strong, colorless, and tasteless neurotoxin or anesthetic gas in this space. If he were an ordinary player, even with a human peak strength of 50 points, he would probably have collapsed on the ground and been at the mercy of others. But he had 150 points of extraordinary physical strength. The toxin in this place was barely affecting him. His body's functions simply endured it, causing only a slight drunken feeling. Lin Hoy shook his head to clear the dizziness. He turned around, eyes passing over the corpses on the ground, and focused again on the door of the operating room. Your bodyguards are all dead. Lin Hoy raised his axe gun, ready to break in, and said coldly, Now it's your turn. But just then, boom, the operating room door was blasted open with great force. A suffocating, terrifying pressure burst out from the darkness, as if it were tangible. Lin Hui's pupils shrank slightly. Heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. A monster over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles and grayish-blue skin, crawled out of the operating room. It was the Tier 4 zombie tyrant. Compared to how it looked lying on the operating table, this Tier 4 zombie tyrant appeared even larger. Its right arm's bone hammer emitted a faint glow, radiating a destructive aura. In its huge left palm, it held an unconscious woman. Lu Shi. She was like a rag doll, squeezed in the tyrant's hand. If that giant hand applied even a little more force, she would be gone. The tyrant lowered its head, its dull, savage eyes fixed on Lin Hoy. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze. On one side was Lin Hoy, holding his axe gun, standing over the body of a looter. On the other side was the towering Tier 4 zombie tyrant. This intense visual confrontation made the atmosphere extremely tense. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps echoed. A mysterious, strange-haired girl slowly emerged from the operating room, standing behind the tyrant. She calmly took off her transparent raincoat stained with black blood, revealing a white dress underneath. After casually tossing aside the raincoat, the girl with silver hair lifted her head, her gray eyes fixed on the already dead predator alien creatures. How rude. These are extremely valuable experimental materials. Lin Hoy narrowed his eyes, quietly reaching into his pocket with his left hand and gripping a strange-looking eyeball. The blame eye. His mind was racing quickly. If he acted recklessly and used the blame eye to transfer hatred, he was confident he could kill the strange girl in front of him. But the problem was, Lu Shi was in the other girl's hands. He had to be cautious. At this critical moment, the girl with silver hair broke the silence first. "You're here to save this woman, right?" She glanced at Lu Shi, who was held by the tyrant, speaking calmly as if discussing an unimportant object. "If that's the case, there's no need to fight. I never intended to hurt her." Lin Hui's eyes flickered, but he still didn't lower his weapon. "Not to hurt? Then what are you doing with her?" "I'm just performing surgery here," she replied calmly. To prevent interruptions, I released a high concentration of anesthetic gas in the corridor and ventilation ducts. That woman came in on her own, inhaled too much and fainted. I dragged her back because I was worried the predators outside might eat her. She turned her head, her gray eyes fixed on Lin Hoy, and suddenly a passionate light burst from her usually indifferent gaze. Lin Hoy was very familiar with that kind of light. It was like Su Qingqian seeing a rare material or a hungry wolf spotting meat. Compared to her, I'm more curious about you. The girl with silver hair stepped forward, ignoring Lin Hui's weapon, and examined him closely. "With such a high concentration of medicine, you almost aren't affected." She licked her lips with her tongue, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Your body must have surpassed human limits. Even most of the other species. Simply, perfect research material." Lin Hoy felt uneasy under her gaze. He quietly took a step back and said coldly, "If it's just a misunderstanding, then let her go." He pointed at the tyrant. "And why can you control this thing?" "That?" The silver-haired girl glanced at the tyrant behind her, a hint of pride in her eyes. "This is my creation, Tyrant Number 1. Once I remove the virus control center from its brain and implant a special parasite, then use my medicine. I spent several days working on it." She turned her head, eyes shining as she looked at Lin Hoy. Can I study you? I promise I mean no harm. Just a little blood or a small tissue sample to look at muscle fibers." Lin Hoy twitched the corner of his mouth. "A tissue sample? Just a little?" This woman is either a human player or a science fanatic. "No way." Lin Hoy refused firmly, his gaze turning sharp again. "Give me back my companions. Otherwise, and if I don't." The silver-haired girl tilted her head, seeming to test Lin Hui's limits. "No? Then we fight. You can try." Lin Hoy clenched his axe gun. "How boring." The silver-haired girl pouted, like a deflated balloon. "You don't have any spirit of scientific dedication." She snapped her fingers. "Roar." The Tier 4 tyrant growled softly, obediently bowing its head and gently placing the unconscious Lu Shi on the floor in front of Lin Hoy. Even more, the silver-haired girl took out a small bottle from her pocket and threw it to Lin Hoy. "This is the antidote. Just wave it under her nose." Lin Hoy took the bottle, hesitated briefly, then waved it under Lu Shi's nose. Cough, cough. A few seconds later, Lu Shi let out a violent cough. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The moment her consciousness returned, she instinctively reached for her gun, but found herself lying on the cold floor. "You're awake?" A familiar voice sounded above her. Lucy looked up and met Lin Hoy's calm eyes. "Boss?" Lucy tried to stand up, but her limbs were weak and sore, a side effect of the anesthetic gas. She tilted her body and almost fell. Lin Hoy sighed, reached out to hold her waist, and gently carried her in a princess style. "Don't move around. The medicine is still working." Suddenly, he lifted her into the air, and Lucy's face turned bright red instantly. As a former cold female CEO, and now a cool, when had she ever been held like this? Feeling the warmth from Lin Hoy's broad chest and his strong heartbeat, Lucy felt dizzy, even more than when she was poisoned earlier. She instinctively buried her face in Lin Hoy's chest, not daring to look at him. "Let's go." Lin Hoy carried Lucy and looked cautiously at the silver-haired girl before turning to leave. After confirming she was harmless and just a science enthusiast, he didn't want to stay longer. "Hey, wait for me." Footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Hoy turned back and saw the silver-haired girl happily following him. "Why are you following me?" "My surgery is over," Bai Ling said confidently. "I need to catch my bus and rest. By the way, I'm Bai Ling. What's your name?" A few minutes later, the three of them left the hospital building. Under the moonlight, a black LV.4 armored RV was parked in the open space, shining with a cold, powerful metallic glow. "Boss." Inside the RV, Su Qingqian, who had been worried about Lin Hoy, finally saw him and relaxed. Behind Lin Hoy, Bai Ling froze when she saw the RV. Then, wow, she excitedly rushed over, almost pressing her face against the armored surface of the RV, her cheeks brushing the cold metal, looking enchanted. "This armor thickness, this material, it's a perfect mobile fortress. If I use this to hold zombies and mutants, I can fit hundreds. And there's even a big research lab. Much better than my broken bus." Hearing her enthusiastic words, Lin Hoy couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. "Using my 5-star Apocalypse RV to hold zombies? That's a crazy idea." But he also understood why there was a level 1 bus parked at the entrance. "Is that your vehicle?" Lin Hoy pointed at the battered bus nearby. "Yes, it is." White Spirit looked at him with disdain and said, "That's used to hold my test subjects. Usually for experiments. But when there's trouble, I let them out as bodyguards." Lin Hoy felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder she dared to drive a level 1 bus around recklessly. Who would bother to mess with a freak who carries monsters everywhere? White Spirit turned around, clasped her hands together, and looked at Lin Hoy with anticipation, her big eyes blinking. "Can I also get into your RV? I want to live in a big house." "No." Lin Hoy firmly refused. What kind of joke was that? Letting a crazy scientist who might cut up zombies or even try to cut him into pieces get in the car? That would be inviting trouble. "Why not?" She pointed at Lucy and Lin Hoy's arms, then at Su Qingqian, who had just gotten out of the car, and asked, "Why can they?" "Oh, I get it. Are they your mates?" she teased. "Ha!" Su Qingqian, who had just taken a sip of water to calm herself, spat it out in surprise. Lucy, in Lin Hoy's arms, was even more embarrassed and furious, wishing she could find a hole to hide in and bury her head deeper. Lin Hoy's face darkened. "Shut your mouth. They are my employees. Then I want to be your employee too." White Spirit immediately climbed up the metaphorical ladder, pounding her chest to promise, "I can do that." Wishing all my fellow readers a happy new year. May you enjoy every year. Love yourself well in the new one. No. Lin Hoy looked cold. "I don't need a lunatic who only knows how to dissect zombies and wants to turn my car into a morgue." And he looked her up and down. "The way you look at me, I feel very dangerous. I'm very powerful. I have awakened a special skill." Seeing Lin Hoy about to leave, White Spirit panicked and quickly offered her bargaining chip. "I can definitely help you. No matter what illness, even if bitten by a zombie, I can treat it. Plus, I can make all kinds of medicines." She leaned close to Lin Hoy and whispered mysteriously, "I can make the kind of aphrodisiac that guys like the most. It works really well and can make you super strong." Suddenly, the air went quiet. Lin Hoy looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him, who was seriously promoting a health supplement, and felt that the world was too surreal. Cough, cough. Su Qingqian blushed and broke the awkward silence. What is your special skill? Bai Ling puffed out her chest proudly and said, medical, and she extended two smooth, white fingers and waved them in front of everyone. I've already advanced to level 2. I'm very powerful. You won't regret accepting me. Level 2. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap ringing in the ears of the three. Lin Hoy stopped walking. Lu Shi suddenly looked up. Even Su Qingqian's mouth was wide open, showing disbelief. Most players with special skills are still at beginner or intermediate levels. Even top players in major guilds only have high proficiency, not yet at level 2. And to reach level 2, you need rare upgrade plans and extraordinary materials that no one has seen before. The silver-haired girl, who seemed a bit odd and only knew how to dissect zombies, was already a level 2 awakened person. This might be the first level 2 awakened person in the entire game. Are you a level 2? Lin Hoy looked at her seriously. If it was true, then the value of this girl, Bai Ling, with her silver hair, would be priceless. Of course, Bai Ling proudly raised her chin. To advance, I've killed many high-level monsters for materials. Lin Hoy took a deep breath and started to reconsider the pros and cons. A powerful level 2 helper who can also control zombies would be a huge help for the upcoming trip to Fui City, even if she's a bit of a science freak. Lu Shi, the girl in his arms, gently tugged at his collar and whispered, if she's a level 2 medical skill awakener, she'll be very useful to us. In this strange end of the world, having a doctor and a scientist who studies monsters is very important. Lin Hoy nodded. He looked at Bai Ling, whose big eyes full of curiosity were staring eagerly at him and the RV. All right, I agree. Lin Hoy finally nodded. You can get in the car and be our exclusive doctor. Yay! White Ling cheered loudly and was about to rush onto the car, but then she stopped and pointed at the broken bus. Where should I put my zombie experiments? They are all my precious test subjects, and that tier 4 zombie tyrant can't be wasted. Lin Hui's face darkened, and he glared at her. Those dirty things absolutely cannot go on the vehicle. Trying to turn the RV into a biohazard scene? No way. White Ling immediately looked disappointed, like a little girl told she couldn't keep a kitten. But Lin Hoy changed the subject, looking at her sad expression. Since she was a tier 2 specialized talent, he decided to give her a reward. When my RV reaches level 5, I can set aside a separate, sealed laboratory at the back of the vehicle. You can do whatever you want then, but not now, really? White Ling's eyes lit up instantly. It's a deal. Although she couldn't bring zombies onto the vehicle now, the future independent laboratory was clearly more tempting. Get on the vehicle, Lin Hoy sighed. Okay, boss. White Ling happily climbed into the RV. The moment White Ling stepped inside, this science fanatic, usually only interested in science, completely froze. She stood at the entrance, feet on a warm blanket, with soft warm-colored ambient lights overhead. There was no smell of wasteland decay or blood. Instead, a faint lavender scent and fresh air from the ventilation system filled the space. The large screen on the control panel emitted a sci-fi glow. The leather sofa was big and soft like a cloud. Nearby, the open kitchen had a double-door refrigerator humming softly. Most importantly, temperature 26 degrees, White Ling muttered to herself. She reached out, feeling the warm breeze from the central air conditioning, and her gray eyes suddenly shimmered with tears. This kind of constant temperature, this sterile air filtration. Su Qingqian stood beside her, proud, and said, how about it? This is the boss's. Too perfect. White Ling suddenly interrupted her, excitedly waving her arms. This constant temperature environment is just perfect for growing bacteria and parasites. If the sofa were taken apart, we could fit at least 3 large petri dishes here. The power supply is so strong that we could run a centrifuge and a low-temperature freezer. While saying this, she suddenly pulled out a tape measure and rushed toward the master bedroom. Is that the biggest room, the bedroom? If I just throw away the bed, I could. Snap. A large hand firmly pressed down on her head. Lin Hoy frowned, his forehead veins bulging. That's where I sleep. Try moving my bed and see what happens. Bai Ling pouted and muttered softly. Sleeping only needs 2 square meters. It's such a waste of space. Shut up. Lin Hoy pointed toward the bathroom. Now, immediately, go take a shower. Wash off that bloodstain smell. This is an order. Oh. Watching Bai Ling grab the clothes prepared by Su Qingqian and head into the bathroom, Lin Hoy finally let out a deep breath, feeling his temples pounding. 15 minutes later, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Click. The door opened. A burst of warm steam with a fresh shower gel scent flowed out. Lu Shi and Su Qingqian, sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, both turned their heads at the same time, and their expressions became a bit complicated. Bai Ling came out. She wasn't wearing the modest pajamas Su Qingqian had prepared for her, but instead, just a loose, oversized white shirt that Lin Hoy kept as a spare. Because she was small, the shirt looked like a dress on her, barely covering her upper thighs. Her two fair, slender legs were straight and long, with skin glowing faintly pink from the hot water, dazzlingly white. Her long silver hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the tips, sliding down her collarbone into the deep neckline. Most strikingly, since she wasn't wearing the soaked shirt clung to her body, revealing her curves with a raw, unguarded allure. Ah, so comfortable. Bai Ling showed no awareness of her femininity at all, casually walking over to the sofa and sitting down heavily. As she moved, the hem of the oversized shirt slightly lifted, revealing a large patch of white skin. Cough, cough. Su Qingqian, who was drinking coffee, almost choked. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she instinctively looked at Lin Hoy sitting across from her. Done. This newcomer, although a science fanatic, has such a great figure. And such smooth skin. It's almost unfair. And she actually went without any clothes. If the boss can't resist. Lin Hoy quickly turned his head and took a big sip of cola to calm down. Although he is a gentleman, the visual impact of this scene is quite strong. Su Qingqian got anxious and, like a protective hen, rushed over, grabbed a blanket, and wrapped Bai Ling up tightly. No, you must wear clothes. We're in the car, and there are men here. How can you have no shame? Shame? Bai Ling blinked her big eyes, peeking out a small silver head from the blanket, and confidently explained in a scientific tone, we're all humans. Our bones, muscles, and organs are pretty much the same. What's there to hide? In medical terms, it's just a mix of fat, water, proteins, and minerals. She looked at Lin Hoy with clear eyes, free of any impurities. Boss, do you want to see? If you want to study my body, I can take off my clothes to cooperate, as long as you let me study yours too. Huh, this time, Lu Shi sprayed water. This mature woman looked at the high-level innocent girl in front of her and felt alarm bells ringing. This isn't a science fanatic. She's clearly a high-end flirt. No, she really doesn't care. This kind of subtle teasing is the most deadly. I won't look. I'm not interested in studying you. Lin Hoy gritted his teeth and said, you can wear whatever you want, I don't care. Even if you don't wear anything, I won't mind, but if you keep talking about studying me, I will throw you out of the RV immediately. Oh, Bai Ling's eyes remained clear. Lin Hoy rubbed his temples. Now let's eat. At the dining table, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Su Qingqian, to cater to everyone's tastes, made half-spicy and half-mild dishes. The pot of spicy blood curd with red oil boiling emitted an enticing aroma, making Bai Ling's eyes light up after several days without hot food. Delicious. This is so good. Although Bai Ling is a science fanatic, she eats without hesitation, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. After everyone finished eating and drinking, Lin Hoy knocked on the table to start the staff meeting. Since we're all here, we need to clarify some things, Lin Hoy said seriously while looking at Bai Ling. You said you're at the second level of specialization. What exactly can you do? We need to reassess our team's strength. When the main topic came up, Lu Shi and Su Qingqian also put down their chopsticks. They were curious about what the second level actually meant and how it was better than the first level. Bai Ling licked the oil from her lips and looked a bit more serious. You should have noticed, she said, pointing a finger at Lu Shi and Su Qingqian. At the first level, besides magic and summoning, other special skills were just basic touches on extraordinary abilities. Most of them didn't go beyond what humans can do. Su Qingqian nodded, agreeing. As a first-level gear player, she knew almost all mechanical structures. As long as she had enough materials, she could even craft any human-made device by hand. But that was still the best of physics and engineering. Lu Shi didn't argue either. Her first-level shooting skill made her skilled with all kinds of firearms and turned her into a sharpshooter who never missed. But that was still the peak humans could reach. Bai Ling's eyes flashed with a strange light as she said, I am specialized in medical. At the first level, I mastered all medical knowledge and had unmatched medical skills. But at the second level, I fully touched the extraordinary realm. Now I can use alien blood or plant extracts to create medicines that didn't exist before, and these medicines have supernatural effects. She counted on her fingers, for example, medicines that can dispel low-level aliens, and medicines to cure cancer and diabetes. Of course, I also have many ideas, like a rebirth serum that can make limbs regrow, or an evolution drug similar to a basic gene serum. Sadly, I lack materials, time, and laboratory conditions right now. It's just a theory. She looked eagerly at Lin Hoy and said, Boss, if you build me a lab and get me the materials, I promise to make you the toughest man on this wasteland. Lin Hoy automatically filtered out the last half of her words. Touching the extraordinary. This information was too important. This means that second-level awakeners are starting to break away from the normal combat system and are moving toward a more fantastical direction. In other words, future enemies will be even stranger. But Lin Hoy is not afraid at all. Although he hasn't specialized in awakening, as long as his RV is upgraded to level 30, 50, 100. Not to mention extraordinary players. Even gods. Just give me the coordinates, and I can bring them down. Lin Hoy looked at Bai Ling, who looked pitiful, and calmly made a promise. The laboratory stuff can wait until the RV reaches level 5. Ah, okay. Bai Ling leaned on the table, a bit disappointed. Without research for a day, her body just doesn't feel right. At this moment, Su Qingxian glanced outside the window. Through the bulletproof glass, she saw the huge 4th-level zombie tyrant, standing like a loyal guard dog beside the RV, intimidating all the small troublemakers around. That sense of pressure could be felt even through the window. Su Qingxian swallowed hard and finally asked the question everyone wanted to know. Bai Ling, how do you control such monsters? You said using parasites, but how do you command the parasites? Hearing this, Bai Ling paused. She slowly raised her head, a slightly strange smile on her delicate, fair face. She pointed gently at her temple. Because the bugs in its brain obey me, or rather, obey the mother bug in my brain. You have bugs inside your body. Su Qingxian felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively shrank closer to Lin Hoy. Thinking about this delicate silver-haired girl possibly harboring some mysterious soft creature inside her made her feel uneasy. Don't be so surprised. Bai Ling propped her chin with one hand, speaking casually as if discussing the weather. That's my symbiont. This parasite comes from a high-level alien species called white worms. When I dissected it, I found that its blood contains a special parasite that can invade a creature's brain and take over its nervous system. She gestured with chopsticks in the air and said, I collected thousands of parasitic bugs and bred a mother bug to implant inside myself. As long as I release the pheromones of the mother bug, the zombies infected with the lower-level parasites will see me as the supreme queen and obey my commands. Are there any limits? Lin Hoy asked sharply, catching the key point. If I could control them endlessly, then Bai Ling alone would be like an army, even capable of sweeping across the wasteland. Of course there are limits, Bai Ling replied with a slight smile and a regretful sigh. First, these parasites only work on zombies, mindless creatures. They are ineffective on intelligent mutants or living humans. Second, the higher the zombie's level, the more advanced the parasite needed. Growing high-level parasites consumes a lot of my energy and materials. Right now, I can only precisely control one level 4 tyrant and about 40 ordinary zombies in the bus. And they can't be too far away, more than 3 kilometers, and they will lose control. Lin Hoy nodded. Although there are limits, it's still very frightening. This means his team now has a zombie death squad that doesn't feel pain or fear death, and a super tank with level 4 strength. He glanced at the huge tyrant outside the window, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Very good. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes shining. With your help, the original ambush plan, which had a 90% success rate, now has a 99.9% chance of success. Tomorrow, we will prepare a big gift for the leader of the Wolf Guild. The next morning, the fog on the wasteland had not yet cleared, and the gray-white sky hung low. The abandoned Renai hospital was eerily silent, like a ghost town. Only occasional zombie roars could be heard from afar, but otherwise, there was no sound. Inside the RV, Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, playing with the communicator he had taken from the goat-bearded man, eavesdropping on the Wolf Guild's movements. Lucy had already driven the old, level 1 bus away from the hospital according to plan. White Spirit is kneeling on the open ground beside the camper, feeding a low-level zombie from a bus. Eat up, eat up. Only when you're full can you work hard. She skillfully cuts open the zombie's belly with a surgical knife, then inserts a modified, anti-tank landmine that has been altered by Su Qingshan. She stitches it up, creating a strange yet harmonious scene. The surgical knife in White Spirit's hand is an extraordinary item, incredibly sharp. Lin Hoy withdraws his gaze and takes a deep breath. Qingshan, activate the voice print simulator. Received. Hu Wei, the man with a goat beard, the third one, voice model loaded, 100% similarity, comes Su Qingshan's voice through the headset. Lin Hoy presses the green button on the communicator, adjusts his sitting posture, and even runs in place a few times to make his breathing rapid and chaotic. Everything is ready. ZZ, brothers, come help me. Lin Hoy yells desperately into the communicator, his voice full of panic, despair, and a trembling excitement. That hoarse, smoky voice sounds just like Hu Wei coming back to life. There is silence on the channel for a few seconds. Then, a calm and cold male voice quickly responds. Third? I'm second, brother. Why is there so much noise on your end? What's going on? I'm in danger. Lin Hoy gasps, speaking hurriedly. I just attacked a convoy. I only wanted to get some oil, but guess what I got? What? The other side's voice tightens noticeably. Blue titanium alloy. A full 30 units of blue titanium alloy. Lin Hoy's voice suddenly rises in pitch, cracking just right, and I also heard that unlucky guy I killed begging for his life before he died, saying his boss is a level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprint. A deathly silence. After 5 seconds, the other end of the communicator finally responds with an excited but restrained voice. Third. Are you sure it's blue titanium alloy? And a level 6 blueprint? Third. Is this real? Another voice joins in, from a different deputy leader. Absolutely. That unlucky guy probably didn't lie to me. He even showed me a photo. Lin Hoy continued acting dramatically, even slapping his thigh loudly to make sound effects. But the enemy has a level 5 heavy armored vehicle with reconnaissance radar. I tried to ambush them, but I was spotted. My vehicle can't hold much longer. Come support me. If we take this one down, our Tsunglong Hall will have a level 6 vehicle. Boom. To make it more realistic, Su Qingshan set off a few grenades from a distance. They're catching up. Come on, brothers. Sizzle sizzle. Lin Hoy suddenly cut off the communication. The moment he put down the radio, his intense look of fear instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold smile like a hunter watching prey fall into the trap. Blue titanium alloy, level 6 blueprint. Lin Hoy looked at the blinking red dots on the radar screen and chuckled softly. I don't believe you can resist this bait. To make this line more believable. At this moment, Lucy was driving an old level 1 bus wildly across the wasteland, creating a moving signal source trail heading straight for the abandoned Renai Hospital. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers away from Renai Hospital, on a rocky beach, a large convoy was resting here. About 20 or 30 modified armed vehicles, like a pack of steel wolves, radiated a fierce aura. In the center of the convoy, there was a massive level 5 armored personnel carrier. It was equipped with reconnaissance radar and Gatling guns on the roof, and its heavy armor was painted with red skull patterns. Inside, a man with a buzz cut sat on a leather sofa, playing with a blood-stained dagger. This man was the leader of the Wolf clan, Yang Antong. He had a very recognizable face, somewhat like the action star in Jijia, who often played villains. The scar running from the corner of his mouth to his ear made his smile look especially fierce and brutal. Right now, he was in a good mood, because at his feet, several trembling survivors knelt. Don't kill me, a female player cried, her clothes torn. Yang Antong grinned, showing a mouthful of yellowed, smoked teeth. He ignored the woman's pleas for mercy and instead grabbed a nearby male player. Skillfully, he strapped a ticking black device onto the other's chest. Run. Yang Antong patted the male player's face and sneered, This is a timed bomb. You have 5 minutes. If you can run 2 kilometers, the bomb will deactivate automatically. If not, boom, you'll turn into fireworks. Run. The male player was so scared he peed himself. He scrambled out of the car door and ran wildly toward the wilderness. Yang Antong looked through the car window at the desperate figure running away, his eyes filled with twisted pleasure. At that moment, the communicator crackled with a call for help from Third Brother. When he heard the words, blue titanium alloy, and level 6 blueprint, Yang Antong's playful expression instantly froze. He suddenly sat up straight, stabbing his dagger into the table with a loud thud. Blue titanium alloy. Level 6 blueprint. His breathing grew heavy, and his eyes shone with greedy green light. As the owner of a level 5 vehicle, he knew exactly what these words meant. The top players and the strongest vehicles were only at level 6. To break through level 6, the most important things were the level 6 blueprint and the rare core material, blue gold alloy. A level 6 vehicle would no longer be just a combat car, but a true land cruiser, capable of launching small missiles, an actual leap in power. Hallmaster, a woman with big wavy hair, hesitated. Could this be a trap? Trap? Yang Antong sneered coldly, eyes full of contempt. Who dare set a trap in this area? Plus, I know Third Brother well. He's tough and wouldn't lie to me. More importantly, he didn't want to miss this chance. Since the current leader, Zhang Yaoyang, had seized power, he had been suppressing the Hall Masters, afraid of repeating past mistakes. If he didn't rely on himself, reaching level 6 might be a distant dream. If he could upgrade his vehicle to level 6, Yang Antong could establish his own faction or even turn around and swallow the evil wolf guild. That's the power to launch missiles. Yang Antong licked his lips, his desire overcoming any tiny doubts. And he was completely confident in his strength. His level 5 heavily armored vehicle, a fully equipped convoy, combined with his specialized ability, made him believe he could crush anything, even if it was a trap. Give me the order. Yang Antong suddenly stood up and shouted loudly into the communicator. Second, you and the main force continue with the original plan to gather at Fusher. I'll go alone to support Third. Seeing the red dot on the radar representing Third, Yang Antong's lips curled into a wild smile. At that moment, a loud boom came from the distance. The male player who had run out was blown into a cloud of blood just a few hundred meters from the 2-kilometer mark. Yang Antong didn't even look. He kicked open the car door. Let's go. A small convoy of 25 fully armed, upgraded vehicles, led by Yang Antong's massive armored car, charged wildly toward Renai Hospital. Abandoned hospital rooftop. Lin Hoy looked at the red dot rapidly approaching on the control screen, a slight smile on his face. The red dot moved very fast, showing a bold, unstoppable attitude, heading straight toward the abandoned hospital to face danger. Fish, the bait is taken. He turned his head to look at Bai Ling, who was lying on the windowsill. Bai Ling, are you ready? Your patient will arrive soon. Bai Ling turned around, smiling like a pure little devil, her gray eyes shining with a twisted kind of excitement. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure they feel at home. When she learned from Lin Hoy that killing this group and getting that radar chip would upgrade the RV to level 5, and that she could finally have her dream of an independent laboratory, her enthusiasm skyrocketed. Good, Lin Hoy nodded slightly. Bai Ling, go into the underground bunker now. Because Bai Ling's control over zombies extends within a 3-kilometer radius, she couldn't leave with them and had to stay in the abandoned hospital. Seeing Bai Ling hide away, Lin Hoy got into the RV and left with Lu Shi and Su Qingqian. Then, they waited quietly for the show to begin. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of Renai Hospital, the loud engine noise broke the silence. 25 heavily armed modified combat vehicles, like a group of steel beasts, aggressively stopped in front of the gate. The most noticeable one was the level 5 armored personnel carrier in the center. Its radar antenna on the roof slowly rotated, and the dark Gatling gun barrel emitted a cold, threatening aura. Yang Antong wore a black explosive-resistant tactical vest, his muscles bulging against the fabric. The scar at the corner of his mouth looked especially fierce in the sunlight. He held a communicator, frowning. Old Third? Old Third, do you copy? Sizzle sizzle. Only static responded. Leader, we can't reach him, said a woman with big wavy hair, walking over in high heels. Even in the apocalypse, she kept her makeup perfect, and her tight leather outfit showed off her fiery figure. She looked cautiously at the gloomy ruins around them. The signal last disappeared right here. But now, there's no movement at all. Did old Third get into trouble? Yang Antong didn't speak. Instead, he squatted down and examined the ground carefully under the light of the vehicle's lamp. Although the traces had been deliberately covered, his rich combat experience helped him notice some clues. There are tire marks from heavy vehicles. He pointed to a deep groove on the ground, partially covered by sand and dirt. Judging by the depth of the imprint, it's at least 30 tons. That means the other side is a big machine. Search inside. Yang Antong waved his hand. Deploy drones first. Everyone, stay alert. Several small drones buzzed into the silent hospital building. A few minutes later, Leader, we found something. One of the drone operators shouted excitedly. Yang Antong moved closer, and his pupils shrank instantly. On the screen from the drone, in the corner of the hospital lobby, a neat stack of metal plates glowing with a faint blue light was arranged. Even through the screen, the texture of this high-grade material made his heart race. Blue titanium alloy. And there were at least 30 units. This is really blue titanium alloy. Yang Antong's breathing grew heavy, and his eyes revealed greed that he couldn't hide. These materials are high-grade alloys needed to upgrade to level 6 vehicles. But what about the third person? The woman with big waves frowned. And this thing is so obvious, like it was left intentionally for us. Could it be a trap? A trap? Yang Antong sneered and looked at his radar device on his wrist. My Recon Radar 1.0 shows no signals of large vehicles moving within 10 kilometers. If there's an ambush, I can see even a tiny mouse. And also, he pointed to a black object next to the pile of blue titanium alloy. That was the communicator of the third person. The communicator is here too. This means the third person was here, but he might have hidden the items to distract the pursuers. Or, he might be dead. No matter what, Yang Antong took a deep breath, showing a look of fake emotion on his face. The third person is really loyal. To prevent the plans and materials from falling into the enemy's hands, he went this far. Good brother. Once we get the items, I'll make a monument for him. Team 1, bring the metal detector and go ahead to scout. Watch out for landmines. Team 2, cover fire. Yes. A dozen well-armed elite soldiers carefully entered the hospital through the front door, guns ready. Inside the RV, Su Qingqian watched the screen, her palms sweating with nervousness. Boss, they went in. But they're so cautious, using metal detectors to scan. Luckily, we didn't bury the wires shallow like before. Lin Hoy sat in the boss chair, holding a glass of red wine, gently swaying it. Don't worry. The most dangerous wires aren't underground. He used the communicator to contact Bai Ling, who was still at the abandoned hospital. Bai Ling, your little friends are up now. Got it. Bai Ling chuckled. In the hospital lobby, several members of the Wolf Guild were sweeping the ground with metal detectors. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the detector emitted a sharp beeping sound. Mine. The team leader shouted, and everyone immediately scattered. A construction soldier carefully dug up the floor tiles, only to find that what was underneath was not a landmine, but a broken piece of steel reinforcement. False alarm. The team leader wiped his sweat and cursed as he kicked a pile of debris nearby. At that moment, roar. A deep, growling sound suddenly came from the shadows nearby. Then, 5 or 6 rotten first-level zombies suddenly lunged out. Zombies? Open fire. Bang, 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 bang. Intense gunfire erupted. Several elite members of Group 2 were skilled with their guns, and their weapons were high quality. The ordinary zombies posed no real threat. Before they could get close, they were shot in the head. Black blood splattered. A few zombies collapsed to the ground, twitching a little before going still. Ugh, that scared me. The leader of Group 2 scoffed dismissively. Just some rotten meat trying to ambush us? But, when he tried to move forward again, he suddenly froze. After killing those zombies, besides dropping common supplies like cookies and mineral water, they also dropped 2 round, dark green metal discs. Anti-tank mines. One member of Group 2 exclaimed excitedly, "This is really good stuff." The leader of Group 2 said, "Take it with you. Later, give it to Old Yang along with the blue titanium alloy. We don't have the right to control this thing." Got it. Next, The actions of these two groups went smoothly. Soon, they arrived at the place where the blue titanium alloy was stored and safely carried 30 blue titanium steel plates to Yang and Tong. "Master, we got it." Yang and Tong couldn't wait to get out of the vehicle and check. The faint blue glow reflected on his greedy face. He squatted down and sharply sliced with a remarkable dagger, leaving not even a white mark. "Good stuff. Definitely blue titanium alloy." Yang and Tong was so excited that his hands trembled. Old San, you died well." He silently praised Old San in his heart, glad he hadn't been mistaken. "Master, we also found this inside." A subordinate hurried over, holding 2 discs in his hands. "This is equipment dropped from killing zombies." Yang and Tong looked down and saw anti-tank landmines dropped by zombies. "This is a powerful weapon. We're lucky today." But at that moment, the silent woman with big waves suddenly looked very worried. She quickly raised her head, and in her black-eyed gaze, a fleeting image appeared, one only she could see. It was a vision of 3 seconds into the future. In that image, the 2 landmines suddenly exploded, flames shooting into the sky, turning her and Yang and Tong into pieces. "Not good." In an instant, the woman let out a sharp scream. "Run! It's going to run!" The woman with big waves shouted urgently. Yang and Tong didn't know what was happening, but he trusted his female companion's abilities completely. She was a spirit technique expert. Her special skill was spirit technique, precognition. She could actively see 3 seconds into the future and passively sense any deadly harm coming to her within 3 seconds. Though brief, it could save her life at critical moments. Almost as soon as the woman shouted, Yang and Tong didn't hesitate or think much. He immediately activated his extraordinary item. It was a single-lens glasses embedded in his wristband. It consumed a lot of mental energy, allowing him to jump between any mirrors within a 1-kilometer radius, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Swish, space twisted. Yang and Tong and the woman with big waves instantly disappeared from their original spots. The next second, they jumped out from the rearview mirror of a level 3 modified pickup truck behind the convoy. And just 0.1 seconds after they vanished, boom! The anti-tank landmine in the little brother's hand suddenly exploded without warning. The shockwave from that explosion shattered nearby members of the Evil Wolf Guild, and the front of the nearest level 5 vehicle was blown into a jagged mess, with parts and limbs flying like rain. The anti-tank landmine, modified by Su Qingshan, was powerful enough to destroy a level 5 vehicle made of less durable materials. Nearby, Yang and Tong staggered to his feet beside the heavily armored pickup truck. Although he avoided disaster with a gadget, the mental exhaustion from forced mirror jumping made his head ache badly. Seeing his vehicle damaged and the blue titanium alloy scattered everywhere, he was filled with intense anger. There must be someone inside this abandoned hospital. Quick, find and catch them. I want them to suffer. Just then, loud zombie roars echoed. Bai Ling controlled the zombies packed with anti-tank bombs, emerging from strange corners. They appeared from the ruins, the abandoned hospital, even underground. They didn't bite, they just charged. They ran straight to the heavy vehicles and then exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions kept happening one after another. A huge fireball instantly swallowed the open space in front of the hospital entrance. Chain reactions of explosions. This was Lin Hoy's carefully planned scheme. He first disguised the anti-tank landmine as a dropped item from a zombie kill. When the mine got close to Yang and Tong, it would explode immediately. But unexpectedly, Yang and Tong had a special item that allowed him to teleport instantly. So, he quickly carried out his next plan. That was the zombie bomb. Agile zombies were used for rushing attacks, while strong zombies were buried underground. Once he gave the command, these zombies appeared suddenly, destroying the convoy and members of the Evil Wolf Guild in a surprise attack. Screams, explosions, and tearing metal filled the air. The elite members of the Evil Wolf Guild, who had been cheering moments before, instantly turned into spirits in the flames. 25 vehicles were all destroyed in this chain of explosions. They had no time to react, especially the underground strong zombies. As soon as they surfaced, they triggered nearby vehicles to explode. They didn't even get a chance to shoot. Cough, cough, cough. The woman with big waves of hair, though she had anticipated the explosion and moved away from the core blast zone, was still slammed against the wall by the shockwave. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate leather clothes were torn and ragged, and her face was covered with dust and blood. Yang Antong, thanks to his strong body, managed to stay away from the explosion area and survived. He looked at the hellish scene before him. His hard-earned savings had vanished in an instant. His eyes turned red with furious bloodshot anger. "Who is it? Come out and face me," he roared like a wounded beast at the empty ruins. In response, there was a loud engine roar. Virum. In the distance, a black armored vehicle, like a dark knight, sped toward the abandoned hospital, kicking up dust. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, watching Yang Antong, who had narrowly escaped, on the holographic screen. A cold, mocking smile appeared on his face. Not dead. Looks like he's got some skill. But, while driving the armored vehicle, Lin Hoy issued commands through the communicator. "If he's still alive, then let's finish him off. Bai Ling, release the beast." "Got it," Bai Ling's excited voice responded. A deafening roar echoed from the ruins of the hospital building. Then, a 4-meter-tall, heavily muscled Tier 4 beast broke through the main door of the building, charging out like a humanoid tank, wildly rushing forward. Its target was the recently stabilized Yang Antong. Tier 4 zombie beast. Yang Antong saw the terrifying figure and was terrified out of his wits. Although he had awakened the fighting skill and believed he was unbeatable in close combat, that was only against humans or low-tier zombies. Faced with this powerful Tier 4 monster, with overwhelming strength and defense, even his advanced fighting skills couldn't handle it. "Run!" Yang Antong, no longer arrogant, turned and ran. He sprinted toward his LV.5 modified armored transport vehicle, which was not yet completely destroyed. As long as he got on the vehicle, with its armor and firepower, he still had a chance to turn the tide. However, the Tier 4 zombie beast was faster than he expected. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The tyrant's fist precisely struck the door handle of the command vehicle, smashing the lock mechanism completely. The door jammed and couldn't be opened. Yang Antong cursed in despair. Behind him, the tyrant was already rushing forward with a fierce wind. "There's no way out. I have to fight." Yang Antong clenched his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He pulled out a shiny tactical dagger from his waist, his special weapon, the Hidden Blade, which has high attack power. "Lu Xiao, use your foresight," he shouted loudly at the woman with big, wavy hair. The woman with big waves also got up from the ground. Though injured, she knew that if she didn't fight hard, no one would escape today. She endured the pain and activated her ability. On the left, its claws will swipe in 2 seconds. Hearing this, Yang Antong rolled quickly to the right. Whoosh! The tyrant's giant claw brushed past his head, smashing a nearby concrete pillar. He was hit. Yang Antong seized the chance, jumped up fiercely, and stabbed his dagger sharply toward the tyrant's eye. But just then, a clear horn sound rang out. Yang Antong instinctively looked back. A huge black RV had somehow driven behind him, facing his back, and was crashing toward him fiercely, surrounded from both sides. "No!" The woman with big waves let out a desperate scream. In her premonition, this time, it was a dead end. Bang! A loud, bone-jarring thud. Yang Antong was midair, unable to leverage himself, and was directly hit by the RV. He was like a fly smashed against a wall, thrown 10 meters away, and slammed hard into the tyrant's arms. Yang Antong looked utterly hopeless and unwilling. He wanted to use his single-lens glasses to jump away, but the cooldown wasn't finished, and the extraordinary item couldn't be used. Roar! The tyrant let out an excited low growl, arms suddenly clamping together. It was like crushing an egg. The leader of the wolf clan, Songlong Hall, was crushed into a bloody mess by the terrifying strength, unable to even scream. Blood flowed down the tyrant's arm. The room was silent. Only the woman with big waves of hair sat on the ground, her face pale as paper, staring at the black car slowly stopping, as if she were looking at a demon crawling out of. Lin Hoy opened the car door and slowly stepped out. He held an axe and gun, pointing the dark barrel at the head of the woman with big waves. The woman begged, "Please don't kill me. I have the ability of precognition. I can be very useful." Lin Hoy approached her, looking down at her with a cold gaze. Since you can see the future, can you predict whether, or not, that I will kill you? Please. Don't kill me. Lu Xiaoxiao's voice trembled badly. She desperately tried to force a smile. I'm very useful. My ability is precognition. I can help you avoid many deadly dangers. Even, if you need, I can become your woman. I am willing to do anything. Just spare me. She looked up, her face soaked with tears and dust, showing a desperate plea. She knew this man didn't lack supplies, vehicles, or even women. But her ability was definitely rare. Your ability is indeed very rare. Lin Hoy looked down at her terrified, pleading face, his tone flat. But, he paused, with no trace of mercy in his eyes. I don't like you. Huh? Lu Xiaoxiao was still stunned. Lin Hoy calmly said, my car needs partners I can absolutely trust. You. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened suddenly. No. Lu Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream. In that moment, her precognition ability was triggered passively. She saw that scene. 3 seconds later, the gunfire erupted, and the shotgun blast turned her head into a smashed watermelon. I saw it. You will kill me. No, bang. A deep, dull gunshot cut off all pleas and screams. Lu Xiaoxiao's body suddenly tilted backward and fell heavily into the dust. Her eyes were still wide open, showing the last image she saw before dying. The man put away his gun and turned away, his back cold and distant like an iceberg. Lin Hui's calmness and decisiveness went far beyond what she had expected. Bai Ling glanced at the corpse on the ground and said in surprise, Boss, this woman has a nice figure. Did you really kill her? If you think she's worth saving, you can drag her back while she's still warm to make a specimen. Lin Hui shot her a quick look. Forget it, she's not worth studying, Bai Ling said dismissively. Then looked at Lin Hui and added, right now, among all the human players, I'm only interested in you. Lin Hui ignored her rambling and walked straight toward the blurry mass of flesh nearby. That was Yang Antong's body. Boss, look at this. Lucy stood up. She found 2 extraordinary items on Yang Antong's body. One was a pair of single-lens glasses with a gold frame, and the other was a completely black, non-reflective dagger. Yang Antong was able to become a leader in the Wolf Guild not only because he specialized in fighting, but also because of these 2 items. Lin Hui took the glasses and focused on them. Small words quickly appeared. Name, Evil Spirit's single-lens glasses, type, extraordinary item, quality, rare, special effect. After use, allows teleportation or jumping through any mirror-like surface within a 1-kilometer radius, including water surfaces, glass, metal reflections, etc. Each use consumes 10 mental points. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Side effect. Using this item causes a severe mental shock, leading to nightmares that night about a terrifying vengeful spirit. Evil spirit? Does such a thing exist in this world? Also, the vehicle's attribute list includes magic resistance, probably to defend against this, but it's likely a monster from the next dungeon, Misty Land. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow and then picked up the dagger. Name, Hidden Blade, type, extraordinary item, quality, rare, special effect, breaks defenses. The blade can ignore the skin defenses of monsters of level 5 and below. Side effects. Long-term use of this item will make the user increasingly bloodthirsty and violent. Mirror jump, breaking defenses. Lin Hui toyed with these 2 extraordinary objects, a playful smile on his face. This Yang Antong really has quite a few treasures. Although they all have some side effects, they can save lives at critical moments. Lin Hui stored the 2 extraordinary items into his space and continued giving orders. Qing Xian, dismantle all the wreckage of the vehicles from the Evil Wolf Guild, especially that LV.5 vehicle with the Recon Radar Chip 1.0 inside. Yes, Su Qingqian blushed excitedly. She knew that after dismantling these materials, the RV would soon be upgraded again. Half an hour later, at the hospital entrance, all that remained of the Evil Wolf Guild were thoroughly dismantled ruins. Obtained 50 units of high-strength titanium alloy. Obtained 1,700 units of armored bulletproof steel. Obtained 7,000 units of scrap steel. Obtained 300 sets of precision electronic components. Obtained 650 units of basic/intermediate bulletproof glass. Obtained Recon Radar Chip 1.0 X1. Obtained. 45 light firearms of various types, plus some ammunition. Obtained. 7 RPGs. 13 shells. Obtained. Various supplies. Obtained. Evil Spirit's single lens glasses X1. Hidden blade X1. Looking at the mountain of spoils inside the space, Lin Hoy nodded with satisfaction. These guys from the Evil Wolf Guild are like moving treasure chests. Unfortunately, the power of anti-tank landmines was too great. At least 40% of the supplies were destroyed, especially the heat weapons and ammunition. It would be better if there were a gentler attack method. Thinking of this, Lin Hoy looked at Bai Ling. The effect of the previous sedative was good. It would be great if it worked in non-enclosed spaces too. Seeing Lin Hoy look at her, Bai Ling ran over excitedly, her face full of anticipation. Boss, we got the recon radar chip. Can we upgrade the RV now? She was very eager for her own independent laboratory. Of course. Lin Hoy smiled as he took out the LV.5 vehicle upgrade blueprint from another dimension. This time, he not only planned to upgrade his RV to level 5, but also intended to replace all the materials used for previous upgrades, such as armor-piercing steel and high-strength titanium alloy, with blue titanium alloy. According to the description of the LV.5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, if the vehicle is made entirely of blue titanium alloy or better materials, it will achieve a perfect upgrade. A perfect upgrade. That phrase sounds very impressive. What kind of surprises will it bring him? Lin Hoy looked at his RV, a bright, passionate light flashing in his eyes. The RV was upgraded from level 1 to level 4, using a total of 350 units of steel-based materials. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, 300 units of high-strength titanium alloy are needed. In other words, to make the RV perfectly upgraded, he needs a total of 650 units of blue titanium alloy. Other top players might find it hard to gather even 50 units of blue titanium alloy, let alone 650 units. 650 units. Lin Hoy's gaze swept over the mountain of scrap iron and various low-level materials in the other dimension, a confident smile forming on his lips. These were collected over the past 2 days through Li Xian's scrap iron guild. Although they were just scrap metal, in front of infinite synthesis, they were like mountains of gold and silver. Lin Hoy's mind moved, activating the infinite synthesis skill. Buzz. A golden light shimmered. Inside the other dimension, a vast amount of scrap iron, ordinary steel, armor-piercing steel, high-strength titanium alloy, under Lin Hoy's control, began to disintegrate, compress, and reorganize wildly. Gained. Perfect-grade blue titanium alloy X 580 units. Perfect critical hit. In just a few seconds, all materials were synthesized. And surprisingly, they all critically turned into perfect grade. Today really is my lucky day. Lin Hoy was overjoyed. Adding the 90 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy he had previously synthesized, he now had a total of 670 units, enough for a perfect upgrade. He picked up the blueprint with a determined look. Start the upgrade. Ding. Detected 650 units of blue titanium alloy. The vehicle will be perfectly upgraded. Materials required. 1. 650 units of blue titanium alloy, already met. 2. Reconnaissance radar chip, 1.0, X1, already met. 3. 50 sets of precision electronic components, already met. 4. 50 units of rubber, already met. 5. 50 units of high-grade bulletproof glass, already met. Rumble. Under Lin Hoy's command, the Level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint immediately transformed into a streak of light and merged into the large RV. This upgrade was more impressive than any before. A deep blue glow burst out from inside the RV, illuminating the ruins at the abandoned hospital entrance with a mysterious blue light. Sounds of metal grinding, gears meshing, and circuits connecting filled the air like a heavy industrial metal symphony. The vehicle's body visibly expanded and stretched. The already large body became even more majestic, covered in layered black armor plates that fit together like dragon scales. The roof lifted, and the rear compartment expanded outward, changing from a double-decker to a triple-decker structure. This is reshaping the vehicle structure, Su Qingxian exclaimed. As a player with the machinery specialization, She could feel the interior space of the RV undergoing a huge transformation. This time, it wasn't just about expanding space, but completely changing the internal layout. Lin Hoy, as the vehicle's host, could plan the interior space. 3 levels. According to Lin Hoy's plan, the bottom level has the cockpit, kitchen, and the independent laboratory that Bai Ling dreamed of. The second level contains Lin Hoy's master bedroom, Su Qingxian's bedroom, the living room, and the bathroom. The third level includes the command room and Lu Shi's bedroom. After 10 minutes, the glow faded. A huge, sleek, icy blue beast with a cold metallic shine stood quietly in the ruins. It reached 8 meters in height and over 15 meters in length, like a real land aircraft carrier. The body was covered in streamlined, perfect blue titanium alloy armor, giving it a futuristic look. Ding. RV upgrade successful. Vehicle. RV, level 5. Physical defense. 3000. From 400 to 3000. Perfect grade blue titanium alloy armor that can withstand small missile strikes. Magic resistance. 0 weight. 300 tons. From 40 to 300. Space. 300 cubic meters. From 40 to 300. Note. The interior has been expanded into 3 floors, including a separate laboratory. Durability. 100% fuel. Infinite external weapon upgrade. M430, Venomous B, chain gun, 30 mm caliber, 1130 closed defense cannon, 30 mm caliber, weapon features. Equipped with 11 barrels of 30 mm Gatling guns. Fire rate, 11,000 rounds per minute. Effective range, 3,000 meters. Maximum range, 5,000 meters. Can clear half a football field in 5 seconds. A saturation strike weapon. Comes with multi-target smart fire control lock-on and missile interception system. Ammunition type, 30 mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds. Ammo capacity, 11,000 rounds, fully loaded. Reconnaissance radar. The vehicle can detect moving life forms, vehicles, and bullets within a 10-kilometer radius. 1130 close defense cannon. Lin Hoy looked at the attribute panel, his eyes shining brightly. This thing was a defense marvel on aircraft carriers in the original world, firing thousands of rounds per minute, capable of instantly tearing apart incoming missiles. Now installed on his RV, he no longer fears small to medium missiles. Within 10 kilometers, once a missile attack is detected, the radar feedback allows him to lock onto the target immediately and launch a saturation attack. Is this a perfect upgrade? So awesome. This is true manly romance. But such weapons also have a flaw. That is, spent bullets. He currently has only 11,000 rounds of ammunition, which will run out in a minute. Looks like he must start collecting universal shells as a strategic resource. Meanwhile, Su Qingxian looked at the sleek exterior of the RV and the terrifying close defense cannon, her face full of excitement and admiration. Boss, this vehicle is simply invincible. Lu Shi also came to the window, looking at this monster-like RV outside, her eyes filled with awe that wouldn't fade. Physical defense, 3,000. 300 tons. Unlimited fuel. Even the leader of the Overlord Alliance's level 6 vehicle probably can't compare to this. She looked at Lin Hoy. This man always manages to surprise her and push her understanding to the limit. Where's my laboratory? Where's my laboratory? Compared to the shock of the 2 women about the vehicle's power, Bai Ling seemed almost crazy, rushing straight to the RV. A few seconds later, she let out a scream of excitement from the back of the RV. Negative pressure ventilation system, constant temperature incubator, fully automatic mechanical arm surgical table, and even a high-grade bulletproof glass cage for holding advanced zombies. This is heaven. It's definitely heaven. Boss, I love you so much. I'll dedicate my life to you. As long as I can die in this laboratory. Lin Hoy's mouth twitched. This science fanatic only cares about her laboratory, but he didn't mind, because the most exciting moment was coming. Triggering level 5 golden talent. Drawing a level 5 golden keyword. The golden roulette spun wildly on Lin Hoy's retina. Previously, he had obtained Infinity, Never Wears Out, Space Folding, and Infinite Synthesis, each one a divine skill. What would it be this time? Ding. The roulette stopped. A shining golden card appeared in the void. Golden keyword. Auto repair, Quality. Golden Legend. Type. Rule category. Keyword attribute. Grants the vehicle the ability of self-regeneration. Effects. 1. Nano repair. Recommended to be attached to the vehicle's exterior. When damaged, it consumes energy to automatically repair the structure. Minor damage, scratches, dents, repaired instantly. Moderate damage, armor cracks, repaired in minutes. Severe damage, structural breaks, repaired in hours. 2. Never obsolete. As long as the core backbone isn't completely destroyed, the vehicle can regenerate infinitely. 3. Material supplement. If special materials are needed for repair, they will be automatically summoned from the other space. Auto repair. Hui Lin's breathing suddenly became heavy. With this skill, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, the vehicle could keep repairing itself during battle, becoming a true fortress that wouldn't die. Perfect. Thinking of this, Hui Lin whispered, "Target assigned. RV shell." In the next second, a golden light shot into the surface of the RV. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement. With a defense of 3,000, plus 12,000 rounds per minute of the 1130 close defense cannon, and automatic repair, he could even drive the RV right in front of the Wolf Guild convoy, turn off the machine guns, and crush everything in his way. Even if damaged, it would automatically recover, only time and energy spent. And his RV has unlimited fuel. Now he could basically walk freely across this zombie wasteland. Just as Hui Lin was excited, Lu Shi, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke. "Boss, someone on the regional channel is asking for help. The reward is 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions." 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions? Hearing this reward, Hui Lin immediately became interested. His body stats had already reached 150, but his mental strength was still weak. These 2 potions were exactly what he needed most right now. Hui Lin quickly opened the system panel to check the regional chat channel. A red message appeared. Urgent help. Player, Zhen Haoyun. Coordinates, X, 99.8, Y, 101.2. Help. Can anyone save me? I'm trapped in a dark forest. It's full of face-faced monsters. They can fly. They can fly. I have 2 rare basic mental energy potions. Whoever saves me will get these 2 potions. I swear. Proof with pictures. I can't hold on much longer. Strong players, come help. Newbies, stay away. This player also posted 2 clear photos. One shows the 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions. The other shows a pale monster with a twisted face and human features, with a pair of decayed flesh wings behind it, sharp claws on its feet, silently screeching at the camera. When the rescue message was sent, the entire regional chat exploded with activity. 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions? That's really good stuff. I haven't seen it myself, but the 4 major guilds are buying it. 1 bottle can exchange for 500 units of universal fuel. My vehicle is level 3. I wonder if I can defeat that monster, risking your life just for basic mental energy potions? Are you crazy? That's a level 4 mutant. Yes. I saw one myself. It's a level 4 mutant called Face Raptor. It's very fast, and its claws are extremely sharp, cutting through iron like butter. I saw a convoy get torn apart by 3 face raptors, like slicing a melon. And the leader of that convoy was a level 4 modified tank. Your level 3 vehicle won't last even a 1/10 of a second against it. Another player expressed concern. A mutant with a human face that can fly? And such sharp claws. The monsters in the wasteland are getting more and more dangerous. How are we low-level players supposed to survive? Just stay away from them. They're not like zombies. They're rare and only appear in certain places. As long as you're lucky, you probably won't run into them. Come quick and save me. Whoever saves me first gets what I have. 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions. This is a rare opportunity. The player who posted the rescue request, Zhen Haoyun, let out a desperate cry. Forget it. That thing can even destroy heavy tanks. Who dares to go? Going means you're just delivering supplies. By the way, Zhen Haoyun, your claws are so sharp. How are you okay? How are you still able to send a rescue message? Is your vehicle that tough? Zhen Haoyun, I have a special item. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? You're not coming anyway. I'm just curious. At that moment, finally, a high-level player responded in the chat. Li Fei Fei, I am the vice president of the Rose Society. I'm about 130 kilometers from you. I'm on my way to rescue you now. Zhen Haoyanwao. Finally, someone from one of the 4 major guilds has seen this. Sisterly Feifei. Come quickly, I'm waiting right here. I knew I was lucky. Seeing a top player step in, the spectators discussed eagerly. Wow, she's the vice president of the Rose Society. I heard her vehicle is already level 6. Level 6 vehicle? That person is now at the top of the player pyramid, a big figure. Go, Feifei. Keep it up. Seeing that a player accepted the quest, Lin Hoy stroked his chin. Someone has taken the quest, so we can't fall behind. He turned off the system screen and looked at the map coordinates. Dark Forest, less than 100 kilometers from his current location. The human-faced owl, a level 4 mutant species. Lin Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qing Qian, set the target to Dark Forest. Huh? Boss, are you going to rescue him? Su Qing Qian looked worried. That human-faced owl mutant is very strong, and it can fly. Of course, Lin Hui smiled. Since he has the basic mental power potion, we can't just let it go. And he patted the sturdy, perfect-grade blue titanium alloy armor of the RV. My level 5 RV also needs a worthy opponent to test its power. Bai Ling heard the noise and sent a message through the vehicle's communication system. Boss, remember to leave me one alive. I need it for research. No problem. Lin Hui smiled, shifted into drive, and stepped on the accelerator fully. Virum. The level 5 RV fortress let out a deep roar, decisively turned around, and sped toward the dark forest. As they got closer, a forest appeared ahead. It looked like a shadow, dark and eerie, as if light couldn't reach it, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding environment. Dark forest. This forest looked like a splash of ink spilled carelessly by a god, suddenly appearing on this barren plain. Surrounding it were gray-white gobi sands and yellowed wild grasses. Only this forest had all the trees in a disturbing blackened color. Virum. Lin Hui's RV slowly entered the dark shadow. The light around here twisted strangely. Although it was daytime, once inside the forest, it felt like deep night. Under the headlights, everyone regained their vision. The tree trunks here twist like ghostly claws, and the leaves are as black as iron, densely intertwined and completely blocking the sky above. Su Qingxian looked at the dark forest ahead, like ink spilled on paper, and unconsciously swallowed. Lu Shi sat in the combat room on the 3rd floor, observing the surroundings through a scope. His voice was serious. The radar shows that the magnetic field in this area is very chaotic, but the reconnaissance radar can still barely work. Lin Hui held the steering wheel, looking calm. Everyone stay alert. This place feels a bit strange. And it was unusually quiet. Once they entered the forest, the outside wind immediately disappeared, replaced by a deathly silence. Only the low hum of the RV engine echoed through the trees, sounding very harsh. Suddenly, Boss, stop the car. Bai Ling's voice came from the back lab. Look at the roadside. Lin Hui pressed the brakes. Following Bai Ling's directions, he saw among the dark bushes several white bones scattered around. They weren't from strange creatures, but human bones. Bai Ling had already put on her protective suit, jumped out of the car to check, then ran back holding a skull, her face full of excitement and confusion. Boss, this doesn't feel right. She pointed at the weathered marks on the skull. According to carbon dating, this body has been dead for at least 50 years. 50 years? Lin Hui and the 2 women exchanged surprised looks, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. It had been less than 10 days since the road survival game started. How could there be a modern human corpse that had been dead for 50 years in this wilderness? Could it be? Lu Shi took a deep breath and made a chilling guess. Before us, this game has already been played many times. Or maybe, this place was once a civilization similar to Earth, and then it was destroyed? This guess weighed heavily on everyone's mind. If that was true, what terrifying secrets lay behind this so-called road survival game? No matter what happened before, Lin Hui broke the silence, started the car again, and his eyes were firm. We just need to survive. One day, we will find out the truth. Just then, beep, 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 the reconnaissance radar on the control panel suddenly issued a sharp alarm. On the screen, a few scattered red dots suddenly exploded into dozens, as if they had burst out of a hive, and they were moving very fast. Boss, 3 o'clock. Air target approaching. Speed, 300 kilometers per hour, Su Qingxian exclaimed. Here they come. Lin Hoy suddenly looked up and gazed out the window. Whoosh! A huge dark shadow swept past the top of the RV, carrying a strong, foul wind. It was a creature about the size of a small airplane. It had a pair of decayed, flesh-like wings, with a wingspan over 3 meters. Its body looked like a human torso with the skin peeled off, and its limbs turned into sharp, hooked claws. The scariest part was its head. It was a giant human face. But what was most chilling was its face. It wasn't a bird's beak, but a pale, bloodless human face. The face looked like a middle-aged woman, with a blank, eerie expression, eyes rolled back, and a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. Is this a face monster? Lucy clenched her rifle tightly, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Creak! A grating sound of metal rubbing against metal echoed. The face monster dove down, its claws strong enough to cut through tanks, and fiercely scratched the side armor of the RV. Sparks flew, but the expected sound of tearing steel did not happen. The face monster's claws trembled as if hitting an unbreakable divine metal. Its human-like face showed a very human expression of confusion. On the dark blue body, only a few faint white marks remained, and, during its moment of confusion, those white marks seemed to come alive, quickly healing and disappearing, shining brightly again. Effect activated. Auto repair. The middle-aged woman's face, which had been expressionless, suddenly became very lively. It widened its eyes, showing a puzzled expression like, "This isn't possible," even tilting its head in a comical yet terrifying way. Su Qingqian inside the car couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Boss, it seems like it suspects that the bird has been born. Lin Huey's lips curled slightly. The real show is still to come. It seemed the hard surface of the RV had angered the creature. Suddenly, the humanoid owl let out a sharp, angry scream. An eerie scene unfolded. Its features twisted like dough, transforming instantly from a middle-aged woman's face into that of a young man. The new face was full of rage, with fierce features and glowing red eyes. Changing faces so quickly, Lin Hoy sat inside the car, watching the strange face. Instead of feeling scared, he found it a bit funny. Bai Ling excitedly shouted from the back compartment. "This kind of creature is so interesting. I want to study it. Boss, can I catch one alive?" After the face change, the humanoid owl's speed suddenly doubled. It turned into a black shadow and launched a furious attack on the RV again. Meanwhile, several other humanoid owls around couldn't hold back either, swooping down one after another. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of claws hitting the armor was dense like a heavy rain. But in front of absolute defense, all tricks were useless. No matter how they clawed, pecked, or even rammed with their bodies, the dark blue steel giant remained steady as a mountain, not even swaying. Defense test complete. Lin Hoy calmly took a sip of cola. Perfect grade blue titanium alloy. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Since they can't break through, it's my turn now. He glanced at the frenzied humanoid owls, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Lu Jia, fire control radar, lock on." "Target locked," Bai Shi's voice came through. Lin Hoy shouted loudly. 11:30 close-in weapon system. Activate. Following Lin Huey's command, the armor plate on the roof suddenly popped open. A sci-fi-looking Gatling gun with 11 thick barrels slowly rose. The 11 black barrels began to spin and warm up under the motor's action, emitting a terrifying humming sound. The face-eating bird that was wildly attacking the car roof seemed to sense danger. It suddenly stopped its attack. The angry man's face instantly turned into a scared, old man's face. With a flap of its wings, it tried to escape. Too late. Lin Hoy calmly pressed the firing button. Gee, that wasn't gunfire. It was the sound of a chainsaw cutting wood. The 1130 close-range cannon spat out a 2-meter-long tongue of fire. What does a rate of 12,000 rounds per minute mean? It means 200 rounds per second. The face-eating bird, which had just flown less than 10 meters away, didn't even have time to scream. In just 0.1 seconds, its body was pierced, torn, and shattered by hundreds of 30mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing bullets. A burst of bright red blood exploded in the air. This is the ultimate display of modern industrial violence. Stop. Lin Hoy quickly released the button. Even so, That brief 1-second burst used over 200 bullets. Watching the blood mist still lingering in the air, the car was silent. This, Lucy swallowed hard, looking at the red dot on the radar that disappeared instantly. It's gone. That was too brutal, Su Qingqian muttered softly. Not even a complete corpse was left. Ah. Inside the rear car laboratory, Bai Ling let out a painful scream. Boss, what are you doing? We agreed to capture it alive. How am I supposed to study it if you turn it into molecules? Lin Hoy looked at the slowly falling blood mist in the air, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Cough, cough. The firepower was a bit too much. When the 1130 opened fire, it was a physical overkill. There was no way to keep it alive. While speaking, he glanced at the ammunition consumption. In that 1 second, nearly 200 bullets were fired. This wasn't just shooting bullets. It was spending money. And killed a Tier 4 mutant face-eating bird. Gained 1 unit of high-strength titanium alloy. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Hoy felt even more heartbroken. 200 tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds. And all he got was a broken alloy? Such a loss, a huge loss. While Lin Hoy was feeling distressed about the bullets, 5 kilometers away from them, a large convoy of vehicles entered the dark edge of the forest. This is the main team of the Rose Society. All the vehicles are painted in pink, which looks a bit girly, but each one is equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers, showing that these women are not to be messed with. Leading the group is a sleek red sports car. It is a top-level vehicle at level 6. After upgrading to level 6, the appearance of the red sports car changed a lot, but it still remains fast. Inside the driver's seat, a woman with shoulder-length hair and sunglasses is holding the steering wheel with one hand. She wears a tight black combat suit, with a slightly open collar showing her healthy, tan skin. Her features are sharp and commanding, and her sunglasses give her a confident, heroic look. She is Li Feifei, the vice president of the Rose Society. Feifei, sister, a female teammate suddenly speaks. I heard gunfire. Has someone already gone ahead to rescue Jinhaoyan? Another teammate scoffs. I heard those face-eating monsters are really fierce, even able to tear apart tanks easily. Probably people desperate for beginner mental energy potions. Yeah, the last female teammate agrees. Li Feifei narrows her eyes and says, we'll find out when we go in. I'm curious too, who's brave enough to enter this dangerous forbidden zone? After saying that, she picks up her communicator and addresses the team behind her. Everyone stand by. Wait for my return. Yes, Li Feifei's team has about 30 vehicles, mostly made of ordinary armored steel, which is dangerous to enter. But her level 6 sports car is made with high-strength titanium alloy, and even has 10 units of blue titanium alloy added to the frame, enough to withstand RPGs. It would be great if the whole car was made of blue titanium alloy. Li Feifei sighs. After seeing how hard blue titanium alloy is, she longs for it. But blue titanium alloy is very rare. Even with the entire guild's effort, they only managed to gather 60 units, mostly used for the guild leader's vehicle. Lost in her thoughts, Li Feifei's car has already entered the dark forest. Vice President, this place feels so creepy. A female team member nearby shrank back and asked, there probably aren't any ghosts, right? What are you afraid of? Li Feifei sneered and shook her hair. It's just a ghost. On my Red Lotus ship, I have 3 medium-sized tactical missiles. If one appears, I'll it up. And don't forget my ability, she added. The female team member nodded nervously. The convoy moved forward slowly. Soon, Li Feifei saw the bones on the roadside. What's that? She frowned, recalling what the president said yesterday. It seems this game is more dangerous than we thought. Vice President, look ahead. Just then, a sharp-eyed team member suddenly pointed at an open space in front and shouted. Li Feifei slammed on the brakes. Not far ahead on the ground, there was a very bright blood stain. No, that can't be called blood. It was a large spread of dark red blood mist residue, with tiny bits of flesh scattered on the nearby tree trunks and grass. There were no large bodies, only complete destruction. What caused this? Li Feifei got out of the car to check, and picked up a small black feather fragment about the size of a fingernail. An owl with a human face. Her pupils shrank suddenly. As someone experienced in battles, she knew well the speed and defense of the human-faced owl. This rare creature, at level 4, was not only fast, but also had incredibly tough fur. A normal machine gun spray would only leave a few blood holes. But this, it was torn apart by some super high-speed, large-caliber weapon in a very short time. Li Feifei looked at the bloodstain on the ground and the huge tire print, feeling a chill. This kind of firepower density. Even the president's vehicle couldn't do that. Could it be Zhao Tianba from the Overlord Alliance? No, he's heading to Fui City. He wouldn't be in such a remote place. Li Feifei took a deep breath and looked into the forest. It seems a formidable outsider has appeared among the small and medium forces or lone players. She returned to the car, her expression serious. Vice President, should we go on? The team members cautiously asked, clearly aware that their opponent's vehicle was equipped with dangerous weapons. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment over their earlier words. The other side was not just an unlucky person, but a powerful expert they had never seen before. Go. Li Feifei clenched her teeth, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. I want to see who this is that can cause such a commotion. Also, we can't give up the 2 basic mental energy potions. Full speed ahead. Target the rescue coordinate. Achoo. Lin Hoy, sitting in the driver's seat of the RV, sneezed. Who's talking about me? He rubbed his nose and kept driving forward. Boss, there's a vehicle behind us, about 5 kilometers away. In the 3-story command room, Lucy reported, it should be my old boss from Rose Society, Vice President Li Feifei. Do you know her? Lin Hoy glanced at the radar screen and asked casually. Lucy replied calmly, we've worked together for a couple of days. She's quite capable. Oh? So she's an acquaintance. Lin Hoy smiled but didn't slow down. Since she's here, let's watch the show together. The RV continued to go deeper. As they got closer to the coordinates, thick fog suddenly appeared around them, even interfering with the reconnaissance radar signals. We've arrived. Lin Hoy stopped the vehicle in an open forest clearing. This was the rescue coordinate sent out by a player named Zhen Haoyan. But where's the person? The clearing was empty, with only a few black, strange trees, not a single shadow in sight. Could they have already been eaten? Su Qingxian leaned against the window. Left nothing but bones. Just then, Gah! A terrifying scream suddenly echoed from all directions. Immediately after, in the fog, a dozen pairs of crimson eyes suddenly lit up. Who? The wind suddenly picked up. A dozen large, human-faced owls flapped their decayed wings and rushed out of the fog, circling above the RV. Each one had a different human face, a crying old woman, a smiling young girl, a blank-faced elderly man. This scene was really shocking to see. When they saw prey coming close, the owls became excited. Squawk! They all dove down at once, claws grabbing the roof of the RV. Sparks flew as they scratched. But, as before, they didn't even scratch the surface. TSK, these things are really persistent. Lin Hoy shook his head. Lucy quickly raised her rifle. Boss, do you want to shoot? Wait. Lin Hoy suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring at a spot. Below the circling owls, there was a very strange zombie, standing stiffly on a large rock, waving its arms awkwardly. At the same time, a semi-transparent system screen appeared in front of it. A line of text floated out. Zhen Haoyan, help. Is that Sister Li Feifei? I am Zhen Haoyan. I am right in front of you. That ugly zombie in blue work pants is me. Don't shoot. I am on your side. The 3 inside the car fell silent. Su Qingxian rubbed her eyes. Boss, did I see that right? That player turned into a zombie. No. Lucy shook her head. This must be using some special item or his spiritual ability. That's impressive. Lin Hoy couldn't help but admire. To survive among the monsters, this guy actually disguised himself as a zombie? Boss, I've already locked onto one of the human-faced owls. Lucy's voice came. Take it out, Lin Hoy ordered. Bang, bang, bang. Lucy's fired a series of shots. This time, she used special, powerful anesthetic rounds, with the shells coated in a potent anesthetic provided by Bai Ling. After 3 shots, one of the owl-faced creatures, with a crying woman's face, froze stiff and wobbled as it fell from the sky. Squawk. When the companion was attacked, the other dozen or so face-eating owls instantly became furious. They abandoned the zombie, which looked dirty and hard, and all turned around, rushing toward Lin Hui's RV. Good timing, Lin Hoy sneered. 11:30, lock on. Buzz. The sound of the close-range cannon's motor rang out again. ZZZ. The fire dragon reappeared. This time, Lin Hoy was smart and only fired for half a second. But even so, the three face-eating owls at the front seemed to hit an invisible wall of fire and were instantly torn to pieces. The remaining 10 were so scared they peed themselves. Their simple brains couldn't understand such terrifying firepower. This wasn't prey, it was like death itself. They screamed and ran in all directions. Lin Hoy took a breath and didn't chase after them. There was a reason. Bullets are too expensive. The battle was over. It lasted less than 10 seconds. At that moment, buzzing, a sound of engine noise came from behind. The Rose Society's vehicle finally arrived. Li Feifei drove her bright red LV.6 sports car, doing a stylish drift and stopping at the edge of the open space. When she took off her sunglasses, she froze completely. What did she see? A huge black beast, many times larger than her sports car, like a moving fortress, was quietly parked in the center of the field. Around the vehicle, the ground was covered with the remains and fragments of face-eating owls, blood staining the black earth red. This is... Li Feifei widened her eyes, staring at the still-smoking 1130 close-range cannon, feeling her throat go dry. Close-range cannon? Is this stuff from a battleship? But that wasn't the most shocking part. Squeak! The tailgate of the black beast slowly opened. An overwhelming sense of pressure burst out from inside. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed. A 4-meter-tall, muscle-bound Tier 4 zombie tyrant, like a laborer, stepped out of the vehicle. It ignored the Rose Society's vehicle and walked straight to the person-faced owl that was under anesthesia. Then, it stretched out its huge hand, like lifting a chick, and carried the owl on its shoulder, turning back toward the car. It was very obedient the whole time, like a big fool. Doubt. Li Feifei's sunglasses fell to the ground with a snap. She watched the van slowly close its tailgate, and only one thought remained in her mind. Did I just see a hallucination? In this zombie wasteland, besides Zhao Tianba from the Overlord Alliance, when did such a fierce person appear? Let's take a look. Li Feifei put on her sunglasses again and adjusted her collar. Since we've run into him, we should meet this great master. And I also want to know who he really is. Meanwhile, the window of the RV's driver's cabin slowly lowered. It revealed Lin Hoy's young and calm face. He didn't even glance at the Rose Society side but focused on the nearby zombie. Its face was half rotten, with bulging eyes and a few maggots crawling in the wound. If the other person hadn't just opened the system interface, Lin Hoy would have simply crushed him with a punch. Zhen Haoyan, right? Lin Hoy looked at him with a half-smile. I saved you. Where are the 2 bottles of mental energy potions? Huh? Oh, yes. The zombie suddenly shivered, coming back from shock. He took off a ring that looked like an iron band from his finger. The disgusting, fierce-looking zombie instantly disappeared. In its place stood a young man in a long-down jacket, about 23 or 24 years old, with single eyelids, a slightly long face, and funny eyebrows. At this moment, his expression was very lively. He had thought the only one coming to save him was the Rose Society, but unexpectedly, a hero appeared halfway. Such a powerful hero. Boss, thank you so much for saving me. Zhen Haoyan hurried over, smiling brightly, and respectfully handed over 2 bottles of faint blue glowing potions. This is your reward. Lin Hoy took the potions, checked them briefly, and confirmed they were fine before casually placing them into his space. Then, he looked at Zhen Haoyan with interest, and at the strange vehicle at his feet. It was a scooter? No, more precisely, a heavily modified LV.4 scooter. Its deck was widened and thickened, with 4 large off-road wheels underneath. The rear even had 2 tiny jet thrusters, and on each side of the handlebar, there were miniature micro-guns hanging. This was quite bizarre. You're only using this. Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow. Hee, please don't laugh at me, boss. Zhen Haoyan scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. This is my treasure. It runs really fast. But it does have a little leak. Lin Hoy's mouth twitched. This kid's name really suits him. He can survive in a zombie wasteland riding a scooter and even reach level 4. His luck is truly incredible, like winning the lottery. Imagine a zombie riding a scooter sneaking into a horde. That scene would be quite funny. At that moment, Feifei Li drove her red sports car slowly over. Seeing the Rose Society logo and glancing at Feifei Li in the driver's seat, Zhang Haoyun's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He had shouted for Fei Fei Li's help on the public channel, but when she arrived, the situation had already been taken care of by someone else. Vice President Fei Fei of the Rose Society? Zhang Haoyun rubbed his hands, trying to smile awkwardly. Sorry to have you come all this way. This big brother. This expert was so quick, I didn't even react. Sorry about that. No problem. Fei Fei Li took off her sunglasses, but her gaze didn't stay on Zhang Haoyun for long. Instead, she looked directly at Lin Hoy sitting in the RV driver's seat. Friend, I am Fei Fei Li, Vice President of the Rose Society. May I ask who this expert is in front of me? Her tone was much more polite, with a hint of curiosity. Lin Hoy hadn't spoken yet. A tall figure approached, revealing a cold and stunning face. The moment she saw that face, Fei Fei Li froze. Lu Shi, her eyes were full of surprise. Why is it you? Lu Shi looked at her calmly, her tone as neutral as greeting a stranger. Long time no see, Vice President Fei Fei. Is that your car? Fei Fei Li pointed at the large RV, her voice mixed with complicated feelings. If it was Lu Shi's car, it meant she had done much better after leaving the Rose Society than they had expected. No, Lu Shi shook her head, slightly turned to look at Lin Hoy. This is my boss's car. Fei Fei Li was stunned for a moment. Then her gaze shifted to Lin Hoy, inspecting him from head to toe. Your boss. Li Fei Fei crossed her arms and suddenly sneered. Mr. Lu, when you left the Rose Society, you swore you wanted to do things on your own and didn't want to be controlled by others. What's this? Just a few days later, you found another man to rely on. It seems you don't want to work alone. You want a man, right? As soon as she said this, the air around them instantly cooled. The members of the Rose Society shrank back, and Sister Fei Fei's sharp tongue was as fierce as ever. In the past, the two vice presidents often argued. However, Lu Shi didn't even frown. Say whatever you want. Lu Shi's voice was cold. Even if I did want a man, it's better than being alone and unwanted. You. Li Fei Fei's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't find words to reply. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, surprised as he looked at Lu Shi. He didn't expect this usually aloof lady to be so fierce when arguing. Li Fei Fei took a deep breath, calming her temper. She knew that now wasn't the time to argue with Lu Shi, but to understand this mysterious expert player. Although the Rose Society didn't accept men, they did cooperate with male players. Lin Hoy wasn't interested in the Rose Society. His gaze crossed Li Fei Fei and looked at Zhang Haoyun. Do you still have mental energy potions? If you do, I can pay a high price to buy them. No, I don't have any left. Zhang Haoyun shook his head like a rattle drum. I only found 6 bottles. I drank 4 to stay alive, and I gave the rest to you. Found them? 6 bottles? Lin Hui's eyes sharpened as he stared at Zhang Haoyun. Your luck. Where did you find them? Li Fei Fei also perked up her ears. Such strategic resources as mental energy potions are rare. Could he really have found some? Seeing everyone staring at him, Zhang Haoyun didn't dare hide. He pointed deeper into the dark forest. They're inside, he said with lingering fear. I was originally heading to Fuqing, but suddenly I encountered a strange thick fog. When I opened my eyes again, I was deep inside this forest, standing in front of a huge palace. A huge palace? Lin Hoy squinted. Zhang Haoyun gestured wildly, his face showing exaggerated fear. The palace is so big, it's like it's built for giants. One pillar is hundreds of meters tall, reaching the clouds. Standing below, I felt like just an ant. I didn't get a chance to look carefully before I saw groups of face owl creatures rushing out from deep inside the palace. I was so scared I turned into a zombie and ran outside. While running, I realized my mental energy was almost gone. I kept thinking, if only I had some mental energy pills. And guess what happened next? I actually found a bunch of beginner mental energy pills on the steps of the palace. They were just lying on the ground, like trash. There were 6 bottles in total. I drank 4 of them and slowly made my way outside, just in time for you to arrive. Such a huge palace. Lin Hoy stroked his chin, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Since there are mental energy pills outside, what about inside? Could there be better stuff? Maybe intermediate level pills? Or even level 6 or level 7 upgrade blueprints? At this moment, Li Fei Fei also seemed to have thought of this. So what do you think? Want to team up? She suddenly said. Li Fei Fei looked at Lin Hoy with a hint of ambition in her eyes. Since everyone wants the pills, why not go in together? I have a level 6 vehicle, and you have that terrifying firepower. If we work together, even encountering a level 6 mutant beast, we can handle it. And she paused, pointing at herself. My specialty is spiritual arts, specifically secrecy. I can sense unseen dangers. In such a strange place, my scouting ability is definitely better than your radar. If we face dangers we can't handle, we'll retreat immediately. The loot we get, we share based on our abilities. Deal? Are you willing to take a gamble? Lin Hoy didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Lu Shi. Lu Shi leaned close to Lin Hoy's ear and whispered, "Boss, she's telling the truth. Her secrecy is really strong. She can see things we can't, especially those dirty things." Lin Hoy weighed the pros and cons. His RV was physically invulnerable, but ancient ruins like this often come with mysterious dangers. Having a dedicated scout, no, teammate, would be safer. How far is it? Lin Hoy turned to ask Zhen Haoyun. I'm not sure either. Zhen Haoyun looked worried. I feel like a headless fly, running for over an hour before I got here. Okay. Lin Hoy nodded and made a decision. Let's go inside and take a look. But just so you know, if things go wrong, I will be the first to leave. Of course, Fei Fei said proudly. I don't need anyone to protect me. At this moment, Zhen Haoyun sheepishly raised his hand. Two great experts. Can you take me along? I don't want to stay here alone. What if the face-faced monster comes back? Lin Hoy thought for a moment. Although this guy looked useless, he was the only one who had been to that palace. Get in the car. Lin Hoy pointed to the back of the vehicle. But there are no seats left inside, so you'll have to squeeze in the back with the tyrant. Huh? Zhen Haoyun looked at the sitting figure in the corner, the terrifying tyrant, and turned pale. But seeing the dark woods around, he clenched his teeth. Fine. I'll squeeze in. If necessary, I'll turn into a zombie and chat with it. After saying that, he nervously crawled into the back compartment. For safety, he didn't hesitate. He activated his ring ability again, transforming into that ugly zombie, trembling in the corner. The tyrant tilted his head and looked at him, seeming to wonder why this fellow looked so creepy, then turned away bored. Let's go. With Lin Hoy's command, the black van and the red sports car, one after the other, disappeared into the thicker fog. The wheels crushed the already decayed black branches, making a sharp, unpleasant sound. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. Although the van's headlights were fully on, they could only illuminate about 20 meters ahead. This place. The magnetic field is completely messed up. Su Qingshan looked at the wildly flickering gauges on the dashboard, frowning. The radar's out. Even the electronic compass is spinning. Boss, we're driving blind now. Lin Hoy held the steering wheel tightly, looking serious. This feeling of losing control was very uncomfortable. How much farther? He asked through the intercom to Zhen Haoyun in the back. I don't know either. Zhen Haoyun's voice trembled as he said, the fog is too thick. I can't see anything clearly, but I feel the oppressive sensation growing stronger. We must be close. They continued for another half hour. The fog became extremely dense. If the fog outside was just blocking the view, the fog here seemed alive, thick, cold, and sticky, clinging to the bulletproof glass and forming a greasy water film. Stop the car. Lin Hoy suddenly pressed the brakes. There was no road ahead. Or rather, the road ahead was blocked by something enormous. At that moment, the thick, ink-like fog seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand. Everyone gasped in surprise. It was pillars. Massive stone pillars over 500 meters wide, grayish-blue in color, standing straight like the backbone of the sky, rising abruptly in the darkness. Each pillar was carved with intricate, ancient patterns. These patterns didn't belong to any known human civilization. Wild, rough, yet somehow sacred and majestic. Looking up along the pillars, the tops were invisible. They seemed to reach the clouds, supporting this abandoned sky. At the end of the pillars, a huge palace outline, like a mountain, appeared faintly in the fog. At that moment, humans felt their smallness magnified infinitely. Oh my God, this is incredible, Su Qingshan whispered, forgetting to record data on her tablet. Li Feifei's car also stopped. Her voice, amplified through the car's external speaker, was full of shock. Could this be a divine palace? The thick fog looks so eerie. There probably aren't any ghosts, right? her female teammate suddenly said. Li Feifei frowned at her words. Just as she was about to speak, Zhun Haoyun suddenly shouted excitedly from the back of the RV. Look over there. He pointed to a huge staircase leading to the palace. In the gap of the 2-meter-high steps, more than 20 test tubes emitting faint golden light were scattered. In the darkness, the blue glow was so tempting. Basic mental energy potion. Lin Hui's eyes sharpened. It's real. Bai Ling, send the tamer to get it. Lin Hui quickly gave the order, remaining calm. All right. Bai Ling clearly understands the importance. The huge tyrant jumps out of the vehicle and walks heavily toward the stairs. At the same time, Li Feifei also moves. She has 2 gun holsters strapped to her outer thighs, one holding a special silver revolver. She moves very quickly, like a red leopard, and rushes toward the stairs in just a few leaps. Zhen Haoyun sees this and gets nervous. He transforms back into his human form, jumps out of the car, and runs toward them with his hips pushed out, taking risks for wealth. I'm going all in. Just as the tyrant, Li Feifei, and Zhen Haoyun grab the beginner mental energy potion to return, Li Feifei suddenly senses something and looks in a certain direction. Her face changes drastically, and she shouts, "Run! Something is coming!" But before she finishes speaking, woo, a piercing, extremely sad sound suddenly explodes in everyone's mind. It's not wind. It's a woman crying. The sound seems to come from deep within, filled with endless resentment and coldness, instantly piercing through the vehicle's armor, flesh, and directly into the soul. Inside the camper, Su Qingxian and Lu Shi both cover their ears, their faces turning ghostly pale. Lin Hui also feels as if a hot iron needle has been stabbed into his brain, causing intense pain that almost makes him lose control of the steering wheel. Warning. Mental attack detected. Sanity -10. Something's wrong. Retreat quickly, Lin Hui shouts into the communicator. Mist swirls around. Behind the huge stone pillar, a figure slowly floats out. It's a person. It wears a tattered red wedding dress, with long hair covering its face. It has no feet, floating in midair, and the surrounding fog instantly condenses into black ice crystals as it appears. As it approaches, the coldness almost freezes the blood in people's veins. Ghost. There really are ghosts. Li Feifei's female teammate in the car screams in panic, curling up and trembling. The red-clad, vengeful ghost seems to be attracted by the scream and slowly turns its head. Although I couldn't see the face clearly, everyone felt a malicious gaze. Death, a hoarse voice fell. The red-clad ghost suddenly raised its hand, and a black energy like a sword shot toward Li Feifei. Li Feifei reacted quickly, rolling away to avoid the black energy. Boom! Where she had just stood, the hard stone steps silently eroded into a large hole. This isn't a physical attack at all. Li Feifei's face changed dramatically. Her female teammate on the sports car nervously pulled the trigger of the machine gun. Da-da-da-da! The dense bullets whistled through the air, but as if hitting air, they passed right through the red ghost and hit the stone pillar behind, splashing sparks. The ghost was unharmed. Physical attacks don't work. Lin Hui saw everything clearly from inside the car and felt a sudden sinking feeling. Don't use the machine gun. It's a spiritual entity, Li Feifei shouted loudly, suddenly drawing a silver revolver from her waist. Bang! A crisp gunshot sounded. This shot fired not a regular bullet, but a silver one. It precisely hit the red ghost's shoulder. Sizzle! Like hot oil splashing on snow, black smoke rose from where the ghost was hit, and it let out a piercing scream. It was hurt, but it also completely angered it. From the depths of the mist, more dense crying and laughing sounds came. 1, 2, 3. Countless twisted, semi-transparent figures emerged from every corner of the palace, like a night parade of ghosts. Run! Li Feifei hurried back to the car, and Zhen Haoyun, already terrified, had turned into a zombie again, crawling and rolling under Lin Hui's car. In this chaos, Lin Hui's gaze suddenly caught on something on another step. There was an ancient-looking brass key, shimmering faintly under the dim car light. The key was engraved with a complex, eye-shaped totem. His intuition told him that this was the most valuable thing here. White Spirit, have the tyrant throw that key over. Then forget about the tyrant and let it chase us from behind. Lin Hui decided quickly. Although Bai Ling felt sad for her experiment subject, she knew this was a life-and-death moment. She suddenly used her mental power. Big guy? Pick up that brass key and throw it over. At the last moment, the tyrant let out a furious roar, grabbed the brass key and the mental potion in his hand, and threw them with all his strength toward the RV. Smack! Just as the key and potion were about to hit the armor in front of the windshield, Lin Hoy quickly activated auto pickup. Obtained. Basic mental potion X15. Obtained. Brass key got the items. Hold on tight. Lin Hoy suddenly shifted into reverse and stepped on the accelerator to the floor. Vroom! The huge RV roared like a beast, its big wheels kicking up dirt, and it spun around to run away. Meanwhile, Li Feifei's sports car also started. Her female teammate beside her looked terrified, trembling as she said, "Feifei's sister, I realize these female ghosts look exactly like what I think in my mind." Li Feifei was stunned for a moment, then remembered something. She frantically turned the steering wheel and shouted, "Tian Tian, stop overthinking." Huh? The teammate called Tian Tian paused. "What do you mean?" "No, nothing. You sing." "Sing. What?" "The national anthem." "Quickly, get up." Along with the off-key, broken singing coming from the sports car, the two vehicles sped wildly through the fog like they were crazy. In the rearview mirror, Lin Hoy noticed that the group of red-clad vengeful spirits weren't chasing her RV, but were staring fixedly at Li Feifei's car, probably because of the previous gunshot that caused a grudge. Li Feifei looked at the red shadows still chasing her from behind, her scalp tingling. She had awakened spirit technique, secret gaze, which allowed her to sense things ordinary people couldn't, but it also attracted those special entities. "Get out of my way." She suddenly pressed the missile launch button. This wasn't an ordinary missile, but a specially made missile filled with a large amount of silver powder. Boom! A burst of silver fire exploded behind her. The explosion's shockwave blew the fierce red ghost away. Although it didn't kill them, it bought a little time. That was enough. Li Feifei's sports car suddenly sped up, reaching 250 miles per hour in an instant, turning into a streak of red lightning that overtook Lin Hoy's RV. "Hey, don't play like that." Lin Hoy watched the speeding car disappear into the distance, gritting his teeth. His RV was nearly invincible in defense, but it was too heavy to match the speed of a sports car. "Boss, that ghost thing is catching up again." Su Qingqian looked in the rearview mirror, her voice unusually nervous. "Hold on tight." A fierce look flashed in Lin Hoy's eyes. He wasn't fast enough, but when it came to endurance, he had unlimited fuel. Although it was a diesel engine, with the unlimited fuel feature, its efficiency increased by 200%, doubling the power output. The RV engine roared as if pushed to its limit, and the speed suddenly hit 180 miles per hour. Zhun Haoyun, who had been tailing the vehicle, clung tightly to the chassis beam, bouncing wildly and muttering, "I'm lucky. I'm lucky. I won't die easily." At that moment, a loud bang sounded. The tyrant finally caught up, leaping high and hanging onto the back of the RV. 20 minutes. For everyone inside the vehicle, these 20 minutes felt longer than 20 years. The cold, oppressive feeling never left. Lin Hoy felt his head about to explode from constant mental pollution. His SAM value had dropped below 60. "There's light ahead," Su Qingqian shouted happily. Through the thick fog, a faint grayish-white glow appeared in front. It was the exit. "Drive out," Lin Hoy roared, and the RV crashed through the last wall of fog, rushing into the sunlight. Warm sunlight shone on the vehicle. In that moment, all the cold, fear, and hallucinations vanished. "Phew," Lin Hoy gasped heavily, soaked in cold sweat. That was too close. This kind of mental attack was almost impossible to defend against. Ahead, Feifei Li had already stopped at the dark forest entrance, meeting with the other car teams from the Rose Society. Clearly, she had been through a lot of suffering. "Boss, look behind us." At this moment, Su Qingqian's trembling voice suddenly came through. Lin Hoy struggled to turn his head and looked into the rearview mirror. He saw that behind them was a vast, empty desert. The dark, gloomy forest, the grand palace, and those terrifying spirits. All had disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. Only the brass key on the car's front and the 15 bottles of basic mental energy potions proved that what just happened was not a dream. Lin Hoy held the cold key and looked at the empty wasteland. a deep sense of fear flashing in his eyes. This is too strange. The wind on the wasteland carried sand and gravel, making faint noises against the car. Everyone who had just escaped looked at the suddenly vanished dark forest and fell silent. This is too strange. Su Qingxian pressed her face against the car window, her pale face full of disbelief. Such a big forest, and that palace just disappeared like that? Maybe it never really existed in this space. Lucy looked at where the dark forest had been, her eyes deep, like some kind of projection. Lin Hoy suddenly frowned. After calming down, he noticed a terrifying detail. The platform with a pile of basic mental energy potions seemed to be empty at first glance. Outside the car, Fei Li leaned against the red LV.6 sports car, holding an unlit cigarette. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their calm. The mental storm just now had taken a toll on her. As in, insight, awakener, she was more sensitive to strange phenomena. She walked to the front of the RV, looked up at Lin Hoy sitting in the driver's seat. Looks like we've truly faced life and death together. Want to get to know each other? Lin Hoy. Li Fei chewed on the name, a flash of realization in her eyes. No wonder. The first kill of the third-level mutant in the whole server was you, right? I thought you were a tough guy back then, but it turns out you're even more impressive in real life. After a simple greeting, the conversation naturally turned back to the strange experience just now. I have a guess about that huge palace, Li Fei suddenly said, her expression becoming a bit strange. I think that place might be able to bring people's thoughts to life. Bring thoughts to life? Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow. Yes, Li Fei pointed to her female teammate in the sports car. Just now, when we were running away, my teammate Tian told me that those ghost brides looked exactly like what she imagined in her mind. She paused. But before that, she had never seen those ghost brides before. Hearing this, Lin Hoy's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked at Zhang Haoyun, who was squatting on the ground vomiting. Zhang Haoyun, you said that the first time you entered the palace, it was because your mental strength was low, and you were thinking that it would be great if you had a beginner mental strength potion. Then you saw the potion? Huh? Yeah. Zhang Haoyun looked up, confused. I was about to faint, thinking it would be great if I could find a potion on the ground. Then I looked down, and hey, there really was a bunch of them. And this time, Zhang Haoyun scratched his head. Another group appeared on the same steps. I suspect someone deliberately placed them there. Exactly. Lin Hoy snapped his fingers, his eyes deepening. Thoughts become reality. Lu Shi's pupils shrank suddenly. You mean, that palace can materialize what we think? Lin Hoy exhaled. Zhang Haoyun is a carefree lucky guy. All he cares about is finding beginner mental strength potions to save himself. So he saw the potion. And that girl from Rose Society, Tian, because she was afraid of ghosts, imagined scenes from ghost movies, which attracted those ghost brides. Thinking of this, he looked at the empty wilderness, a hint of fear in his tone. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. If they had been thinking of even scarier things at the time, like some unbeatable mythical monster, they probably would have all become corpses by now. Whatever you imagine becomes real, Su Qingxian muttered, feeling a chill down her spine. What kind of place is that? A miracle, who knows? Lin Hoy shrugged. That place was not something current players could explore. It was truly a restricted zone. Just the fact that they managed to come out alive was a miracle. And this brass key in Lin Hoy's hand. He ran his fingers over the patterns on its surface, and his opinion of it rose several levels. Oh right, Lin Hoy snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Li Fei. That ghost bride earlier, physical attacks didn't work on her. What did you use to hurt her? This was very important. Although Lin Hoy's firepower was strong, it was based on physical strikes. If he encountered this kind of spiritual entity again, his high-tech equipment might become useless. Silver, Li Fei didn't hide it. Since she wanted to make friends with Lin Hoy, sharing information was the best way to show goodwill. She pulled out a silver revolver from her holster and emptied a bullet to show Lin Hoy. The bullet's core contains high-purity silver powder. It's not explosive damage, but so far, this is the only way to cause real harm to spiritual beings. Of course, if you awaken some kind of spiritual technique that restrains spirits or have special items, that's a different story. Silver, Lin Hoy nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Su Qingxian in the car. Did you remember that? Got it, boss. Su Qingxian quickly recorded on her tablet. When we get back, I'll melt down our silver stock and coat the projectiles for our close-range cannon with silver. Li Feifei's eyes twitched at that. How much silver would that take? Was this man planning to use money to kill ghosts? After sharing the information, it was time for the loot. The exchange. Li Feifei's gaze fell on Zhen Haoyun. Specifically on the primary spirit energy potion he was clutching tightly in his arms. Li Feifei straightforwardly said, I urgently need beginner mental energy potions. If you're willing to sell, I will buy them at the market price, 500 units of universal fuel per bottle. I want 2 bottles. Zhen Haoyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, of course, I'll sell. He took out 4 bottles of potion and chuckled. Actually, my mental energy has already reached the 50-point limit. This stuff is like a drink to me, so drinking it is useless. I want some too. Lin Hoy suddenly spoke. Although he had just picked up 15 bottles, who doesn't want more? He couldn't use all of them himself, and he still had 3 employees to pay. Let me take the remaining 2 bottles, Lin Hoy said calmly. But I won't pay with universal fuel. No universal fuel? Li Feifei and Zhen Haoyun were both surprised. In this world, besides universal fuel and food, what else is a strong currency? The next moment, Lin Hoy ordered by Ling to command the tyrant to bring down a piece of blue titanium alloy, placing it at Zhen Haoyun's feet. The metal seemed to contain some deep magic power. Just looking at it, one could feel its unbreakable strength. This is... Li Feifei's pupils suddenly shrank to a needle point, and she exclaimed in shock, blue titanium alloy. Zhen Haoyun hadn't seen blue titanium alloy before, but he had heard about it from others in the regional chat channel. And seeing Li Feifei's ghostly expression, he knew this thing was extremely valuable. 1 unit of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy in exchange for 2 bottles of potion, Lin Hoy said casually, pointing at the alloy. Deal or not? Deal. 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 Before Zhen Haoyun could speak, Li Feifei almost shouted, I'll trade with you. God knows, she had spent so much effort to gather a tiny bit of blue titanium alloy just to upgrade that sports car's frame. And now, this man was using blue titanium alloy as a trade? What a waste. This was simply a crime against treasure. Zhen Haoyun didn't hesitate. He handed over the 2 bottles of potion to Lin Hoy and, trembling, reached out to touch the heavy metal piece at his feet. Master, this is too precious. Zhen Haoyun was so moved, he almost cried. He felt he had gotten a huge bargain. But in Lin Hoy's eyes, this was not a loss at all. In fact, he had gained even more. Blue titanium alloy? Isn't that just about 10,000 units of scrap metal? The cost price is less than 4 units of universal fuel. The price he offers Li Xian is 3,000 units of scrap metal for 1 unit of universal fuel. This kind of rare, top-tier material, which others see as precious, can be synthesized in unlimited amounts as long as there is enough scrap metal. This is the power of infinite synthesis with the golden attribute. You're welcome. Lin Hoy smiled and looked meaningfully at Zhen Haoyun. Thanks to your information, I gained quite a bit inside. This alloy is both a trade item and a thank-you gift. Now, Zhen Haoyun was almost crying with joy, wishing he could immediately recognize Lin Hoy as his adoptive father. Next to them, Li Feifei was salivating. She stared intensely at Lin Hoy, her eyes burning with desire. Lin Hoy, do you still have this blue titanium alloy? I want to buy it. Lin Hoy looked at the vice president of the Rose Society, who was so eager for the material that she was ignoring her image. He felt secretly pleased. This is the joy of monopolizing top-tier resources. I have some. Lin Hoy's simple words made Li Feifei's breath catch for a moment. She had only hoped to try her luck, since such rare blue titanium alloy was usually treasured by normal players, who would keep just 1 unit as a precious item. But Lin Hoy's tone was as casual as saying, I have a lighter, but I don't want fuel or ordinary resources. Lin Hoy leaned against the car window, lightly tapping the edge, and laid out his conditions. I need universal shells, LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprints. As long as you have these, I can trade with you. How much do you have? Li Feifei asked cautiously. About 100 units, I guess, Lin Hoy said calmly, without blushing or feeling guilty. 100 units? Li Feifei felt her worldview collapsing. The Rose Society had mobilized the entire guild, with thousands of people working day and night to scavenge. Their total stock of blue titanium alloy was only about 60 units. And here was Lin Hoy, a casual player, with apparently 100 units? Did he find a blue titanium alloy mine? Li Feifei took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. We have some universal shells for trade. But LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprints. I'm afraid we can't provide those. Oh, Lin Hoy raised an eyebrow. Currently, there are only 10 LV.6 blueprints in the entire zombie wasteland map. Only 10? How do you know that? Lin Hoy asked in surprise. Each one has a number, Feifei replied with a sigh. All 10 have been found so far. For belong to the Beixiang Alliance, and the remaining 3 major guilds have 2 each. She paused and said, if you want to upgrade your vehicle to level 6, you can either go to the next dungeon or destroy a level 6 vehicle. The blueprint for upgrading level 6 vehicles is special. Dismantling a vehicle can drop it. Hearing this, Lin Hoy's eyes lit up. This survival game on the road is quite considerate. But it makes sense. The game encourages players to fight each other from the start. On this lawless wasteland, killing and looting are common. By the way, Lin Hoy suddenly thought of something. Besides the blueprint, what core materials are needed to upgrade to LV.6? Since the other person owns a LV.6 vehicle, they must know this information. Feifei hesitated for a moment, but told the truth. Although the upgrade blueprint is universal, different types of vehicles require different core materials. But there is one common point. All LV.6 vehicles need an autonomous driving module as the core, along with a large amount of high-strength titanium alloy or higher-grade metals. Autonomous driving module. Lin Hoy noted the name. Thanks. He nodded and then pointed to the window behind him. For future trade details, you can contact my secretary directly. Secretary? Feifei looked in the direction of his finger. The side window of the RV slowly lowered. A rich, fragrant aroma of coffee mixed with the smell of freshly baked bread and butter instantly spread into the dry, dusty air. Feifei instinctively sniffed. She saw Lu she had changed into a loose, comfortable silk loungewear, holding a steaming fine porcelain coffee cup, lazily leaning by the window, even raising her cup to her. Finished talking? Want to come up and have a cup? Freshly ground Blue Mountain. Lu Shi's voice was casual, but carried an indescribable sense of relaxation. Look behind Lu Shi. That is a comfortable living room kept at 26 degrees, with soft lighting, a cozy sofa, and you can even see Su Qingxian holding a bag of chips while watching a show. Now look at myself. Covered in dirt, face sweaty with oil, fighting desperately on the wasteland for the guild, and a few bottles of medicine, unable to even drink hot water. Li Feifei feels like her mood is breaking down. No need. Li Feifei grits her teeth and refuses, turning to walk away. Her back shows a stubborn look of, Mom is annoyed but won't say it. Seeing Li Feifei's angry and hurried back, Lin Hoy can't help but laugh. He was about to start the RV when he saw Li Feifei suddenly stop and turn around. Lin Hoy. Li Feifei looks at him with complicated eyes. Aren't you afraid I might spread the news that you have a lot of blue titanium alloy? Or tell the Baton Alliance? An innocent man with treasure is guilty by association. Lin Hoy smiles indifferently and presses a button on the remote. Buzz. The fierce 1130 closed defense gun on the roof rotates again, its dark barrel pointing straight at the sky. You can try. His voice is calm but full of absolute confidence. Tell them I have blue titanium alloy. But don't forget to tell them. If they want it, they have to pay with their lives. Li Feifei feels a chill in her heart. She knows this man in front of her has the strength to do it. One more thing. I'll give you this for free. Li Feifei takes a deep breath. The Wolf Guild has set up checkpoints at all 4 entrances to Fuching. All solo players and small to medium-sized convoy wanting to enter the city must either give up 50% of their supplies as toll or have their vehicle destroyed and themselves killed. They've gathered many members. If you want to enter the city, be prepared. After speaking, Li Feifei jumps into her sports car, steps on the accelerator, and drives away with her convoy. Watching the dust trail fade into the distance, Lin Hoy smirks coldly. Toll collection? Perfect. I need a level 6 upgrade blueprint anyway. At this moment, Zhen Haoyan, who had been standing nearby eagerly, finally finds a chance to speak. Master. Zhen Haoyan leans against the tire of the RV, looking hopeful. Can I join you? I don't have any special skills, just good luck. I also want to join your team. He could see that following this person not only kept him safe, but also allowed him to enjoy a comfortable life. Looking at the other members inside the RV, they seemed to be living like gods. He also heard about the Wolf Guild setting up checkpoints outside Fui City. That group of ruthless players, if he encountered them, would probably him of all his good belongings. He has a space ring about 10 square meters in size, filled with many valuable items, some found on the road, others traded recently. Right now, he considers himself a wealthy player. Lin Hoy looked down at Jun Haoyun, who was eagerly waiting. Should I take you on the car? The RV is spacious, but the team setup is already perfect. Su Qingqian handles logistics and technology. Lu Shi manages long-range attacks and negotiations, and Bai Ling takes care of medical and biological research. Adding a mascot that only shouts 666 doesn't seem necessary. Just forget about getting on. Lin Hoy shook his head. But I can give you a good lead. Huh? Not taking me in. Zhan Haoyun looked disappointed. Don't be so quick to give up, Lin Hoy said calmly. I have a business partner named Li Xian. He recently started an organization called the Scrap Iron Guild. Scrap Iron Guild? Zhan Haoyun was surprised. That name sounds pretty dull. The name isn't important, Lin Hoy replied. This guild specializes in collecting scrap metal and various materials from all over. You find him outside Fui City, mention my name, and say I sent you to join. Your luck is perfect for scavenging in dangerous areas. The items you gather can be sold directly to Li Xian, who will sell them to me. As a reward, when I enter Fui City, I'll give you protection and top-tier materials or weapons you've always dreamed of. Zhan Haoyun was smart and quickly understood. This means he's being used as a scout outside the main team. He might not reach the core group, but he's riding the coattails of the strongest player in the server. No problem. Don't worry, big boss. I'll go right now. Zhan Haoyun instantly revived, hopped onto his small modified scooter, and excitedly sped toward the coordinates Lin Hoy provided. Watching him leave, Lin Hoy rolled up the car window. Qingqian, target Fusher, move at full speed. Since the Evil Wolf Guild has prepared a welcome for me, I will give them a big surprise. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on the top floor of a tall building in Fui City, this place has been turned into a temporary residence. A woman in an evening gown lazily lounges on a leather sofa, swinging a glass of red wine in her hand. She has long, wavy hair the color of wine, striking features, and a beauty mark near her eye that adds charm. But her eyes are deep and calm, showing the authority of someone in power. Rose Society leader, Yang Ruoling. You mean? Yang Ruoling speaks lazily into her communicator, with a hint of charm in her voice. That man named Lin Hoy not only has a car comparable to a level 6 combat vehicle, but also has a lot of blue titanium alloy. On the other end, Li Feifei reports from a speeding sports car. Yes, leader. He exchanged 2 bottles of basic mental energy potions for the blue gold alloy, without blinking an eye. Also, Lu Shi is with him in the car. Hearing Lu Shi's name, Yang Ruoling's eyes flicker briefly. Then she quickly regains her calm. Interesting. She takes a sip of red wine, the crimson liquid staining her lips, making her look even more enchanting. Leader, should we help him? Li Feifei asks. The Evil Wolf Guild is blocking the city entrance. If Lin Hoy tries to enter, he will definitely clash with them. No rush. Yang Ruoling puts down her glass, her long fingers lightly tapping the table. The Beixiang Alliance and the Evil Wolf Guild are now allies. It's not worth offending both guilds just for one player. Let's wait and see. If he can survive and break through the Evil Wolf Guild's blockade, then he is qualified to become our ally. But Yang Ruoling's tone turns serious. That blue titanium alloy, no matter what method you use, seduction included, must be brought back in large quantities. It's key to our push to level 7. Yes, leader, Li Feifei replies reluctantly. The afternoon sun finally breaks through the seemingly endless lead-gray clouds, scattering faintly over the wasteland. Although there was no warmth, the rare brightness finally dispersed some of the gloom of the end times. On a broken road through the wilderness, a large RV was smoothly rolling over the gravel, heading toward the city of Kwa. In the master bedroom upstairs, Lin Hoy threw himself onto the soft big bed and stretched comfortably. This is the joy of having a top-quality RV. Outside is survival in the apocalypse. Inside is a vacation and relaxation. He casually opened the system interface. Distance to the gray mist. 450 kilometers. Current survivors in the area. 350,085/10 million. 350,000. Lin Hoy looked at this number, his eyes flickering slightly. Compared to the initial sharp decline, the current death rate has become more stable. Those still alive are strong players. This also means that the upcoming competition will be a real battleground. Beep. A private message suddenly appeared. Li Xian, Brother Hui. Shen Haoyan has already joined me. Li Xian, this guy is so lucky. As soon as he met up with me, he encountered a convoy attacked and destroyed by zombies, and he got a lot of supplies for free. Li Xian. Also, our guild's core members have grown to 24, all hardworking and serious. At this rate, we expect to gather 10 million units of scrap metal before sunset today. 10 million units. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Hui's face. Lin Hui, good job. Lin Hui, remember, our partnership must be kept absolutely secret. I don't want too many people to know I'm the backer behind you. Li Xian, of course. Don't worry, Brother Hui. I post the buying info anonymously in the regional channel, and only a few inside the guild know where the scrap metal is going. Li Xian, by the way, Brother Hui, I want to switch to heavier weapons for protection. The gear my brothers have is too bad. Lin Hui, no problem. Talk to Sister Lu about the list, she will report to me. Closing the chat, Lin Hui sat up from the bed. Honestly, Li Xian is a very capable middleman. With a steady supply of scrap metal, his unlimited synthesis talent could reach its full power. Next, it's time to count the loot, Lin Hui thought to himself. Clatter. A large number of faint gold-colored test tubes appeared on the bed, with an old brass key lying beside them. 19 bottles of basic mental energy potions. One mysterious brass key. Lin Hui picked up a potion. The faint gold liquid inside the test tube shimmered gently, as if containing some mysterious power. Basic mental energy potion. Drinking it permanently increases mental strength by 10 points. Mental strength has always been my weakness. Lin Hui took a deep breath, unscrewed the bottle, and drank it all. The liquid was cool and refreshing, sliding down his throat into his stomach. In the next second, boom, a cool airflow shot straight to the top of his head. It felt like plunging your head into icy water on a hot summer day, or waking up refreshed after staying up all night for 3 days. His previously aching brain from encountering the red-clad ghosts suddenly became very clear. All fatigue, fear, and anxiety were swept away in that moment. Ding. Mental strength enhancement complete. Mental strength 25, 1525. That feels great. Lin Hui exhaled deeply, feeling the world around him clearer. Let's go again. Second bottle, third bottle, fourth bottle. After the fourth potion. Ding. Your mental strength has reached the human limit. Continuing to use basic potions will be ineffective. Please find intermediate mental energy potions or wait until awakening specialization. Is that where it stops? Just like with basic gene potions, 50 points is the limit for humans. Lin Hui licked his lips, a bit disappointed. Now, his mental strength reached 50 points. Closing his eyes, he felt that his 5 senses hadn't improved much, but his thinking was faster than before, more than twice as quick. Most importantly, he checked his SAN value. Sanity, 85 out of 100, recovery speed increased by 100%. The previously lost rationality was rapidly recovering. It seems that for non-awakened individuals, the main uses of mental power are perception, mental resistance, and controlling extraordinary items. Lin Hui pondered thoughtfully. Although he cannot use his mental power to perform extraordinary abilities like specialized awakeners, these 50 points are enough to prevent him from being passive when facing most mental attacks. The remaining 15 bottles of medicine are just enough to share with Su Qingxian and the others. After dealing with the medicines, Lin Hui's gaze finally fell on the old-fashioned brass key. It lay quietly on the bed sheet, dull and without shine, engraved with a complex eye-shaped symbol. For some reason, after Lin Hui's mental power increased to 50 points, looking at this key caused an instinctive heartbeat. It was a trembling deep inside, like a biological response to encountering a high-level existence. Identify. Lin Hui took a deep breath and activated the system's item identification function. Lines of text slowly appeared. Name, brass key, type, extraordinary item, quality, mythical, special effect, unknown, description, unknown. It is said to come from a great being beyond description. This, Lin Hoy gasped, his scalp suddenly feeling numb. Mythical level? In this game, item levels are classified as trash, common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. At this stage, where even, rare, items cause a scramble, he actually obtained a mythical item, and that description. From a being beyond description. Lin Hoy felt the key in his hand suddenly become extremely hot. This is not just luck, it's like a ticking time bomb. Who exactly is this, beyond description, being? Is it a deity? The mastermind behind this apocalyptic game? Or some existence that surpasses even gods? Gulp. Lin Hoy swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Holding this thing might mean he's already been targeted by that terrifying being. It's like finding a lottery ticket on the street, only to discover that it was dropped by Death himself when claiming the prize. The room fell into deadly silence. Lin Hoy stared fixedly at the key, his eyes unpredictable. Fear, hesitation, ambition. I'll give it my all. After a long moment, Lin Hoy suddenly clenched his teeth, his eyes turning fierce. It's the end of the world. What is there to be afraid of? Since it's in my hands, it belongs to me. Lin Hoy's gaze sharpened as he tightly gripped the cold brass. In this hopeless world, the greatest danger isn't death, but weakness. Moreover, since even the system can identify its properties, it shows that it's still within the game rules. If it's within the rules, it can be used. In this foggy world, the brave survive, the timid perish. Opportunities often come with risks. If I back down now, how can I face even more terrifying enemies later? Got it. Lin Hoy's mind moved, and he threw the brass key into the deepest part of his space, carefully isolating it with several layers of perfect blue titanium alloy. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, this belongs to me. Calming his mind, Lin Hoy glanced at the time. There are 44 hours left before the mandatory start of the Fui City trip mission. The RV is less than 1,200 kilometers from Fui City. At full speed, it can reach there in about 8 hours. It's time for the final pre-battle briefing. Lin Hoy tidied his clothes, pushed open the door, and strode downstairs. Qingqian, notify Lu Shi and Bai Ling to gather in the first-floor living room. We're holding a pre-battle meeting. On the first floor of the RV, in a spacious and luxurious living room, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, and Su Qingqian thoughtfully baked a tray of small cookies. If you ignore the desolate desert outside the window, it's almost like a fancy neighborhood afternoon tea gathering. Bai Ling wore a loose white outfit, holding a tablet and frantically taking notes, muttering to herself. Lu Shi elegantly sipped her coffee, her cold eyes fixed on Lin Hoy. Su Qingqian sat obediently in the corner, holding a notebook, ready to listen to her boss's instructions. Seeing these three talented women, Lin Hoy felt a surge of pride. This is his current team. First, distribute the employee benefits. Lin Hoy didn't waste words and waved his hand. Clatter. 15 bottles of basic mental energy potions, emitting a faint golden glow, were neatly arranged on the table. In that moment, the entire living room was bathed in a golden light. This morning's spoils. I drank 4 bottles. The rest are for you, 5 bottles each. 5 bottles? Lu Shi looked at the potions. Usually calm, she now felt her breath quicken. She knew very well how valuable these were. And Lin Hoy, he started with 5 bottles. She looked at Lin Hoy's calm side profile and felt a warm feeling inside. She didn't say anything more, just silently picked up a potion, her eyes more determined. Su Qingqian watched the shimmering light golden liquid in front of her, her eyes slightly reddening. In this world where life is cheap, not to mention these rare potions, just having a comfortable place to stay is already good. Lin Hoy's actions were simply like a fairy boss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Ling's reaction was completely different. Wow, so this is a basic mental energy potion? It's my first time seeing it. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled, not feeling touched but excited like a science fanatic. She grabbed a potion, studied it for a moment. Then, as if drinking beer, she gulped down one bottle after another, quickly. Ah, so satisfying. Bai Ling wiped the faint golden liquid from the corner of her mouth. How do you feel? Lin Hoy asked. Absolutely amazing. Bai Ling jumped up excitedly from her seat, spun around, and her loose white shirt fluttered, revealing a large patch of white skin. My mental energy limit was already high. After all, I am a second-stage awakener. Now, she opened her panel, showing off proudly. My mental energy has reached 170 points. Not yet at the second stage's limit, but enough. Bai Ling leaned close to Lin Hoy, her nose almost touching his face, excitedly asking, Boss, do you know what this means? Lin Hoy instinctively leaned back. What does it mean? It means I only need to sleep 3 hours a day from now on. The remaining 21 hours I can use for research, dissecting alien species, and making potions. Oh my, I'm so happy. I want to finish all the biochemical experiments I haven't completed before. Lin Hoy, Lu Shi, and Su Qingqian all fell silent at the same time. Is this the difference between a madman and an ordinary person? After a surge in mental strength, their first reaction was to think they could work more by sleeping less. Even capitalists would be moved to tears by this. A few minutes later, all 3 women had taken the potion. Su Qingqian's original mental strength was only 25, but after 5 doses, it shot up to 80. I am more sensitive to machinery now. Su Qingqian looked at her hands with joy. I can control more drones at the same time now. Lu Shi's mental strength also increased to 95. For players who have awakened specialized skills, they are essentially no longer fully human, so basic mental strength potions still work for them. But there is a limit. Each type of specialized awakened person has a different threshold, and it's not 50 points. Lin Hoy was very satisfied. Improving the team's strength was his key to surviving the end times. Alright, enough happy talk. Now, let's get to the main point. Lin Hoy tapped the table, his expression turning serious. Our trip to Fui City will definitely involve a tough fight with the Evil Wolf Guild. My goal is simple, go straight for them. I want to kill their leader or deputy leader and get the LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprint. At this, a cold, sharp aura radiated from Lin Hoy. But he changed the subject. Although our RV has unbeatable defenses and close-range cannons, the cannons use a lot of ammunition. We can't rely on just that. We need cheaper, more diverse ways to fight. Everyone, share your ideas. Su Qingqian was the first to raise her hand. Boss, I can modify the swarm drones. My mental strength has increased now, and I can control 50 self-destruct drones at once. If I attach explosives or anti-tank mines, they become a low-cost version of cruise missiles. Good idea, Lin Hoy nodded approvingly. This is your task. Make sure you have enough materials. He looked at Bai Ling. What about your zombie suicide squad? Hearing this, Bai Ling frowned and scratched her messy silver hair in frustration. Boss, that's exactly what I want to talk about. The previous human bomb tactic was effective, but I've run out of stock. Controlling zombies requires special parasites. These parasites can only be extracted from a rare blood type called white worm. Bai Ling sighed. Those worms are scarce and very dangerous. Catching them ourselves would waste too much time. Also, the powerful anesthetic you asked me to prepare, which works even in open spaces, is in short supply. It needs a mutated plant called infant flower, which is hard to find. It's like the saying goes, you can't make a meal without rice. Bai Ling shrugged. White worms. Infant flower? Lin Hoy stroked his chin. It's clear that searching the entire map for these things now is too late. The big battle in Fusue is about to start. But who says we have to find them ourselves? A mischievous smile appeared on Lin Hoy's face, carrying a sense of control typical of a businessman. Bai Ling, you don't need to find or hunt for them. Lin Hoy leaned back in his chair and took out a glowing blue metal plate from another space. Blue titanium alloy. He tossed the metal plate onto the table with a dull thud. We don't have time, but in this area, hundreds of thousands of players have plenty of time. As long as the reward is high enough, even demons from would be willing to bring them back and sell them to me. Lin Hoy looked at Lu Shi. Sister Lu, open the regional channel. Post a bounty for the whole server. Use blue titanium alloy as the prize. Let all survivors in the C-996 area become our workers. Hearing Lin Hoy's words, Lu Shi immediately understood his plan. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. Got it, boss. I'll make all the players in the 996 zone go crazy for you. At this moment, in the chat channel of the C996 area, although everyone was tense from the migration, their enthusiasm for chatting remained high. The road ahead is blocked again. The Wolf Guild guys set up a checkpoint, charging 50% toll. 50%? Why don't they just rob people? Did you forget? They've always been into robbery. This time, it was really shameful, blocking the entrance. A bunch of fools. I have 2 friends who refused to cooperate, and they were blown to pieces by their rocket launchers. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Their fists are too strong. I think we should take a different route. A different route? The other roads are also blocked. Now all 4 entrances to Fui City are controlled by them. Solo players and small groups are having a hard time. Hey, aren't the 3 big guilds doing anything? They come and go freely. Why would they stand up for us? Maybe they're in the same team. While everyone was sighing and complaining, a bold, red, anonymous message suddenly exploded in the chat like a bomb. Anonymous player, buying items at high prices, unlimited quantities. Purchase 1, buying alien, white worms, only adult stage, level 5. Price, 1 worm/5 blue titanium alloys. Purchase 2, buying mutated plant, baby flower. Price, 1 flower/1 blue titanium alloy. Purchase 3, buying general purpose shells. Price, 2,500 shells/1 blue titanium alloy. Purchase 4, rare items, upgrade blueprints, autopilot modules. Price negotiable via private message, can trade with blue titanium alloys. Purchase 5, buying rounds, drones, explosives, silver. Immediate payment, can also be paid with universal fuel, medicines, food, high-tech weapons, or high-strength titanium alloys. Boom! As soon as the message appeared, the entire chat suddenly went silent for 3 seconds, as if the system had crashed. It was as if everyone forgot to breathe at that moment. Then, the chat exploded instantly, scrolling so fast it was dizzying. Whoa, did I see that right? Blue titanium alloys? Blue titanium alloys? Is that real? That's the core material for upgrading vehicles to level 6 or even 7. Someone's trading them? Who the heck is this? Such confidence. Taking as much as they want. Do they have a blue titanium mine at home? Probably a scam, right? No one would be so reckless. Hey, you look carefully. They uploaded a photo. See that row of blue, shimmering blue titanium alloys? Whoa, so it's real? This is blue titanium alloy. I've heard you all talk about it in the group, and now I finally see it. I'm learning a lot. A player with the ID, Chunyi, suddenly sent a message. Brothers, I just tried trading a baby flower. I found it in a canyon just now, and I actually got 1 unit of blue titanium alloy. It's real. Truly blue titanium alloy. Very tough. Is that the god of wilderness himself? Our proud solo players, god of wilderness. Can you share what the baby flower looks like? Chunyi, baby flower looks like a curled hand, and when you get close, you can hear a baby's cry. This strange flower is also very dangerous. Players below level 5 should not try to pick it. Someone confirmed the information. Now, the whole area was buzzing. Everyone had a new idea. Find the white worm. Find the baby flower. Find universal shells. White worm, right? I remember there's one in the Gobi Desert. But that thing is very strong. It's a level 5 mutant. Anyone with heavy firepower? Grab your gear and follow me. Who has universal shells? I'll pay double. As long as I can trade for blue titanium alloy, I'm willing to spend everything. This is crazy. Everyone's gone mad. The once dull survivors suddenly turned into eager treasure hunters. Inside the RV living room, watching the rapid chat messages and the constant trade requests popping up in the background, Lucy was a bit stunned. In just 30 minutes, we've received 10,000 universal shells, 3 baby flowers, a dozen drones, and even someone brought an unexploded aerial bomb to trade. That's more like it. Lin Hoy took a relaxed sip of coffee, smiling brightly. In this world, nothing is impossible to trade. If it seems impossible, it's just because your offer isn't high enough. Although he hadn't formed a guild, after controlling key resources, he felt like a top guild leader. No wonder the leaders of top guilds level up so fast. Thousands of players are out there gathering resources for them. That's how it works. Lin Hoy stood up, pointed at the newly received baby flower, and said, "Bai Ling, the materials are ready. Now, it's up to you. Whiteling's gaze was already attracted to the three strange flowers that resembled babies, and her eyes shone brightly. At the same time, she quickly explained her idea for making the potion. The petals of the baby flower are pale and cartilage-like, with a black pointed stamen in the center. Below the tip of the stamen, there is milky white juice. When this juice mixes with various substances and comes into contact with air, it turns into a thin mist. Anyone inhaling it will instantly fall into deep sleep. Lin Hoy couldn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. How do you know all this? Whiteling licked her lips. This knowledge came to me when I advanced to the second level. After speaking, she immediately took the baby flower into the laboratory, her voice echoing. Give me 12 hours. I will create a potion that can knock out an entire group. Qingqian. Lin Hoy then looked at Su Qingqian. All the explosives and drones we've collected, give them to you for modification. I want the members of the Evil Wolf Guild to understand what a Sky Death God really is. Promise to complete the mission. Su Qingqian excitedly ran back to the workshop, carrying a pile of parts. After arranging everything, Lin Hoy walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the sunset was blood-red, dyeing the wasteland in crimson. In the distance, some player's convoy could be seen frantically searching for something. Lin Hoy watched this scene, but his heart was calm. In this brutal game, some are pawns, rushing for survival. Others are players, using resources to influence the world. And with his leveling gold item, he was destined to become the one who sets the rules. Evil Wolf Guild. Lin Hoy looked toward Fui City, a smile appearing on his lips. Enjoy your last wild celebration. When I arrive, the real game will begin. While players were going crazy over blue titanium alloy, this news inevitably reached the highest levels of the four major guilds. Fui City South District. Rose Society, temporary base. The red sunset shone through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating Yang Ruoling's slightly curly, wine-red hair. She looked at the pinned bounty message in the regional chat channel, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Anonymous. Yang Ruoling lightly opens her red lips and lets out a soft hum. Besides Lin Hoy, who else could it be? Although she has no proof, her intuition tells her this is definitely Lin Hui's doing. Yang Ruoling's voice carries a hint of amusement. Buying up a large amount of general-purpose shells, explosives, and drones. This is clearly preparation for war. It seems he's really planning to push all the way into the city of Pot. This will be interesting to watch. She takes a sip of red wine, walks to the window, and looks down at the convoy gathering below. Send orders to deploy 2/3 of the team. Target, gather the white worm and baby flower at all costs. No matter what it takes, I want those blue titanium alloys back. A glint of ambitious determination flashes in Yang Ruoling's eyes. The other three major guilds will also act. Whoever gets the blue titanium alloy will have more influence on this escape route. In the eastern district of Pot City, the four major guilds control 4 districts, each building defenses to prepare for the upcoming system mission. A 12-story building has been turned into the temporary base of Iron Blood Heavy Industry. In the top-floor war room, a young man wearing thick glasses and looking thin and fragile stands in front of a large holographic map. His name is Zhuge Mo, the president of Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Although he looks like a delicate tech geek, everyone knows how brilliant his mind is. He has led the guild to the top 4 in the entire server through precise calculations and strategic planning. President, about the bounty on the regional channel. The vice president is a muscular woman as tall as a tower, but now she stands respectfully behind Zhuge Mo, like a student. I saw it. Zhuge Mo pushes his glasses, a glint flashing behind the lenses. An interesting move. Using high-value rare materials to exchange for low-value but urgently needed tactical supplies. This indicates 3 things. Zhuge Mo raises 3 fingers and speaks calmly. First, this mysterious player controls a large amount of blue titanium alloy and no longer needs it. His vehicles are likely made mainly of blue titanium alloy. Second, the other side needs baby flower and white worm. They or someone in their team likely have a specialized awakening with a focus on medical skills. Third, the enemy is strong, but 10 level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints have already been taken by the 4 major guilds. So, they probably only have level 5 vehicles. They urgently need to increase firepower. not only to handle the upcoming Furnace City mission, but also possibly to hunt a level 6 vehicle. The most likely target is the Evil Wolf Guild. The reason is simple. The Evil Wolf Guild has been too aggressive, causing long-standing resentment among small and medium forces or solo players. Once a strong player steps up and fires the first shot at the Evil Wolf Guild, others will likely follow. Attacking the Evil Wolf Guild is the smartest choice. Then what about us? Vice President Iron Tower Woman asked cautiously. Do you even need to ask? Zhuge Mo turned around, a faint smile on his face. Our iron blood-heavy industry doesn't have much, just an abundance of weapons and ammunition. Send orders to the logistics department to count all the dusty general-purpose shells in the warehouse. Gather 50,000 rounds and contact that anonymous player. Sell everything to him. Since they are in urgent need, we'll do them a favor and maybe exchange some blue titanium alloy to prepare for level 7 upgrades. Remember, be polite, Zhuge Mo said meaningfully. In this game, more friends mean more paths, especially friends who have resources at home. Also, send the reconnaissance team to search the surrounding areas for baby flower and whiteworm. Evil Wolf Guild. Furnace City West District Defense Line. The atmosphere here is completely different. It is filled with violence, bloodshed, and madness. In a command center converted from an abandoned warehouse, Zhang Yaoyang sits on a black leather sofa. He has a side-swept fringe, high cheekbones, and a fierce gaze like a hungry wolf. A crooked smile plays on his lips, giving a chilling impression. Bang! He suddenly slams the table, causing bottles of alcohol to jump. Who is messing around? Zhang Yaoyang looks at the intelligence report handed to him, eyes glowing green. I've worked hard to block the roads and collect tolls, and this doesn't turn it in but goes for a bounty. Note: the explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall tone has been simplified. President. Vice President Chao Hui pushed the door open and entered. He was a middle-aged man, about 34 or 35, with a stern face and bald eyebrows, looking like a fierce person. I just received news that Yang Antong from the Tsanglong Hall has gone missing. Chao Hui reported softly. The last time we contacted him, he said he found a big target and led a team to chase after it. After that, there was no more news. Missing? Zhang Yaoyang squinted, gently rubbing his chin stubble. Yang Antong isn't the strongest hall leader, but that LV.5 transport vehicle isn't just for show, and it has reconnaissance radar. For him to disappear without a trace, it seems he's run into trouble. Zhang Yaoyang sneered, showing little sadness. In his eyes, Yang Antong was ambitious and restless long ago. If he died, it would save him the trouble of cleaning up. But his tone turned sharp, filled with killing intent. You can't harm my Wolf Guild members. That account must be settled. Chao Hui. Here, Zhang Yaoyang licked his lips, revealing yellow teeth. Send a team to investigate Yang Antong's death. The rest of the team should strengthen the blockade. The mysterious player selling blue titanium alloy will definitely come to the city. If he dares to show up, kill him on the spot. He licked his lips again, eyes gleaming with greed. If we can take down this big target and seize all his stock, the Wolf Guild will dominate the entire server soon. Yes, Chao Hui accepted the order and was about to leave. Wait, Zhang Yaoyang stopped him. How much did we earn today, when it came to profits? Chao Hui's usually stern face finally showed a hint of a smile. President, a big harvest, Chao Hui excitedly reported. All 3,000 vehicles from the 10 halls are in place. We've set up checkpoints at 4 entrances. Today alone, we intercepted over 5,000 individual vehicles trying to break through. Just today, we collected more than 30,000 units of universal fuel. Also a large amount of food, water, various materials, and weapons. Good. Very good. Zhao Yaoyang nodded happily. In the next 2 days, there will be even more players, and most likely some will get blue titanium alloy. Keep a close watch on it. Don't let any slip away, not even one piece. Go to the front line and supervise. Remember, better to kill too many than to let anyone go. We want to maximize our tolls this time. Understood. The tallest building in the northern district of Fui City, the Twin Towers. This is the best view in the whole city and also the temporary command center for the Baton Alliance. At the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor stands a very tall, bald man. He is smoking a cigar, facing away from everyone. His back looks like a tall mountain, and just standing there gives a strong, oppressive feeling. He is known as the strongest man in District C, 996, Zhao Tianba. President, the news is confirmed. A young woman with a hot figure respectfully reports that anonymous player is indeed buying a lot of war supplies. And he's using blue titanium alloy. When Zhao Tianba heard blue titanium alloy, his fierce eyes suddenly widened, shining brightly. Blue titanium alloy. He turned around, his voice deep and thunderous. My LV.6 vehicle, the Apocalypse tank, used 100 units of blue titanium alloy. Only then did its defense reach 800. If I upgrade to LV.7 and reforge everything with blue titanium alloy, Zhao Tianba clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. My defense could at least double. Then, even facing Tier 6 alien species, I wouldn't be afraid. He knew very well how valuable blue titanium alloy was. It's a rare material that can greatly increase a vehicle's defense. Find out. Use all means necessary to discover this person's identity. Zhao Tianba waved his hand. Also, try to contact him through trade. Whatever he wants, we'll trade for it. Additionally, post a message in the public chat channel. Tell players who have blue titanium alloy they can join the Baton Alliance directly and become squad leaders. The Wolf Guild won't dare to block the way. Yes, the young woman responded first, then hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, will the Wolf Guild have any objections? Since we are currently partners, he agreed to give us 30% of the profits. Zhao Tianba scoffed, Zhang Yaoyang? Don't worry about him. Just make sure he knows what I said. If he has any objections, let him come to me. By the way, Zhao Tianba seemed to remember something. You mentioned you found the white worm, but that small team was wiped out. Yes, President, the young woman replied with a troubled look. That kind of worm is very strange. When our team members get close, they suddenly go crazy, as if they've lost their minds. Humph, that's the power of the white worm. Zhao Tianba snorted coldly, seeming to be very familiar with this creature. The white worm affects the mind within a 3-kilometer radius. You can't get close to it. Remember, its weak spot is in the 3rd section of its belly. There's a pink area there, which is its mental sac. If you it up, it will turn into a pile of dead flesh. And there's also the flower of the baby. Zhao Tianba continued. That flower, when it hears crying sounds, can make people fall asleep for 3 days and nights. When collecting it, only awakened players with more than 40 mental points should go. The young woman looked at him in shock. She admired him and asked, Leader, you know so much. How do you know all this? Since the first day she joined the survival game, she had followed Zhao Tianba. From the start, he began gathering players, forming a guild, and rising quickly with strong methods. She always thought Zhao Tianba was very mysterious, as if he knew a lot about this world. Zhao Tianba glanced at her, but didn't explain. He just waved his hand lightly. Go. Bring back these things. We need to seize the advantage. After she left, only Zhao Tianba was in the room. He turned around and looked out the window at the ruined city, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. This time, I must go further on this survival journey and uncover the truth of this game. Throw the tile. I will throw the tile. Zhao Tianba clenched his fists. Meanwhile, outside Came City, 150 kilometers away in the Gobi Desert. A dozen vehicles surrounded a huge creature, an enormous white worm, as big as a semi-truck, with a plump body wriggling on the sandy ground. From a distance, it looked like it was covered with sticks. Huh, what about the players on those vehicles? At this moment, another convoy rushed over quickly. Inside one vehicle, a young player looked confused. Something was wrong. At the front of the convoy, in a level 4 earth-moving truck, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader frowned slightly. He then took out binoculars to look. It wasn't sticks on the white worm. It was people. Dozens of people were stuck on its back like spears, swaying as it moved. The scene was strange and frightening. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Look with your binoculars. Hearing him, the other players also took out their binoculars to observe. Wow, this is too strange. Uncle Hao, what should we do? The young man's throat moved nervously. The middle-aged man called Uncle Hao shook his head. Look at the vehicles around the white worm. Some belong to the Baton Alliance. They can't handle it. Let's not get involved. Let's go? We can't make money here. But the young man looked longingly at the white worm, unwilling to leave. That's worth 5 blocks of blue titanium alloy. You need to be alive to get that. The middle-aged man glanced at him. It's not easy to get here. Don't risk your life for just 5 blocks of blue titanium alloy. He picked up his communicator. Everyone, I know this is a great opportunity. I won't force you. If you want to hunt the white worm, stay. If not, come with me. After speaking, he drove his level 4 earth-moving truck away from the desert. Most of the convoy followed the middle-aged man, but 4 vehicles stayed behind, heading toward the white worm, and activated their roof weapons. However, before they could fire, their pupils suddenly trembled. They seemed stunned, slammed on the brakes, opened the doors, and rushed out. It was as if they saw the most beautiful thing in the world. Without hesitation, they climbed onto the white worm's body, found a blank patch of skin, and stuck their heads inside. The young man kept watching. When he saw his familiar companions suddenly insert themselves into the white worm, he broke out in cold sweat from fear. At the same time, he glanced at Uncle Hao beside him, showing gratitude in his eyes. Within an hour after the convoy left, several other groups arrived here. Most of them couldn't resist the temptation and were killed here, until a top-tier vehicle team from the Baton Alliance arrived. Using their knowledge of its characteristics, they successfully killed the level 5 white worm. While the outside world was bloodily fighting, Lin Hoy was sitting on the sofa, leisurely checking the new supplies in the alternate space. Universal Shells X 166,666, Adult White Worms X2, Blooming Flowers X24, 150 drones, various explosives, landmines. In just 3 hours, he had collected so many supplies, but no extraordinary items. Lin Hoy took a sip of hot water, looked at the darkening sky, and sighed. Only 40 hours left. I hope to find a powerful, extraordinary item. At this moment, Lu Shi's cold voice came through the communicator. Boss, Li Xian sent 13 million units of scrap iron. 13 million units? Lin Hoy was surprised. That's 3 million more than expected? Thanks to Zhun Haoyun, the lucky one, the Scrap Iron Guild found an abandoned base today, which allowed them to surpass the quota. Lin Hoy immediately stored the 13 million units of scrap iron into the alternate space. Since the materials are enough, then, Lin Hoy thought for a moment and activated infinite synthesis. Buzz. Inside the alternate space, the pile of scrap iron instantly disintegrated and reassembled. Gained 1,300 units of blue titanium alloy. Lin Hoy kept 100 units for the bounty and looked at the remaining 1,200 units with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Continue synthesizing. I want to see what is truly inside the blue titanium alloy. Consume 1,200 units of blue titanium alloy. Synthesizing. This time, the golden light was brighter than ever before. Ding. Synthesis successful. Received 120 units of superalloy. Superalloy, a metal that surpasses human technology. Its properties are 10 times better than blue titanium alloy. Resistant to high temperatures, corrosion, radiation, and has low heat conductivity. Wow. Lin Hoy stared at the dark, hole-like metal in front of him, holding his breath. 10 times the attributes. What does that mean? If he used this for the next level 6 upgrade, Lin Hoy couldn't imagine how strong his RV's defenses would become. Could it withstand a nuclear explosion? He was very excited. Haha. Today is really a good day. Lin Hoy was in a great mood. He waved his hand and said, Qingqian, extra dinner tonight. Open 2 more bottles of red wine. Got it, boss. Su Qingqian cheerfully responded from the kitchen. Soon, the table was filled with delicious dishes. Pan-fried Wagyu beef, creamy mushroom soup, spicy lobster, lamb hot pot, spicy chicken, and a fresh fruit salad. Under the warm yellow lights, the aroma of the food blended together. In this post-apocalyptic world where others worried about a piece of bread, Lin Hoy and his friend's dinner was almost criminally luxurious. Cheers. The 4 tall glasses clinked, their crisp sound echoing in the cabin. The drinks were not cheap, low-quality alcohol, but Romanicani wine from the other space. Is this really the end of the world? Su Qingqian took a spicy chicken piece, her cheeks puffed out happily, a rosy glow on her face. I never ate this well at school. Following the boss means eating big every meal. Bai Ling took half a glass of wine, her face flushed. Her loose white shirt was open at the collar due to her movements, revealing a large amount of dazzling white skin, making Lin Hoy feel dizzy. This girl, she clearly doesn't see herself as an outsider. Lu Shi was much more elegant. She wore a black low-cut slip dress today, her collarbone delicate and her skin like jade. A thin silver chain hung between her collarbones, moving slightly with her breath, exuding a pure yet deadly allure. She gently swayed her wine glass, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Lin Hoy, with a faint smile on her lips. "Boss, for the future of our team, I toast you." Lin Hoy looked at the three beautiful women in front of him, each with a different style, but equally stunning, and couldn't help feeling emotional. This isn't a survival in the end times. It's more like a vacation in the end times. After a few drinks, the atmosphere gradually became more intimate. "Shall we watch a movie?" Lin Hoy suggested. "Yes, I want to watch a horror movie." Su Qingqian was the first to raise her hand in agreement. So, the four of them squeezed onto the large leather sofa in the living room. Lin Hoy naturally sat in the middle seat. Bai Ling, like a clingy cat, directly rested her head on Lin Hui's lap, still holding a bag of chips, munching happily. Lin Hui's hand casually rested on her shoulder, occasionally feeling the warmth of her skin. Su Qingqian sat a bit nervously on Lin Hui's left, clutching his clothes tightly with her small hand. But when she saw Bai Ling and Lin Hui so close, a strange sense of unease grew in her heart. During the movie, whenever a scary scene appeared, she would hide in Lin Hui's arms like a frightened little rabbit. That soft touch made Lin Hui feel distracted. Meanwhile, Lu Shi sat on the right, seemingly maintaining some distance, but her long, beautiful legs subtly brushed against Lin Hui's leg. In the dark, she occasionally turned her head, her cold eyes seeming to hold a secret, making Lin Hui feel dry-mouthed. After the movie ended, Lin Hui felt more exhausted than after a long battle, mostly because he was too fired up and couldn't hold back. "All right, we need to go to Fui City tomorrow. Get some rest early." Lin Hui quickly called a halt, worried he might really lose control if it continued. "Good night, boss." The three women went back to their rooms one after another. Lin Hui rushed into the bathroom, took a cold shower, and finally calmed his restless mind. Back in his bedroom, he lay on the soft big bed, about to check the route map for tomorrow. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lin Hui's heart moved. It's me, Qingqian," came a soft voice outside the door. She changed into a pink cotton sleep dress that only reached just above her knees, revealing two slender, fair legs. Her hair was loose, softly falling beside her cheeks. She looked pure and gentle, with a pleasant smell of milk bath lotion. The dim corridor light shone on her face, highlighting a bright blush more vivid than a sunset. "Boss," she lowered her head, afraid to meet Lin Hui's eyes. "I just watched a scary movie, and I'm a little scared to sleep alone. Can I sleep with you?" This excuse was so silly it was adorable, but it didn't stop Lin Hui from feeling moved. He looked at this innocent little girl and thought, if he could refuse her, he wouldn't be a real man. "Come in," he said, turning aside to let her in. Su Qingqian slipped in like a thief, then quickly ran to the bed and buried her face in the blanket. Lin Hui closed the door and also got into bed. That soft, warm feeling immediately reached him. Here, a long section is omitted. On the third floor of the RV, the room was as tidy as a show home, with no dust on the floor. Lu Shi was wearing a silk nightgown, sitting at her desk, replying to private messages from players about trading inquiries. But her mind was in a mess, tangled like a knot. The RV's soundproofing was actually very good, but she was a sharpshooter, with hearing sharper than most people's, especially after drinking 5 bottles of mental strength potion today, making her senses extremely sensitive. The sounds from next door felt like a 3D surround concert right beside her ears. This girl, her courage is really surprising. Lu Shi bit her lip, and with a snap, her electronic pen broke in her hand. She didn't expect that Su Qingqian, usually shy, innocent, and well-behaved, would dare to make a bold move at night. And she succeeded. A feeling of mixed envy and frustration spread wildly in her heart. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, her stunning face and proud figure, she wondered if she was still better than that young girl. She pouted and turned off the system interface, got into bed, and pulled the blanket over her head. But the sounds from next door kept echoing in her ears like a spell. Liushi suddenly sat up, her cheeks feeling painfully hot. So, she reopened the system interface, planning to spend the night working. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a bright, clean, and futuristic laboratory, Bai Ling was about to continue her experiments when she heard a noise. Her eyes lit up. She rushed out of the lab, pressed her ear against the wall, and held a notebook and pen in her hands, looking very serious, as if recording a precise experiment. Heart rate clearly speeds up, breathing. This stamina is impressive. Bai Ling listened carefully while quickly jotting down data. Observation subject, Boss and Su Qingxian. Time, 0:15 a.m. Question, why do humans produce such complex hormones during reproductive behavior? Do mental energy fluctuations cause resonance effects? The next morning, sunlight seeped through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Hoy woke up feeling refreshed, looking at Su Qingxian still sleeping peacefully, a gentle smile on his face. He tiptoed out of the room. As he reached the living room, he saw Lu Shi with faint dark circles under her eyes, frantically handling bounty orders, as if venting frustration. Good morning, Sister Lu, Lin Hoy greeted. Lu Shi looked up at him with a resentful gaze and snorted coldly. Morning. Boss, you're full of energy. Lin Hoy rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. At that moment, Su Qingxian also staggered out, still groggy. Before she fully woke up, Bai Ling approached like a ghost, holding up her notebook filled with data. Qingxian, quickly tell me. Bai Ling looked eager to learn. Were you really in pain last night? Huh. Su Qingxian instantly woke up, blushing so much she looked like she might bleed, and no, I wasn't. Then why did you call out all night? Bai Ling. Su Qingxian, embarrassed and furious, covered her face and ran into the kitchen. Bai Ling looked innocent as she turned to Lin Hoy. Boss, what about you? That low shout you made at 5:18 a.m. What were your feelings and thoughts at that moment? Stop. Lin Hoy frowned and firmly held Bai Ling's head. That's private. Do you understand privacy? Also, hurry up and do the experiment for me. Have you finished preparing your zombie army? Oh, Bai Ling sadly put away her notebook. All right, then I'll collect data next time. Seeing how messy the morning was, Lin Hoy sighed helplessly, but a faint smile still played on his lips. After a night of deep conversation, he felt less oppressed by the end-of-the-world atmosphere. Lin Hoy clapped his hands, regaining a serious look. Eat breakfast, then continue our journey. If you find this book somewhat enjoyable, please leave a good review to help improve its rating. That's very important. Thank you. If some readers find it troublesome to write a review, you can refer to the following. The world is vast, the idea is clever, the plot fresh and logical. The protagonist is decisive and brave. A must-read masterpiece. Haha, please forgive my shamelessness. It was 9 in the morning. The air was thick with the smell of hot dust, caused by thousands of vehicles rushing across the zombie wasteland, stirring up clouds of dust. Fui City mission countdown. 23:59 and 32 seconds. AM bright red countdown hung above each player's view, like a Damocles sword, urging everyone to head toward that unknown city. Verum, a deep, powerful engine roar drowned out all the surrounding noise. A massive vehicle, 3 stories tall, crushed the gravel on the desert floor and slowly entered the main road. It was Lin Hoy's upgraded level 5 RV. Around it, the vehicles heading toward Fui City instinctively scattered to the sides like frightened fish, making way for a wide path. Wow, what kind of monster is this? This size. Must be around 100 tons, right? Is this an RV? No, it looks more like a land cruiser, and it's just one vehicle. I didn't expect such a big shot among casual players. Get out of the way. Make way. A slight touch from this thing, and our car would fall apart. The scattered players by the roadside all stuck their heads out of the windows, their eyes wide with envy, jealousy, and deep respect. Among this large group of travelers, there was a small convoy of a few modified pickup trucks and off-road vehicles. At the front was a level 4 earth-moving truck, with a middle-aged man named Deng Hao sitting inside. He was holding a cigarette that hadn't been lit, looking serious as he gripped the steering wheel. Uncle Hao, look behind us. A young man in the passenger seat suddenly shouted, trembling as he pointed at the rearview mirror. Deng Hao instinctively looked back. In just a moment, the cigarette in his mouth dropped. It's amazing, the young man muttered excitedly, eyes full of enthusiasm. Is this a level 5 RV? And judging by the material, it's definitely not ordinary steel, it's shiny black. Could it all be high-strength titanium alloy? If it's like that, boss. The young man swallowed hard, a strong urge rising in his heart. Uncle Hao, do you think we should try inviting him? Invite him? Deng Hao's eyes flickered slightly. Yes. Invite him to join the Scattered People Alliance. The young man's confidence grew, hope shining in his eyes. If we can bring this big shot into our group, the alliance will have a real backbone. Maybe. We could even negotiate with the Wolf Guild. But before Deng Hao could act, buzz, buzz. A loud engine roar came from behind. 5 or 6 modified jeep vehicles, all painted with the blue lightning emblem of the Thunder Guild, sped past aggressively, heading straight for Lin Hoy's RV. Is that the main convoy of the Thunder Guild? Deng Hao's face changed. That's one of the founding guilds of this Scattered People Alliance. Looks like they've also set their sights on this big shot. The young man sighed. Yeah, they're a big guild. We're just a small convoy. No way we can talk to a big boss like that. Ahead, the Thunder Guild convoy quickly changed lanes. Instead of attacking, they skillfully slowed down in front of Lin Hoy's RV, signaling a request to communicate. Su Qingxian looked at the convoy blocking the road ahead and frowned slightly. Boss, someone is blocking the way. Lin Hoy sat on the leather passenger seat, holding a glass of iced American coffee, without even lifting his eyelids. Let's see who it is. Su Qingxian rolled down half of the car window. The lead car across was a heavily modified Level 4 off-road vehicle. When the window lowered, a young woman's face appeared. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, quite attractive, with heavy makeup, wearing a tight leather outfit that accentuated her figure. Her name was Feng Yingying, the vice president of the Thunder Guild. At first, Feng Yingying wore a confident, even slightly proud smile, but when she saw Su Qingxian in the driver's seat, her smile froze instantly. She was stunning. In this wasteland world filled with yellow sand and water resources more precious than gold, most female players had become unkempt, with rough skin. But Su Qingxian's skin was fair and clear, like a peeled egg, and even her hair was shiny and smooth. She wore a clean, neat beige home outfit, exuding a calm, noble aura, as if she had just stepped out of a villa, a wealthy young lady. Feng Yingying felt a surge of jealousy inside. As the vice president's woman, she could only afford a bottle of mineral water to wash herself each day, which many female players envied. But compared to the woman in front of her, she felt like a village girl. Is there something you need? Seeing the other person staring blankly at her, Su Qingxian asked curiously. Feng Yingying took a deep breath, forcing down her sour feelings, and tried to maintain a fake smile. Hello, I am Feng Yingying from the Thunder Guild. She straightened her chest, trying to regain some confidence. Beautiful lady, you probably heard about the Wolf Pack Guild blocking the entrance to Fushi and collecting tolls, right? Su Qingxian nodded. Yes, I know. That's good to hear. Feng Yingying immediately adopted a proud tone and said loudly. The Wolfpack Guild is so evil, they completely ignore us small guilds and solo players. Now, our Thunder Guild has joined forces with the Free Guild and 4 other major groups to form a solo player alliance. Already, more than 3,000 vehicles have joined us, including 5 level 5 vehicles. We are ready to unite and break through the evil Wolf Guild's blockade, or force them to sit down and negotiate. She greedily looked at Lin Hoy's large vehicle, a glint flashing in her eyes. Beautiful lady, your car is probably level 5 too, right? Want to join us? Once you join, we'll be like brothers and sisters, and we can support each other in missions. This is a rare opportunity. Casual alliance? Su Qingxian was not swayed by her words. She just slightly turned her head and looked at the car. Boss, someone is inviting us to join the casual alliance. Boss? Feng Yingying was stunned, her gaze following Su Qingxian's line of sight. She saw a young man in casual shirt lazily leaning on the sofa, holding a glass of iced coffee with water droplets on it. This man, so handsome, and his aura was so calm and relaxed. Lin Hoy put down his coffee, slowly stood up, and walked to the window. Casual alliance? He glanced faintly at Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying thought she had a chance. She quickly straightened her chest and threw a flirtatious look. Yes, handsome. Now the evil Wolf Guild is so arrogant. Without unity, we can't fight them. Joining us is the smartest choice. Lin Hoy smiled, with a hint of sarcasm and indifference. Not interested, he only said these 3 words. His voice was not loud, but it felt like a slap, sharply hitting Feng Yingying's face. Feng Yingying was stunned, doubting if she heard wrong. What did you say? Did you hear me right? We have 5 medium-sized guilds leading, with over 3,000 vehicles. Lin Hoy waved his hand, cutting her off, then said to Su Qingxian, "Drive, don't waste time." "Yes, boss." Su Qingxian immediately rolled up the window and stepped on the accelerator. Roar! The huge RV roared, exhaust pipes spewing black smoke, directly leaving Feng Yingying's off-road vehicle behind. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Yingying was choked by the exhaust fumes, her delicate makeup instantly ruined. Family-friendly version it. How dare she be so arrogant? She angrily slammed the steering wheel, her face looking extremely displeased. What's so special about that broken-down RV? Does she really think she can take on the Evil Wolf Guild alone? She picked up the communicator and said angrily, "Brother Chong." The other side refused. Their attitude is very arrogant. A cold laugh came from the other end of the communicator. Huh. Overestimating yourself. Thinking you can be a lone wolf just because you have some equipment? Such fools won't last long. Don't worry about him. Let's wait and see the show. Listening to Brother Chong, Feng Yingying felt her anger ease a bit. She looked at the black RV speeding away in the distance and snorted coldly. Being handsome doesn't help. If your mind isn't sharp, you'll end up dead sooner or later. And that woman. Just wait and see how you cry later. At this moment, the voice of the Thunder Guild leader came through the communicator. Yingying, forget about that player. Hurry back to the team. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we need to elect the leader of the Lone Wolf Guild. That's the important thing. Got it, Brother Chong. I'm coming right away. Feng Yingying stepped on the gas pedal and drove the team quickly toward another direction. Inside the RV, Su Qingshan was holding the steering wheel, glancing at Lin Hoy through the rearview mirror, and couldn't help asking, "Boss, why not cooperate with them? Although that woman seems pretty annoying, they have many people. Maybe they can pressure the Evil Wolf Guild?" Lin Hoy sat back on the sofa, shaking his iced coffee, the ice cubes clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. "Qingshan, remember one thing." Lin Hoy raised a finger. "The reason wolves are scary is because they are wolves. A bunch of sheep gathered together, no matter how many, can never become a lion. They're just a bigger, tastier meal. Also, this so-called lone human alliance has only been around for less than a day, and everyone has their own schemes. If a fight really breaks out, who would want to be the cannon fodder up front? And such a makeshift organization is bound to be full of power struggles. Dealing with them is more exhausting than killing zombies." Finally, Lin Hoy paused, his eyes sharp. The so-called level 5 guild leader is no different from an ant in my eyes. The weak need to stick together for warmth, but the strong, they only need to crush. Su Qingshan looked at Lin Hoy's confident profile, her eyes shining with admiration. In her heart, her boss's words were the truth. Since he said they were a joke, they definitely were. At this moment, Lu Shi walked over in high heels, holding a list in her hand. "Boss, here is a summary of the recent gains." Also, she took out a walnut wood staff from behind her and handed it to Lin Hoy. "A player just traded this for 20 units of blue titanium alloy. I think you'll be interested. A rare item?" Lin Hoy took the walnut staff, and immediately, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Earth Scepter, type, rare item, quality, perfect, special effect, consumes mental energy to turn surrounding land into marsh. The stronger the mental energy, the larger the area. Usage requirement, mental energy greater than 100. Side effect, the user will become extremely thirsty within 24 hours after use, needing to drink a 500 milliliters bottle of water every half hour. Perfect level, Lin Hoy's eyes lit up. Although it's not as legendary as a bronze key, at this stage, perfect level rare items are extremely rare, and this skill is simply a divine technique for land combat. Whether used to trap enemy convoys or to change terrain, it works wonders. As for the side effects, for someone like Lin Hoy, who has plenty of water resources, it's no problem. Well done, Sister Lu. Lin Hoy couldn't help but praise. This came at just the right time. The seller was probably an independent player, because they lacked enough mental energy to use the item and didn't have enough water, so they sold it cheaply to him. "Oh, boss." Lu Shi pointed toward the laboratory. "Bai Ling asked you to come over. She said there's a big surprise." "All right." Lin Hoy put away the walnut staff and headed straight into Bai Ling's laboratory. As soon as he pushed the door open, a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with a strange, sweet, fishy scent hit him. The laboratory was very bright, with various precise instruments running. It was only because Lin Hoy's RV had unlimited fuel, providing continuous power, that Bai Ling could keep working like this. "Boss, you're just in time." Bai Ling, wearing a white coat and goggles, with messy silver hair, looked extremely excited. She pointed at the large surgical table in the lab and shouted excitedly, "Look, my masterpiece. Tyrant Angel." "Tyrant Angel?" Lin Hoy followed her finger with his eyes and slightly narrowed his pupils. The originally huge tyrant zombie has become even more fierce and terrifying. Its back now has a pair of large, decayed flesh wings. These wings come from a captured face owl. The blood vessels on them are still pulsating, as if they have fully merged with the tyrant's body. Roar! The tyrant angel lets out a deep growl. Its wings suddenly spread wide, creating a strong gust of wind, and it floats directly inside the cage. "I initially wanted to control that face owl with parasites, but I failed," Bai Ling said quickly, explaining her work. "Then I discovered that the face owl cells are very active and can perfectly merge with the tyrant's muscle tissue. So I performed a small transplant surgery. Now, this big guy can not only fight and resist, but also fly. Top speed of 250 kilometers per hour. It's a bit slower than the face owl, but as soon as the boss gives the order, it becomes the strongest biological bomber." Lin Hoy looked at the strange creature named Tyrant Angel by Bai Ling and felt a shiver down his spine. Is this the creativity of a mad scientist? "Very good," Lin Hoy nodded. "This time, the deal includes 3 aerial bombs. This is definitely a deadly weapon the Wolf Guild wouldn't expect." Not only that, Bai Ling picked up a row of test tubes from the lab table, filled with a light pink liquid. "This is a sleep-inducing drug extracted from the baby flower. I've sealed it inside special dispersal shells. Just detonate one, and it can make everyone within 100 meters fall into a baby-like sleep instantly. Unless someone has extremely strong mental power, no one can resist." "Bai Ling, you're amazing," Lin Hoy said, patting her shoulder heavily. "With these 2 things, the Wolf Guild's numbers are a joke." He stored the sleep-inducing drug in his extra-dimensional space, then turned to leave. "Keep making zombie armies. We need to prepare more surprises for the enemy." After leaving the lab, Lin Hoy went to the extra-dimensional space to check his weapons and ammunition. Universal shells, 190,000. Universal rounds, 10,000. Bombs, 5,000. Grenade launcher shells, 3,000. Although the quantity is enough, the quality still needs improvement. Besides standard shells, he plans to combine the remaining bullets. As for why he doesn't upgrade the standard shells, it's because 1130 shells are too weak. Upgrading doesn't help much, and the power of the standard shells is already enough. Lin Hoy thought for a moment and used infinite synthesis. Countless flashes of gold appeared. 10,000 normal bullets disappeared, replaced by 1,000 enhanced universal rounds. Enhanced universal round, and damage increased by 300%. Next, he upgraded explosives, grenade launchers, and other weapons. Lin Hoy was rapidly improving the quality of his weapon arsenal. He knew very well that this time, he would face not only the evil Wolf Guild, but also 3 other major guilds. If he didn't sharpen his teeth, how could he eat meat? In the regional chat channel, things were very lively. The message from the Solo Player Alliance was flooding the screen. "Brothers, we must unite. The evil Wolf Guild is being too aggressive. Join the Solo Player Alliance, and let's take back what's ours." "Exactly. With so many of us, just a spit from each can drown them all. Let's take them down. I've never liked them. The beasts of the evil Wolf Guild tremble." Meanwhile, the leader of the evil Wolf Guild, Zhang Yaoyang, looked at these messages with a cold smile. He turned to a core member beside him. "Go check who started this." After the core member left, Zhang Yaoyang opened a private message system and sent a message to Zhao Tianba. "President Zhao, these freeloaders are causing trouble. According to the agreement, your guild should support us, right?" After a while, Zhao Tianba replied, "Don't worry. I will handle it." Seeing the reply, Zhang Yaoyang showed a cruel smile. He had expected this situation long ago, even imagining worse scenarios, like the Rose Society or iron blood-heavy industry teaming up with solo players against them. So, before the plan started, he contacted the Baton Alliance to negotiate cooperation. Now, it was finally coming in handy. It was 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The 5 founders of the Lone Ranger Alliance are having a lively cloud meeting. These 5 leaders are the heads of the Thunder Guild, Freedom Guild, Extreme Guild, Obsidian Guild, and Fist Guild. All 5 are clever and cautious, so they haven't met in person. Instead, each is hiding inside their level 5 vehicle. "I think I should be the leader of the alliance," shouted the leader of the Thunder Guild. "Our guild has the most vehicles and the biggest contribution." "Nonsense," snapped the Fist Guild leader, who had a fiery temper. "Fighting depends on strength, not numbers. Our guild is the strongest in combat, so I should be the leader." "Stop arguing," said the leader of the Freedom Guild, an old fox over 50. He interrupted the others' quarrel. "Now is not the time to fight about this. I think we don't even need to fight for real." "What do you mean?" everyone asked, surprised. "We already have over 3,000 vehicles gathered, and we've made a big show," the old fox said with a sly smile. "We can use this as leverage to negotiate with the Wolfpack Guild. Zhang Yaoyang is smart. He won't want us to destroy each other, as long as they let our 5 guilds in and give us some benefits. What about those scattered players who are just cannon fodder? When the Wolf Guild wants to eat us, we can just turn a blind eye." After this, there was a few seconds of silence in the communication channel. Then, everyone burst into knowing laughter. Experience makes a difference. Exactly. We're after benefits, not really fighting those scattered players. Plus, even if we win a fight, the losses would be huge. That wouldn't be good for the upcoming system-mandated tasks. What if they refuse to negotiate? Asked the Obsidian Guild leader after a moment of thought. "It won't happen," replied the old fox of the Freedom Guild with a smile. "Our alliance's vehicles aren't the highest level, but we're not pushovers either. Zhang Yaoyang isn't stupid. If he fights us to the death, the other 3 big guilds will swallow him up too. That makes sense. All right, then it's settled. We'll send a final warning to the Wolfpack Guild and see how they respond." They all smiled happily, as if they could already see themselves sitting at the negotiation table with Zhang Yaoyang. However, just as they were laughing the loudest, suddenly, a terrifying whirling sound of helicopter blades echoed in the sky. Whir! The sound was deep and heavy. The leader of the Thunder Guild, hiding inside the vehicle, suddenly looked up at the radar screen above and turned pale. That is, through the panoramic camera on the roof, he saw a black-armed helicopter hovering above their gathering point. A level 6 Apache, the aerial assassin of the Dominance Alliance. How is this possible? How could the Dominance Alliance? Before he could finish his thought, a Hellfire missile on the helicopter's rack spat fire and roared out. No. The Thunder Guild leader's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his confident expression froze into extreme fear. Boom! A deafening explosion. The level 5 modified battle vehicle that the Thunder Guild leader was proud of was instantly turned into a huge fireball by the precise guided missile. Meanwhile, on the ground, for level 6 vehicles from the Wolf Guild and the Dominance Alliance also opened fire. They had already locked onto the other 4 guild leaders' level 5 vehicles, unleashing deadly flames. Boom, 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 boom. 4 precise explosions in a row. The leaders of the Freedom Guild, Fist Guild, Extreme Guild, and Obsidian Guild, these 5 guild leaders, who had just been dreaming of dividing the profits, were wiped out instantly, along with their vehicles, from this world. A swift, accurate, and ruthless strike. This was the terrifying strength of the combined forces of the Dominance Alliance and the Wolf Guild. In just a few hours, they had taken out all 5 guild leaders. The cunning leader of the Freedom Guild never expected that the Wolf Guild's attack would come so quickly, leaving no chance for negotiations. The thousands of scattered vehicles around the city of Fu suddenly fell into chaos. Guild leader is dead. They've all been blown up. Run. Run fast. The alliance that had just threatened to overthrow the Wolf Guild collapsed completely at this moment. Some people want to run, some want to surrender, and others are so scared they crash into each other. In the regional chat channel, the lively atmosphere suddenly froze, replaced by endless despair. It's over. Everything is lost. The Baitians and the Evil Wolves Guild have teamed up. How can we fight this? This isn't even the same level of battle. Is this what top guilds can do? It's so hopeless. Wild God, Chunyi looked at the buzzing level 6 Apache helicopter in the sky, his fingers turning white on the steering wheel, his eyes full of helplessness. The middle-aged man, Deng Hao, also saw his dump truck explode. He and a young man crawled out covered in blood, staring at the burning fires around them with empty eyes. Is this the fate of the weak? On a distant hillside, Feng Yingying from the Thunder Guild stared blankly at the still-burning fireball. That was the guild leader's car. How did it come to this? How did it come to this? She collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Next to her, a young man called. Chonggu looked pale, with cold sweat on his back, filled with endless fear. He was thinking about whether, as the vice-guild leader of the Thunder Guild, he would be punished by the Evil Wolves Guild. At the Evil Wolves Guild Command Center, Zhang Yaoyang looked at the tragic scene on the monitor and burst into wild laughter. Ha! A bunch of ragtag players, and they think they can fight me. Overestimating yourselves. Zhang's eyes were cold and fierce. Make those scattered players behave. Make them pay a toll. Starting now, the toll is increased from 50 to 60%. In 2 hours, it will rise to 70%. At 3 p.m., just when all the scattered players were despairing, feeling like lambs to the slaughter. On the horizon of the eastern district of Fusue, a giant black super RV slowly entered this battlefield filled with blood and smoke. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, watching the rising black smoke and the desperate screams on the chat screen, a slight smile on his face. Is this what they call an alliance? It's weaker than I imagined. He stepped the accelerator. Qing Qian, turn on the music. We're about to make our entrance. Thump thump. Thump thump. Inside the RV, Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, lightly tapping the steering wheel to the music. Through the large bulletproof glass, the grand city of Busan, once home to millions, now looked like a dead steel beast, quietly lying under the gray sky. Broken skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their outer walls peeling away to reveal rusted steel frames. At the 4 entrances to Busan, the wide roads had been turned into hopeless steel defenses. The Wolf Clan's methods were truly ruthless. Each entrance had at least 500 modified vehicles arranged neatly, with machine guns and rocket launchers on their roofs shining coldly in the sunlight, all guns aimed outward, forming an impenetrable fire net. In front of these steel monsters stretched a convoy of 10 long lines, each 7 or 8 kilometers long. There were thousands of vehicles belonging to solo players and small clans. Just an hour ago, they had tried to resist, attempting to form a solo player alliance. But now, after a few explosions and the appearance of an Apache helicopter, all hope was shattered. Now, they looked like sheep waiting to be sheared, numb and hopeless, lining up to be exploited by the Wolf Clan members ahead. At this moment, one of the convoy's entrances, a small leader of the Wolf Clan, with red hair, had his foot on a solo player's hood, waving an automatic rifle, spitting as he spoke. These solo players are so cheap. If we don't show them some color, they won't know how many eyes the King of Horses has. Ha! Our leader is wise. Block the road, and we just wait to collect the money. That's way better than hunting prey in the wild, some members chimed in. There's an idiom about this. Wait by the tree for the rabbit. Huh? You guys are a bit cultured. Huh? Seeing this gang of bandits acting so recklessly, no one dared to speak. Even if they hated it with all their hearts, even if their eyes were full of resentment, in the face of absolute violence, everyone chose silence. At the end of this hopeless team, a black RV, 3 stories tall, was slowly moving along with the convoy. It is Lin Hoy's level 5 RV. He did not choose to attack the Evil Wolf Guild directly with overwhelming force. The reason is simple. The distance is too great. The maximum range of Bai Ling's zombie army and Earth Scepter is limited by her current mental strength to about 4 kilometers. If he fires from 10 or more kilometers away, he cannot use his full power and might alert the enemy. More importantly, it is easy to alert the enemy. Lin Hoy's target is the vice president of the Evil Wolf Guild's level 6 vehicle, which is why he chose the eastern entrance. According to internal communications of the Evil Wolf Guild, their vice president, Chao Hui's level 6 vehicle, is deep inside the eastern defense line. The best time to strike is when the RV can open a passage at the entrance. Of course, he dares to go so deep into enemy territory because he is very confident in his RV's defenses. With 3,000 points of defense, he is unmatched in the entire C-996 zone. He is very confident that no weapons in the current group of players can threaten him. And also, his 1130 close defense cannon is not to be underestimated. Intercepting missiles is not just talk. Lin Hoy's lips curl into a smile as he presses the communicator. Are you ready? Third floor command room is ready. Lu Shi's cold and deadly voice responds. Enhanced rounds are loaded, filled with sleep-inducing agent. Additionally, the RPG is loaded with enhanced high-explosive grenades, and the 1130 closed defense cannon is preheated. Rear cabin is ready. Bai Ling excitedly reports. The Tyrant Angel is eager to take off. I have the Earth Scepter in hand, ready to let the little cuties sneak underground with explosives. In the co-pilot seat, Su Qingqian excitedly says, Swarm drones are ready. Good. Lin Hoy leans back in his chair, watching the increasingly approaching charging point. Stay silent and wait for my command. Meanwhile, in the southern district of Fui City, at the Rose Society's temporary base, it is a relatively well-preserved commercial building. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, Yang Ruoling, dressed in a red coat, elegantly sways her wine glass. Behind her, Li Feifei has received information from the reconnaissance team, her expression complex. President, we have found Lin Hoy's RV. Li Feifei's voice broke the silence. Oh, Yang Ruoling looked up. Li Feifei said, he's at the East Gate entrance, waiting in line. Huh. Yang Ruoling's hopeful expression immediately dimmed. A slight contemptuous smile appeared on her lips as she leaned back in her chair. It seems he's chosen to pay the toll quietly. Her tone carried a hint of subtle disappointment. I overestimated him. I thought he was a brave hero, but it turns out he's just a smart follower. But this is normal. Yang Ruoling took a sip of red wine. The Baton League has already openly sided with the Evil Wolf Guild, and the Evil Wolf Guild is showing off quite a display. If I were in their place, to keep strength, I would also choose to pay protection money. After all, the scattered alliance with those 5-level vehicles still burning is the best warning. Li Feifei looked at the black RV in the scene, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back and spoke. President, should we really not help? Lu Shi is on that car. She might be targeted by the Evil Wolf Guild's thugs. I don't really like her, but we're colleagues, and Lin Hoy still has the blue titanium alloy we need, right? Yang Ruoling interrupted her. Yes, Yang Ruoling sighed, put down her wine glass, and her eyes became deep and rational. Feifei, you must understand. Our Rose Society is ranked 3rd, but compared to the Evil Wolf Guild and the Baton League, we are still far behind. Now those two have already teamed up. If we try to ruin their game rules over Lu Shi, who has already left the society, we would be provoking the 2 major guilds, giving them a reason to target us. I can't let a few tens of thousands of sisters inside the society die just for an outsider. Yang Ruoling stood up, her tone firm. Send the order, hold your position, go inside the East Gate and wait. When Lin Hoy pays the toll and enters the city, bring him to see me immediately. I'm very interested in the source of his blue titanium alloy. Li Feifei opened her mouth, but finally nodded helplessly. Yes, President. In the Eastern District of Fui City, Blood Steel Heavy Industry, temporary command building. In front of a large holographic model, Zhuge Mo was adjusting his thick glasses, the lenses reflecting a faint blue glow. Behind him stood a tall woman nearly 2 meters high, with muscles as strong as an iron tower, Vice President of Iron Blood Heavy Industry. President, the spies at the 4 entrances report that the Wolf Guild has started collecting 60% tolls. Solo players are angry, but no one dares to resist, the woman said with clear displeasure. They're humans, these beasts, it's too much, is it? This is the survival rule of the end times. Zhuge Mo replied with a blank face, his long fingers gently moving over the model. If we don't do anything, others will choose this path. Even as one of the 4 major guilds, we might be swallowed up. He paused and looked at the woman. Have you done what I asked? Yes. It's done. She replied first, then scratched her head. President, I don't understand. After the incident with the Solo Alliance, shouldn't no one dare challenge the Wolf Guild again? That's not certain. Zhuge Mo suddenly stopped and pointed at a red dot in the east area of the model. That mysterious player selling a lot of blue titanium alloy in the regional chat. I feel he won't pay the toll quietly. Him? The woman looked surprised. He hasn't shown himself yet, has he? Maybe he's already here, Zhuge Emo said. Zhuge Emo pulled up a drone photo, pointing at a black RV waiting in line at the east entrance. This RV, with its reflective metal surface, similar to blue titanium alloy. If I'm not mistaken, the main material of the body is at least 80% blue titanium alloy. This is definitely not something an ordinary player can own, he added, guessing based on instinct. President, you mean? Guatiantian, here. Alert the elite team. Be ready at all times, Zhuge Emo said sharply. If the East Gate fights, we'll rush over immediately. Huh? The woman was confused. Rush over? To help the Wolf Guild? Zhuge Emo shot her a stern look. Of course, to help that mysterious player. It's better to help in times of need than to add to the problem. We need to show him with our actions that iron blood-heavy industry is his ally. But that might offend the Overlord Alliance. So what if it does? Zhuge Emo sneered. Go ahead, do as I say. Yes. Although the woman from the Iron Tower was slow to understand, she had one good point. She listened. Soon after, watching Guatiantian's back as she left, Zhuge Emo took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. Based on the information he had, he believed Zhao Tianba would attack iron blood-heavy industry sooner or later. Now, he had to take a gamble. If that RV dared to act, it meant the mysterious person was confident, and the target was likely the Level 6 vehicle of the Evil Wolf Guild. All 10 Level 6 vehicle upgrade blueprints were in the hands of the 4 major guilds. To upgrade a vehicle to Level 6, you had to defeat a Level 6 vehicle. If he could recruit a strong ally, he might stand a chance against the Overlord Alliance. As for the Rose Society, Zhuge Emo had already tested them. Yang Ruoling was not decisive enough and only wanted to protect her own territory, so she was not a good partner. To the mysterious person, I hope you won't let me down. I've bet everything on you in this game. At the entrance of the East District in Fui City, traffic moved slowly like snails. Lin Hoy's black RV was among many lower-level modified vehicles, standing out slightly, but remaining very low-key. All weapons systems were hidden beneath armor, and even the radar was in silent mode. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the window nearby. Lin Hoy turned his head and saw a large red heavy-duty truck appear in the lane beside him. It wasn't as big as Lin Hoy's RV, but among Level 5 vehicles, it was considered a giant. The window rolled down, revealing a dark-skinned, tough-looking man. He was in his 30s, with thick bangs covering his right eye, leaving only a bright, sharp left eye visible. He nodded at Lin Hoy, pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, and offered him one. Brother, nice vehicle. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Chunyi. Chunyi? A slight movement stirred in Lin Hoy's mind. He had seen that name on the regional chat channel. It was rumored he was called the Wild God, a top player among solo players, often sharing information for free. I don't smoke. Thanks. Lin Hoy shook his head. Chunyi didn't mind and lit his cigarette, taking a deep puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke. He looked at Lin Hoy's RV, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Brother, your car is really beautiful. It looks like you spent a lot on it. But, Chunyi sighed. Such a good car, but soon it will be covered in scratches from those bad wolves. No choice. The situation is stronger than us, Lin Hoy said calmly, acting like a powerless player. Yeah, the situation is stronger, Chunyi replied with a bitter smile, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. Some wild god? In front of real power, he's just a joke. The Apache of the Overlord Alliance hangs in the sky. Who dares to move? My big truck looks intimidating, but if it gets hit by a missile, it's just scrap metal. He looked at Lin Hoy seriously. Brother, why don't you join a guild? With your RV, even in the Overlord Alliance, you could be a deputy home master easily. Why suffer here? I don't like it, Lin Hoy replied with a straightforward smile. Hey, what a coincidence. Chunyi's eyes lit up, as if he found a kindred spirit. Me too. I hate all those rules in guilds, having to follow orders all the time. No freedom at all. Freelancers are much better. Go wherever I want. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel and cursed. If I had enough strength, I'd wipe out those bad wolf guild dogs in front. Who do they think they are, blocking the road and acting like kings? After venting, Chunyi's expression softened a bit as he looked at Lin Hoy. In this dangerous time, Meeting someone who also doesn't want to be a guild's dog made him feel close. Brother, I like you. Chunyi lowered his voice and pointed to his heavy truck. Your RV looks impressive, but these kinds of RVs are usually thin-skinned and big inside. Bad in a fight. My big truck isn't fancy, but it's tough and powerful. He patted his chest and said generously, if we get into the city smoothly and someone causes trouble for you, just come find me. I've got your back. Hearing Chunyi's sincere words, Lin Hoy was stunned for a moment, then silently chuckled. Having someone to rely on. Since arriving in this world, this is the first time someone has said such words to him. Moreover, he could feel that Chunyi was sincere. In this treacherous end of the world, such pure kindness is even rarer than rare, perfect items. All right. Lin Hoy did not refuse but instead showed a bright smile. Thanks in advance to the wild god. If we really run into trouble, you must help your brothers. Whether I'm a wild god or not, just call me Chunyi. Chunyi waved his hand. While the two were chatting, the team moved forward another step. At this moment, Lin Hoy's RV was less than 600 meters from the checkpoint. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was already very tense. Su Qingxian was wearing tactical headphones, quickly typing on the keyboard. Boss, the swarm of self-destructing drones has completed self-checks. They have locked on 35 enemy fire points. The upgraded bombs are functioning normally. In the third-floor command room, Lu Shi's long, beautiful legs were crossed on a chair. She held a heavy rifle with a special round, the sleep-inducing agent, loaded in the barrel. Next to her, RPG launchers and upgraded grenade launchers were ready to fire. Lu Shi's voice was cold and sharp, searching for level 6 vehicles. At the back of the vehicle, Bai Ling, dressed in a loose white coat, tightly held a simple earth scepter. Her eyes flickered with strange yellow light, and her mental powers spread out like a tide. Zombies carrying enough explosives to destroy level 4 vehicles were sneaking into the underground from beneath the RV, moving forward. Boss Bai Ling licked her lips. The zombie army has already set out. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, looking at the checkpoint getting closer. His fingers gently brushed the ignition button. Just a little longer. 500 meters left. I am laying the groundwork now to prepare for the exciting parts ahead. I know what you want to see, and I will speed up the updates. I promise the story will become more exciting soon. Trust me, I am an experienced writer. I've been writing for 2.5 years. Still 500 meters. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, gently tracing the leather pattern on the steering wheel with his fingers. His eyes were sharp like a hawk, scanning through the traffic ahead, locked onto the defenses of the Evil Wolf Guild. He had to admit, although the Evil Wolf Guild acted ruthlessly, they were quite skilled in military tactics. The defensive line in front of him was not randomly arranged, but carefully planned. More than 500 modified vehicles were not haphazardly clustered, but organized into several layers of firepower formations, each with a specific position. The front was made up of heavy trucks and bulldozers with thick steel plates acting as cover. In the middle were support vehicles equipped with twin-mounted heavy machine guns and grenade launchers. The rear was filled with highly mobile off-road pickups ready to chase. At the high ground of the defense, faintly visible, was a group of anti-tank missile teams. This was not just a bunch of thugs. It was clearly a fully mechanized combat unit. Compared to that, the ragtag player vehicles still lining up, looking nervous and inexperienced, seemed like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their firepower and morale were worlds apart. At this moment, Lin Hoy had not yet spotted the vice president's level 6 vehicle in his view. It seemed that guy was very cautious, hiding deep in the back of the defense line. Lin Hoy thought silently. The distance was still too far. They needed to break through this first line of defense, get the RV deep inside, and close the gap to the best attack range for Bai Ling and Lu Shi, so they could carry out a decisive strike on that level 6 vehicle. While Lin Hoy was observing the enemy situation and thinking of a plan, a sharp cry and a chorus of insults suddenly pierced the tense atmosphere, reaching Lin Hoy's ears. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Do you want to die? Not far from Lin Hoy's RV, on a narrow passage, a small leader with a bright red mohawk was angrily kicking a weak young man kneeling on the ground. Bang! The kick was powerful and heavy, knocking the young man onto the gravelly ground, causing him to roll twice. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Big brother, I really have no supplies left. The young man didn't bother to wipe the blood from his mouth. He scrambled forward on all fours, hugging the red-haired man's leg, crying uncontrollably. Our fuel and food were stolen on the way, and we just handed over the rest. We really have nothing left. No supplies? The red-haired young leader's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. His gaze shifted past the young man to the old, battered car behind him. The passenger window was half open, and inside sat a young woman. Although her face was smudged with dirt and her hair was messy, her frightened eyes and beautiful face made her look quite touching. The red-haired leader licked his dry lips, then tilted the gun in his hand to lift the young man's chin. He sneered and said, "Isn't this the best kind of supplies? Since you can't pay the toll, then leave your woman here." "No." Hearing this, the young man seemed to be struck with rage. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the leader's leg and shouting, "She's my girlfriend. You can't do this. Please let us go. We'll do anything, just don't hurt her." The woman inside the car also heard this and looked terrified. She clutched the car door handle tightly, trembling all over. Ungrateful fools." The red-haired leader's eyes flashed with cruelty. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out. The young man's forehead instantly had a blood hole. His pleading eyes hadn't yet faded, and his body suddenly went stiff, falling backward. Blood quickly stained the ground beneath him. The players nearby let out a suppressed gasp, but no one dared to move or even breathe loudly. Brother Jia!" The woman inside the car screamed heartbreakingly. Wasting my bullet on this trash." The red-haired leader spat on the ground, wiping the blood off his boots. "No money, and you still want to enter the city? This broken car is just the interest. As for this woman, don't worry, we'll take good care of her." A group of thugs from the wolf pack burst into loud laughter, their eyes full of savage desire. "Drag that woman out," the leader ordered with a wave of his hand. The vehicle owner died, and the car door was violently pulled open. A young woman screamed in fear, clutching the door frame tightly, her nails broken and bleeding. But her strength was no match for the several strong men. Smack! One slapped her backhandedly, making her bleed from the mouth and her eyes spin. "Stupid girl. Act so high and mighty. Serving us brothers is your luck. Take her to Brother Chow," the red-haired man ordered. "Such a pretty girl. Let Vice President Chow have a taste first. When he's done, we can have her. Ha ha." The surrounding thugs burst into laughter as they roughly carried the hopeless young woman deeper into the hideout. The whole scene lasted only a few minutes. Hundreds of cars lined up nearby, and countless eyes watched what was happening. Some clenched their fists on the steering wheel, their knuckles turning white. Some looked away, unable to watch the brutal scene. Many others lowered their heads, filled with fear and numbness. No one dared to speak. No one dared to resist. The still warm body was the best warning. Animals. Chen Yi, sitting in a large red truck, watched this scene and punched his thigh hard, his eyes red. What is this? They're worse than zombies. But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He had passion, but he wasn't foolish. Facing such a well-armed group, rushing in alone would only mean death. There was no point. Inside Lin Hoy's RV, Su Qingqian looked at the woman being dragged away, her face pale as paper. As women, she felt the despair deeply. If she hadn't met Lin Hoy, or if she had been caught by the wolf gang, her fate would probably be even worse than that woman's. After the collapse of order in this world, women no longer had freedom. They became the easiest resource to fight over and destroy. "Boss," Su Qingqian's voice trembled. Lin Hoy sat in the driver's seat, his gaze cold and unfeeling. He was neither a saint nor a savior. In this cruel game, everyone has their own destiny. Weakness is a sin. "Don't look," Lin Hoy said calmly. "Our target is the level 6 vehicle of the vice president of the Evil Wolf Guild." Meanwhile, at the back of the team, inside a level 4 military camouflage pickup truck, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the driver's seat sat a stern-looking man, the vice president of the Thunder Guild, Qian Chong. Next to him, in the front passenger seat, sat Feng Yingying, once confident and spirited, now trembling with fear. "Brother Chong, did you see that? They took that woman away." Feng Yingying's voice was filled with undeniable fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. What if they also want to catch me? "Brother Chong, you'll protect me, right?" She had been watching closely. The members of the Evil Wolf Guild seemed to be selecting goods. Any woman with a bit of charm was an excuse to detain her. She was confident in her appearance, which was now her biggest source of fear. Qianchong sat grim-faced in the driver's seat, silent, with beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He used to be the vice president of the Thunder Guild, a powerful figure in the casual player circles. But now, faced with the slaughter of the Evil Wolf Guild, he felt like a dog whose teeth had been pulled. "Brother Chong, say something." Seeing Qianchong silent, Feng Yingying grew more anxious, her voice trembling with tears. "You're the vice president of the Thunder Guild. You have a level 4 vehicle, you have strength. You will protect me, right?" Snap. A crisp slap interrupted Feng Yingying's crying. Qianchong suddenly turned his head, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, "Shut up! You idiot! I've told you so many times. There's no Thunder Guild now. I'm not a vice president anymore. I'm just an ordinary casual player now. Are you trying to get me killed? If you dare mention those words again, I'll throw you out right now." Qianchong was truly scared. The scene where the Apache helicopter blew up the guild leader's car into a fireball had become his nightmare. Now he just wanted to stay low and hide like a turtle, sneaking into the city. As for Feng Yingying, although this woman was very passionate in bed, was it worth offending the Evil Wolf Guild for her? What a joke. As long as I survive and get into the city of Pot, I can get through this mission. After that, I can find any woman I want. Feng Yingying covered her swollen face and looked at the man who once swore eternal love to her with disbelief. That slap shattered all her hopes. She saw the coldness and selfishness in Qianchong's eyes. You. Feng Yingying hopelessly let go of his hand, shrinking into the gap of the back seat's wardrobe like an injured kitten, trembling. "I won't say anything. I won't. Just don't leave me." The convoy moved forward slowly. Finally, it was Qianchong's pickup truck's turn for inspection. Qianchong took a deep breath, forced a flattering smile, and rolled down the window. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work." He took out a pack of good cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over, then pointed to the pile of supplies behind him. "This is my share, about 60%. It's all here: weapons, ammunition, some bulletproof plates, and food. Please accept it, brothers." This was his entire fortune, a big loss. "Oh." The red-haired young leader in charge of inspection weighed the supplies in his hands, surprised, and glanced at Qianchong. "You're pretty well off, huh? So much good stuff." "Hee, just lucky, just lucky." Qianchong nodded and bowed like a lapdog. "The supplies are quite a lot." The red-haired young leader's tone turned sharp, and his eyes became piercing. "But why does this vehicle smell like perfume? You didn't hide anything, did you?" Qianchong's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out instantly. "No, absolutely not. Brother, please see for yourself. Stop wasting time. Open the car door. Brothers, check inside." The young leader waved impatiently. "That's the rule. If you don't let us check, it means you're hiding something. We'll handle it as non-cooperation." According to the game rules, vehicles are absolute safe zones for players, and no one else can enter without permission. But in the face of overwhelming firepower, this rule is just a joke. If you don't get out, we'll shoot you. Qianchong clenched his teeth and had no choice but to grant permission obediently. Much better. Two members of the Evil Wolf Guild sneered as they climbed into the car. "Why does this car smell like a woman's perfume?" Qianchong's smile instantly froze on his face. "And this?" One bald member pointed at a box of unopened condoms in the glove compartment. "You're driving alone, and you carry this?" "Playing with balloons." That. Cold sweat broke out on Qianchong's forehead. "Don't pretend you don't know." The bald man suddenly slammed the car door. "There's a woman inside, right? Hand her over. If we find her, it's not just about the woman. You might lose your life too." Hearing this, Qianchong shivered all over. His legs went weak, almost kneeling on the driver's seat. He stammered, "Yes? There's a woman. Big brother, don't shoot. I was nervous and forgot. I'll call her out now. Just wait." He then went to the back of the car and whispered, "Yingying, come out quickly. You've been found." The wardrobe door was pushed open slightly, revealing Feng Yingying's desperate, pale face. When she was roughly pulled out of the car, the small red-haired leader looked her over and sneered. She's pretty good-looking, but just average. Vice President Chow wouldn't be interested. She's too plain." Nearby, a young chuckled lewdly. "If Brother Chow isn't interested, we don't mind." These long legs can keep us busy for days. Ha, right. The red-haired man waved his hand. Take her away. She's smart enough. Hearing this, Feng Yingying was terrified. She lunged at Qian Chong, clutching his car door desperately. Chongji, save me. You promised to protect me. Help me. Qian Chong forcefully pried her fingers off and whispered hurriedly in her ear. Yingying, listen to me. The situation is worse than us. You need to endure a bit. Once I get into the city and contact my old allies, I'll find a way to rescue you. Just hold on. After saying that, he suddenly pushed Feng Yingying toward the two gang members. Once Feng Yingying was taken away, Qian Chong stepped on the accelerator and sped off. Boom! The pickup truck shot out black smoke, like a fleeing rabbit, and sped into the checkpoint, heading straight for Fui City. Feng Yingying looked at the car speeding away, her hope instantly turning into endless resentment. Qian Chong, you! She let out a sharp, piercing scream, pointing at the distant pickup truck, shouting at the red-haired young leader. Catch him. Quickly catch him. That man is Qian Chong. He is the vice president of the Thunder Guild. Her shout stunned everyone nearby for a moment. The red-haired young leader looked back at the pickup truck that had already driven far away, then sneered dismissively. Thunder Guild? That trash guild whose leader was blown to bits. He reached out and grabbed Feng Yingying's chin, grinning fiercely. If he ran, let him run. This coward who can even send out his own woman isn't worth much. So what if he's vice president? Once inside the city, he's just a dog that our evil wolf guild can kill whenever we want. And you, little beauty, instead of worrying about him, you'd better think about how to serve the brothers better. Ha! As he spoke, several dirty hands began to move inappropriately over her. Feng Yingying felt a wave of disgust and despair. She knew she was finished. Just as she was dragged toward a vehicle of the evil wolf guild, her desperate gaze unintentionally glanced back. In that moment, she saw a large, dark luxury RV slowly approaching. Through the window, she saw the handsome man who had once rejected her, now looking cold and indifferent, and the most beautiful woman who made her jealous to madness. A twisted sense of satisfaction suddenly surged in her heart. Ha! You all came too. Feng Yingying's lips curled into a bitter smile as she muttered to herself. What's the use of a good car? That woman is 100 times prettier than me. Her ending will only be 10,000 times worse than mine. Everyone has to die. Everyone will go to. The black RV, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, slowly stopped in front of the checkpoint. This RV was incredibly huge. Even among modified cars, it stood out like a giant among birds. Its black body reflected almost no light in the sun, giving off a deep, absorbing quality, like some mysterious metal. The red-haired young leader was originally watching Feng Yingying's long legs. When he heard the deep, powerful roar of the engine, he instinctively turned his head. At this moment, he froze completely. Whoa! What the heck? The red-haired man widened his eyes, his mouth open wide enough to hold an egg. As a junior leader of the Wolf Guild, he had seen quite a lot, even the Guild Master's level 5 military pickup truck. But compared to this RV in front of him, the Guild Master's car looked like a toy. The weightiness, the craftsmanship, the aura that seemed capable of crushing everything. It was top quality, absolutely top quality. His gaze moved along the body of the vehicle and finally settled on the passenger window. There, sitting a woman. She wore a simple white house dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were clear and gentle. In this dusty, bloody world, she looked as pure as a white lotus blooming amidst ruins. The red-haired young leader felt his heart suddenly stop for a beat, then start pounding wildly. She was so beautiful. Compared to this woman, the other two women before seemed plain and ordinary. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, greed growing like wild grass. Not only did he want this vehicle, he also wanted this woman. Once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it anymore. His subordinates around him also stared in shock, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. Kit, get out of the car. The red-haired man suddenly raised his rifle, aiming it at Lin Hoy in the driver's seat, shouting sternly, I suspect you're remnants of the Thunder Guild. Or a spy? Get out now for inspection. He had a plan in mind. As long as Lin Hoy dared to open the door or step out, he would shoot immediately, killing the man without hesitation. Then, This invincible RV and the angelic woman would belong to him. But unexpectedly, the man inside the car didn't even look at him. At this moment, Lin Hoy sat high in the driver's seat, his gaze passing over the red-haired young leader beyond the roadblock ahead, directly toward the deepest part of the Wolf Guild's defenses. There, a huge military pickup was parked. It was surrounded by layers of modified vehicles, like stars surrounding the moon. This is a level 6 vehicle. Even from 5 or 6 kilometers away, Lin Hoy can still feel its terrifying presence. The vehicle's body is a strange grayish-white color, made from a strong titanium alloy mixed with blue titanium. On top of it, besides the usual Gatling guns, the most noticeable feature is a rectangular missile launcher. Unit 1 short-range missile launcher. This is the symbol of a level 6 vehicle. Once its fire control radar locks onto a target, it can strike beyond visual range within 100 miles. 4 out of 5 guild leaders of the Freelance Alliance have fallen victim to this thing. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf, or what? Seeing Lin Hoy completely ignore him, the red-haired young leader felt greatly insulted. He was used to being dominant and had never been treated like this before. Unbelievable, the red-haired leader, furious and embarrassed, strode toward the camper, slamming the of his gun against the door. If you don't come out now, I swear I'll up this broken vehicle. A few of his subordinates behind him also raised their weapons, glaring fiercely and cursing loudly. Kid, get down quickly. Don't force us to act. If we do, we'll beat you to a pulp, and your woman will suffer too. The nearby freelance players watching this scene sighed and looked away. Another tragedy was unfolding. Everyone thought Lin Hoy was either scared silly or resisting pointlessly. But, in the next second, Lin Hoy finally lowered his gaze from the distant view. He slowly looked down, his pitch-black eyes coldly staring through the glass at the shouting red-haired leader. The red-haired man felt a chill from that gaze and instinctively reached for his trigger. But Lin Hoy only moved his lips slightly and softly said one word. Kill. His voice was very quiet, but through the vehicle's communication system, it reached Lu Shi in the command room on the 3rd floor. Bang! Without any warning, the red-haired leader's head exploded like a watermelon smashed with a hammer. Bright red and white brain matter mixed with blood splattered onto several of his subordinates, who looked stunned. The headless corpse was still swinging its arms as it moved forward a few steps, then suddenly collapsed with a loud thud right in front of Lin Hoy's vehicle. Silence. A deathly quiet. All the noise around seemed to pause at this moment. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Today's 5th update. Fully burned out. Please support with free small gifts. Please leave a 5-star review. Many readers have supported me before. Thank you so much. Seeing the small leader of the Wolf Guild's martial arts sect lying in a pool of blood, the nearby solo players were completely stunned. In this tense moment, when the Wolf Guild and the Overlord Alliance are controlling everything and everyone seems like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, someone actually dared to make a move, and it was in front of everyone. So decisive and so brutal, shooting a headshot. Is he crazy? Shock, fear, worry. Countless complex emotions spread among the crowd. Although they weren't the ones who fired the shot, everyone's hearts were in their throats, as if they could already see the tragic scene of the black armored vehicle being torn apart by the Wolf Guild. Inside the level 5 heavy-duty truck, Chunya's cigarette had somehow fallen onto his pants, burning a hole without him noticing. He widened his single eye, staring blankly at the silent beast ahead, then finally exhaled a long, hoarse breath. Bro, you're so brave. That's a real man. Meanwhile, on the Wolf Guild side, after a brief silence, chaos finally erupted. He killed Brother Redhair. He dares to kill on our turf. This doesn't want to live. Get him. Up the tires. Men, cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Women, leave alive. A dozen thugs responsible for perimeter security reacted, their faces twisted with rage. They raised their rifles and shotguns, howling as they aimed at Lin Hoy. However, they were met with 4 cold gunshots. Puff, 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 puff. The thugs who had just raised their guns and hadn't yet pulled the trigger saw their heads explode one after another, blood blooming in the air like flowers. Inside the 3rd floor command room, Lu Shi's cold and beautiful face showed no sign of emotion. On the driver's seat, Lin Hoy looked at the level 6 vehicle deep inside the Wolf Guild's defenses, a bloodthirsty smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ling, Sister Lu, Qingqian, here, here, here. The three women's voices sounded together, filled with unstoppable fighting spirit. Stay alert. Our only goal is that level 6 vehicle. Lin Hui's eyes were sharp like a hawk's. Wait for my command, and we will take it all at once. Yes, charge. Lin Hui only said these two words before suddenly pressing the accelerator with his right foot. Boom. The level 5 RV roared like an ancient beast awakening. At that moment, the ground trembled. This heavy steel giant, weighing hundreds of tons, crushed the headless corpses on the ground and fiercely crashed into the Wolf Guild's defenses, shocking everyone. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Open fire. All guns. Only then did the members guarding other passages and the rear formation of the Wolf Guild wake up from their shock. Suddenly, gunfire erupted everywhere. Bang, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Countless flames shot out from all directions, dense bullets like a storm pouring toward the black RV, rockets trailing long flames, screaming as they flew with deadly intent. In an instant, Lin Hui's vehicle was engulfed in a sea of fire and smoke. The lone hero. Among the crowd, many casual players watched the shadows swallowed by the explosions, feeling a deep, indescribable sadness and respect. In this apocalyptic world where everyone is selfish and can sell their dignity to survive, there are still people with such courage, daring to single-handedly challenge the dominance of the Wolf Guild. At this moment, many casual players sighed. With such intense firepower, even a steel lump would be destroyed, right? What a pity. Truly a brave man. A sense of sadness spread among the crowd. Is this the fate of rebels? In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, are lone heroes destined to be just a fleeting spark? I really wish I could defeat these monsters. Someone in the team whispered with tears in their voice. This sentence hit everyone hard, like a heavy. Although their reason told them it was impossible, deep inside, everyone longed for a hero to come down from the sky and break apart the darkness brought by the evil Wolf Guild. Uncle Hao, on a battered level 4 earth-moving truck, a young man tightly held the window frame. That truck. That big boss's vehicle. Yeah. Middle-aged man Dang Hao sighed deeply, smashing his unfinished cigarette stub into the dashboard. His eyes were full of regret. He was too impulsive, too reckless. On a level 5 transport truck, Chen Yi stared blankly at the area covered in flames, his eyes red. If only I had that kind of courage. He slammed his fist against the window and gritted his teeth. Bro, rest in peace. We just met less than half an hour ago, but Chen Yi, swear. As long as I live, one day I will cut off the head of the evil Wolf Guild leader and offer it to you in heaven. Far behind the team, a convoy of more than 10 vehicles, flying the flag of the Scrap Iron Guild, had just arrived. In the lead level 4 truck, Li Xian wiped his sweat and was thinking about what good things he could get from today's scrap. Where's Hui Shun? He had just stuck his head out the window when he saw a scene that made his heart stop. A familiar black RV was rushing alone toward a wall of hundreds of armed vehicles, then was instantly targeted and disappeared in a sea of fire. Li Xian's hands trembled in fear. Is that Hui Shun? Is he risking his life? Boss, that's definitely Hui Shun. In the passenger seat, the lucky Jin Hao Yun was so excited his face turned red. The kid wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was so thrilled he was dancing with his hands. I knew it. Hui Shun is Hui Shun. That's so awesome. That's the spirit of charging ahead against thousands of enemies. Model for us all. Truly a role model for us all. Li Xian looked at Jin Hao Yun's fanatic expression and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A role model? That was hundreds of armed vehicles, plus anti-tank missiles. RPGs. Hao Yun. Li Xian swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Do you think Hui Shun can still survive? With this firepower, forget the car. He might be turned to ashes. TCH. Brotherly, you're underestimating Hui Shun too much. Jin Hao Yun looked confident. Since Hui Shun dared to charge in, it means these petty enemies can't hurt him at all. Just watch. The evil Wolf Guild is going to have bad luck. Li Xian looked at the blazing fire ahead, feeling unsure. He could only pray silently. Please, God. Hui Shun, don't die. If you die, Who will I sell my scrap metal to in the future? Last night, Lin Hoy specifically told him not to sleep and to start collecting scrap metal. The goal was 20 million units of scrap. After collecting it, he was supposed to meet Lin Hoy at the East Gate. He invested all his savings and sent all the scrap metal to Lin Hoy through the system. Everything he had was given by Lin Hoy, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Meanwhile, on the bridge south of Fui City, Zhuge Mo received news that the black van had started moving, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Hurry, tell the brothers behind to move faster. An order was sent out. On the other side, the Rose Society convoy. Li Feifei sat in the car, watching the live footage from the drone. Her fierce face was full of disbelief. He really made a move. She took a deep breath and immediately connected with the president, Yang Ruoling. President, Lin Hoy has made a move. He charged alone, directly attacking the Evil Wolf Guild's defenses. On the other end, Yang Ruoling was visibly stunned for a few seconds. What did you say? Alone. Her voice was full of shock. No use of terrain? No waiting for the right moment? No helpers? Just charged straight in? Yes, President, Li Feifei said, looking at the sea of fire with a complicated tone. Yang Ruoling was silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Brave, but reckless. These 4 words were her final judgment of Lin Hoy. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Just foolhardiness. Yang Ruoling swayed the red wine glass in her hand, her tone becoming indifferent. I originally wanted to wait until he entered the city of Fu to make a deal with him. Now, it seems there's no need anymore. Under that kind of heavy firepower, even a level 6 vehicle would be torn apart, let alone his level 5 camper. Feifei, come back. Lin Hoy is doomed. Li Feifei bit her lip, about to agree. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught dust rising from another direction. She quickly adjusted her telescope, her pupils shrinking instantly. President, wait. Li Feifei's voice suddenly rose sharply. I see the iron blood heavy industry convoy. It's Zhuge Mo's vehicle, and the violent vice president Guo Tiantian's car. They're bringing all the elite forces of iron blood heavy industry, rushing full speed toward the East Gate entrance. What? This time, Yang Ruoling was truly shocked. Zhuge Mo is coming? What does he want to do? I don't know. Li Feifei was also confused. From the looks of it, with such a fierce momentum, is he planning to fight the Evil Wolf Guild? For Lin Hoy, impossible, Yang Ruoling firmly denied. Zhuge Mo is as clever as a fox. How could he do something so stupid for someone doomed? Plus, there's the Body Alliance. If he joins now, isn't he asking for trouble? There must be something fishy. Zhuge Mo would never do something meaningless. Yang Ruoling's eyes flickered unpredictably. She paced back and forth in the room, her mind racing. Does Zhuge Mo have some secret intelligence I don't know about? A few seconds later, Yang Ruoling suddenly looked up, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Give me the order. Immediately assemble a safe convoy. I want to go to the East Gate myself. I want to see what exactly Zhuge Mo is up to. At the East Gate of Fui City, inside the core of the Evil Wolf Guild's defenses. In a level 6 military pickup truck, the air was filled with the scent of expensive red wine and women's perfume. Vice President Chao Hui, dressed in a bathrobe, relaxedly lay half on a large velvet bed, swinging a wine glass in his hand. Around him, a dozen women dressed lightly and with beautiful looks were nervously serving him. Some people were massaging his legs, some were feeding him grapes, and there was even a woman kneeling on the ground acting as his footstool. Not bad. The strength is just right. Chao Hui squinted, enjoying this emperor-like treatment. In this apocalyptic world, for him, this was paradise. Even though outside was filled with corpses and chaos, and countless people sold their souls for half a bottle of water, he still could enjoy music every night and control the lives and deaths of many. Knock, knock, knock. The car door was knocked, and his subordinates pushed in a young woman who had just been robbed. She was dressed in torn clothes, with tears and slap marks on her face, her eyes full of hatred and fear. Wow, those eyes are really fierce. Chao Hui sat up straight, as if he had found a new toy. I like to tame such wild horses. Crying? That's okay. Tonight, I'll make you scream louder than anyone. Suddenly, urgent alarm sounds and explosions pierced through the soundproofed car. What's going on? Chao Hui frowned. showing a hint of displeasure. The subordinate quickly replied, "Vice President, someone is attacking. They've killed many of our brothers and are rushing this way." "Someone attacking?" Xiao Hui was stunned for a moment, then seemed to hear a joke. "How many vehicles does the other side have? Which guild are they from?" The subordinate hesitated. Just one vehicle. It looks like a black level 5 RV. One vehicle?" Xiao Hui's expression froze for a moment. Then he burst out laughing, spilling his red wine. "Ha! One vehicle dares to break through our defenses with hundreds of our cars. Are today's lone players all brainless zombies?" He stood up and strode to the driver's cabin, picking up binoculars to look ahead. His line of sight passed through 13 battle formations, and he saw a distant blaze shrouded in smoke. Overestimating themselves. But in the next second, Xiao Hui's smile froze. In the thick black smoke, a huge black beast suddenly charged out. How is that possible?" Xiao Hui's eyes widened, and his wine glass dropped to the ground with a loud smash. It was completely unharmed. Despite the heavy bombardment, the RV's paint was intact, with not a single chip. What kind of defense is this? Xiao Hui felt like his understanding was turned upside down. Even with his level 6 vehicle, enduring so many rockets and heavy machine guns, the armor should be battered and full of dents, right? But this vehicle looked brand new, as if it just came out of the factory. In the middle of the battlefield, smoke and fire filled the air. Everyone thought that the camper had been turned into scrap metal in the previous barrage. However, Virum, a deep, powerful engine roar, like a dragon's roar, suddenly tore through the smoke. In the next second, that huge black vehicle, with an unstoppable presence, broke through the fire and appeared perfectly intact in everyone's view. No dents, no damage, not even a scratch on the paint. Even the large front windshield had no cracks. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? That was hundreds of rockets and mortars. Even a tough tank should be smashed, right? It's completely unharmed? Players who were scattered around were stunned, mouths wide open, almost dropping their jaws. Members of the Wolf Pack Guild looked like they had seen a ghost, trembling as they held their weapons. This is a level 5 vehicle? Its defense is even tougher than our guild leader's level 6 vehicle. Zhen Haoyun, watching from afar, was so excited he jumped up and laughed loudly. "I knew it. Hui Shun is fine. Hui Shun is awesome." At this moment, 2 elders of the Wolf Pack Guild, Bai Xiong and Xiao Ran, also saw this scene. Bai Xiong is the leader of the Greedy Wolf Hall, a man in his 40s. Xiao Ran is the leader of the Red Wolf Hall, and the only female leader in the guild. She has short, sharp hair and a fierce scar on her face, with a gaze even more intimidating than a man's. Both of their eyes showed greed. If they could take down this incredibly tough camper, dismantle it, or claim it for themselves, then the materials to upgrade to a level 6 vehicle would be within reach. If they didn't fight for it, they might spend their whole lives just serving Xiao Hui and Zhang Yaoyang. But this vehicle is too tough. Regular firepower can't break through its defenses. Xiao Ran's gaze turned cold, driven by a desire for power that overwhelmed her reason. She picked up the communicator and spoke with a cold, sharp voice. "Notify the front 7th squad. Switch to the single soldier cloud explosion cannon." "What?" "Single soldier cloud explosion cannon." Her subordinate was so frightened by the order that he almost dropped the communicator. "Master, that's our secret weapon. The whole guild has only a few shots left. And the power of the single soldier cloud explosion." "Shut up. Use it when I tell you to." Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled with madness. That armored RV is so tough that only the high temperature and pressure of the cloud explosion can kill the people inside. Once they're dead, the vehicle is ours. But execute the order, yes. Meanwhile, Bai Xiong heard the command and broke out in cold sweat. This woman, she's really a mad woman. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The cloud explosion is called the clearer of cover, a deadly weapon. One shot, and there's not a single survivor within hundreds of meters. Does she really not fear destroying the vehicle? But then he smirked slyly. Good. Let her lead the attack. When everyone inside is dead, I'll rush in with my team. And share this RV, haha. At the same time, Lin Hoy's RV slowly came to a stop. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the road ahead was completely blocked by 2 heavy armored squads from the Evil Wolf Guild. Still, for 0.5 kilometers away, sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Hoy kept his eyes fixed on the level 6 vehicle in the distance, ignoring the enemies in front of him. Boss, in the third-floor command room, Lu Shi's cold voice suddenly became urgent. At 2 o'clock, that squad has raised a single-soldier cloud explosion cannon. As a sharpshooter expert, she was very familiar with all kinds of single-soldier weapons. Single-soldier cloud explosion cannon? Lin Hoy's eyes sharpened, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They want to use the single-soldier cloud explosion cannon to deal with my RV? How naive. Lock onto the target. Lin Hoy's voice was as cold as a blade. Since they want to play with fire, let's show them what real firepower coverage looks like. Yes. Lu Shi's fingers moved quickly on the fire control system. At this moment, inside the 7th formation, an elite member of the Evil Wolf Guild was kneeling on the ground, carrying a heavy portable cloud explosion launcher on his shoulder. The crosshair of the sight was already aimed at Lin Hoy's RV. Xiao Ran watched this scene, a cruel smile appearing on her face. She seemed to have already seen the RV being engulfed by blazing flames, with the cursed driver inside instantly turned to charcoal by the intense heat, and internal organs shattered into blood and gore. Go to! Bang! With a dull explosion, a thick cloud explosion grenade shot out with a trail of fire, rushing straight toward the RV. It's coming! Some scattered players shouted in fear. That's a portable cloud explosion grenade. Get down! This weapon doesn't rely on shrapnel to harm. Instead, it uses 2 explosions to spread fuel into the air as a cloud, then ignites it to produce thousands of degrees of heat and a terrifying shockwave. In enclosed spaces, it can instantly deplete oxygen and crush the internal organs of any living thing. It's called the Deathly One-Stop. And even larger cloud explosion grenades are called subnuclear weapons. This shows how powerful they are. However, just as the portable cloud explosion grenade was fired and still in the air, buzz! The armor plates on the top of the RV suddenly slid open to the sides. A sci-fi and brutal-looking steel turret slowly rose. It was a Gatling gun with 11 barrels, each 30 millimeters in caliber. Like 11 eyes of death. That is. Among the crowd, a knowledgeable military enthusiast suddenly let out a sharp, altered scream. 1130 close defense gun? That's the last line of defense on a warship to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles. Wow. Before the scream even finished, the radar on the RV had already locked onto the still-flying portable cloud explosion grenade. ZZZ. A terrifying sound like a saw cutting through steel suddenly erupted, with a firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute. This meant nearly 200 tungsten core armor-piercing 30 millimeters rounds pouring out in just 1 second. A visible fiery red metal storm suddenly tore through the air and precisely struck the airborne soldier cloud explosion grenade. Boom! Before the grenade could reach the RV, it was blown apart by this metal storm. No, Xiao Ran's smile instantly froze, turning into extreme fear. But it was too late. Boom, 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 boom. The fuel of the cloud explosion grenade, combined with the terrifying high-explosive rain from the 1130 close defense gun, instantly covered the entire 7th formation. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In that moment, the air within 80 meters was instantly drained, replaced by a scorching fire of 2,500 degrees Celsius and terrifying overpressure of dozens of kilograms per square centimeter. More than 50 modified war vehicles of the Wolf clan, along with hundreds of members inside, were completely engulfed by the high-temperature firestorm. There were no screams at all, because before any sound could be made, they had already vaporized. At the edge of the firestorm, the nearby rioters only felt an irresistible wave of heat hit them. Then their lung air was instantly out. They painfully clawed at their throats, their eyes bulging, and their skin visibly carbonized and peeled away at an alarming rate. This was truly. The smoke and dust cleared. The well-equipped heavy combat formation was now just a field of charred, twisted scrap metal and human-shaped charcoal. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into an even more terrifying silence than before. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes trembled as they looked toward the black RV, still intact. On the roof, the fierce 1130 close defense gun was still slowly rotating, its barrel slightly red from the heat, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Hiss! After a brief silence, came a series of gasps. Countless solo players widened their eyes. Is this the 1130 close defense gun? Everyone's heads were buzzing. Most players with some common sense know that this device was originally the last line of defense on ships, used to intercept supersonic anti-ship missiles. Putting it on a land-based RV? That's just reckless, like a low-level attack that hits a higher dimension. It's so powerful. Really, it's too powerful. That's a single-person cloud explosion bomb. The ultimate weapon of the Wolf Guild, called the Clearer of Bunkers. If any vehicle nearby, even a level 6 vehicle, had been there, it probably would have been turned into burning debris along with its crew. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the 7th combat formation ahead. Right now, only scorched earth and black smoke remained there. The entire formation, including dozens of tanks and over 100 elite Wolf Guild members, seemed to have been erased from the world as if an eraser had wiped them out. The Wolf Guild's entire combat formation was gone. In that single moment, gulp, countless people couldn't help but swallow hard, their throats dry as if they had swallowed a handful of sand. But after the fear, an indescribable thrill spread wildly through all the scattered players' hearts. It was so exciting. Watching the wicked Wolf Guild monsters, who looked down on human lives as if they were nothing, get blown to pieces. This feeling was even more satisfying than drinking a cold soda in the desert. Inside a level 5 heavy-duty truck, Chen Yi was completely stunned. Wow. He opened his mouth but couldn't find any words to describe how he felt right now. Just half an hour ago, he confidently told others, "Once we get into the city, I've got your back." Now, looking back, his words sounded like a country bumpkin bragging about finding half a steamed bun in front of a rich person. I've really bragged myself into a corner. Chen Yi smiled bitterly, his face burning hot, but it felt so good to be beaten like that. Not far away, on a level 4 dump truck, the young man with short hair had completely lost the ability to speak, grabbing Deng Hao's arm and shaking it wildly. "Uncle Hao, did you see that? That RV boss. So awesome. Do you think he can win? Can he kill all those monsters?" The young man's eyes burned with hope. Deng Hao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and shook his head with a complex look. "It's too difficult. Too hard." His voice was a bit low and carried a tone of cautious pessimism. Although the 1130 closed defense cannon is a perfect defensive tool, have you thought about what that firing rate really means? It means burning money every second. That's tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Even if he had a weapons depot, it couldn't sustain such consumption. Deng Hao pointed toward the vast convoy of the Wolf Guild ahead, his tone heavy. "And this is just one formation of the Wolf Guild. Look over there. There are 12 fully equipped heavy armored squads. This is only the strength at the eastern entrance. The western, northern, and southern gates, as well as the elite forces inside Fui City, haven't even moved yet. What's even more hopeless is that behind the Wolf Guild stands the giant Beixiang Alliance." Deng Hao sighed, his eyes dimming. "It's hard for a single tree to support the forest. That big boss is indeed strong, even unbeatable in a one-on-one fight. But in a battle with a formation of heavy armored units like this, once the ammunition runs out, this RV will become a stationary iron target." The young man's eyes dimmed quickly after hearing this, but he still clenched his teeth and said unwillingly, "What if we, a group of scattered players, all go together? Since everyone hates these beasts so much, why not take the chance when the big boss is attracting fire and fight them?" "Fight? With what?" Deng Hao looked bitter. In the attack this afternoon, the Beixiang Alliance and the Wolf Guild blew up several guild leaders, breaking the backbone of us scattered players. Everyone is afraid. No one wants to be the first to step out. No one wants to die. Listen to Uncle's advice. Pull the vehicle back. Stay away. Gods are fighting. Mortals get hurt. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, many COM players also realized this. Although the 1130 closed defense cannon is an unbeatable defense, it can't change the course of the battle against over 500 heavy armored vehicles from the Wolf Guild. There's no supply, no reinforcements. This is a doomed heroic lament. Inside the Wolf Guild's defensive line, the level 6 military pickup, which was once filled with the aroma of red wine, was now overshadowed by a heavy, tense atmosphere. Xiao Hui stared tightly at the black RV, which remained completely undamaged, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. The burnt remains of the 7th formation felt like a loud slap across his face. Xiao ran. Xiao Hui grabbed his communicator and shouted into it. Who told you to use the cloud explosion bomb without permission? Are you out of your mind? The Evil Wolf Guild had lost so many people suddenly, right under his nose. He was stationed at the east entrance, representing the face of the Evil Wolf Guild, and also his authority. Now his face had been slapped, and he was being pushed down and humiliated. How could he tolerate this? On the other end of the communicator, Xiao Ran clenched her teeth, her face full of frustration and resentment. Vice President, it's my fault we didn't defeat the enemy. But the 7th formation is also part of my Red Wolf Hall's elite. I feel terrible about this. She looked at the scorched land ahead, her heart bleeding. The 7th formation was her core team, and losing them hurt her more than anyone. Good for nothings. All useless. Xiao Hui slammed his glass of wine down hard. Through the bulletproof glass, he fixed his gaze on Lin Hoy's RV. Something's wrong. This vehicle is too suspicious. The metal material of this RV isn't ordinary. The black texture definitely isn't just steel. It must contain a lot of blue titanium alloy, and it's equipped with the 1130 closed defense cannon. The 1130 closed defense cannon. Even Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Overlord Alliance, didn't have such a weapon. A flicker of deep caution crossed Xiao Hui's eyes. This close defense cannon was the nemesis of all subsonic missiles. With it, his short-range missiles couldn't threaten the target. That meant the biggest advantage of a level 6 vehicle was gone. We must wear him down. Xiao Hui quickly made a decision. Weapons with this rate of fire consume ammunition at astronomical levels. He's just a lone operator. How long can he last if we fill his vehicle with ammo? Send my orders. All formations, listen up. Full-scale attack. Use shells to drown him. Xiao Ran of the Red Wolf Hall and Bai Xiong of the Greedy Wolf Hall immediately carried out the orders. Both of them understood that facing such a monster-level defense, the only chance to win was to drain the opponent's resources. Open fire. Hit them hard. Suddenly, the entire East District entrance seemed to turn into a hellish scene. The remaining 12 battle formations of the Evil Wolf Guild, along with hundreds of modified combat vehicles, roared together. Machine guns, cannons, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. Countless flames intertwined into a dense, impenetrable net of fire, covering the lonely camper van from all directions. Boom, 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 boom. Shells and bullets pounded on Lin Hoy's camper van like a fierce storm. The explosion's bright flames instantly engulfed the vehicle, and thick smoke shot straight into the sky. If it had been a normal vehicle, even a level 6 vehicle, under such intense fire, it would have been turned into scrap in 10 seconds. But a scene that made all Evil Wolf Guild players despair happened. Inside the camper van, Lin Hoy remained calm as a mountain, not even lifting his eyelids. Warning, armor durability decreased by 0.1%. Warning, left side armor durability decreased by 0.2%. The system's notifications sounded indifferent. Activate auto repair. Lin Hoy calmly ordered. In the next second, a miraculous scene occurred. The black armor surface of the camper van seemed to turn into some kind of living, liquid metal. The white marks carved by the same machine gun bullets and the scratches from shrapnel, under the effect of the golden skill auto repair, instantly wriggled, filled in, and restored to their original state. Not even a second was needed. This was the terrifying power of 3,000 points of physical defense combined with the auto repair skill. Conventional hot weapons couldn't even keep up with its self-repair speed. And what about those slightly threatening single-soldier missiles? The 1130 closed defense gun on the roof lazily turned its barrel, spitting out a short burst of flames, and exploded the missile mid-air at 100 meters away. No matter how fierce the storm, I remain unmoved. Is this some kind of massage therapy? Xiao Hui stared at the scene, completely stunned. Over 500 vehicles, and they had no way to fight back? This is too crazy. This makes no sense at all. Xiao Hui was pulling his hair, feeling like his worldview was collapsing. The opponent's tire defenses couldn't be broken, but those are rubber. The opponent's glass couldn't be shattered, but that's glass. The physical defense of this RV is beyond his imagination. Suddenly, a wild idea struck Xiao Hui like lightning. He quickly pressed his face against the window, staring intensely at the RV shining with a strange black glow. It's so hard. Could it be? Could this vehicle be upgraded entirely with blue titanium alloy? At that moment, Xiao Hui felt like he was about to stop breathing. If that was true, everything would make sense. It's too luxurious. It's insanely wealthy. Because it's so luxurious, it's so tough. Tough enough to make people despair. In that instant, Xiao Hui suddenly remembered the mysterious player who had been causing a stir in the regional chat over the past 2 days. The one who wanted to buy universal shells and even used blue titanium alloy as currency. It's him. Xiao Hui suddenly slapped his thigh. It has to be him. Only he could have so much blue titanium alloy. He instantly linked Lin Hoy and that mysterious player in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Hui's greed once again overwhelmed his fear, taking over completely. That vehicle was like a moving mountain of gold. If he could take down the opponent and steal all the blue titanium alloy from his car, he could build an invincible level 7 vehicle himself. Keep hitting. Keep attacking, Xiao Hui shouted hysterically into his communicator. Even if it takes forever, I want to break through that turtle shell of his. We must take him down. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the eastern district of Fushi, the Rose Society team, Li Feifei lowered her binoculars and hurriedly reported into the communicator. President, Lin Hoy is not dead. Not only is he alive, but the firepower from hundreds of Wolf Guild vehicles didn't even scratch his paint. On the other end, Yang Ruoling, who was rushing over at full speed, remained silent. Through the footage shared by Li Feifei, she witnessed a desperate scene. Endless artillery fire sweeping the land, while the black camper stood firm like a divine being, immune to all attacks. Yang Ruoling's fingers on the steering wheel turned white, and her heart was filled with turmoil. I admit I was wrong. Yang Ruoling's voice was a bit hoarse. No wonder. No wonder he dared to face that dangerous pass alone, made of blue titanium alloy. Such a feat, even the 4 major guilds combined couldn't match it. Where did he get it from? And also, did Zhuge Mo already foresee this? That's why he dared to bring people openly. Yang Ruoling frowned, full of suspicion. Does he really want to help Lin Hoy? Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of revenge from the Baton Alliance and the Evil Wolf Guild? Next to her, Li Feifei couldn't help asking, President, if we join now to help Lin Hoy, maybe we could. No. Yang Ruoling took a deep breath, suppressing her impulse, her eyes turning rational and cold again. If it was just the Evil Wolf Guild, Yang Ruoling might grit her teeth and team up with Iron Blood Heavy Industry to try to recruit Lin Hoy, who had potential. But the Baton Alliance was like a mountain, crushing her small flame of hope completely. She had seen how powerful the Baton Alliance was. It was a truly militarized force, a dominant power with air superiority. Lin Hui's vehicle is strong, but he's just one person. The 1130 close-range cannon is powerful, but it will run out of bullets someday. I can't gamble. The lives of thousands of sisters in the Rose Society can't be risked on anyone. If I lose the gamble, the Rose Society will be gone. Yang Ruoling closed her eyes and finally made a decision. Let's wait and see. We can't risk ourselves. On the other side of the battlefield, the ground trembled slightly as a well-equipped, disciplined heavy armored convoy appeared on the horizon like a steel flood. This was the main force of Iron Blood Heavy Industry. Leading the convoy was a level 6 heavy dump truck. Zhuge Mo pushed up his glasses, looking at the black camper bathed in fire, but still shining as if untouched, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. Indeed, stronger than I expected, and unbelievably powerful. At first, he thought Lin Hui's vehicle mainly contained blue titanium alloy, enough to resist some damage. But it turns out, this defense is like having a cheat code. Any regular weapon hitting it is useless, plus there are 1,130 close-range defense cannons. President, the Vice President, Gua Tiantian, who is tall and strong like a tower, excitedly waved her fist. This RV is so tough. Should we still charge? Of course, we must go all out. Zhuge Mo's lips curl slightly. He picks up the communicator, his voice steady and strong. All members, listen up. Spread out in formation. Form attack squads. All units, prepare for battle. Aim all cannons at the side flank of the Evil Wolf Guild. Yes, the members of the Iron Blood Heavy Industry shout together, full of energy. Meanwhile, Zhuge Mo opens the system interface. clicks on the familiar private message window, where the mysterious seller offering blue titanium alloy is. Inside the RV, the continuous explosions outside keep ringing. Although the vehicle is as steady as a mountain, the dense metallic impacts still transmit through the armor, sounding like countless hammers pounding on everyone's eardrums. Warning: external noise levels are too high. Noise reduction mode activated automatically. Su Qingshan's fingers dance over the keyboard, controlling a dozen miniature reconnaissance drones. They weave through the battlefield's smoke and fire, building a real-time map of enemy fire distribution. Boss, all enemy fire points are marked. The level 6 vehicle is still hiding at the back, protected by 2 heavy armored squads in front. Lin Hoy sits in the driver's seat, expressionless, nodding slightly. He presses the earpiece and speaks in a deep voice. Bai Ling, how's the situation? Inside the rear cabin of the RV, in the biochemical laboratory. Bai Ling is currently a bit excited and a little disheveled. She tightly grips the Earth scepter, which emits a yellowish glow, and around her are more than 10 empty bottled water containers. Glug glug. Bai Ling tilts her head back and drinks a whole bottle of water. Some water drips down her fair neck into her collar, but she doesn't bother to wipe it. This is a side effect of the Earth Scepter forcibly changing terrain rules. Users will experience extreme physical thirst within 24 hours. So satisfying. Bai Ling wiped her mouth, her eyes flickering with a strange yellowish light, a sign that her mental energy was at full power. Boss, 2 more minutes. Bai Ling licked her moist lips, her voice tinged with a sickly excitement. She didn't spread her zombie army over a large swampy area, as that would drain too much mental energy. Instead, she carefully guided 50 zombies carrying high-explosive bombs through the soft underground soil, placing them precisely behind the 5 enemy formations. They had been on the defensive not just to waste the enemy's ammunition, but also to use the smoke and explosions to hide the underground digging of the zombies. The Wolf Guild thought they were launching a full-scale attack, but little did they know, Death Scythe was already under their feet. At that moment, Lu Shi's cold voice sounded. Boss, I have new information. Zhuge Mo, the president of Iron Blood Heavy Industries, sent a private message. He said his people are in position and ready to flank, helping us break through the defenses. He also mentioned, he guessed our target is that level 6 vehicle and is willing to lend a hand. Lin Hoy paused slightly. Zhuge Mo. Lin Hoy mulled over the name. He had a pretty good impression of this person. During their previous trade for blue titanium alloy, Zhuge Mo was not only straightforward but also provided a large amount of urgently needed general-purpose shells, half of which were contributed by Iron Blood Heavy Industries. Through the drone footage, Lin Hoy saw the Iron Blood Heavy Industries convoy forming an attack formation in the distance. He squinted and muttered to himself. Not only did he guess what we're planning, but he also dares to bring people here at this time. Zhuge Mo is no ordinary person, sending so many people to help me. Does he fear retaliation from the Wolf Guild or the Batians? No matter Zhuge Mo's true intentions, Lin Hoy accepted this kindness. But he didn't need it. Lin Hoy had a bad habit of not liking to owe favors. Moreover, just a few stray dogs. Do I need help? A confident smile appeared on Lin Hui's face. I can handle it myself. Lu Jia replied to him. Lin Hui's voice was calm and confident. We appreciate the gesture, but he doesn't need to come into the fight. Let him and his people watch from the side and enjoy the show. Lu Shi didn't hesitate and immediately sent the message. The Iron Blood Heavy Industry Convoy. Zhuge Mo looked at the message on the screen and froze for 3 seconds. Not looking for help, just watching the show. Zhuge Mo took off his glasses, pulled a cloth from his pocket, and slowly cleaned the lenses. Faced with hundreds of tanks and a large guild, he actually said he was just watching? That's interesting. Zhuge Mo put his glasses back on, a bigger smile on his face. At that moment, the communicator crackled with Vice President Guo Tiantian's loud voice. President, Chao Hui from the Evil Wolf Guild sent a message, asking why we brought so many people. Is he planning to attack us? He wants us to leave now, or else we'll all fight together. This kid is too arrogant. President, let's teach him a lesson. Zhuge Mo chuckled softly and waved his hand. No rush. Since that mysterious player wants us to watch the show, let's be good spectators. Zhuge Mo leaned back in his chair, his eyes deep as he looked at the smoky battlefield. Tian, reply to Chao Hui. Just tell him. We're out for a scenic drive with new friends. No need to worry. Let him continue his performance. Huh? Scenic drive? Tian scratched her head, confused. We're not fighting, but she still obediently followed the order. Zhuge Emo looked at the black RV in the distance, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. I'm curious, what other tricks does this mysterious big shot have up his sleeve? Scenic drive? Sightseeing. Hearing the reply from Iron Blood Heavy Industry, Chao Hui sat in his luxurious level 6 military pickup, his face twitching fiercely. He was lecherous, but not stupid. At this critical moment, Iron Blood Heavy Industries' main convoy appeared on the battlefield's flank, fully armed and forming an attack formation, then told him they were just out for a scenic drive with newcomers? That's a lie. No one would believe it. A strong sense of unease spread through Chao Hui's mind. Zhuge Emo would never do something meaningless. He dared to bring people here openly and take such dangerous actions. Could it be because of that black RV in front? Does Zhuge Emo think they have a chance? No way. This is impossible. Chao Hui shook his head sharply, trying to push this ridiculous thought out of his mind. Iron Blood Heavy Industry is at the bottom among the 4 major guilds. They usually stay neutral and develop quietly. How dare they challenge our alliance with the Baden League? Unless they have gone crazy. Vice President, what should we do now? Should we split our forces to guard against Iron Blood Heavy Industry? A close aide asked nervously. Guard? No way. Chao Hui gritted his teeth and shouted. Since they said they're just sightseeing, let them watch. I don't think Zhuge Emo dares to really start a fight. But we must stay alert. He took a deep breath, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Immediately report the situation here to the president. And make sure he tells Leader Zhao of the Baden League that Iron Blood Heavy Industry plans to attack us. Also, move all heavy weapon teams from the West Gate, North Gate, and South Gate here. Yes. The aide responded quickly and hurried away. Inside the carriage, everything fell silent again. Only Chao Hui's heavy breathing could be heard. He walked back to the large window, staring fixedly at the black RV bathed in fire from the artillery. Although the vehicle's defenses were truly terrifying, almost hopeless, he didn't believe in superstition. Do you think being tough makes you invincible? Do you think just having a close-range cannon can turn the tide? A cruel, cold smile appeared on Chao Hui's lips. Without large-scale destructive weapons, without a decisive trump card, you're just a slightly tougher turtle shell, only able to take hits passively, waiting in despair for your ammunition to run out. Today, even if I have to pile up lives and smash with shells, I will make sure you're buried here alive. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's edge, as time passed, the deafening sound of artillery had continued for a full minute. Originally, the scattered players, fired up by Lin Hoy's fierce counterattack, now felt their passion cooling down. Instead, a deep sense of helplessness and anxiety took hold. In their view, the black RV looked like a small boat caught in a storm. Although it still stood strong and blocked the fierce attacks from the Evil Wolf Guild many times, it truly no longer fought back. That helpless scene made people feel suffocated, like a heavy weight pressing down. Is it still not enough? Someone in the crowd sighed in despair. In the end, it's just one person. Facing such a huge enemy like the Evil Wolf Guild, one person's strength is too small. Ammo will run out someday. Energy will be exhausted. Once that close-range turret stops or the mysterious armor wears down, the hero waiting there will face disaster. A gloomy mood spread through the convoy like a plague. The hope that had just been kindled seemed about to be crushed by harsh reality. Uncle Hao. On the level 4 earth-moving truck, a young man with short hair shouted with red eyes. Give me a vehicle. I want to fight. In the driver's seat, Deng Hao stared fixedly at the RV standing firm in the flames. His lips pressed tight, and his weathered face showed a mix of emotions, caught in a fierce struggle. Logic told him rushing forward was suicide, but deep inside, the remaining fiery spirit was pounding in his chest. Meanwhile, inside the level 5 heavy-duty truck, Qinyi leaned back in his seat, watching the flames outside. His body, which had trembled with anger before, was now very calm. He took out the last cigarette from the pack. With a click, he lit it. He took a deep breath, the spicy smoke swirling in his lungs, then slowly exhaled, forming a cloud of blue smoke. Qinyi smiled. It was a look of relief. To with reason, to with playing it safe. If I don't help today, even if I survive, I'll just be a coward hiding in the shadows, never standing tall again. He suddenly sat up straight and typed in the regional chat box. Regional chat channel. Chinyi. Brothers. I am Chinyi. I will attack in 20 seconds. If anyone shares my plan, let's strike together at that moment. Don't let the brother inside the RV fight alone. After sending this message, he quickly snuffed out his cigarette, his hand pressing on the weapon's firing button. It's a modified grenade launcher on his roof. 20 seconds. Chunyi quietly counted down, his eyes fixed on the front formation of the Evil Wolf Guild. But the regional channel was silent. That deathly silence was more piercing than battlefield gunfire. Everyone was looking at that message, but no one responded. Fear was like an invisible hand gripping everyone's throats. They were afraid of being targeted by the Evil Wolf Guild, afraid of retribution, afraid that their small possessions would vanish in an instant. 15 seconds. Chunye's voice was a little hoarse, but his gaze remained firm. Even if I am alone, I will go. This is not just to help Lin Hoy, but also to redeem his own long-lost dignity. Finally, when the countdown reached 14 seconds, a message suddenly appeared. Qian Chong. Chunyi, if you want to die, don't drag others down. Is it that hard to just pay the toll? With the strength of the Evil Wolf Guild, it's already good they haven't taken everything from us scattered players. Be content. Seeing this message, Chunye's eye twitched. Before he could curse, another message popped up immediately. Jin Haoyan it. I know you, Qian Chong, right? You're the coward from the Thunder Guild. What? Your spine got broken and you can't stand up straight? People like you are just wasting air. Then, another message appeared. Li Xian, wild god. Don't bother with those cowards. Add me. I've got a dozen cars here, a bit battered but ready to fight. Seeing these two messages, a layer of water suddenly welled up in Chunye's single eye. Good. Good brothers. 10 seconds. Just as Chunyi prepared for his final charge in life, a sudden change occurred in the battlefield center.